Chapter 1. The Birth of the Beloved Daughter and the Joy of Obtaining a Dao Fruit. Great Vista, Yun Province, Flay City. A night of heavy snowfall had dressed the dilapidated city in a coat of silver, the cold biting to the bone, the gray overcast sky, the cold wind sharp as a knife, slicing to the bone. Li Che tightened his thin cotton coat around him, holding in his hand a carp frozen stiff, which had cost him a great deal of money to procure during the winter. It was to nourish his pregnant wife. Touching his bristly beard, he breathed out a white mist into his palm. Li Che braved the cold wind, trampling on the snow-covered streets of Flay City, and hurried towards his home. After 19 years in this world, from a newborn baby to a poor man struggling to make a living, Li Che had given up on the fantasy of having a golden finger. Skyscrapers and neon lights had become a dreamlike illusion, leaving behind only memories that he could no longer return to. This world was akin to ancient times but even more dangerous, with natural disasters, man-made calamities, and evil spirits rampant, making life difficult for the common people. Having accepted his fate, Li Che just wanted to protect his warm household and family, to live a safe and stable life and make the best of his second shot at life. As arranged by his family, he married at the age of 18, a wedding night that hit the mark, and now, 10 moons later, his wife was about to give birth. Flay City was large, divided into the inner city and the outer city. The inner city was said to be where the noble families and official masters lived, with spacious streets, extravagant lifestyles, and tight security. Only those with status could reside in the inner city. As for the outer city, that's where the vast majority of toiling commoners lived. Walking several miles along the main street and turning into a narrow alley, what came into view were rows of low, dark-tiled earthen houses. Hurried footsteps crunched upon the soft snow. Che, ouch, Che, you've finally come back from work. Your wife is about to give birth. Hurry back and check on her. You're going to be a dad. From afar, neighbors who knew Li Che started shouting when they saw him. Li Che was startled, tense and anxious. He quickened his pace and ran towards his earthen house, with the snow scattering behind him. The sky had already dimmed, and as Li Che arrived at the front door of his house, the old wooden door was open, and from inside came the sounds of a woman enduring pain and the encouraging voice of the midwife. "You're back?" In the small yard outside the earthen house, an old scholar was sitting on a shabby bench, wearing a cotton jacket inside and an old scholar's robe outside, puffing on a dry pipe with a clack. This scholar was Li Che's uncle, Li Yang. When Li Che was 8, his parents had died of illness, and he was taken in by his uncle. With his family's help, he had grown up smoothly, married, and was about to have a child. "Don't worry, Grandma Lei is the best midwife within a 10-mile radius. Jaya will be fine, mother and child will surely be safe," said the old scholar with the dry pipe. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, but becoming a father for the first time, Li Che was naturally nervous. Holding the frozen carp, he paced back and forth in front of his earthen house. This made the old scholar somewhat impatient. "What are you prancing around for, you rascal? A man about to be a dad should show some steadiness. Can you put down that frozen fish first?" Li Che looked at him, said nothing in reply, and of course, did not put down the fish. Instead, he stopped pacing. Since suddenly, a loud cry came from the house. Li Che's eyes sharpened, his heart felt as if it was being tightly grasped by a hand. The old scholar, Li Yang, who was puffing on his pipe, immediately got up, extinguished the pipe, and eagerly looked towards the house. Suddenly, the dusky sky let out a thunderous roar. The old scholar shuddered, muttering under his breath. Li Che instinctively looked up, seeing the sky as if a dragon had made a brief and flickering appearance. Was this a sign accompanying birth? Did he think he was in a fantasy novel? Li Che did not entertain that notion. Following the midwife's calling, he hurried into the house. The charcoal stove burned inside the house, dispelling the cold and bringing a hint of warmth. In the midwife's arms was a rosy-faced newborn. She looked at Li Che. "Congratulations, Master Li, and felicitations, you have a lovely daughter." Li Che's face broke into a smile. and his hand holding the frozen carp seemed suddenly unsure where to place it, only managing to say, "Thank you, thank you." After hastily expressing his gratitude to the midwife, he then belatedly threw away the fish. Carefully, with trembling hands, he took his child and looked her over. The sight gave him a sense of a blood bond forming, and although the skin of a newborn was wrinkled and it was hard to tell if she was pretty or not, Li Che thought that this child was the most beautiful in the whole world because she was Li Che's daughter. Just as Li Che was filled with joy, staring incessantly at the little baby, his vision suddenly blurred as if a mirage had appeared, as if on a vast, empty land where the earth and rocks burst apart, rubble shot through the air, and a sprout as green as emerald vigorously grew, soaring straight up. In an instant, it turned into a towering tree with branches spreading wide. Li Che was utterly bewildered. As countless leaves trembled, it was as though they reflected light and unexpectedly formed the image. He saw himself outside the earth house, listening to the sound of his daughter's birth and her loud cries. The image flashed by, and then, visible to the naked eye, it shrank like a vortex, finally converging in a corner of the branches, solidifying into a translucent, rainbow-colored fruit. Joy of a precious daughter, bonds are bound. With the birth of your beloved daughter, the daughter bears fruit. Your daughter was born safely, you have obtained a Dao fruit. Li Che suddenly came back to his senses, with his daughter's wah-wah crying still ongoing. "Husband, let me see our daughter." The weak voice came from the pale-faced, pretty young woman on the bed, and Li Che hurriedly held the baby carefully and moved closer. "Wife, look, our baby." Li Che couldn't help but break into a smile, so bright and full of joy. The Dao fruit and such. He had no inclination to think about those for the moment, as his heart was filled only with his wife and daughter. His wife, Zhangya, Li Che's other half, was also the woman who, in these chaotic times, was willing to entrust her life to him. "Husband, our baby's nose really looks like yours, so perky," said Zhangya. Her face wan, yet she was filled with joy, extending her slender fingers to gently touch the baby's tiny nose. Li Che looked tenderly at his wife. "Wife, does it hurt?" Zhangya pursed her pale lips, gave a light laugh, and shook her head. "It doesn't hurt, I'm happy." "Husband, what should we name our child?" Zhangya asked expectantly, but seeming to remember something, her gaze passed over Li Che and intuitively looked towards Old Scholar standing steadily at the doorway. Li Che glanced at Old Scholar, seeing him furrowing his two brows, unusually silent, and not showing off his literary talent or asserting his right to name the daughter. Li Che then realized what he must be thinking, but he didn't mind. He held his wife's cold hand and softly said, "These days, I have already thought of it. This winter is extremely cold, and I only hope that our little child can stay warm. Let's name her Li Nuangxi." Warm as the fire of the morning sun, dispelling diseases and pain, to grow up safe and happy. Li Che spoke in a gentle voice. Zhangya smiled happily. "Nuangxi, such a lovely name." In Zhangya's arms, Zai Zai seemed to have heard her name as well, no longer crying, and revealed a smiling face. However, a moment later, she again opened her mouth and began to cry loudly. The midwife quickly stepped forward. "The baby must be hungry, she needs to be fed." Hearing this, Li Che and Old Scholar quickly left the earth house. In the courtyard, thick snowflakes floated down from the sky. The chill rose, and the deep winter was harsh. The smile never left Li Che's face, realizing what it was like to be a father, and a sense of responsibility to protect his wife and child welled up in his heart. However, Old Scholar seemed a little downhearted, picking up his dry pipe again to smoke. Li Che frowned at the smell. "Uncle, snuff it out quickly, the child is here." Old Scholar sighed, put out the dry pipe, but pursed his lips. "It's just a girl, why couldn't it be a boy? Our Li family." Upon hearing this, Li Che laughed. "Being a boy or a girl? Does it matter? Does the Li family have a throne to inherit?" Old Scholar heard this. His preference for males over females wasn't so easily dispelled, but he fell silent and continued mumbling to himself softly. Li Che shook his head but didn't say much more. He picked up a carp frozen stiff and headed towards the kitchen, planning to make a warm bowl of carp and tofu soup for his wife. While cooking the fish soup, Li Che finally settled down to properly study the Dao fruit that had been born alongside his daughter. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 2, Dao Fruit Immortal Craftsman, Six-Eyed Bodhisattva. He calmed his mind and closed his eyes. Li Che then saw once again the scene he had glimpsed briefly before. A vast land with a large tree rising from the ground, its branches lush and leaves fluttering, carrying a fruit that glowed with flowing, colorful lights. As if he had stared for too long, the colorful fruit dropped with a plunk and gently landed in Li Che's hand. Dao fruit, Li Che murmured, looking at the fruit in his palm. Your daughter is born safe, and you have acquired a Dao Fruit Immortal Artisan. Immortal Artisan, Dao Fruit, Immortal Artisan of myriad forms, divine touch, unparalleled skills. The words flickered and surfaced. Li Che's gaze fixed, and his heart suddenly stirred. In the 19 years since coming to this world, he had never acquired a golden finger, but now, with the birth of his daughter, the golden finger had appeared in such a form. Was it fortune by the daughter? Li Che began to feel overjoyed. The name Dao Fruit sounded so prestigious, it surely could be his capital to secure a livelihood in this world. Just as he was delighted, the prompt in front of him changed again. Name, Li Che. Bonds, Li Nuangxi. Daughter, Dao Fruit, Immortal Artisan, Unevolved, LV1, 0%. Hint, for each safe year of growth of the bond object, the Re can produce a Dao fruit. His breath became slightly hurried. Li Che stared at the prompt in shock, his emotions violently fluctuating. Each year his daughter grew up safely, the Re could produce a Dao fruit. In Li Che's simple understanding, the function of the Dao fruit was equivalent to imparting him a skill, a capability. Currently, Li Che worked in a wood carving shop in the outer city of Flying Thunder City, moving finished wood carvings, a job of labor but paid by the piece, quite fair to everyone involved. However, after a hard day's work, exhausted, he could earn about 30 or 40 Djing cast copper coins, enough to make ends meet, but dreaming of wealth and luxury in this world was a fool's errand. But from now on, if he could ensure his daughter grew up safely, one Dao fruit a year, everything might be different. Zai is my daughter, I should protect her and ensure her safe growth, that is my duty as a father. Li Che smiled happily, the change in fortune brought by his daughter's birth, the hope for the future. How could he not be joyful? As the Dao fruit in his palm slowly dissolved, Li Che did not notice any changes in himself. He analyzed the Immortal Artisan Dao fruit but had no clue. Gurgle gurgle. The carp soup boiled and bubbled in the pot, interrupting Li Che's thoughts. He hastened to scoop up a bowl of fragrant, steaming, creamy carp and tofu soup, took a deep breath, the corner of his lips curled into a smile, and he carefully walked towards the earth house with the hot soup. His wife, Zhangya, had finished feeding Zai and was contentedly sipping the carp soup Li Che had cooked. Zai was being held by Li Che, who gently patted her tender back under Grandma Lei's guidance, a thing called burping. After bustling around in the earth house for a while, Grandma Lei gave Li Che some child-rearing tips and was about to say goodbye and leave. Li Che handed Zai to Zhangya and followed her out. Grandma Lei, thank you so much, you've been a great help. Li Che gave 10 coins to Grandma Lei. Grandma Lei waved her hand, sighed, Che, I've watched you grow up from a child. You move those heavy woods and sculptures for Zhu's wood carving shop. Earning hard-earned money isn't easy. Keep this money, take good care of your family. Things have been tough in the outer city recently. Not many children being born, and yet many are dying young. Take good care of Zai's eye, and pay attention to safety. The words of Grandma Lei made Li Che's face turn solemn. Grandma Lei wrapped her head with a cloth, carrying a bamboo basket, bracing against the snowstorm, and advised, remember, don't take the child to roam the streets carelessly, and stay far away from those who worship the child god. Those who live off the offerings. The world is harsh, children die young, you parents must be extremely cautious. Li Che exhaled a breath of white air in the cold winter snowstorm, nodding seriously. His heart sank slightly. Indeed, there had been many reports of child deaths recently. Li Che hadn't taken it seriously before, but now that he was a father, he naturally had to be more careful. Understood, Grandma. Li Che responded gravely. Grandma didn't say more, sighed, tightened her coat, and disappeared into the snowy night, gradually vanishing in the snow-laden alleys in front of the earth houses. Li Che watched Grandma's figure vanish, then turned back into the earth house, quickly stuffed the door crack tight to prevent the heat from escaping. Li Che rubbed his hands together, added some charcoal to the stove, and then went to the kitchen to bring back the leftover fish soup. After the couple had their fill, Li Che climbed onto the bed. Gently patting his daughter, who was sound asleep after her milk, Li Che squinted his eyes, his lips betraying a smile he couldn't suppress. Speaking softly with his wife, Zhangya, who might have been exhausted from giving birth, soon fell into a deep sleep. Yet Li Che, with wide-awake eyes, murmured energetically, "The charcoal is all gone again. I'll go buy some more from the charcoal seller tomorrow. Zai Zai was just born. We can't let her get cold. My wife needs to properly go through her confinement, or she might suffer from postpartum complications. I'll also bring more statues from the wood carving shop tomorrow." Recently, the demand for statues in the inner city has suddenly increased. There is plenty of work and a good amount of money to be made. I will definitely work hard to save money to buy a big mansion where we can stay warm even in the dead of winter. My wife, don't worry. Our days will definitely get better. On the bed, Li Che gently held his wife and daughter, and slowly closed his eyes. The silent rhythm of breath was the only sound. Dot. Dot. The next day dawned. Li Che got up early, watched his wife, Zhangya, who was in confinement, eat the breakfast he had prepared, and after patting Zai Zai to burp following her milk, he put on his bamboo hat and left the earthen house. The ground was white and the wind was chilly, with snowflakes as big as hands. The cold was biting, as sharp as a knife. The snow showed no signs of stopping, piling up thickly on the ground of the outer city of Flay City. After walking several miles, with the dim morning light and amidst the snowstorm, he arrived at his place of work, Zhu's wood carving shop. Though called a shop, it was actually a huge mansion, extremely spacious inside, with many piles of wood for carving. Li Che and several other hired hands were mainly responsible for carrying wood to the carvers at the wood carving shop or transporting finished wood carvings. The wood carvings varied in weight, but the price was uniform. Transporting a wood carving earned 5 Dajing cast copper coins, while carrying wood earned less, just 1 copper coin each time. Mainly because transporting wood carvings involved risks. Any scratch or bump, and you could have your pay docked completely. Shaking off the snow from his body, Li Che took off his bamboo hat and placed it at his workstation, entering the wood carving shop. The shop was heated by a charcoal furnace, the temperature moderate, with the rich scent of wood lingering in the air. "Little Li, go fetch me a piece of curved willow, a bigger one, and also, help me move the 6-eyed Bodhisattva statue carved 3 days ago into the inner room. Someone from the inner city is coming to pick it up in a few days. It wouldn't be good if it soaks in melted snow." As soon as he entered the shop, an old man in a cotton-padded jacket, with white hair and a ruddy complexion, called out to Li Che while holding a shiny wine gourd filled with aged yellow wine. "Sure, Master Chen." Li Che flashed a brilliant smile and hurriedly responded. As a familiar helper in the shop and given his carefulness and agility, he had never had an accident while transporting wood carvings, earning him a good reputation. Thus, several wood carving masters, once they got to know him better, would specify him for the jobs. Master Chen was one of Li Che's regulars. After responding to Master Chen, Li Che turned and entered the spacious courtyard. The snow was pouring down, covering the many logs scattered across the yard. It took some effort to locate the area where the curved willow was stored. Finding a bigger piece, Li Che dragged it out, tying it with hemp rope and securing it well. He tested the weight, then patted the wood and turned toward the corner of the courtyard where the finished wood carvings were kept. Because Master Chen had mentioned the six-eyed bodhisattva, Li Che knew exactly where it was located. Finding the wood carving covered with snow, similar in size to a grown man, and also carved from flowering curved willow, Li Che reached out his hand to brush the snow off the carving. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose in his heart. The six-eyed bodhisattva statue seemed to come alive as its six eyes stared at him, blinking occasionally. Suddenly, vague images flooded his mind. It was Master Chen, carving with each stroke, the image of the six-eyed bodhisattva. Li Che felt as if he was on the scene, merging with Master Chen. Gradually, the carving techniques and skills of the six-eyed bodhisattva seemed to merge into Li Che's own instincts. The images before his eyes dispersed, and the six-eyed bodhisattva no longer blinked. Li Che's breathing became rapid. His heart stirred. Just by touching the wood carving, it seemed he had learned Master Chen's carving techniques. This must surely be related to the Dao Fruit Immortal Artisan he had received the day before because of his daughter's Ai's birth. Unparalleled Immortal Artisan, the hand of genius, unsurpassed skills. The effect of Dao Fruit Immortal Artisan might just give me a chance to become a true master wood carver. Li Che's eyes mildly brightened, and ambitions began to stir in his heart. If he could become a woodcarver at Zhu's wood carving shop, that would be much more promising than being a helper transporting wood and carvings. To let his family live a good life in these chaotic times would no longer be an extravagant wish. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 3, 9 Sons Embracing the Lotus. The method of inner strength. Zhuji's wood carving shop was among the top-ranked wood carving shops in the outer city, often receiving orders from the inner city, which had a tremendous demand for various types of wood carvings. Whether carving landscapes or statues of bodhisattvas and Buddhas, or even images of gods that Li Che had never heard of before. For a laborer, transporting both the wood and the finished statues meant receiving a fixed piece rate pay, which wasn't much to begin with, and it was backbreaking work. However, if one could become an official wood carving master, carving a finished product could earn at least 10 silver coins. Even more, Li Che had heard that Master Chen once carved a 1,000-armed Guanyin wood carving statue that took almost a month to complete and earned him a gold leaf, which was equivalent to 100 taels. Such craftsmanship could make ordinary people extremely wealthy. Li Che was tempted. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to dream so far. Wood carving skills needed to be nurtured from a young age, and they tested talent as well as artistry. Many apprentices in the wood carving shop were sent there by their families at the age of 5 or 6 in exchange for silver. When Li Che started working in the wood carving shop, he was already 13 and had missed the appropriate age. He once had the idea of self-learning and becoming successful, but after trying for a few days, he gave up. How could he, with just a few days of self-study, beat others who had toiled for almost their entire childhood? Moreover, carving wood was one thing to watch, but quite another to actually put into practice. I'll find an opportunity to try. The Dao Fruit of the Immortal Artisan might really have given me a talent for wood carving. A sense of anticipation couldn't help but arise in Li Che's heart. The cold wind brushed by, helping Li Che regain some clarity of mind. He buried the thought of becoming a wood carving master in his heart for the time being and focused on his work. Transporting finished wood carvings was different from transporting raw timber, requiring much more care to prevent damaging the carvings. He wrapped them in cloth and tied them with hemp rope to avoid abrasion damage from the rope during carrying. Carrying the six-eyed bodhisattva statue on his back, Li Che walked cautiously toward the inner room. Upon reaching Master Chen's workshop, Li Che set down the statue, removed the cloth, and after ensuring there were no signs of rubbing, breathed a sigh of relief. Master Chen, I brought in the bodhisattva statue. Shall I fetch you a larger piece of the flowering curved willow now? Li Che, relaxing his shoulders, said with a smile. Master Chen was already sitting on his work stool, sharpening his carving knife on a whetstone. Yes, Hurry up. This time I need to carve a 9 suns embracing lotus, and it's a tedious process. Besides, the inner city is in a rush for it." After inspecting the sharpness of his carving knife, Master Chen said. Li Che returned to the courtyard where snow was drifting down and was about to move the flowering curved willow timber he had picked. But the moment he touched the wood, he felt the Dao fruit of the Immortal Artisan pulse slightly, giving him an inexplicable sensation. "This piece of flowering curved willow doesn't seem quite right for the 9 suns embracing lotus statue," Li Che murmured softly. Most of the time, wood carving masters would pick the timber themselves, but of course there were exceptions. Some were confident enough in their skills that they couldn't be bothered to pick timber personally in the cold winter snow. However, if a laborer chose unsuitable timber, if the wood carving master was easygoing, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if they had a bad temper, they might deduct money for the transport. If that occurred, not only would one need to move the timber multiple times, but they would also be docked pay. A big loss. Li Che abandoned the flowering curved willow and began to pick another piece from the timber pile, touching them with his palm until he chose one that, influenced by the Dao fruit of the Immortal Artisan, felt just right. Carrying the slightly heavier piece of flowering curved willow, he returned to Master Chen's workshop. "Not bad at all, Li. You have a good eye. This timber you picked is perfectly suitable." Master Chen was pleasantly surprised because the piece of wood matched the image of the 9 suns embracing lotus he had in mind almost exactly. With just a few strokes, he could sketch out the rough outline, saving a lot of the time usually needed for pondering and conceptualizing. Li Che smiled but said nothing to take credit. After praising him, Master Chen continued working on the carving preparations. "Little Li, help me move this timber onto the frame. I heard your daughter was born." "I'll pay extra for this job," said Master Chen, standing up with a smile. Li Che's eyes lit up at his words and he promptly agreed. After slipping on the rope, he started to lift the heavy flowering curved willow onto the metal frame. The inner city is in a hurry, and recently they've been demanding a lot of child wood carvings, definitely related to the recent buzz about the spirit infant master. The fancies of the inner city nobles. Really, they change every so often. Master Chen shook his head and muttered, "They want it in 5 days, and my old bones. Seems I'll be busy enough falling apart." "But they're paying well." He, Li, guess how much the client is offering for this job?" Master Chen rubbed his hands together, striking up a conversation with Li Che while approaching the flowering curved willow dampened by the heavy snow. Li Che wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed out. "For a 5-day delivery. It must be at least 50 taels, right?" Thinking the 9 suns embracing lotus statue was less complicated than the 1,000-armed Guanyin, Li Che made a conservative estimate. 50 taels? It's less than that, a gold leaf less. Master Chen laughed, and then slapped the timber with his hand. The skin on his arm seemed to glow with a red hue, and heat steamed out from his palm into the wood, driving the moisture out of the timber. The heat was intense, like standing next to a boiling furnace as he stood by Master Chen's side. Li Che took a deep breath, both astonished that the wood carving was worth 150 taels and envious of Master Chen's mysterious skills. These wood carving masters were not just skilled crafters but also, as the legends say, martial artists. Those who became wood carving masters were all beings with inner strength, capable of using it to dry the wood, saving a good amount of time. Moreover, the inner strength infused into the wood carvings gave them a certain profundity. It was this profundity that truly made the nobles of the inner city willingly fork out their money for the wood carving master's creations. Master Chen, catching Li Che's shocked and envious gaze, asked with a teasing smile, "Want to learn?" "If you want to learn, it's going to cost you." "Although you won't learn any superior internal strength techniques, the ordinary internal strength techniques left by Zuji in the outer city are all learnable. Another few decades of hard cultivation, and you'll probably be able to manifest inner strength." Li Che's mind stirred slightly. "Master Chen, may I ask how much does an internal strength technique cost?" "You can't buy a superior internal strength technique with money, You have to go to Zuji in the inner city to learn, and ordinary people can't learn it. For an ordinary internal strength technique from the outer city, you can learn if you pay, the cheapest. Also costs 30 taels. What, are you really considering it? Master Chen said as he used his inner strength to dry the wood, looking at Li Che half-jokingly. You just had a baby, better save your money. Even if you buy the technique, learning it is another matter, and mastering it is yet another. Master Chen shook his head and kindly advised. Seeing that Li Che seemed seriously interested, Master Chen's eyebrows rose. You're quite meticulous, young man. It's a pity you didn't try to learn wood carving when you were younger. If you want to buy an internal strength technique, come find me. I have one for 20 taels that you can learn. Li Che heard this but didn't agree right away, only saying with a smile that he would think about it. He then left Master Chen's workshop. In the following time, Li Che busied himself again, helping other wood carvers to transport lumber and finished wood carvings. He also helped the apprentices in the shop move small pieces of lumber to earn his wages. The shop provided lunch, simple though it was hot, and you could eat your fill to have the energy to work. In the evening, after receiving today's 35 Dajing cast copper coins, Li Che clocked out, exhausted. With a conical hat on his head, he braved the wind and snow, buying some charcoal on his way home. By the time he arrived at the crisscrossing alleys, night had completely fallen. However, the dim yellow light of the oil lamp from his earthen house made Li Che hasten his snow-treading steps a little. Wife, I'm back. He quickly opened the door and just as rapidly closed it behind him, keeping the chilly wind carrying the white snow from rushing in and sweeping away the warmth. After adding some charcoal to the brazier, Li Che tiptoed to the bedside where Zai Zai laid in bed, round-eyed and awake. Seeing Li Che, Zai Zai even giggled with delight. Li Che's heart nearly melted as he picked her up and gently rocked her. Zhang Ye, with a tender gaze, watched this scene unfold and fetched for Li Che his dinner from the pot. The steaming noodles wafted a fragrance that filled the air. For the poor households, what luxury is there of maternity leave? Not having to work the land, simply preparing dinner. For Zhang Ye, that was maternity leave. After the couple had their dinner, Li Che told Zhang Ye to go rest, and he washed the dishes himself. Then he took a small piece of wood and a carving knife and returned to the house. With Zai Zai in her arms, Zhang Ye gently patted and comforted her while curiously watching Li Che. Husband, what are you doing? In the dim light of the oil lamp, Li Che flexed his 10 fingers, creating a cracking sound, and replied with a smile, I've learned a thing or two at the wood carving shop recently. Wife, behold. Hearing this, Zhang Ye couldn't help but laugh out loud. Husband, over the years you've learned quite a few things, but after a few days you always soberly say that putting them aside is also quite good. Li Che's lips curved upward slightly. Wife, don't make fun of your husband. Have you heard of the legend 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West? Your husband is different now. I'm a father. Zhang Ye pursed her lips as a laughter danced in her eyes. Does being a father necessarily connect to you learning wood carving? Li Che just smiled, not saying another word. He briefly closed his eyes, and the carving techniques and skills of the six-side bodhisattva statue flooded his mind as if squeezing wet cotton, overflowing like water. Upon reopening his eyes, a glint seemed to flash within his gaze. Calm and composed, his fingers gripped the carving knife with muscular power as he made the first cut into the wood. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 4, Immortal Artisan Upgrade. Bad news arrives. The wood was of cuts he had brought back from the wood carving shop, just a small piece that no one paid much attention to when he took it home. The carving knife was what he had prepared when he had yearned to take up wood carving on his own years ago. Custom made by the smith at the ironmongers in the west of the city. It wasn't cheap for a set, and now, at last, it was proving useful. The Immortal Artisan Dao Fruit pulsed and jumped, stirring a godlike sense of assistance that welled up within him. Since it was a test of his skill, Li Che did not opt to use ink lines for outlining but went straight to carving. With the help of the Dao Fruit, he felt an intimate understanding of the six-eyed bodhisattva statue engraving, as if it were imprinted in his heart. Just like with Master Chen, it was as if he had carved hundreds, if not thousands, of six-eyed bodhisattva wood carvings, and practice makes perfect. He had his own control over every aspect of carving the wood, from the outer to the inner spatial forms, to the force exerted with each cut. However, since it was his first hands-on experience, there was still some rawness, but this rawness between his fingers, the carving knife, and the wood, was gradually smoothed out as the carving progressed and his skill improved. The knife work gradually became more graceful, even developing a unique charm, an indication of mature skill. Mature carving skills require a continuous accumulation of experience. But it seemed as if through the Immortal Artisan Dao Fruit, Li Che was able to touch the six-eyed bodhisattva and, like a sponge, slowly absorb Master Chen's years of carving experience. The sound of the sharp knife friction against the wood was rustling and bustling, the oil lamp cracked and popped as shavings and scraps fell like rain, and in Li Che's palm, a palm-sized, sharp-angled six-eyed bodhisattva statue began to take shape. Although unpolished, with very rough edges and lines, the form had already emerged with the skill of divine craftsmanship. Nearby, Zhangya, after having coaxed Zai Zai to sleep, gazed at Li Che, who had carved a rough outline of the statue in just a short period, and her heart immediately filled with surprise. Watching Li Che earnestly absorbed in his carving, Zhangya didn't dare interrupt, silently suppressing her curiosity. Deciding not to sleep, she sat by the bed, quietly watching under the oil lamp as Li Che focused on his carving. The more she watched, her eyes grew slightly misty, her lips burst, and a smile blossomed joyfully. She thought her husband might have long given up on wood carving, but unexpectedly, her husband had never given up and had been diligently learning, and now he had prepared a surprise for her in secret. Just don't know if my husband could become a wood carver at the wood carving shop, or even an apprentice. Then he wouldn't need to carry heavy wood and carvings every day with such hard work, she mused. Zhangya's wish was modest and simple. She only hoped her husband could earn the money to support the family more easily. Engrossed in his carving, Li Che soon came back to his senses, as the six-eyed bodhisattva statue was completed and required no more cuts, although it was not polished and hence not a finished product. But within his heart, Li Che was filled with great joy. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his spirit stirred. Dao Fruit, Immortal Artisan, LV1, 10%. Li Che's eyes brightened as he noticed the suffix of the Dao Fruit Immortal Artisan, which seemed like an experience point indicator, had increased slightly. By carving a piece of wood carving, can I improve experience, like a proficiency level? Or is it that I touched the six-eyed bodhisattva wood carving, learned the technique of the six-eyed bodhisattva statue, and succeeded in carving, thus gaining a 10% increase? This Dao Fruit can actually be understood as just having formed and being immature. Only by nurturing it slowly can he unlock the true power of the Dao Fruit. Li Che pondered to himself. Regrettably, he did not bring back more wood, so he couldn't try it out immediately. He had to quell the curiosity within and stood up, stretching himself, only to see his wife Zhangya leaning against the headboard, dozing off. Li Che knew his wife was waiting for him to join her in sleep and felt a warmth in his heart. In this cold weather, he quickly blew out the oil lamp and, pulling his startled wife with him, dove into the warm blankets. Outside, the snow was falling heavily. Landing on the thick accumulation on the roof, it made a gentle sound conducive to a very sound sleep. The next day, Li Che went to work at Zhuji's wood carving shop as he always did. Master Chen, can I take this scrap home to practice with? During a break, Li Che approached Master Chen and, seeing the offcuts from the carved flowering curved willow, he couldn't help but ask. Master Chen, with sawdust in his beard, glanced at Li Che. You plan to learn wood carving? You do have a keen eye for it, and it's good material. Pity you're a bit old for it. But it's nice that you have the interest. You can take as much scrap from my carvings as you want. Li Che had been helping Master Chen for some years, so naturally the master was much more lenient towards him. Li Che, filled with joy, hastily expressed his gratitude and then began to select waste material he could use for practice. Master Chen glanced at him, smiled silently, shook his head, and continued to immerse himself in carving the 9 suns embracing the lotus. Li Che gathered the selected waste materials, wrapped them in cloth, and placed them at his workstation before running off to the yard, under the pretense of adjusting and moving the wood carvings, to touch them. The Immortal Artisan Dao Fruit vibrated slightly. This time, the piece he touched was a wood carving named Spring Fills the Universe, which required extremely intricate craftsmanship and patience to carve lifelike leaves, depicting the essence of spring. After touching it, a familiar sensation surged in his heart. It was as if he saw a female woodcarver holding a carving knife, engraving the vast universe with her fingers and the palm of her hand as the spirit of spring bloomed from the wood. A stream of information on the techniques and skills related to the Spring Fills the Universe wood carving flooded his mind. Li Che was delighted. Just like with touching the 6-eyed bodhisattva statue, he had learned another style of wood carving. However, when he touched other wood carvings, the Dao fruit no longer reacted, indicating there was a daily limit to what he could learn. In the following days, Li Che focused on studying the Immortal Artisan Dao Fruit. The Immortal Artisan with a divine touch, unparalleled in craftsmanship. By touching a statue, he could learn the wood carving techniques, and for every statue carved, he would gain 10% experience. However, each statue only provided experience once. This meant that Li Che would need to learn and carve 10 different wood carvings to level up the Immortal Craft Dao Fruit to LV2. Understanding the use of the Dao Fruit, Li Che felt greatly optimistic about his future. Days passed by, day after day. A month quickly went by. Zai Zai had her full moon celebration, her lively eyes blinking as she waved her chubby little hands in her swaddle, curiously observing the world. Li Che played with Zai Zai using a rattle drum he made himself, causing the little girl to laugh heartily with glee. Zai Zai loved to smile, her dimples showing when she did, just like her mother. Zhongya sat nearby, mending old clothes, watching the father and daughter interact with tenderness and satisfaction in her eyes. "Husband, have you spoken to the 3rd shopkeeper at the wood carving shop about wanting to become a wood carver?" Zhongya inquired curiously. Over the past month, every night Li Che had been carving wood carvings of various kinds, which amazed Zhongya and made her aware of how exquisite her husband's craftsmanship was. Under her blind adoration, she even felt that her husband was much better than the apprentices at the wood carving shop, and even more so, no less skilled than the masters themselves. The 3rd shopkeeper said that we need to follow the rules. He wants me to undergo a wood carving assessment with the other students who have paid to learn, and only after passing can I join the shop and become a wood carver. Li Che said while playfully engaging Zai's eye, making her reach out her little hand to grab the rattle drum, and he responded to Zhongya's question. Zhongya nodded and said firmly with pursed lips, "I'm certain you can do it, husband." Li Che smiled, confident and spirited, with a glint of self-assurance in his eyes. With a thought, Dao Fruit, Immortal Artisan, LV2, 8%. After a month of incessantly touching various wood carvings and working overtime at night to carve, he had finally leveled the Dao Fruit up to LV2. At level 2, the Immortal Craft Dao Fruit enhanced Li Che's ability from the aspect of conveying meaning. The wood carvings he sculpted could embody his own strong essences. Moreover, Li Che's dexterity had become incredibly impressive. His fingers were extremely nimble. It wasn't just woodworking, he was confident he could easily set up even the trickiest mechanized contraptions. After playing with Zai Zai for a while, Li Che went out to prepare for work. The snow had lessened a lot, signaling the end of a harsh winter. Yet the air was still cold and biting. As he stepped out of the cottage, a familiar figure appeared in the distance, holding a smoking pipe, frowning, dressed in a worn Confucian robe layered with a coat. Hurrying over, "Uncle," Li Che called out. His uncle, influenced by a preference for sons over daughters, had not visited Zai Zai in a month since learning she was a girl, although the great aunt had come once, bringing some eggs for Zhongya to nourish her body. Cheer, are you about to go to work? That's just as well, the old scholar uncle said, his brows still furrowed. Li Che nodded and then saw the old scholar hesitate for a moment before speaking. Cheer, have you heard? That Grandma Lei who helped deliver Xiaoya killed several children, it's said. All the ones she killed were children she delivered. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 5, Spirit Infant Master, One Cut Master. Grandma Lei. Kill infants, specifically targeting the infants she helped to deliver. When Li Che heard his uncle's words, chills ran down his spine and his pupils suddenly constricted. Uncle, where did you hear this? Li Che took a deep breath, his heart sinking, and quickly asked. The old scholar, with a smoking pipe in his mouth, puffing out hazy smoke, frowned deeply into a Chuan character. I didn't believe it at first, but Zai Zai was delivered by Grandma Lei, wasn't she? So, I went out of my way to ask around. It's true, the families of those deceased children. They all made a fuss at the government office of the outer city. The government has issued a warrant, and they're actively searching for Grandma Lei. If you don't believe me, you can go and see the notice board at the government office yourself. The warrant is hanging right there. The voice of the old scholar was also much more serious. Although he was regretful that Zai Zai wasn't a boy, she was still a seedling of the Li family. Hearing such news, his first thought was to worry about Zai Zai's safety. It's said that this Grandma Lei worshipped the Spirit Infant Master, believed in the teachings of the Spirit Infant sect, and just like that, killing. Sigh, it's really a sin. They're just children. The old scholar's voice trembled slightly, and he let out a long sigh, continuously drawing on his smoking pipe. Li Che's expression became extremely grave, and his heart was suspended in worry. For Li Che now, Zai Zai was the apple of his eye, his most treasured daughter. If anything happened to her, Li Che would be heartbroken and blame himself. Protecting his daughter was the duty of a father, the responsibility he must bear. Thank you, Uncle. I'll find out more and make preparations early, Li Che said earnestly. The old scholar nodded quickly, then rubbed his hands together. Since I'm here, I might as well visit Zai Zai. Li Che was speechless, looking at the bashful old scholar. He didn't say much and led him into the house. When the old scholar saw Zai Zai, his old face was all smiles, as if blossoming into a flower. He verbally disapproved of Zai Zai not being a boy, but his fondness for Zai Zai was genuine. Your sister-in-law is due soon, and your mother says her belly is pointy, which should mean a boy. Hey, I hope the kid will be as lovely as Zai Zai, the uncle said, beaming with joy. His eldest son had married, and his child was also due to be born this year. Wife, while I'm not at home during this time, you have to lock the doors and windows properly. Don't open them for anyone no matter who calls. After sending away the old scholar, Li Che, before heading off to work, specifically reminded Zhangya. Zhangya was stunned, but she didn't ask any questions, just obediently indicated that she would do as told. Worried, Li Che arrived at the notice board of the government office and indeed saw the wanted posted for Grandma Lei. Lei Chunlin, killed 7 children, all of whom she had delivered a year ago. So do all these murdered children need to meet the 1-year-old requirement? Wearing a conical hat, Li Che looked at the notice and fell into deep thought. But he did not dare to place his trust in his own deductions. What if Lei Chunlin chose to strike at children who had just turned a month old? Li Che couldn't take that risk, and he couldn't afford to. It seems that I must become a wood carving master at the wood carving shop. If I have the protection of Zhu's wood carving shop, at least I'll be safe. Li Che took a deep breath, pressed his hat down, and headed for Zhu's wood carving shop. As soon as he arrived at the wood carving shop, he saw Master Chen, with white hair and beard but a ruddy complexion, sitting in a chair, humming a tune and drinking from a gourd. Little Li, you've come? I heard you're going to take part in the wood carving assessment. Haha, you've got guts, daring to take the test after just a month of self-study, Master Chen said with a chuckle as he saw Li Che. Master Chen's full name was Chen Daobao, now 68 years old, and he was a senior master at Zhuji's wood carving shop. Chen Dabao had long qualified to join Zhuji's in the inner city, but he never wanted to go, preferring to stay in the wood carving shop in the outer city. It wasn't just Chen Dabao, but the other wood carving masters in the shop felt the same way. This left Li Che puzzled. Why wouldn't they go to the inner city? He heard that living conditions and everything else in the inner city were far better than in the outer city. You young man, despite its appeal, the inner city is also fraught with danger. Now, the world is in chaos, evil spirits are rampant, the mysterious temple stands tall, various sects are rising, and the imperial court is unstable. The court's control over many cities has long declined. Thus each city has fallen under the control of local noble families. Among these nobles, there is endless strife and friction over the control of the cities and the vast interests they hold. For us old bones, entering the inner city is like stepping into a maelstrom, which we can't withstand. Here in the outer city, although conditions are somewhat worse, relying on my own inner strength, I can still live comfortably. Master Chen took a blissful sip from the gourd of old yellow wine, smacking his lips as he spoke. Li Che nodded, somewhat understanding Master Chen's thoughts. In the mountain where no tigers roam, the monkey is crowned king. Staying unassuming is key. Suddenly, Li Che thought of something and asked softly, Master Chen, have you heard of the spirit infant master? Master Chen paused in his drinking, furrowed his brows, and glanced at Li Che. You little one, are you worshipping that thing? Li Che hurriedly shook his head and recounted the news his uncle had told him that morning. My daughter was delivered by late Shunlin. And I'm worried, Li Che said anxiously. Upon hearing this, Master Chen's expression became serious. It seems another disciple has fallen into heresy. Since the spirit infant sect, born from the mysterious temple, entered Flay City, the number of child deaths has greatly increased. That midwife must have worshipped the spirit infant master, having her mind bewitched. Using these children she personally delivered as sacrifices to the spirit baby. The birthing. It's like a ritual. Once targeted, it's hard to shake off. That midwife will not easily let go of your child. With Master Chen's affirmation, Li Che's expression turned grim and unsightly. His fingers clenched into fists, his breathing grew heavier. However, based on your description, those children who died had all been born a year before, seemingly requiring to be nearly 1 year old to qualify for the ritual. Thus, for this year, your child should be safe. But you'll still need to keep a close watch to prevent the midwife from secretly taking your child, waiting for the right time to carry out her evil sacrifice. Having seen many such cases, Master Chen spoke with a somewhat detached tone. All he could do was offer a warning. As for helping Li Che, setting aside whether he could actually be of assistance, even just considering the nature of their relationship, it wasn't that deep. To put it plainly, Li Che was nothing more than a laborer who moved lumber in the wood carving shop, nothing more. Li Che was well aware of this and did not ask for help. If he really did ask for help, and Master Chen refused, the already thin relationship between them would be completely severed. Master Chen, if I became a woodcarver at the wood carving shop, would the shop take care of it? Li Che took a deep breath and asked. Master Chen took a sip of his wine and glanced at Li Che. If you became a woodcarver, all your problems would be solved. The shop provides living quarters for woodcarvers. You could move your wife and child over, under the protection of the wood carving shop, within the shop's compound. If that midwife dares to show up, she would definitely be killed on the spot. Us wood carvers possess inner strength, even if that midwife has the support of the spirit infant master's evil techniques. We have nothing to fear. If you truly became a wood carver, even just a lowest rank one cut master, I would count as your neighbor. Should that wicked midwife dare to make a move, I'll slap her to death for you. Master Chen wiped the wine stains from his beard, grinning to reveal a mouthful of fierce, yellow teeth, showing a bit of ferocity. But soon, the ferocity faded, his fingers lightly tapping the well-used gourd of wine, humorously looking at Li Che. The premise is, you, young man, have what it takes to become a woodcarver. It's difficult. How do you think you, with a mere 10 days or a few months of self-study done on a whim, can surpass those apprentices in the shop who've spent a great deal of silver and have been learning wood carving since they were young? Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 6 Interest Challenges Career, Tang Family Mechanism. Although Chen Daobao got on well with Li Che, as a carrier who moved timber and completed statues every day, he saw no hope in the master's assessment. At least, from Chen Daobao's perspective, he couldn't see any hope for Li Che to become a formal wood-carving master. Even if Li Che picked up scraps of wood from the shop to practice carving after finishing work and returning home. But learning wood-carving, how could that be easy? According to Li Che's situation, one could only say he had an interest in wood carving and hadn't learned it formally, and using one's interest to challenge another's profession and livelihood. That was somewhat arrogant. Li Che didn't offer any explanation for himself, nor did he argue about anything. What did he have to argue with? In his eyes, light flickered, and the immortal craft Dao Fruit in his heart throbbed slightly, seeming to radiate heat, casting light on his straightforward future. He did have something to rely on. Little Li, if I were you, I'd try to learn some basic martial arts techniques this year. Even if you lack the physical strength, you could at least step up to protect the child and throw a punch when necessary. Chen Daobao stood up, patted Li Che's shoulder, and then went back into the workshop to continue carving wood. Li Che pondered for a moment and actually found Chen Daobao's advice quite sensible. Basic martial arts techniques. To learn them I would need a way, but with the immortal craft Dao Fruit, maybe I could design some mechanical traps to serve as a precaution. Although that Grand Mole usually targets children 1 year after birth, what if something happens unexpectedly? Li Che took a deep breath, his mind filled with plans. Without overthinking, he continued with his work, moving timber and statues. Perhaps because others had learned that Li Che would also take part in the wood carving assessment, many apprentices cast strange and wary looks his way, with quite a few even refusing to let Li Che move their carved woodworks. For a time, Li Che actually found himself with less to do in the wood carving shop. Except for a few old masters and regular customers still looking for him, most people basically ignored him. Li Che was happy to be unoccupied and began to ponder over mechanical traps. But after brooding for a while, he was clueless. He felt that he needed to seek out old Chen, who likely had a way. Mechanical traps? You want to rig up some traps to protect your kid? That's an idea. Not unfeasible, but setting up mechanical traps is a matter of learning, and I myself don't understand the more complex ones. However, there is an ancient record about mechanisms in my home's library. Old Chen stopped his carving and said with a smile when Li Che asked his question. Li Che rubbed his hands together, eyes lighting up. The matter of Master Chen having a library at home was known to many in the shop. It was said to contain many precious ancient books. Old Chen glanced at Li Che and raised a finger. You can borrow the ancient record, but I, Old Chen, never engage in a loss-making trade. This ancient book is extremely rare and quite precious. 1 tael of silver for 1 day's loan. 1 tael of silver a day? Li Che took in a deep breath. It certainly wasn't cheap. But Li Che quickly nodded decisively and agreed. Oh, so decisive. You are a good father indeed, willing to go all out for the safety of your daughter. If you tried to haggle with me, it wouldn't be 1 tael a day. For the sake of your fatherly love, you don't need to pay a tael. Just give this old man 50 Great Vista cast copper coins for a day. Chen Daobao stroked his beard and smiled. When Li Che heard that, he couldn't help but be overjoyed, and quickly thanked Chen Daobao, who could complain about having too much money. It was best to save where one could. Bring it tomorrow and remember to bring enough money, Chen Daobao said, and then went back to his carving. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Li Che collected his wages for the day, just 15 copper coins, about a third less than usual. Yet, it didn't bother him. After taking the money, He carefully packed up the wood scraps he had picked out and carried them away from the shop. Now, taking home some wood waste to carve for immortal craft experience had become a habit for Li Che every day. He had touched a new wood carving today, which should help him gain some more experience. Because of Grandma Lei's threat to kill newborn babies, a cloud hung over his head like an unshakable shadow, giving Li Che a sense of urgency to improve himself quickly. He hastened home, and seeing his wife Zhangya playing with their daughter Zai Zai on the bed with various small wooden toys he had carved, his anxious heart finally relaxed. Zai Zai, did you miss Daddy? Li Che's heart settled, and he approached the bed with open arms and a radiant smile. The month-old's Zai Zai was carved from jade, her tender whiteness enchanting, her entire being scented with the fragrance of milk. Lying on the bed, she continuously babbled ya and waved her hands and feet about. Li Che laughed as he picked up the little girl, strolling through the confines of the room, drawing constant giggles of delight from her. After entertaining Zai Zai for a while, Zhangya also had dinner ready. After dinner, Li Che, by the light of an oil lamp, took out some scrap wood and began to engage in the wood carving for the day. In fact, the wood carving shop had just so many types, and as Li Che touched each one, now it might take several days to find a new skill from the wood carving master. Because his Immortal Artisan Dao Fruit had reached LV2, he carved each wood carving much faster now. Dao Fruit, Immortal Artisan, LV2, 9%. The experience had risen a little bit more. The corners of Li Che's lips lifted, and immediately his eyes became focused, planning to try his hand at creating a mechanism. However, having no concept of mechanisms, he thought of the highly deadly crossbow arrow and began to scribble on paper, making a design drawing. Dot. Dot. Dawn's light emerged faintly, the east exhibiting a pale glow. In the dark mountainside beyond, the clouds churned, and a vast expanse of snow drifted down unsteadily, dressing the whole Flay city in a layer of white. Li Che got up early and, after washing up, started to prepare breakfast. When Zhangya got up to help, Li Che gently pushed her back to bed. The child was fussing all night, you had to comfort her to sleep. You should get some more rest, mistress. You can eat when you wake up. Li Che tenderly patted Zhangya's disheveled black hair, her face still hazy with sleep, and Zhangya pressed her lips together in a nod before lying back down. After Li Che finished everything, he put the breakfast in the still warm pot to heat. Then he left the mud brick house, stepping on the thick snow as he headed toward the wood carving shop. Walking on the cobbled streets, the wind and snow howled but could not drown out the chimes and clangs, the horns and sonas playing loudly. The Holy Spirit teaches us to cleanse the mortal dust, the reincarnation without worries technique, for only the wise is naturally mastered. The chanting came drifting down the long street, accompanied by the continuous footsteps crunching on the snowy cobblestones. Li Che squinted his eyes, standing by the side of the road. He pulled down his hat brim and glanced at the long procession of followers carrying a vermilion shrine. In the shrine sat a strange, lifelike statue of a three-headed, six-armed child, whose eyes were bright. It was clearly the work of a master. Observing the procession and the group of white-clad believers following behind, men and women, old and young, all their faces withered and carrying a mad fervor. Spirit infant sect. Li Che took a deep breath, a flicker of ferocity in his eyes. No matter who this spirit infant master was, his daughter's Zai was his treasure, his everything. The warm bed with his wife and child was what he wanted to protect. If they dared to harm Zai, it meant they wanted his family destroyed, his home gone. Even if it meant his death, Li Che would rip a chunk of flesh from them. Clenching his fist, Li Che braved the wind and the snow, heading straight for Zhu's wood carving shop. In this moment, the desire to become a formal wood carver at the wood carving shop surged intensely within Li Che, not merely because becoming a wood carver would mean getting a house and the shop's protection, but also because it would qualify him to learn the internal strength techniques and martial arts taught by the shop. The immortal craft Dao Fruit, although it had given Li Che a considerable boost, was ultimately just an enhancement of his talent in crafts. It wasn't much help in terms of personal martial strength. Upon arriving at the shop, the atmosphere was tense. Many apprentices hadn't started working yet, each preserving his energy for something. Li Che instantly understood that the wood carving assessment was likely to take place today. Chen Daobao was drinking from a gourd filled with old yellow wine, sitting on a bench in the distance with his legs crossed, humming to himself joyfully. "Little Li, come here." When old Chen saw Li Che, he waved him over. Li Che's eyes lit up, sweeping away the gloom brought on by sighting the spirit baby procession, and he quickly walked over. Old Chen pulled out a yellowed, well-worn book from his bosom. "This Tang's Mechanism Essentials is one of my collectible ancient books. I haven't studied it much, but there are many secret techniques for mechanisms inside. They require quite a bit of skill with your hands, and some even need internal strength and martial arts to assist. Of course, you could try the simple mechanisms, which are mostly manageable even for those without martial strength." "Thank you, old Chen," Li Che said, his face flushed with excitement. After handing over 50 copper coins to Chen Daobao, he took the book, and the moment his fingertips touched the ancient tome, within his chest, the Dao Fruit Immortal Artisan began to beat with vitality. P.S. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendations. Thank you for your support. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 7 Four-Armed Bodhisattva Holding Child Statue. It seems there's something of value. This ancient book might be of great help to the immortal artisan Dao Fruit. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart caused by the Dao Fruit, Li Che took a deep breath. His mind was agitated, yet he did not probe further. As the sound of the gong being struck echoed, everyone in the wood-carving shop put down what they were holding, and the atmosphere became heavy. The door to the courtyard was opened, and the wind and snow rushed in, followed by several figures bustling through. The two leading figures were clad in fox fur cloaks and wearing headbands, their eyes sharp and imposing, exuding a strong aura that seemed as if it could captivate one's soul just by looking at them. Their vitality was robust, and the snow and wind did not cling to them. Even as they walked through the snow, not a single flake seemed to touch them. These two were none other than the second shopkeeper and the third shopkeeper of Zhu's wood-carving shop. Usually, the third shopkeeper, Zhu Yu, was in charge of Zhu's wood-carving shop in the outer city, while the main shopkeeper, Zhu Hili, and the second shopkeeper, Zhu Beiyu, resided in the inner city. Today, for the examination, the second shopkeeper Zhu Beiyu had personally come. Zhu's wood-carving shop in the inner city was by no means weak. In fact, it could be described as formidable. This was mainly because these three shopkeepers were all top-notch, each possessing considerable strength. Once inside the shop, they removed their fox fur cloaks and sat down in the taishi chairs, casually scanning the apprentices who gathered together in the shop. The annual examination for wood-carving masters in our shop happens once a year, and we recruit 3 apprentices each time. After becoming a one-cut wood-carving master, a monthly salary of 5 taels can be claimed, and for the carved products sold, the shop takes 40% while the rest goes to the individual. Of course, after becoming a wood carver, there will be an annual evaluation. For each additional cut made, the shop's share decreases by 10%, and the monthly salary increases. The third shopkeeper, Zhu Yu, sat with a serene posture, his eyes sweeping across the room. He was fair-skinned and of a gentle demeanor. By contrast, the second shopkeeper, Zhu Beiyu, lived up to his name, North Tiger, with an overwhelming presence. He sat upright with broad shoulders and a strong back like a bamboo pole, his body exuding a fiery vitality. After the third shopkeeper finished speaking, the second shopkeeper also opened his mouth, and his voice boomed like a bell, stirring up waves of air in the room as if wind and waves were lashing out. To become an official woodcarver of the shop means having the qualification to practice martial arts and to cultivate inner strength. If you want to go farther and higher in the field of woodcarving, inner strength is essential. Zhu's woodcarving shop has been in Flay City for 200 years, and without some ability in martial arts, it wouldn't be possible to safeguard this family business. Furthermore, By choosing to participate in the examination, you agree to join Zhu's wood carving shop and become one of Zhuji's people. If there is any betrayal, do not blame us for being ruthless. I, Zhu Beiyu, detest traitors the most." His rough words thundered through the room, intimidating the hearts and minds of every apprentice present. Li Che also felt a chill in his heart. "Now, those who wish to continue with the examination, come forward to register and receive your examination materials." After the stern warning of the second shopkeeper Zhu Beiyu, the gentle voice of the third shopkeeper, Zhu Yu, sounded as if one was basking in the spring breeze. The many apprentices hurried forward in an orderly manner, registering their names and receiving materials. "Little Li, go ahead," Old Chen said with a smile and a sip of his drink, squinting his eyes. After giving a bow with his hands clenched in front of him, Li Che too went to register. "Li Che?" The third shopkeeper Zhu Yu, who was in charge of registration, was slightly surprised to see Li Che actually come forward to register. A few days ago, when Li Che came to him, he hadn't taken it seriously. After all, every year, there were laborers who envied the high earnings of woodcarvers and sought the opportunity to participate in the examination, but most gave up after trying to carve a few times. It was pretty rare for someone like Li Che to actually come and register for the examination. Was it a lack of self-awareness, or did he truly possess genuine skills? There have been precedents of laborers turning into woodcarvers. "I hope you can give me a surprise." "Do your best," Zhu Yu, being a gentle person, encouraged him. Li Che nodded, selected a piece of wood, and found a workstation to stand by. When all the candidates had chosen their wood, the third shopkeeper Zhu Yu stood with his hands behind his back, surveying everyone, and said indifferently, "The task for this wood-carving examination is to create a four-armed bodhisattva holding a child statue." No sooner had he spoken than the third shopkeeper unveiled the red cloth covering the wood carving on the table, revealing its true form. A statue of a four-armed bodhisattva holding a child stood on the table with its four arms outstretched in different postures, one hand performing a sealing technique, one holding a pure jade vase, one pinching a wish-fulfilling gesture, and the last arm embracing a laughing boy with an upturned braid. Hiss! A collective gasp of surprise came from the mouths of the many apprentices. This year's examination topic. Was it really this difficult? Even the old masters who were watching the excitement showed expressions of astonishment. In previous years, the exam had always involved ordinary bodhisattva statues, but this year added a child being held. And the requirement of 4 arms. For wood carving, each additional arm significantly increased the difficulty in controlling the overall work, the error rate, and the test of carving skills. Hard, hard, hard. Master Chen smacked his lips and said, "Li Che's luck really has hit rock bottom. This exam question can't be bluffed through." Li Che stared at the four-armed bodhisattva statue and felt a slight relief in his heart. Lucky, it was a type he had touched before. Stable. Old Chen's previously completed 9 suns embracing the lotus, which had earned him 150 taels, had already been felt by Li Che. This allowed Li Che to learn child sculpting, and the 6-eyed bodhisattva statue had provided him with the bodhisattva carving skills. The only shortcoming was the 4 arms. But as a LV2 Dao Fruit immortal craftsman, Li Che was confident he could carve it out. The main focus should be on putting more effort into the artistic conception. Li Che began to make plans for his own assessment. He didn't need to hide his skills, but when it came to something as profound as artistic conception, that could only be attributed to talent. A laborer, if he were to display carving skills not inferior to those of a wood carving shop's master, it would ultimately be hard to explain. The assessment time is 4 hours. When the time is up, everyone must stop carving immediately. Violators will be disqualified. Do you understand? Second shopkeeper Zhu Beiyu stood up, his presence commanding as he issued the warning. All the apprentices, including Li Che, responded in turn. The Zhuji wood carving apprentice examination in the outer city starts now. Zhu Beiyu waved his hand grandly, and his strong chi surged throughout the shop. Carving the four-armed bodhisattva holding child statue in 4 hours was a tight schedule and not very generous. Therefore, the apprentices dared not waste time. Holding their pieces of wood, they began to outline and trace their figures with ink. These pieces of wood had all been dried, saving some steps. Li Che placed the wood on the workbench and reached out to touch it, visualizing the outer and inner contours in his mind. After a moment, he dipped his wolf's hair brush in ink and began to draw lines on the wood. The workbench was prepared with axes, mallets, saws, files, and other tools for carving the rough shape. Carving the rough shape involves summarizing the conceived forms into simple geometric bodies. Concepts such as layers, dynamics, proportions, and center of gravity must all be included in the rough shape. Carving the rough shape is very important and is also the most demanding test of talent. Moments later, after the apprentices had finished their outlines, they started the ding-dong sound of knocking and carving. Immortal Artisan, Dao Fruit vibrated, and Li Che closed his eyes and then reopened them. His entire demeanor seemed to have undergone a drastic change. Old Chen, holding a gourd of liquor by his side, paused for a moment, as the transformation in Li Che's temperament occurred the instant he picked up the carving knife, looking at Li Che as if looking at his younger self. This kid has put on quite a convincing display of temperament, Chen Dabao muttered to himself. However, as Li Che began carving, outlining the rough shape, Chen Dabao squinted his eyes. Scrap wood chips fell in showers, the sharp blade tore into the wood, ripping apart the links between the wood's tissues, leaving marks. The rough lines had already sketched out the overall rough shape of the image. Time slipped away like sand through the fingers, dropping grain by grain with the rustling sound of sand. Third shopkeeper Zuyu walked with his hands behind his back, his pace neither hurried nor slow, slowly passing each apprentice's workbench, inspecting the progress and standard of their work. Suddenly, Zuyu's steps halted as he glanced at Chen Dabao, who stood stock still as if he were a statue, and was slightly taken aback. Following Chen Dabao's gaze, he saw the courageous laborer Li Che. "Why are you so engrossed?" Zuyu became curious. What could captivate Chen Dabao, the senior four-cuts master, to pause in his tracks? Could it be that this laborer really had something special? Zuyu walked over, hands still clasped behind his back, gradually approaching. His eyes drooped downward, falling upon Li Che, who was focused on carving, then shifted. They fell onto the wood carving on the workbench. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 8, Wood Carving Prodigy, Inner Strength Divinity. Third shopkeeper Zuyu narrowed his eyes, a hint of amazement flashing through his gentle gaze. He looked at the rough prototype of the four-armed bodhisattva holding child statue that was being outlined. Although it was only a prototype and the lines were rough, the whole statue already emanated a unique form of beauty. That was the flavor of meaning. The expression, the posture, the demeanor. They were all strikingly palpable. It was as if there truly was a compassionate four-armed bodhisattva, cradling a child with one arm, eyelids drooping, one hand forming the rebirth mantra, another holding the pure jade vase, and yet another grasping a jade ruai. Was this really carved by a laborer? Zuyu nodded slightly. As the third shopkeeper of the wood carving shop, he had handled countless wood carvings and had a high level of appreciation for the styles and techniques of many veteran carvers. In Li Che's four-armed bodhisattva, there were many carving techniques imbuing Chen Dabao's style and flavor. The talent was astonishing. Li Che had not spent silver to learn wood carving at the shop, and it was clear that Chen Dabao would not have kindly taught him. This meant everything was self-taught by Li Che. By day he needed to move timber and finished statues in the wood carving shop, and only at night did he have time to go back and carve, meaning he only learned during the evenings, yet he managed to reach such a level. The lines of the carving and processing are still slightly flawed, but what's truly valuable is the inherent meaning. The four-armed bodhisattva carved by little Li is extremely rich in meaning, as though it came to life. This is a natural talent. Chen Dabao clicked his tongue, returning to his senses only after sensing the arrival of third shopkeeper Zhu Yu, astonished. Indeed, the most important aspect of wood carving is the charm. Without it, no matter how good the technique or how superb the skills, it's still just a piece of junk wood. Zhu Yu nodded in approval. He is a good seedling, and Li Chai's technique is not bad either. It merely lacks a bit of the veteran carver's finesse, but it is much better than the apprentices. It seems our Zhu's wood carving shop is about to produce a genius. Zhu Yu's lips curled up, his smile brightening splendidly. Our Zhu's wood carving shop, being able to rank at the forefront in Flay City, owes not only to the Zhu family. The biggest reason is that the carvings produced by Zhu's are full of charm, allowing those young masters in the city to refine and extract divinity. Such individuals who possess immense talent in capturing the charm of wood carving, we at Zhu's will definitely grasp and nurture them well. Zhu Yu stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching Li Chai's carving for a while, from the technique of the carving knife to the deepening overall charm of the wood carving as the engraving progressed. Confirming that it was indeed created by Li Chai, Zhu Yu had his answer. Li Chai was also aware of Zhu Yu's presence and his assessment. His heart couldn't help but be startled. He had already restrained his carving technique quite a bit, yet it seemed he was still far better than the apprentices in the shop, standing out like a crane amongst chickens. It was his first time gauging his control. Still inexperienced. However, from the third shopkeeper's reaction, it seemed his advancement to becoming a woodcarver was assured. 4 hours silently passed amidst the rasping sound of the carving knife tearing through wood. Ding! Accompanied by a gong-like explosion, sitting in a taishi chair and sipping tea, second shopkeeper Zhu Beiyu, with his burly figure, suddenly stood up, his fierce blood essence surging turbulently. The hour has come. Everyone, halt. The assessment is over. If I see anyone else make a move with a knife, their qualification will be nullified. Their results void. The domineering voice, rough yet intimidating. All the wood carving apprentices hurriedly stopped their work, some trembling and looking with dread at Zhu Beiyu, whose eyes swept over the crowd like a tiger, falling silent as cicadas in winter. Li Chai too put down his grinding stick, stopping his work on the four-armed bodhisattva holding child statue, and let out a long sigh, feeling a slight pity. If only he had a moment longer, he could have finished polishing it, and the statue would have been a completed product. The third and second shopkeepers, accompanied by several veteran carvers from the shop, began evaluating the wood carvings of many apprentices. The evaluation, though not too strict, was quite fair. Only when coming across an extremely poor piece, one that in 4 hours managed only a rough prototype without its proper form, would they scold a few words. Chen Dabao followed in the group, squinting his eyes, and when he came to Li Chai's station and saw the four-armed bodhisattva, rising majestically from a pile of wood chips on the workspace, almost completed in form through polishing, many of the veteran carvers began to marvel. Quite a rarity, a laborer actually possessing such knife skills and standards. The apprentices I've taught really learn nothing of value. A talent indeed. It's truly a pity that he hasn't been formally trained in wood carving over these years. He started late, but the meaning imbued in his carvings, I'd believe it if you told me they were carved by a three-knife master. Praise was never in short supply. Zhu Yu looked at Li Chai with a gentle expression, a flicker of admiration in his eyes as he nodded slightly. Not bad. Li Chai bowed with his fists clasped, his expression calm, not losing himself in the praise. The group continued to appreciate the work, and moments later, all the assessments were completed. Li Chai, Zhao Zhuan, Wang Zhengpin, the three of you have distinguished yourselves in this assessment and can be granted the title of one-cut wood carver. Your monthly salary will be 5 taels, divided into 60%. Upon Zhu Yu reading out the 3 names, the shop suddenly erupted into a buzz. When the final results settled, many apprentices were visibly distressed, some disoriented, others shedding tears. Years of hard study had ultimately failed to pass the assessment, and being surpassed, even overwhelmed by a laborer, threw them off balance. The small shop displayed 100 human emotions. The 3 of you, Follow me." Zhu Yu and Zhu Beiyu donned their fox fur cloaks and glanced over the three who had passed the assessment. Li Che and the other two apprentices quickly followed, stepping into the swirling snow. Walking deeper into the courtyard, they passed through a corridor, arriving in a spacious yard that appeared to be a flattened practice field, filled with snow-covered stone stumps and other martial arts equipment. This place serves as the martial arts area for Zhu Ji's woodcarving shop in the outer city. Becoming a woodcarver of the shop means you're one of us. From now on, you can enter this area with the jade talisman knife that signifies your status as one-cut wood carvers, to practice martial arts and inner strength, preparing to reach the higher levels of woodcarvers. Everyone, standing in the courtyard amidst flying snow. After distributing 3 jade knives to them, Zhu Yu stood with his hands clasped behind, and Zhu Beiyu, the second shopkeeper, began to speak. "I will conduct the martial arts training. Each month, I will take 2 days off to come to the outer city. If you have any questions about martial arts during that time, you can ask me." His voice was like a large bell, his vitality robust. Standing in the heavy snow, not a flake touched him. Li Che and the others quickly responded. "Now, let's start discussing the martial path." Martial arts training is divided into 3 types: body refinement technique, internal strength technique, and the divine method. The divine method is beyond your reach and not something you are qualified to contact. Body refinement is available to everyone, while internal strength somewhat depends on talent and requires time to accumulate. I will teach you the body refinement technique now. As for the internal strength technique, you'll wait until your body refinement reaches the skin grinding level. Then, I will teach it to you, so you can try," Zhu Beiyu said indifferently. He immediately began to explain the body refinement technique, which in fact involved some austere practices using external tools to refine the body. The various equipment in the practice field all served this purpose. The body refinement technique involves skin grinding, sinew transforming, bone tempering, and blood exchange. Once you can circulate your body's blood and energy, transforming it as fluid as quicksilver, you are considered a master in this area. As for the stage above blood exchange, channel opening, it is rarely achieved by anyone in this city. Starting with skin grinding, every half-month you can get a bowl of boiling skin powder. If that's not enough, you can buy it yourself, 1 bowl for 1 silver tael to accelerate your body refinement pace. Zhu Beiyu taught earnestly, and Li Che listened just as earnestly. This was his first encounter with the martial arts of this world, and naturally, he did not dare to neglect it. The threat from the spirit infant master, like a knife hanging over his head, kept him from relaxing his vigilance. Practicing martial arts would enhance his ability to stand against the spirit infant master, and he dared not be negligent. When the sky turned completely dark, Zhu Beiyu finally ended today's teaching. He would stay another day in the outer city tomorrow to teach everyone martial arts. Disperse now, digest well the knowledge of the martial path I have imparted, and tomorrow we officially start the skin grinding practice, Zhu Beiyu said solemnly, waving his hand grandly before turning to leave. However, Li Che did not leave but found the third shopkeeper to inquire about moving. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes, monthly tickets, and followers support. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 9, 3-headed, 6-armed spirit infant statue, mechanical sleeve crossbow. You want to move into the wood carving shop? Now that you are a wood carver, naturally you can. However, some procedures still need to be followed. I've instructed someone to expedite these for you. Check out the courtyard in a couple of days. Third shopkeeper Zhu Yu greatly admired Li Che's talent. The wood carvings he produced were deeply meaningful. Such a talent for any wood carving shop, it was extremely precious and desirous. Because of this, wood carvers had the chance to grow into wood carving masters. Therefore, as for Li Che's request, he naturally would not refuse, even somewhat eager to comply. Genius, indeed, deserved the treatment for genius. Thank you, third shopkeeper. Li Che sincerely clasped his hands. Zhu Yu nodded and, along with Zhu Beiyu, faded into the snowstorm and disappeared. Li Che let out a long breath of warm air, and couldn't help but show a hint of a smile on his face. The threat from Spirit Infant sect would be much less after moving into the wood carving shop. He returned to the shop, collected his hat, and received his monthly salary as a wood carver, totaling 5 taels of silver. The third shopkeeper had said, from now on, this day of the month would be the time to distribute the monthly salary. Amid the envious and awestruck gazes of the other apprentices, Li Che packed up his belongings, ready to go home and tell his wife and daughter the good news. However, before leaving, he shamelessly edged closer to Master Chen. Master Chen, may I take some scraps back to practice with? Chen Dabao was drinking from his gourd, and his face sullened. Che, from now on, you two are a carver of the shop. Our friendship aside, don't call me Master Chen anymore, call me Old Chen. These materials, you can take as you please, even if you like, you can pick them from the courtyard. As long as it's not too large a piece, you can take it back to practice with. Chen Dabao had clearly seen Li Che's talent, and knew how important it was to establish good relations. Being of such an age, he was naturally sharp and would not easily offend people. By the way, when you choose a courtyard, call me along. I'll have a look and we can be neighbors, Old Chen said with a laugh. Good spirits accompany good fortune. Li Che was in an excellent mood. After becoming a wood carver, his wages had increased, and he saw a hopeful future. Riches and a comfortable life for his wife and daughter were no longer just a dream. Walking along the long street of Feili Outer City, stepping on the piled white snow, he arrived at the shop, bought 2 taels of liquor, then went on to cut some pig's head meat and marinated beef. Heading home, the sky darkened, and the street lights were sparse. From a distance, Li Che could see the weak oil lamplight of his family's earthen house. Thinking of his adorable daughter, Zai, trying to talk at the moment, he couldn't help but lift the corners of his lips. When he got to the front of the earthen house, he reached out his hand to call his wife, Zhangya, to open the door. But then, Li Che caught something out of the corner of his eye. His breathing halted, and the air around him seemed to freeze. His neck felt as stiff as if it were twisted slowly. His gaze landed on the lower left corner of the wooden door. There, on the thick snow, was a quietly placed small wood carving. A 3-headed, 6-armed child sat on a lotus seat. His expression seemed to be both smiling and not smiling, his lips slightly raised, one eye open and the other closed. Looking at it a long time, Li Che even heard the illusion of a child's crying and laughing near his ear. Spirit Infant Master. Li Che's face grew stern, and he fiercely surveyed his surroundings, his glaring eyes filled with ferocity. So, they were targeting us already? Zai was just a month old. Lei Chunlin, where are you? Come out. But all around was silent, only the sound of the falling snow and the babbling from inside the house. Zai's voice learning to talk. Reaching out, he picked up the wood carving. It was just an ordinary wood carving, but it had signaled something different to Li Che. The joy in his heart instantly withered and froze, just as a thief would scout and mark a place ahead of stealing. Perhaps the other party had similar intentions. Li Che's face clouded with thought, and after a moment, he threw the Spirit Infant wood carving into the firewood room, planning to bring it to the wood carving shop tomorrow to ask about it. After finishing everything, only then did his joyful expression return. Coming home. One should always bring good news rather than bad. Husband, you're back? Zhangya opened the door, letting the snow and wind squeeze in, and upon seeing Li Che carrying wine and meat in his hands, her eyes immediately revealed a look of surprise. She knew her husband must have some happy news to share with her. When she learned that Li Che had become the wood carving master at Zhu's wood carving shop, she couldn't help but cheer like a young girl, hugging Li Che's waist and jumping up and down, grinding against Li Che. His heart galloped with excitement. Husband, we must celebrate properly tonight. Zhangya lifted her smooth chin, her face full of smiles. Li Che wrapped his arms around her, a mischievous smile curling up at the corner of his lips. Wife, how do you plan to celebrate? Seeing Li Che's smile, Zhangya immediately understood his naughty thoughts, her pretty face blushingly red. Li Che then took out the 5 taels of monthly salary he collected today and told Zhangya about his plans to move into the wood carving shop. Zhangya was stunned by the news of the move, though she found it odd. She did not ask further. Wherever her husband went, her and her daughter naturally followed. Moreover, Zhangya also understood that the wood carving shop was definitely much safer than here. After dinner, Zhangya coaxed Zai to sleep early, and the couple then carefully engaged in a session of passionate activities. In bed, Zhangya's black hair was scattered, and she fell into a deep sleep. Li Che, however, was clear-headed and refreshed. Sitting in front of the lit oil lamp, he took out Tang's mechanism essentials, which he had borrowed from old Chen. The Dao Fruit, Immortal Artisan, trembled once again. With a gleam in his eyes, Li Che began to flip through, carefully observing. The book recorded various sophisticated mechanisms, and many were of great lethal power. As Li Che read, driven by the understanding provided by the Dao Fruit, he instantly became immersed, utterly captivated by the ingenious designs and creative innovations. However, the book only listed 12 mechanisms, of which 9 required inner strength and divinity to be crafted. At present, Li Che did not consider them. He chose the remaining 3 that could be crafted without the need for inner strength and divinity, named Sleeve Crossbow, Guanyin Blood Lotus, and Thousand Thread Spider. Taking out the scrap wood he brought back from the shop, Li Che planned to make the sleeve crossbow, mainly because it was somewhat similar to his original crossbow design, so he could go straight into making it. The carving knife sliced through the wood. The rasping sound of tearing wood fibers continued all night. When the first streak of dawn broke through the gloom and covered the snow-laden earth, Li Che had finally completed the delicate and exquisite sleeve crossbow. Dao Fruit, Immortal Artisan, LV2, 19%. The moment the creation was complete, Li Che's mind suddenly flooded with a mass of details on using the sleeve crossbow, and at the same time, a prompt popped up before his eyes. Li Che's eyes suddenly brightened, and his spirits doubled, not expecting that making the sleeve crossbow would grant 10% maturation to the Dao Fruit. Li Che referred to the percentage in the suffix as the Dao Fruit maturity, for once it was full, the Dao Fruit would elevate, bearing a clever analogy with its ripening. Is it based on the difficulty of the mechanism? Li Che couldn't help but wonder. His increasing Dao Fruit had been slow, making Li Che somewhat anxious. But now it seemed he had found another way to enhance the Dao Fruit. However, the number of mechanisms was slightly disappointing, causing Li Che to quickly calm down, feeling a bit regretful. But the mechanism handbook thoroughly records 12 mechanisms. If I can produce them all, it should be enough to elevate the Immortal Artisan to LV3. Li Che's eyes sparkled, his heart pounding with excitement. There was still a chance. Because he had made the sleeve crossbow, Li Che simultaneously mastered the technique of using it, so he was quite eager to try it. If he could master inner strength and vitality, activating the sleeve crossbow would be even more powerful. However, after a glance at his sleeping wife and daughter, he resisted the urge. He stood up and stretched, his bones crackling. Perhaps because of the Dao Fruit, staying up all night left him feeling refreshed and clear-headed. With the sleeve crossbow hidden in his sleeve, using wood to construct the body of the crossbow and the crossbow arrows made of wood, although the durability wasn't great, the sharpened wooden spike arrows were also not weak in power, and being lightweight, he had the advantage of being able to make them anytime. After heading to the kitchen, Li Che prepared breakfast, yet his gaze involuntarily landed on the spirit infant wood carving he had placed in the firewood shed. Frowning, he pondered for a moment and then shook his head vigorously. No, I can't leave Zai and her mother in the mud house. It's not safe anymore. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 10, Repeating Crossbow with 9 Arrows, Mechanism to Kill. Li Che clutched the spirit infant statue, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Since the other party had targeted them and had taken out the sinister spirit infant wood carving as a mark, Li Che naturally did not dare to take a risk. If he went out to work and the other party forced their way into the house, he would regret it terribly. The safest place, naturally, is the wood carving shop. I am now a wood carving master, with my own workshop, where Zai Zai and Xiaoya can stay, stable and safe. Having made a decision to secure a safe option, Li Che woke his wife, Zhangya. Husband, you were too exhausting last night, you must have been holding back for a long time. Zhangya's face blushed slightly, her gaze towards Li Che seemingly able to squeeze out water. Li Che smiled, gently stroking his wife's disheveled hair. Wife, tidy up a bit, take Zai Zai with us, and go to the wood carving shop. Join me at work these next 2 days, Li Che said. Zhangya was momentarily startled. Going to the wood carving shop to work together? Husband, today is your first day at work as a wood carver. Should Zai Zai and I really accompany you? Won't that displease the shopkeeper? Li Che shook his head. No, the workshop is a private space of the wood carving master, and it's fine for family members to stay there. Besides, I will explain to the shopkeeper. Upon hearing this, Zhangya stopped objecting and began to pack, picking up Zai Zai, who was wide awake on the bed, waving her arms and legs, playing by herself. After bundling up Zai Zai securely, the family braved the wind and snow and set off for Zhu's wood carving shop. Li Che protected his wife and daughter, tightening his wife's cotton clothes against the howling wind and covering Zai Zai to shield her from the cold. At the same time, Li Che was also scanning his surroundings, extremely vigilant. Zhangya, seeing her husband like this, suddenly felt a chill and knew that something must have happened. Although Li Che had not spoken of it, she decided not to ask and instead worried silently. The couple, with their child, walked through the wind and snow, stepping onto the snow-covered bluestone street. The Holy Spirit teaches, cleanses from the worldly dust. Method of reincarnation without worries. Only the highly wise are naturally accomplished. The sound of tinkling and drumming echoed as the followers of the spiritual infant sect approached in a mesmerizing formation from a distance. The three-headed six-armed lineing statue carried on the palanquin, amidst a swirl of incense and smoke, grew more sinister. Li Che even faintly felt the spirit infant master wood carving's gaze intentionally looking towards his family, blurring his vision, constantly watching them, making him feel like a thorn was in his back. Husband. Zhangya looked at the procession of the spirit infant master, her expression clearly panicking. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Don't look, keep walking straight. Li Che patted his wife, wrapping his arm around her slender shoulders, and headed straight for the wood carving shop. However, Li Che inexplicably felt the chill wind rustle behind him, as if a figure was constantly following behind his family. The crisis was like dense ink soaking into a pond, beginning to spread gradually until the entire pond turned black. Fortunately, they soon arrived at Zhu's wood carving shop. The moment he stepped into the wood carving shop, Li Che finally felt a relief wash over him. He looked back in the distance, his eyes narrowing, and sure enough, saw a shadow flash past a corner. Lei Chunlin. Li Che's chest heaved violently, and he could not help but be overwhelmed with the urge to kill. A Che? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Chen Daobao, holding a gourd and drinking, saw Li Che, along with Zhangya and Zai Zai by his side. This scene made him pause for a moment, but old Chen, wise beyond his years, recalled what Li Che had previously mentioned about the spirit infant master targeting his daughter, and quickly understood the situation. Come inside first. Old Chen's expression was solemn as he ushered Li Che and his wife and daughter into the shop. Li Che settled Zhangya in his workshop before going to find Old Chen. Old Chen, drinking from his gourd, glanced at Li Che, being targeted. Li Che nodded and pulled out the spirit infant wood carving that had appeared at his doorstep the previous night. At the sight of the spirit infant wood carving, Old Chen's expression became stern, and he stopped drinking. You did the right thing by bringing your wife and daughter here to the wood carving shop. Your house is no longer safe. Spirit infant master, spirit infant master. Presenting this wood carving represents the spirit infant sex assessment of your daughter. As a spirit infant, Old Chen took the wood carving, his expression extremely grave. Li Chei's face also changed upon hearing this. They must have been watching your family all along. Did this three-headed six-armed spirit infant statue only appear last night? It seems they must have known that you became a woodcarver of Zuji and would surely move to Zu's courtyard, so, Li Chei's expression turned grim. They wanted to strike first, right? You were prudent enough to bring your wife and daughter over. Old Chen clenched his fist, and the spirit infant wood carving instantly cracked and shattered into pieces on the ground. You said someone has been following you? Was it that midwife who has harmed many children? It might be, I didn't get a clear look. Can't be sure. Considering that you and I are about to become friendly neighbors, I'll take you on a trip, see if it's that brainwashed midwife. Old Chen took a swig of strong liquor, squinted his eyes slightly, and said, upon hearing this, Li Chei couldn't help but feel joyful. He knew that Old Chen's change of attitude was all because of the talent he demonstrated in wood carving, able to imbue carvings with profound meanings. Such a talent seemed more important than he had imagined. Li Chei settled his wife and daughter inside the workshop, instructing Zhang Ye not to wander off, while Old Chen asked a master to keep an eye on things before he and Li Chei left the shop together. Both of them wore hats to block the wind and snow. After leaving the shop, Old Chen threw a cloak to Li Chei, wrapped himself in one as well, and fastened his gourd of liquor to his waist. They reached the corner of the alley, but all they saw at the corner of the alley, placed on the snow, was a three-headed six-armed spirit infant statue. Wow, quite bold, daring to mark in front of Zuji's shop. Really think Zuji is made of mud? Old Chen narrowed his eyes and stomped down. His surging inner strength instantly blasted the spirit infant wood carving into pieces. Clatter. At the same time, a dark shadow in the distance seemed startled and swiftly fled, stepping on the snow. Found it. Old Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at Li Chei. You follow at your own pace, watch your safety. After speaking, Old Chen's exposed skin turned fiery red as if burnt, his body relaxed and his sinews tightened, making a sound like a taut bowstring. The snow under his feet instantly melted into water, a scorching heat wave rushing towards him, and with one step, he launched forward like a red-hot branding iron thrown at high speed, shattering the falling snow and chasing after the fleeing black shadow. Watching Old Chen shoot away in an instant, Li Chei was slightly shocked in his heart. Skin refinement, sinew transforming, bone tempering, blood exchange. Old Chen had reached an unknown realm, and his inner strength was also extremely formidable. Exhaling a breath of hot air from the snow, Li Chei pressed down on the sleeve crossbow hidden in his sleeve, his expression cold as water. It's not the theft itself one fears, but the thief's constant attention. Thinking about his beloved Zai Zai being targeted by these villains, a strong surge of violence welled up in Li Chei's heart. You want to mess with my daughter? I will kill you. Li Chei stepped on the stone path and quickly caught up. From afar, he saw Old Chen leaning against the wall at the corner of the alley, enjoying fine wine from a gourd. Behind him in the alley, a black shadow curled up on the ground, blood staining the snow red. It's not the midwife, just a martial practitioner with great success in skin refinement who joined the spirit infant sect and became a follower, Old Chen said indifferently as he saw Li Chei approaching. Li Chei's heart sank slightly, somewhat disappointed. It's not Lei Chunlin. It's truly a pity. The man's skin was dark, and he exuded a sense of resilience from being exposed to the elements, but he was utterly listless now, bleeding from his mouth and nose, lying on the ground, panting heavily, coughing up blood. He clearly couldn't last even a few moves against Old Chen and had suffered a severe beating. Old Chen, after beating the man, drank his wine, enjoying the leisure of the aftermath like smoking a cigarette. Li Chei stared at the man who had buried his head in the snow, his fists clenched, his eyes icy cold. Where is Lei Chunlin? Li Chei asked, his voice slightly hoarse. I don't know. The man buried his head and grunted a reply. Right after he spoke, Li Chei fiercely kicked his head, slamming the man's head hard against the cobblestone ground covered in snow. making a dull sound. Li Che continuously kicked him several times, the man gritting his teeth, merely grunting without screaming or making any noise. Old Chen watched indifferently, his expression a mix of a smirk and a smile. A while later, the two walked in silence on the long street, Old Chen with his hands behind his back, completely at ease. Meanwhile, Li Che looked toward Chen Daobao. Old Chen, you head back to the shop. I'm going to buy some pig's head meat and 2 pounds of yellow wine to thank you. Old Chen grinned upon hearing this. You're too polite. Go ahead. I want it from that marinade shop in the western part of the city. Li Che smiled, agreed, and then darted into the snow. Old Chen watched Li Che's disappearing figure, smacked his lips, picked up the gourd, removed the stopper, and took a hearty swig. This kid really is a good father. However, having never practiced martial arts, killing a skin refinement martial artist won't be easy. In the alley, the snow fluttered sporadically, piercingly cold. A strong scent of blood permeated the air as the dark-skinned man who had suffered a severe beating from Old Chen staggered up from the ground, leaning on the wall. Old Chen's strength was too formidable. Freshly initiated in skin refinement, the man had absolutely no power to resist. As for the kicks from Li Che, to a skin refinement martial artist, they were barely painful, merely a touch humiliating. The spirit infant hid by the Dharma master. None can escape. Even Zuji can't keep it safe. The man panted heavily. Suddenly, his waist abruptly stiffened, the light at the end of the alley blocked by a figure. He struggled to raise his head, only to see a tall figure wearing a conical hat blocking the alleyway, and that figure in the conical hat raised an arm. Whoosh! With a sound tearing through the air, cutting through the swirling snow. Thud! It was like something exploded. The dark-skinned man felt a sharp pain originating from his eye as a wooden crossbow arrow, carrying tremendous force, pierced through his eyeball, blurring his vision with blood in an instant. He screamed in agony, pain searing through his nerves. Like a provoked tiger, he roared angrily, attempting to pounce toward the person in the alley who had shot the hidden arrow to tear them apart. Li Che, wearing the conical hat, watched the charging dark-skinned man, utterly indifferent, another crossbow arrow whistling through the air. One arrow after another, each finding its mark. Skin refinement indeed means thick skin and flesh. But can you also refine your eyeballs? Having emptied the first set of 9 arrows from his sleeve crossbow, it wasn't until the dark-skinned man knelt on the ground, his head turned into a pincushion, that he utterly stopped moving. Dead. Only then did Li Che shake his sleeve, face expressionless, carefully hid the sleeve crossbow, adjusted his conical hat, and walked toward the marinade shop in the western part of the city. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 11 Mysterious Temple. He sliced 1 gin of braised beef and poured some old yellow wine. Li Che's mood was somewhat somber. This was his first time killing someone, but his emotional response wasn't particularly strong. Born in a dwindling imperial court and an era rife with bizarreness, life was as cheap as dirt. Although the burly man wasn't Lei Chunlin, the midwife, since he harbored ill intentions towards Zai's eye, Li Che naturally showed no mercy. He didn't want to kill someone in front of Grandpa Chen, so he intentionally found an excuse to circle back. After all, killing someone in front of Grandpa Chen would have given away too much. Haven't Grandpa Chen also refrained from killing? Most importantly, the words of the burly man just before his death stuck in Li Che's throat. Zhu's wood carving shop, could it really not suppress the spirit infant sect? Li Che exhaled deeply and walked on foot along the long street, pausing his steps as he passed by the government office's notice board and looked over. He discovered that the wanted poster for Lei Chunlin which hung on the notice board had been torn off at some unknown time and replaced with a poster for a flower thief. Lei Chunlin's wanted poster. Has it been cancelled already? Is Lei Chunlin already dead, or has someone from the Spirit Infant sect intervened to suppress the wanted notice? Li Che's brows furrowed, his expression growing even darker. Killing a man from the spirit infant sect had not lessened his worries by much. We can't relax until we move into the shop's courtyard. Braving the wind and snow, he returned to the wood carving shop, removed his hat and cloak as warmth engulfed him, along with the continuous sound of Zai's cooing. Suddenly feeling tender, Li Che entered the workshop only to see Grandpa Chen holding Zai's eye, his face beaming with a radiant smile as he playfully swayed from side to side. Choo choo choo, give Grandpa Chen a smile, Zai's eye. Grandpa Chen chuckled warmly. Zai cooed and grabbed onto Grandpa Chen's beard with her chubby little hands, yanking with force which made Grandpa Chen's laughter grow louder. Some of the senior craftsmen also stopped their work to gather around, watching with smiles all over their faces. The shop rarely had a little child around, which made the craftsmen blissfully happy. "Ache, you're back? Go to the backyard, the second shopkeeper is waiting for you." Zai is here, I'll play with her, Grandpa Chen, he assured. "No worries, the little girl and I are close. If anyone dares to lay a finger on her, I'll slap them to death." Upon seeing Li Che, Grandpa Chen quickly called out. Li Che nodded, put down the beef and old yellow wine, and spoke a few comforting words to his waiting wife, Zhangya, before heading to the backyard. The snowfall grew heavier, large flakes swirling midair. On the training ground, several figures were already present. The wood carvers, Zhuan and Wang Zhengpin, who were recruited along with Li Che, were already practicing the skin refinement technique under the orders of second shopkeeper Zhu Beiyu. Li Che hurried his steps. Seeing the two shopkeepers, he greeted them with a clasped fist bow. "Second shopkeeper, third shopkeeper, Li Che has arrived late." Third shopkeeper Zhu sat under the eaves of a hut by the training ground, using tongs to place winter plums into boiling water and sprinkling in some roasted tea leaves. Upon seeing Li Che, Zhu nodded. "Grandpa Chen told us, there's a reason for everything. We understand." "Your daughter was targeted by the spirit infant sect," Zhu said gently, showing no blame for Li Che's late arrival. "The spirit infant sect? Always involved in inhuman deeds. What good things can come from that mysterious temple? And yet so many people worship the spirit infant master, offering up divinity. Even many powerful families in the city secretly support these fools. They will eventually bring about a disaster." Zhu Beiyu, a towering figure, snorted coldly at this, his vigorous vitality blasting the falling snow into powder. "Come and learn skin refinement. Being powerful is the real asset, otherwise, in these times, you won't even have the power to protect your wife and daughter." Zhu Beiyu looked towards Li Che, his voice booming. "Go ahead, I have already arranged for your move. Tomorrow, you and old Chen go check the house." Zhu continued boiling tea as he spoke. "Even if it's in the outer city, the spirit infant sect wouldn't dare make trouble in Zhu's shop. It's safe. When your daughter grows up, she can come to Zhu's courtyard in the inner city and train with the Zhu descendants to build a solid foundation." Upon hearing this, Li Che paused. Training in the inner city with Zhu's descendants, was that a good or bad thing? Without dwelling on it, Li Che thanked them with a bow and then proceeded to the courtyard. Zhu Beiyu stretched out his hand and patted Li Che's body, his eyebrows relaxing. "His foundation is decent, though he's a bit older. It's not impossible to train him. With more hard work, there's still hope to step into bone tempering." Skin refinement is actually the initial method of stimulating the blood and energy. Energy is generated from within the body, from the inside out, and from the outside in, complementing and stimulating each other, using blood to grind the skin, using energy to refine the muscles. Following that, Zhu Beiyu began to teach Li Che the cultivation method for skin refinement. Li Che listened extremely attentively, daring not to slacken in the slightest. Today, he had killed the man, but that was through the use of mechanisms and clever tricks. If only he could be as formidable in personal martial force as old Chen. Well, if mechanisms can kill, it's still more comfortable to kill with mechanisms. Heavy snow fluttered about, the chill biting, yet, Li Che was drenched in a heavy sweat, steaming in the cold air, large beads of sweat constantly rolling off his forehead. After a day of rigorous training, Li Che felt his skin burning hot. Although he had not yet mastered skin refinement, he had grasped the method of cultivation. I have already taught you the skin refinement technique. From now on, diligently cultivate and avoid negligence. The martial path demands perseverance in practice regardless of seasons to achieve growth and gains. Once you have completed skin refinement, I will teach you the tendon activation technique. However, to complete skin refinement will take at least 2 years. Strive hard. From now on, practice skin refinement in the morning at the training ground and carve in the workshop in the afternoon. Every 6 months, I will evaluate your progress in skin refinement, Zhu Beiyu said gravely. His tiger-like eyes bearing an immense pressure, he surveyed the 3 men. Instantly, Li Che and the other 2 clasped their fists in response. Upon returning from the training ground, the sky had already darkened. Li Che's skin was painfully hot, but his mood was incredibly exhilarated. At last, he had officially begun his martial training. Old Chen, cradling Zai's eye, boasted as he strolled through the workshops of various masters, seemingly familiarizing Zai's eye with everyone. Li Che could feel Old Chen's genuine affection for Zai's eye. He heard Old Chen was a loner with neither wife nor children. His entire life devoted to Zhu's wood-carving shop. Unlike other master wood-carvers who had families full of wives and children, a single wood-carver could support a whole family. Indeed, although they were not grand masters, their wood carvings were highly marketable. Making money wasn't hard. Like Old Chen, who recently carved 9 sons embracing the lotus and directly earned 150 taels. Finished training? Started on skin refinement, right? Old Chen, holding Zai's eye with a beaming smile, approached Li Che. Seeing Li Che, Zai's eye stretched out her arms wanting to be hugged. Oh, you ungrateful little one, your grandpa Chen held you all day without you wanting to leave. Old Chen, seeing how easily Zai's eye abandoned him, playfully pouted his lips. Li Che smiled and took Zai's eye from him. The full moon-faced Zai's eye was increasingly chubby and fair, beautiful with large, bright eyes, and long eyelashes which fluttered like a sprite's. Old Chen, there's something I'd like to ask of you. Old Chen, while playing with Zai's eye, waved his hand. I know what you're about to say. You want me to watch over Zai's eye tonight, don't you? Until you move to the shop's courtyard, you really can't be at ease. Old Chen laughed. Li Che wasn't embarrassed. In these chaotic times, fearing death wasn't something to be embarrassed about. Moreover, he indeed had such concerns. Rest assured, Zai's eye and I get along very well. Indeed, I need to keep watch, and it's just right that tomorrow I will take her to see the courtyard with me. Old Chen took Zai's eye back from Li Che's arms. All right, you've held her long enough. Come here, let Grandpa Chen hold you. Li Che was left laughing wryly. How long did he even hold her? He had just passed her from his hands a moment ago. Back inside the workshop, seeing his wife Zhongya had cleaned everything spotlessly, his face instantly beamed with a smile. Wife and children warm by the hearth. This was what he sought, only hoping that his wife and daughter were safe and sound. Only wishing to watch his daughter grow up slowly. Thus, spirit infant sect. Do not force him. If pushed to the brink. Today he killed 1 man. One day, he might dare to slaughter the entire spirit infant sect. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 12, Daughter Turns 1, Dragon Elephant Vajra. After finishing work, Old Chen carried Zai's eye and, braving the wind and snow, set off on the journey home with Li Che and Zhongya. To prevent Zai's eye from being afflicted by the harsh weather, Old Chen even directly used his inner strength to dispel the cold, ensuring that not a single snowflake landed on the little girl. Back in their humble earthen house, Zhongya and Li Che became busy with preparations, naturally wanting to show good hospitality since Old Chen was there to protect them. They cooked fine wine and dishes and enjoyed a hearty dinner together. Zhaya's cooking is not bad at all. In the future, if Old Chen comes over for meals, I'm certainly in for a treat. Old Chen said. Old Chen ate his food and drank his wine, his eyes squinting happily. Meanwhile, Zai Zai sat in the wooden baby chair Li Che had made for her, waving her arms, seeming to want a taste of Old Chen's gourd wine as well. Li Che joined Old Chen for a few drinks but did not drink much more after that. After all, he had to stay alert tonight due to worries about the followers of the Spirit Infant sect getting desperate. After dinner, Old Chen played with Zai Zai while Li Che sat under the oil lamp in the chair, pulling out the wood he had brought from the wood carving shop to practice carving and try making mechanisms. Maybe because they had grown closer, during a break in the drinking, Old Chen told Li Che that he wouldn't charge him for borrowing Teng's mechanism essentials. Li Che, now a formal wood carver, although not short of 50 coins, appreciated Old Chen's gesture and thanked him with a toast. Even after finishing the sleeve crossbow, Li Che didn't stop. He planned to make 2 more sets, one to hide in his other sleeve and another for his wife, Zhangya, just in case. Sure enough, after one production of sleeve crossbow, the maturity of his Dao Fruit could no longer increase. If he wanted to further mature the Dao Fruit, he would have to make other mechanisms. The wind and snow were intense, howling wildly outside the house. The oil lamp's wick flickered inside, casting wavering shadows. In the middle of the night, while watching over Zai's eye, who was sleeping, Old Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes and silently left the house, leaping onto the roof in one move. His strong vital energy roared like an angry dragon amidst the wind and snow. Several approaching silhouettes, sensing Old Chen's presence, did not hesitate and turned to flee. Old Chen's face darkened. The followers of the Spirit Infant sect were indeed crazy, daring to commit acts of violence in the dead of night. 1 sinew transforming, 4 skin refinements. This lineup, if Old Chen weren't here tonight, young H.A. might not be able to protect Zai Zai. Old Chen pulled out the stopper of his gourd and took a swig of wine. His eyes blazed with intense fierceness. Spirit Infant sect. They had indeed turned Flay City into a mess. Returning inside, Old Chen nodded at Li Che and then went back to the sleeping Zai Zai's side. Li Che's hand clutched the carving knife, his veins bulging like dragons, and after a long time, he slowly exhaled and settled down to continue carving. This kindness from Old Chen today was something Li Che would remember. The next day, the weather cleared up, no longer windy or snowy. Zhangya got up early to start packing, preparing for moving. Although her husband hadn't said much, she, being as observant as she was, realized the danger threatening their small home when they had to invite Master Chen to stay over. Therefore, she felt no sadness about moving, only the desire to quickly move into the courtyard of Zhu's wood carving shop. There weren't many things in the earthen house. Some daily necessities were piled up, loaded onto a donkey cart, and pulled towards Zhu's wood carving shop. The neighbors looked on at this scene, poking their heads out one by one, watching with surprise and envy. Moving out, huh? This family is about to rise high and leave our little corner. One of them said. I heard that Che has become a formal wood carving master from working as a mover at Zuji's wood carving shop. He is going to make a lot of money now. Another added. You can tell Che was bound to succeed. Now he's become a wood carver, and I heard that a single carving from the wood carver can sell for 10 pieces of silver. It's different now, they're not from our world anymore. The neighbors murmured enviously, showing varying reactions as they watched the donkey cart crush the pristine snow underfoot, disappearing around the corner of the alley. Upon arriving at the wood carving shop, they went straight inside. Li Che did not see the third shopkeeper, but he did meet an old man dressed in fine clothes, looking like a steward, holding a set of keys. Master Li, the shopkeeper asked me to wait for you and accompany you to choose a housing unit, the steward said with a smile. Then he turned to look at Chen Daobao holding Zai Zai. Oh, Master Chen is here too? Old Chen smiled. Old son, just take HA directly to the 2-room housing unit across from my place. We'll be neighbors. The steward, known as Old Son, smiled broadly. That sounds great. Follow me this way." The group entered the large courtyard of the shop and walked through the narrow lanes between high walls, quickly arriving at the residential area, seeing several houses aligned along both sides of the alley. Zhu's wood-carving shop was vast, occupying a wide area. After all, the Zhu family was wealthy and powerful. They also practiced martial arts and mastered inner strength. Having developed in Flay City for over 200 years, they possessed deep foundations. They were bigger landowners than even the large landowners, naturally having amassed quite a bit of land. The steward, old son, used a key to unlock the door and pushed it open, shaking off the snow piled on the roof, revealing a spacious courtyard covered in thick snow. "Master Li, please take a look. If you are not satisfied, we can look at other courtyards." The steward, old son, looked at Li Che with a demeanor that was both gentle and respectful. Being able to become a formal wood-carving master from a laborer required an exceptionally high wood-carving talent. Becoming the steward of Zhu's wood-carving shop meant he had the necessary discernment. He would not commit the folly of offending others lightly. Li Che led Zhang Ye into the courtyard and inspected it carefully. His long tense emotions finally relaxed. A smile formed on his lips. "Good, very good." Zhang Ye, too, looked at the bright and luxurious courtyard in a daze and disbelief. Compared to the small clay house they had lived in before, this was so much better. "Let's have uncle and his family over for a housewarming feast in a couple of days. We can consider ourselves settled in then." After viewing the house, Zhang Ye nestled in Li Che's arms, her eyes shimmering slightly. Her husband had promised her a good life, and now it had finally come true. Life was slowly getting better. "You two clean up the courtyard a bit, and then move in properly. Old man Zai Zai has taken the little ones home to play. Once you're done, come over for dinner. I'll arrange a table at the Spring Breeze building just across your courtyard." Chen Daobao, holding Zai Zai, shouted a few times and then returned to his own courtyard. Being so close, they could even hear the giggling laughter of Zai Zai and Chen Daobao playing. Li Che smiled knowingly. "I didn't expect old Chen and Zai Zai to get along so well. Master Chen is really nice. With him taking care of Zai Zai, we can also rest easy while we clean up," Zhang Ye said with a pursed lip smile. The couple exchanged a glance, then began to busily tidy up the courtyard. Time does not stand still. The seasons flow like a river. Moments scatter like wood shavings under the carving knife, unnoticed as they fill the ground. Zai Zai turned 1-year-old. Inside the courtyard, the chill of autumn had just passed, and the stark winter snow had already begun to drift down, piling up in the courtyard like soft white cotton. Li Che and old Chen sat by the stove, atop which warm-aged yellow wine was being heated. The table was laid with sliced braised beef and pig's ears mixed with coriander and minced garlic, exuding a delicious aroma. In the courtyard, 1-year-old Zai Zai was running around joyfully, chasing after the falling snow, using the wooden walker that Li Che had made for her. Old Chen looked at Zai Zai with adoration, not moving his eyes away. "Oh, my little stinky Zai, it's snowing outside." "It's cold, come back inside to play." "Uncle Chen, it's fine. Let her run around a bit. She'll get tired and it will be easier to put her to sleep at night. Otherwise, she's too energetic and stays awake with her eyes wide as copper bells," Zhang Ye said with a laugh, bringing out a plate of steaming fried edamame from the kitchen. "Hey, Zai Zai is 1-year-old now. Were you really not thinking of hosting a feast?" "Old man, I must let Zai Zai receive presents in style. I've called several other old fellows around. You've got to host a few tables." Old Chen grabbed some edamame, eating and chuckling. Li Che originally did not want to host a first birthday party. Even though they had moved to the large courtyard of the shop nearly a year ago and the spirit infant sect had been quiet, he remained vigilant deep inside. And the closer it got to Zai Zai's first birthday, the more vigilant Li Che became. After all, Lei Chunlin had specifically targeted 1-year-old infants in the past. However, after discussing it with his wife, they decided to have the first birthday party after all, mainly because the courtyard was spacious enough and hosting it at home would naturally be safe. After heating the old yellow wine, he poured a cup for old Chen. Li Che also poured himself a cup and took a sip. The fragrance of the wine spread warmth, dispelling the winter chill. Suddenly, Li Che felt a slight vibration in his heart. Images immediately appeared before his eyes. On the vast land, a towering treasure tree, lush with branches and leaves, slowly bore a colorful fruit that shimmered and sparkled, reflecting the many scenes of Zai Zai's growth over the past year. Li Che's eyes lit up instantly. A long-missed anticipation finally blossomed at this moment. Zai Zai is one. The second Dao Fruit has arrived. Your daughter is 1 year old, safe and sound. You receive a Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra. Chapter 13, Little Stinky Zai, unparalleled in cross-training. Li Che quietly pinched the wine cup, savoring the warm, aged yellow wine. The fragrant and astringent taste permeated his mouth, but his mind had already drifted to the towering Dao tree on the vast land above. His daughter turned 1, and the Dao tree bore fruit. Raw Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra. This was Li Che's second Dao Fruit. The first was Immortal Artisan, which enhanced his wood carving talent and allowed him to have the means to make a living in this world. And he became a woodcarver at Zhu's wood carving shop, settling in Zhu's courtyard, ensuring his daughter Li Nuangxi's safe growth until she was 1 year old. Li Che had already understood the importance of the Dao Fruit. Therefore, he was very much looking forward to the second Dao Fruit, and now it had finally ripened. Dragon Elephant Vajra, Dao Fruit, Flesh Dragon Elephant, Vajra indestructible, horizontal refinement unparalleled. Before him, the prompts regarding the Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra, suddenly surged forth like a tide. In an instant, Li Che felt his blood boiling and surging within him, and his flesh seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering transformation. If he was willing, actively stimulating the Dao Fruit could even cause a mutation in his flesh. However, with old Chen by his side, Li Che did not dwell on this and refrained from exploring the special abilities of the Dragon Elephant Vajra. Flesh Dragon Elephant, Vajra indestructible, horizontal refinement unparalleled. Li Che's heart surged with excitement, and he was in high spirits as he drained the cup of yellow wine. This was a Dao Fruit that could enhance his martial path. It was also the Dao Fruit that Li Che urgently needed now. This Dao Fruit not only confirmed the truth of the event that his daughter produced a Dao Fruit at 1 year old, but it also made Li Che understand that he had to try even harder to protect his daughter's safe growth. And even, watching his daughter immortal, Li Che's heart skipped a beat. If his daughter was immortal, producing 1 Dao Fruit a year, wouldn't he be able to amass a multitude of Dao Fruits and grow to unimaginable heights in the future? Yo, when did you start drinking so heartily? Old Chen looked oddly at Li Che, who had just heartily drained his cup with turbulent emotions. Li Che smiled and turned his warm gaze to Zai Zai, who was riding in her walker. Before I knew it, the little one is already a year old. Hearing this, old Chen's lips spread into a smile, and his doting eyes fell back onto Zai Zai. Yeah, she was so tiny at the start, and now she's grown a bit. This old fella has no heirs, no descendants. This little stinky Zai, she's quite taken with this old fella. Old Chen too drained his cup of aged yellow wine, feeling invigorated and dispelling any gloom. From now on, Zai Zai would be his own granddaughter. Seeming to understand the implication in old Chen's words, Li Che poured him another cup of wine and the 2 clinked cups and drank up. The training field. Snow fluttered down. Several figures were energetically cultivating on the training field, their blood and energy boiling and scattering the falling snow. Li Che changed into a training outfit and came to the training field. In the distance, 2 figures spotted Li Che and immediately stopped their actions, exhaling steam. Zhuan, with a tall figure and her black hair tied up neatly, said with a smile, "Master Chen, you're here? Isn't it Zai Zai's first birthday celebration today?" Another practitioner, Wang Zhengpin, also laughed. "Zhuan and I were just planning to attend the banquet after finishing our training." "Ha ha ha, everyone should go. It's Zai Zai's first birthday." As uncles and aunts, you can't skimp on the presents. Li Che laughed. The banquet is arranged at Spring Breeze Building in the outer city. Spring Breeze Building has specially sent chefs and servers. Everything is taken care of. I don't have anything to do. Zai Zai has been taken away by old Chen, so, with nothing else to do, I came to train. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhangping pursed his lips. A banquet at Spring Breeze Building. Looks like we're in for a treat tonight. After a casual chat, the three continued their martial arts training. Second shopkeeper Zhu Beiyu once said that if the three of them wanted to achieve skin refinement completion, they would need to diligently train hard for 2 years to attain it. If they were lazy, it might take even longer. Therefore, none of them dared slack off one bit. Li Che was significantly older than Zhezhuan and Wang Zhangpin. He was already 20 years old, which made him 3 or 4 years older than the other two. If he didn't work hard, as he aged and his vital energy declined, it might become even harder to make progress in the martial path. So Zhu Beiyu had said that the most important part of body refinement technique was diligence, racing against time. For nearly a year now, Li Che practiced his martial arts in the morning, carved wood in the afternoon, and attempted to make mechanisms at night. He was busy and fulfilled. He didn't neglect his skin refinement, body refinement either, and had now reached minor accomplishment in skin refinement. In terms of progress, he was even slightly ahead of Zhezhuan and Wang Zhangpin. Even though Zhu Beiyu said that body refinement didn't care much about talent, there still was a slight difference in the end. Li Che came to the training ground now, of course, to test the Dragon Elephant Vajra, Dao Fruit. Grasping the stone lock, the vital energy in his body surged. Boiling blood water pounded against his flesh and struck the skin, causing it to turn crimson in an instant. The temperature rose, and heat waves tumbled. At the same time, the Dragon Elephant Vajra, Dao Fruit, as he stimulated his blood energy, seemed to be fully activated and began to throb. In front of his eyes, a prompt suddenly appeared. Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV1, 1%. Joy emerged in his pupils, an invisible force spread through his body, striking his skin and feeling as though it had encountered thousands of hits in an instant, greatly accelerating the progress of skin refinement. Li Che, who had achieved minor accomplishment in skin refinement, felt a sudden increase in his strength. His skin became extremely tough, and even a faint glow shone brightly, as if borrowing the activating power of the Dao Fruit to leap from minor accomplishment in skin refinement directly into perfection. Unlike the Immortal Artisan, Dao Fruit, the maturity of the Dragon Elephant Golden Core Dao Fruit only required him to diligently train to increase. In short, it could be achieved through hard work. Li Che was overjoyed, and with a thought, the subtle glow on his body immediately retracted, and his strong aura completely gathered. It was as if he had completely vanished from existence. Controlled freely, a perfect Dao Fruit for deception. The vital energy was retracted without revealing a trace. With this, I needn't worry about being suspected because of too rapid an increase in cultivation. My physique. Zhu Beiyu has tested it. If it improves too quickly, it will surely raise doubts, and might even bring a fatal disaster upon myself. In such chaotic times, it's impossible for Zhu's courtyard to have remained secure in Flay City for 200 years without ruthless methods. Therefore, one must not be without defense against others. Li Che pondered for a moment, then gently exhaled. He practiced the skin refinement cultivation method step by step in the training ground, training for half a day. Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV1, 2%. The maturity of the Dao Fruit had actually increased by 1%. This brought a thicker smile to Li Che's face. Taking advantage of the fact that no one around noticed him, he once again opened the floodgates, releasing the vital blood power contained within the Dao Fruit. In an instant, his vital energy rose again, reaching skin refinement perfection. His skin glowed with a faint golden light, his temples bulged, with powerful strength coursing between his fists and palms. After savoring the power boost from the 1% maturity increase, Li Che was immediately thrilled. This meant that he now qualified to challenge the muscle channeling stage, to start practicing the internal strength technique. Besides, the Dragon Elephant Vajra, Dao Fruit has a special ability to summon the power of the dragon elephant. Unfortunately, the training ground was crowded at the moment, so it was not convenient for Li Che to activate it. But one can imagine that the manipulation of the power of the dragon elephant would surely bring a greater boost. He gathered the vital energy back inside the Dao Fruit. Li Che looked up, with snowflakes gently falling on his cheeks. The corners of his lips couldn't help but lift. In terms of personal martial strength, he finally had a hopeful future. He looked forward to having a chance to kill the spirit infant master. Chapter 14, The First Birthday Banquet, The Spirit Baby's Angry Glare. Master Li, congratulations. Happy first birthday to Zai Zai. Snowflakes, as white as cotton, swirled in the air, standing out against the black roof tiles. The courtyard gate stood wide open, and the sound of footsteps crunching on the snow rose and fell, with congratulatory voices following in an endless stream. Figure after figure walked in from outside the courtyard, each presenting gifts for the one-year-old celebration. All were familiar faces from the wood-carving shop. Li Che and Zhongya, dressed in splendid attire, stood at the entrance to welcome these guests. In the courtyard, attendants from Spring Breeze Building had already set up tents, arranged tables and chairs, and the chef on one side had set up his stove and lit the fire. The appetizing starters had already been delivered to each table early on. In total, there were 9 tables set, which wasn't a small number. After all, quite a few of the master craftsmen had brought their families, aiming for a joyous and lively celebration. Chen Daobao, holding Zai's eye, who was dressed in a red jacket and skirt and looked incredibly adorable and delicate, was showing her off to several old fellows, his face piled high with smiles. The affection he felt was so thick that it seemed to overflow. The great-uncle's family had also arrived. The old scholar was clutching a tobacco pipe that wasn't lit and was followed by a young couple carrying a child still in swaddling clothes. He was a boy with plump cheeks, curiously gazing around with big eyes. Great-uncle, great-aunt, cousin and his wife, please come inside. Upon seeing this family, Li Che's lips curved up in a warm smile. To the great-uncle's family, Li Che was filled with gratitude. Had it not been for the great-uncle's family taking him in and raising him, he could not have survived so easily in these troubled times. And the marriage with Zhongya was also arranged with the help of the great-aunt. The old scholar, with a face full of smile lines, looked at Li Che, now thoroughly made a name for himself, and felt deeply moved. You've done well, Che. If your parents knew about it from beneath the springs, they would smile. The old scholar patted Li Che's shoulder, his eyes brimming with mirth. The great-aunt took out a piece of silver jewelry wrapped in a red cloth and handed it to Li Che. Che, this is Zai Zai's gift for her first birthday. You must accept it. Li Che did not decline but took it graciously and then looked towards his cousin, Li Zhengren, and his wife, Liu Chunming, who held the boy in her arms. Zhu is just half a year younger than Zai's eye, isn't he? His first birthday will be soon too, right? Is he starting to turn over smoothly now? Li Che asked with a smile. Very smoothly indeed. One kick of his little legs and he turns over like a windmill, lively and strong. Cousin Liu Chunming said to Li Che, beaming with pride. Being able to become a woodcarving master at Zhu's woodcarving shop, Cousin Liu Chunming was very aware of how prestigious that was, so her attitude was much warmer than before. Having exchanged pleasantries for a short while, Li Che then led the great-uncle's family to their seats. As the appointed hour arrived, the feast commenced, and attendants from Spring Breeze Building called out the dishes, bringing out one delicious course after another to the tables. Nowadays, Li Che possessed the immortal craft Dao Fruit, and the wood carvings he produced were in such demand for their rich implications that they sold out fast. Though not yet as established as the craftsman like Old Chen, his most expensive carving had sold for 50 taels. His net worth had already changed for the better. Although a feast at Spring Breeze Building was costly, he could afford to host it. Moreover, with the master craftsmen from the large courtyard bringing gifts to the banquet. The event ended up not only costing nothing but even earning a good deal. Brother Che, third shopkeeper, is here. Li Che, who was busy toasting with a few masters, heard that third shopkeeper had arrived and quickly went to greet him, carrying Zai Zai and accompanied by Zhongya. Ha ha ha, Zai Zai is 1 year old today. I came especially to see her, and this is a birthday gift for her. Third shopkeeper, Zhu Yu, was amiable and held in high esteem at the shop, and naturally, he did not exclude the intention of winning over Li Che. After all, Li Che was capable of crafting wood carvings with a true essence, which had begun to gain popularity in the inner city. Thank you, shopkeeper. Zai Zai, come and thank Uncle Zhu. Li Che, holding the lovely Zai Zai, called out with a smile. Zai Zai's eyes were bright and her eyelashes long. Her skin was white and smooth like jade. Zhu Yu, catching one glance of her, liked her very much, took her from Li Che's hands, played with her for a while, and even seemed reluctant to give her back to Li Che. I won't partake in the birthday feast. I've got matters to attend to. Recently, the mysterious temple in the outer city has become restless and many malevolent creatures have emerged. The major noble families of the inner city have organized teams to clear them out. I have to go as well, Zhu Yu explained. He then took his leave. Manager Zhu is really a good person, Zhongya said softly at the side. Li Che nodded. Zhu Yu was indeed a good person, humble and without arrogance, rarely displaying the pride and extravagance of the noble families and clans. However, Li Che had heard that in the inner city, Zhu Yu was not favored and had been assigned to manage Zhuji in the outer city, which was equivalent to being removed from the power center of the Zhu family. Compared to the businesses in the inner city, Zhuji's wood carving shop in the outer city was after all not a big business. In these times, the gentler you are, the more you suffer. Unfortunately, the bad things always seem to happen to the honest folks, Old Chen said, pinching his wine cup and walking over with a complex expression, shaking his head slightly. Just like the dangerous task of clearing out those evil spirits that fled from the mysterious temple beyond the city walls, which major noble families and clans would send their true core members. That Zhu Beiyu's cultivation is extremely powerful, so he wasn't sent, but Zhu Yu, with his weak cultivation, was sent instead. Isn't it because Zhu Yu isn't favored within his clan? Old Chen heaved a sigh. Li Che, holding Zai's eye, looked at the lonely figure of Zhu Yu disappearing into the snowy wind, and was also silent. After a round of toasting and drinking, Old Chen was in high spirits today, who drank himself into a stupor and retired early to bed. Zhongya then took Zai Zai to the inner room to put her to sleep. Li Che rubbed his face with a handful of cold snow to sober up, then sat in the workshop of the side courtyard, lit the oil lamp, and continued working on the mechanism. With a thought, information appeared before his eyes. Name: Li Che. Bonds: daughter, Li Nuangxi. Dao Fruit: Immortal Artisan, LV2, 89%, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV1, 2%. His eyes fell on the Immortal Artisan, Dao Fruit. Within a year, the maturity of the immortal craft Dao Fruit had risen to 89%, close to breaking through to level 3. Just one more mechanism to complete. He stood up, walked to a corner of the workshop, and gently turned a wood carving. Immediately, a hidden compartment appeared. From it, he took out a statue of Guanyin seated on a blood-colored lotus mountain. Guanyin had a compassionate and beneficent face, but upon closer inspection, one could discover that this light and shadow sculpture was actually made up of tens of thousands of tiny wooden spikes. This was one of the 3 mechanisms from the Tang's mechanism essentials that did not have inner strength requirements, the Guanyin blood lotus. Apart from the Guanyin blood lotus, there were 2 square matchboxes nearby. He took out one, placed it in the palm of his hand, and in a flash, tiny mechanical sounds emanated from the matchbox, and 8 slender spider legs grew out, embedding into the skin of Li Che's palm. With a gentle flick of his hand, incredibly fine silver threads shot out soundlessly, slicing a piece of wood meters away with extreme precision, the cut smooth and lustrous. With his fingers dancing, silver threads whipped throughout the room, with a mournful whistling sound, the noise of the air being sliced apart. After a while, the numerous silver threads, quick as lightning, retracted back into the matchbox. What an excellent 1,000-thread spider! With my minor accomplishment in skin refinement, even an ordinary martial artist in the sinew-transforming stage would find it hard to withstand the thread slicing, he thought. But after reaching the muscle-channeling stage, martial artists cultivate inner strength. If I were to enhance the inner strength, like old Chen said, the power would grow by another 30 to 40%, and with inner strength and martial techniques, the lethality would be even greater. I can't take this lightly. Still, I must prioritize strengthening my own martial prowess. Once I can cultivate inner strength and drive the 1,000-thread spider with it, its power will undoubtedly be even greater. Li Che placed both the 1,000-thread spider and the Guanyin blood lotus mechanisms back into the hidden compartment. He sat down in front of the oil lamp again and began to attempt other mechanisms from Teng's mechanism essentials. Due to the lack of inner strength and sufficient robust qi and blood, the production of other mechanisms during this period ended in failure. But that wasn't a major issue, as failure was also a part of accumulating experience. Once he began to cultivate inner strength, he would be able to complete them in one go. Suddenly, just as Li Che picked up the carving knife, his brows furrowed slightly. He left the workshop and quickly reached the entrance of the courtyard, his gaze piercing the distance. He saw a shadow, fast as lightning, shattering the dark and disappearing into the night. Li Che's eyes instantly sharpened, and he slowly looked down. There he saw a familiar, three-headed six-armed spirit infant statue. Only this time, the three-headed six-armed spirit infant statue was not with one eye closed and the other open but was glaring with both eyes wide open, as if staring intently at him. Chapter 15, Better to kill them to constantly watch and guard. Spirit infant statue? Li Che's eyes were icy cold. As expected, even after moving into Zhu's wood carving shop and receiving protection from Zhu Ji, they still couldn't completely avoid the spirit infant's sex covetousness towards Zai Zai. Right after the completion of the first birthday celebration, the spirit infant sect had made its move. Relentless, Li Che clenched his fist, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent. However, recollecting the figure that had just vanished, his brow furrowed. Since our family moved into Zhu's courtyard, this spirit infant statue has never shown itself, yet today it has appeared. The only contact with outsiders was when those helpers and cooks from the Spring Breeze building were invited. But these helpers and cooks were already sent out of Zhu's courtyard by Steward Sun, not allowed to linger, so they can be ruled out. There are many old masters around, they are strong and have keen perception. Yet someone managed to place the spirit infant statue in front of my house without them noticing. Li Che took a deep breath, feeling the wind and snow in the world turn a few degrees colder. A fierce look reflected in his deep, dark pupils. That means this follower of the spirit infant sect is very likely someone familiar from within Zhu's wood carving shop. There was someone from the spirit infant sect inside Zhu's wood carving shop. The coldness seemed to drill into his body through his pores at that very moment. This possibility is very high. I seem to have taken it too lightly. How can any place be absolutely safe? Li Che shook his head, his gaze fixating on the glaring spirit infant wood carving on the ground, his face full of coldness. Someone in the wood carving shop is from the spirit infant sect. Who could it be? The faces flashed through Li Che's mind, but in the end, he still couldn't be certain. Shaking his head, Li Che grabbed the glaring wood carving from the ground, the blood and qi surged from beneath his skin, his 5 fingers suddenly emitted a golden light, and with a snap, the wood carving was instantly crushed. I'll find you. Never underestimate the resolve of a father protecting his child. A spirit infant statue appeared outside your courtyard. The next day, after a night of sound sleep, Chen Dabao's eyes suddenly narrowed when he heard Li Chei's words. You suspect there might be followers of the spirit infant sect inside the wood carving shop? Chen Dabao squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. Li Chei nodded, but he couldn't guess who it was. Indeed, there's a great possibility. Being able to appear outside Zhu's courtyard, even in the outer city, is no easy feat. Followers of the spirit infant sect have already spread throughout Flay City. If someone in the shop has become a follower, it really can't be certain. No, it should be certain. If the spirit infant sect wants to shake the rule of the great and powerful families of Flay City, they must plant their people, and faith erosion is indeed the most effective method. Old Chen said in a heavy tone, don't worry. I will look into it. It's actually not hard to find out. Becoming a follower of the spirit infant sect isn't easy to hide. If they are discovered, I will tell you right away. You also keep an eye out and be cautious on a daily basis. Third shopkeeper has been sent out of the city to exterminate evil beings from the mysterious temple, and during this time, there is actually no one in charge in the shop, which is the best time for the other party to make a move. But even if we really find out their identity, before they make a move against Little Stinky's eye, it isn't appropriate for me to act directly. Old Chen said with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, Li Chei showed understanding. The spirit infant sect had spread throughout Flay City. Becoming a follower of the spirit infant sect might disgust various forces, but they wouldn't specifically go out of their way to eliminate them. After all, before any trouble arises, it's just a matter of religious freedom. But at least knowing who it is will give me some peace of mind and I can be on guard, Li Chei said earnestly. Old Chen, hearing this, also felt it made sense. Old Chen's investigation took 3 days. During these 3 days, Li Chei spent more time training, as the feedback from the dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit made his practice extremely vigorous. 3 days of hard training had increased the maturity of the dragon Elephant Vajra to 5%. With full force channeling of the Dao Fruit's power, he was stronger than its skin refinement completion, with a strength reaching 1,000 jins. Nonetheless, it was still just skin refinement completion. In the training field, Li Chei was drenched with sweat, his skin glowing red, and the air was filled with hot waves and mist. He put down the stone weights, his eyelids drooping. Now if I want to break through to sinew transforming, I need the practice method for sinew transforming. But I can't seek Zhu Beiyu. After all, the cultivation I have shown to Zhu Beiyu is only great success in skin refinement. 2 days ago, Zhu Beiyu came to inspect the cultivation, and Li Chei showed him his great success in skin refinement. He had not fully exposed his skin refinement completion strength. Despite this, Zhu Beiyu was already amazed. In just 1 year, reaching great success in skin refinement, his talent had somewhat surprised Zhu Beiyu. Unfortunately, Zhu Beiyu said that to cultivate the internal strength method and open the meridians, one needed to achieve perfection in skin refinement. Li Chei wasn't willing to reveal his own achievement of perfection in skin refinement. Achieving great success in 1 year could be explained as exceptional talent, which was the level Zhu Beiyu had been at originally. But achieving perfection in 1 year would be too exaggerated. So, this internal strength method and the technique for opening meridians, I'll have to find on my own, Li Chei concluded. Dressed in clean clothes, with a glint in his eye, Li Chei pondered for a moment. I have quite a few savings now. I can go to the marketplace in the outer city and look around. There might be cultivation methods for sale there, but I'll have to conceal my identity first, he thought. After finishing his training, Li Chei returned to his position in the wood carving workshop. A few days ago, he had taken on a wood carving commission to carve an 8 treasures Maitreya statue. The client asked for a carving full of meaning and offered the price of a gold leaf, equivalent to 100 taels. This was the highest priced wood carving commission Li Chei had ever received. Grasping the carving knife, he gently entered the wood, tearing the material apart, the wood chips fluttering down like blossoms. The Dao fruit of the Immortal Artisan pulsated slightly, and Li Chei's gaze was focused. Everything around him seemed to disappear at that moment. And in his mind, All the carving techniques for the Maitreya statue flooded in. Old Chen, with a gourd of wine tied to his waist, knocked on the intricately carved wooden door of Li Chei's workshop with a serious look on his face. Old Chen, Li Chei, holding a file in his hand and carving on the wood, asked softly. I found out, Old Chen said as he found a chair to sit down on with a sigh, opened his gourd, took a drink of wine, and spoke in a somber voice. Who is it? Li Chei's eyes turned cold, and the motion of the file grinding against the wood stopped abruptly. At Zhu's wood carving shop in the outer city, there are indeed quite a few wood carvers and their families who have taken to worshipping the spirit infant sect this past year. I was indeed startled once I probed into it. But on the day of little Stinky Zai's first birthday, the person who came to the banquet and secretly worshipped the spirit infant sect was only one person. Old Chen shook his head, showing a hint of horror in his eyes. The expansion of the spirit infant sect was faster and more terrifying than he had imagined. Li Chei didn't care about these details. He was more concerned about who had set their sights on Zai Zai. Who is it? Li Chei asked again. With a sigh, Old Chen replied, it's the second son of Steward Sun Qingbiao. He's been married for 4 years and has been anxious for not having a son. His wife was enticed by the spirit infant sect, which promised a son if they worshipped it. So, Sun Qingbiao also joined the sect. Sun Qingbiao? Li Chei was startled, recalling the smiling steward son who had shown them around the property back then. Sun Qingbiao was his second son and a wood carver at Zhuji's wood carving shop, a 3-strike wood carver. Usually gentle and amiable, Li Chei hadn't expected he would join the spirit infant sect. And moreover, he had targeted Zai Zai. Li Chei took a deep breath. What's Sun Qingbiao's strength? Li Chei asked expressionlessly. Old Chen raised his eyebrows and replied, average talent. He took 3 years to achieve skin refinement, and just in the past 2 years, he's completed the sinew transforming and picked up an internal strength method. Thanks, Old Chen, I've got it, Li Chei said, suddenly showing a smile, thanking Chen Daobao cheerfully. Don't be rash, you've just reached major accomplishment in skin refinement, you won't be able to beat Sun Qingbiao. Besides, without evidence, taking action would only bring verbal disputes, and it wouldn't look good with regards to old Sun. Chen Daobao warned Li Chei, then took another drink of wine. Now that we know who it is, we just need to watch him and keep an eye on him, he advised. Zai Zai has me looking after her, that Sun Qingbiao won't have a chance. Li Chei nodded silently in agreement. Chen Daobao didn't say much more, got up leisurely humming a tune, and didn't head to his own workshop to work. Familiar with the area, he casually made his way to Li Chei's small courtyard to play with Zai Zai. Little Stinky Zai, your grandpa Chen is here. Meanwhile, Li Chei methodically continued to carve the 8 treasures Maitreya statue. After completing the day's work, Li Chei stood up, put on a broad-brimmed hat, took a black cloak, and looked at the snowflakes endlessly drifting down from the sky in the courtyard. I said, never underestimate a father's obsession with protecting his family. Having so many daughters, just for lacking a son, you plan on exchanging my daughter for your desired son? It's truly unreasonable. He reached out his hand and caught a snowflake. Li Chei's expression gradually turned cold. Old Chen said, just watch and guard against him. But to Li Chei, watching, guarding, are all less effective than killing. Chapter 16, Angry Vajra, you are not innocent. Watching and guarding against the enemy, in Li Chei's eyes. It would be better to kill him. Since the opponent had joined the spirit infant sect, targeting his daughter's eye, he was akin to a ticking time bomb, never knowing when he might make his move. If that was a foregone conclusion, then why wait for the other party to strike first? Instead of taking the initiative to attack, recalling the angry spirit infant statue placed outside the courtyard last night, the adversary's actions were undoubtedly a provocation against him as a father, as if glaring furiously at him, loudly proclaiming, if you dare to interfere, you'll be killed. Was Sun Qingbiao innocent? In Li Chei's heart, not in the slightest. The moment he targeted his daughter's eye, joined the spirit infant sect, and sought to take another person's child's life to fulfill his own desire for offspring. He was already stained with blood on his hands. Adjusting his straw hat, Li Che exhaled a breath of hot air from his throat. Afterward, his figure plunged into the wind and snow. Zhu's wood-carving shop's courtyard was enormous, extremely vast, encompassing a large area, almost like a small city. Inside was a network of paths crisscrossing, with courtyards standing in rows, and high walls towering between them, creating separations through the alleys. Li Che slipped into an alleyway, stripping off the clothes he wore and donning a black cloak. Then, he took out a wooden mask he had crafted himself, originally intended to bring back to amuse Zai Zai as a toy. But now, he would use it temporarily. Because Zai Zai was born in the year of the ox, Li Che carved a bull-faced mask that had a somewhat cartoonish and cute style. Wearing the cute bull mask, Li Che felt as if the whole world had become separated from him, his every breath becoming light and free. Sun Qing Biao. Li Che whispered the name softly. The next moment, he stimulated his Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra. Crack, crack, crack. Sounds like colliding bones echoed around, crackling like popping beans. Underneath Li Che's black cloak, his muscles began to writhe, a tingling sensation spreading all over his body, and soon his stature grew taller and more robust, his back muscles suddenly becoming as hard as iron, coiling and writhing like dragons. Flesh Dragon Elephant, Vajra indestructible, horizontal refinement unparalleled. These were the characteristics of the Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra. After Li Che chose to activate it, his body transformed completely. The cultivation and blood force, which had been suppressed and contained within the Dao Fruit, surged out, converging to his physical body. And his body too underwent an active transformation, with his strength magnifying. Li Che, originally about 1.75 meters in height, soared to around 1.90 meters after activating the Dragon Elephant Vajra, his flesh bulking up significantly, becoming firm and sturdy with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Strength. Li Che's eyes sparkled behind the cute bull mask as he glanced at his hands that were like palm leaf fans filled with terrifying power, and clenched them fiercely, vaguely causing a rumbling like howling winds. As if imbued with the power of the dragon elephant. Such a transformation should be called Vajra transformation, I suppose, Li Che murmured softly. At that moment, he felt like a giant elephant of the jungle, possessing the terrifying might to trample fierce tigers and wild lions. This was the pure physical strength change brought about by the Dao Fruit. Horizontal refinement unparalleled. Underneath the mask, Li Che's facial expression seemed to spread into a slight smile due to his flesh swelling. Afterward, his burly figure stepped forward, shattering the wind and snow. Sun Qingbiao's courtyard was located on the west side of Zhu's courtyard. As the second son of Steward Sun, after splitting from the family, Sun Qingbiao's residence naturally was exemplary, featuring a triple courtyard with a spacious and bright main yard. Sun Qingbiao held an umbrella, returning to his courtyard after finishing work. He let out a breath, his face turning somewhat ugly. Chen Dabao is watching me. So quick. He's found his way to me already. Standing in the courtyard, Sun Qingbiao's expression flickered with uncertainty. Old Chen was investigating him, and he had certainly noticed it. No matter how much he tried to conceal it, joining the spirit infant sect was ultimately something he couldn't hide forever. After all, he had once personally gone to the altar of the spirit infant sect to offer incense. So be it. If he's watching, then he is. If I don't take action, Chen Dabao wouldn't dare to kill me. Without evidence, he won't make a move. What I need to do is just pass on the information, looking for an opportunity. A spirit baby, once delivered to the altar, my son's wish will surely come true. Sun Qingbiao desperately wanted a son. No, it should be said that both he and his wife desperately wanted a son. Suddenly, Sun Qingbiao, standing in the courtyard, had his thoughts interrupted. Dad, dinner's ready, a timid voice called out. Sun Qingbiao looked over and saw his eldest daughter leading the three younger ones, nervously carrying dishes. They had clearly just finished cooking and were coming out of the kitchen. "Got it," Sun Qingbiao said dismissively. Then, he closed his umbrella, shook off the snowflakes, dusted his long coat, and stepped into the warmth of the inner room. The four daughters served steaming dishes on the dining table, and the eldest one, behaving obediently, took her three sisters by the hand, pursed her lips, and left the cozy inner room, consciously and skillfully heading to the kitchen for their meal. At the table, Sun Qingbiao and his wife, Madame Liu, began to eat heartily. "Husband, how is that matter coming along?" "The deputy incense master is pressing hard. The child from Master Li's house is 1 in 100 spirit babies. If we can send her to the sect, the Dharma master will surely grant us a son." Madame Liu caressed her slightly bulging belly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Sun Qingbiao frowned. "Don't rush me, I have it under control." "What do women understand?" "Chen Dabao is not someone easily offended, his strength is formidable, he's someone many of the senior members of the inner city Zhu family want to win over." Old Chen's appreciation and affection for Li Che's daughter were clear to him. If he angered old Chen, he dreaded the brutal beating that could result, or even worse, it might cost him his life if handled poorly. "Eat your meal." Sun Qingbiao picked up a piece of stir-fried pork with his chopsticks, and immediately his eyebrows knitted together. "Stupid girl, why so much salt?" "Trying to choke her father to death?" Outside, the tall young girl leading her sisters away from the house pursed her lips, as though she heard the scolding coming from inside. Her complexion paled, and she hurriedly pulled her sisters toward the kitchen. It was too cold outside. The kitchen, warmed by the remnants of the hearth fire, was more comfortable. After the girls had left, a towering, mountainous figure wearing a conical hat and a mask silently appeared on the walkway, completely untouched by the swirling snowflakes. Watching the silhouette of the girls entering the kitchen, the eyes beneath the cute bull mask were chillingly calm. Dot. Knock, knock, knock. After downing a cup of warm, sweet wine and picking up a piece of fried meat, Sun Qingbiao ate with so much oil dripping from his mouth that he looked utterly content. Suddenly, he heard a knocking at the door, and his complacent gaze instantly turned into a frown. "Stupid girl, didn't I say not to make noise during dinner? Can't you understand?" Seeing her husband frown, his wife quickly slapped down her chopsticks and scolded. Sun Qingbiao raised his hand, stopping his wife from getting more upset. "You're pregnant, don't get angry, take care of our son." After saying that, Sun Qingbiao stood up, casually took a rattan stick hanging on the inner room wall, and while picking the meat stuck between his teeth, he flicked the stick. However, just as he reached the door, bang, a thunderous explosion sounded, accompanied by flying wood chips, as the door was suddenly kicked open. Snow and cold wind rushed in fiercely. A massive leg, resembling a divine whip, lashed out suddenly. The kick landed on Sun Qingbiao's abdomen, the terrifying force exploding out like a cannonball. His eyes almost bulged out as his body curved like a shrimp. He was catapulted onto the dining table, smashing the spread of good dishes into a sloppy mess. Blarg! Sun Qingbiao spat out a mist of blood, with an acrid sensation in his abdomen as if it had been kicked to pieces. He was numb all over, struggling to lift his head. Who are you?" His first thought was that Chen Dabao had acted. But upon seeing the stranger with the oppressive presence of a mountain, Sun Qingbiao was dumbfounded. It wasn't Chen Dabao. How could the frail old man Chen Dabao be so powerful and robust? Then, who could it be? Who had he offended? Chapter 17 Bone Tempering. Thousand spiders, no longer kind. The person opposite was wearing a cute bull mask, but the eyes beneath it had not a hint of adorableness. Just by locking eyes for an instant, Sun Qingbiao felt the taste of death, an overwhelming killing intent, like a surging river breaching its banks, threatened to collapse his psychological defenses. "This is Zhu's wood carving shop. You dare to commit murder here?" Bearing the intense pain in his abdomen, Sun Qingbiao roared in the face of his fear of death. Blood and energy surged wildly within him, his muscles tensed and hummed, and inner strength slithered through his palms like thin snakes. His muscle channeling stage cultivation was on full display, readying a counterattack. Sun Qingbiao was well aware that this was Zhu's courtyard, where many old wood carvers resided. If he could just stall for time, perhaps help would arrive. At the very least, his older brother and father lived in the nearby courtyard. If they heard the commotion, they could immediately come to his aid. Li Che watched Sun Qingbiao indifferently, whose desperate cries were a far cry from his usual gentle and graceful demeanor. Actually, Li Che could not have imagined that someone who was so amiable outwardly could treat his own biological daughter with such brutality and malevolence. It was one thing to command his daughter to cook and do chores, but to lash at her with a rattan whip for any dissatisfaction was another. You can know the face, but not the heart. Of course, none of these were important. What mattered was that Li Che heard Sun Qingbiao's words, confirming Sun Qingbiao's malicious intentions towards I. This man must be the one who placed the furious spirit infant wood carving last night, intending to offer Zai to the Dharma Master in exchange for a son. A villain. That was cause enough for his death. At that thought, a surge of malevolence and killing intent erupted in Li Che's heart. Bang! Stimulated by the fear of death, Sun Qingbiao let out a fierce bellow, and his arms smashed into the ground with such force that he sprung up. His back muscles tensed and snapped straight like a bowstring, as he hurled two fearsome punches towards Li Che. Muscle channeling force, along with inner strength, burst forth. However, the towering and sturdy figure wearing the bull mask merely lifted a hand, his fan-like fist suddenly clenched, and he pushed out a punch. Instantly, a dragon's chant and an elephant's trumpeting were heard, a terrifying sound accompanied by strong sound waves that vibrated the air and spiraled violently within the room. When fist met fist, a sound of shattering bone exploded. Sun Qingbiao let out a wail of misery, terror flooding his eyes. Bone tempering, a quenched bone warrior. Such strength could only be that of a quenched bone warrior. How could there be a quenched bone warrior within the courtyard, coming out of nowhere to kill him? With a punch that broke Sun Qingbiao's arm bones, Li Che's eyes beneath the cute bull mask remained detached and unfazed. Underneath the sleeve, his fingers lightly flicked, and the Dao Fruit immortal craftsman subtly leaped. An invisible silver thread, as if tearing through the air, sinuous as spider silk and as sharp as an unsheathing sword artifact, danced wildly, stirring up a sudden gust. The mechanism, 1,000 spider threads, accompanied by several sounds of twanging and slicing. With a grasp of his hand, the threads swiftly retracted, sliding back into his puffy sleeves. The burly figure adjusted his hat brim and shook his sleeves, then bounded into the courtyard in a few leaps. He opened the courtyard door from the inside and went straight out, disappearing into the snowstorm. Sun Qingbiao stared dumbfounded at that towering departing figure. A red line slowly emerged on his neck, dribbling out beads of blood. The overturned 8 immortals dining table he was leaning against was silently split, the cut remarkably smooth. Also neatly severed, was Sun Qingbiao's head. With a thud, his head tilted to one side and fell from his neck, accompanied by spurting scorching blood. The entire room reeked of blood. Madame Liu, who had collapsed beside him, was already scared witless, trembling uncontrollably like chaff in the wind. Only when the howling wind and drifting snow from the shattered door outside swept in did she muster a scream from the depths of her throat, utmost terror in her shriek. Murder. There's been a murder. In the dark alleyway, Li Che withdrew the power of the dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit, and his body immediately returned to normal. He redressed, took out the cute bull mask, and with a clench of his fingers, the mask instantly crumbled into a pile of wood shavings. He pressed down on his bamboo hat and listened to the sobbing cries that drifted along with the sound of the wind and snow. There was not much change in his expression. If Sun Qingbiao did not die, he would pose a grave threat to Zai's eye, and Li Che feared that if he ever failed to watch over Zai's eye one day, it would be he himself who would be weeping. To live in this world, one's heart must not be too kind, nor one's hands too soft. Li Che no longer claimed to be a good man. This was not the first time he had killed. First, it had been the dark-skinned brute, And now Sun Qingbiao. Li Chei's hands were stained with fresh blood, but all he wanted was to protect his daughter well. All of this was his duty as a father. I am still too weak. If I could do away with the spirit infant sect, Zai Zai's safety would no longer be threatened. Li Chei looked at his palm and murmured softly. Then, with his head held high and chest puffed out, he stepped out of the alley. Li Chei returned to the courtyard, where old Chen was playing with Zai Zai. He extravagantly used his inner strength to melt away the snow in the entire yard, revealing the dry ground, allowing the little girl to toddle around with her baby walker, wobbling here and there. Daddy! The little girl's eyes immediately brightened when she saw Li Chei wobbling. She ran toward Li Chei, who blossomed into a smile. Does little Stinky Zai miss Daddy? Picking up the little girl, Li Chei teased her small nose. Old Chen immediately felt jealous, no longer using his inner strength to melt the snow, and the snowflakes began to flutter down from the sky. It's still Daddy's princess. Grandpa Chen has been with you all day, and as soon as Daddy comes back, you don't want Grandpa Chen anymore. Old Chen pouted, and the air seemed to fill with the scent of vinegar. Li Chei immediately burst into laughter, pointing at old Chen. Zhangya came out from the kitchen with hot dishes, smiling softly. Uncle Chen, my husband, it's time to eat. She placed the dishes on the table, which were very rich, with meat and fish, and quite nourishing. Taking a small bowl, she picked out some fish meat and mixed it with plain porridge, then began to feed Zai Zai, who was sitting in the baby chair, tapping on the wooden bowl. Li Chei and old Chen began to eat, the two of them drinking and dining, while also chatting casually. Zhangya's culinary skills were excellent, and old Chen often came to freeload meals without feeling any burden, especially since the cost of the food was not a burden at all to Li Chei these days. Furthermore, old Chen, in order to spend time with Zai Zai, started to reduce his own work and often referred his wood-carving customers to Li Chei, allowing Li Chei to take on many well-paying jobs. After dinner, old Chen left with his hands behind his back, humming a tune, and walked away in a cheerful mood. However, no sooner had he left than hurried footsteps approached, and at the corner, he encountered a figure with a panicked expression. Little Liu, where are you rushing to? Old Chen recognized the person. It was the youngest son of old Liu, the wood carver from the wood carving shop. Oh, it's Master Chen. Alas, something's happened at my sister's place. Little Liu looked distressed, but upon seeing Chen Daobao, he still stopped to greet him. Old Chen's expression suddenly turned solemn. Little Liu's sister. Wasn't that Sun Qingbiao's wife? In Zhu's courtyard, a villain suddenly appeared, broke into my brother-in-law's yard, and brutally killed him. Alas, my father sent me to notify the manager. Alas. Little Liu sighed endlessly, exchanged a few words with old Chen, and then hurriedly ran out of the courtyard. The cold wind rattled, bone-chillingly cold, and there was a great stillness between heaven and earth. Sun Qingbiao. Dead? Just a while ago, he had informed Li Chei that it was Sun Qingbiao who had set his sights on Zai Zai. And now, Sun Qingbiao was dead in his own house, beaten to death by someone. Coincidence? Chen Daobao clenched his wine gourd, his expression suddenly becoming complex. Chapter 18, The Singable and Tearful Father's Love. Guanyin angry cry ghost suppressing statue. Chen Daobao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching little Liu leave. Snowflakes danced down from the sky, landing on his graying hair. His eyes held a hint of distraction and complexity. Sun Qingbiao was dead, but what Chen Daobao found noteworthy wasn't the death itself. In this era, the death of a man was all too common. What concerned him was Li Chei's decisiveness. They had just discovered that the person coveting Zai Zai had joined the spirit infant sect and turned out to be Sun Qingbiao. As soon as the workday ended, Li Chei had hurried off to kill Sun Qingbiao. Decisive, ruthless, quick to act. Was it really Li Chei who did it? Where did he get the strength to kill Sun Qingbiao? Even Chen Daobao began to feel bewildered and doubtful. His leisurely stroll turning serious, he changed his course and headed towards Sun Qingbiao's house. As he approached the house, he heard earth-shattering cries. Outside the courtyard, a crowd bustled about, and there was Steward's son, his old face turning ashen, his whole body trembling. Clenching his fists, he was a mix of anger and sorrow. "Who was it who killed my son? My son was kind and honest, always treating others well. Who would be so vicious?" Steward's son cried inconsolably, the agony of losing a child piercing his heart. Madame Liu sat in a chair, propped up by others, her tears falling ceaselessly, sobbing loudly. Old Chen moved in closer, made some inquiries, and suddenly felt a peculiar twist in his thoughts. A towering figure as imposing as a mountain, hands like fan-shaped leaves, he kicked open the door with one foot, breaking Sun Qingbiao. A quenched bone warrior made the move. Indeed, it couldn't have been Li Che. Of course, Li Che had only just achieved major accomplishment in skin refinement. He would only have been beaten to death confronting Sun Qingbiao. How very strange, such a coincidence. Chen Dabao found it quite astonishing as well. Looking at Sun Qingbiao's body, head severed, bones and organs crushed by the kick, he shook his head. Death had come to him in a particularly tragic way. Turning his head, he saw Sun Qingbiao's 4 daughters standing in the corner, timid and apprehensive. The eldest daughter, looking at her father's corpse, had no sorrow in her eyes, but instead, she almost seemed pleased. The news of Sun Qingbiao's horrendous murder spread like a storm throughout Zhu's courtyard in no time. It caused quite an uproar. The third shopkeeper was outside the city and not in the shop when it happened, resulting in considerable impact. The next day, the inner city branch of Zhuji sent people to investigate, accompanied by arrest officers from the outer city. Yamen. Zhu Beiyu, draped in a fox fur cloak, with strands of solid blood energy like electrical arcs moving on his imposing figure, glanced down at Sun Qingbiao's corpse in the coffin, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. The strength of 1,000 caddies, one kick shattering the organs, and the exchange of punches broke Sun Qingbiao's arm bones with a crushing force. Beyond doubt, the perpetrator must be a dominant quenched bone warrior. As for the final cut severing the head, being so neat indicates an extremely sharp weapon. It seems to be the work of a sword artifact. Next to Zhu Beiyu, Head Constable Zhao Qian from the outskirts government office, also a robust figure with a broad-bladed saber at his waist, narrowed his eyes as he analyzed. "Head Constable Zhao, I'll need to trouble you with this matter. I never thought that after so many years of peace, my Zhu family shop would suffer such brazen violence." Zhu Beiyu bowed. Zhao Qian laughed and waved dismissively. "Perhaps it's another family seeking to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, targeting Sun Qingbiao to send a message and disturb Zhuji. But what's odd? Why target Sun Qingbiao? Why him?" Zhu Beiyu was also puzzled, unable to come to a conclusion after some thought. Zhao Qian chuckled, raising his hand with a light flick. "Search the place. See if you can find any clues." As he finished speaking, the arrest officers brought by Zhao Qian proceeded to search Sun Qingbiao's large house. Madame Liu, who was sitting and weeping in the chair, showed a flash of panic in her eyes when she saw the officers searching, followed by despair. Soon after, an officer called out, "Found something." He returned with a 3-headed 6-armed spirit infant statue in his arms. Spirit infant sect? Zhu Beiyu's eyes widened in anger, his hair standing on end as he turned to Madame Liu and bellowed, "You worship the spirit infant sect?" Zhao Qian narrowed his eyes, patting his hand lightly. "So it's the spirit infant sect. That clarifies things." He glanced at the 4 girls standing in the corner, the youngest looking only 2 or 3 years old, tilting her head, her hair messy, and her face confused. Zhu Beiyu's face darkened. Knowing the spirit infant sect had infiltrated his shop was an anticipated circumstance, but having it exposed so abruptly was embarrassing for Zhuji. Now the matter seems clear. Sun Qingbiao had joined the spirit infant sect, and his daughter must have caught their eye for sacrifice. Unwilling to comply, Sun Qingbiao chose to protect his daughter's life, thus intervening and succumbing to a vile hand. TSK, truly a tearjerker of fatherly love. Madame Liu, You say it is or it isn't. Sitting in her chair and still crying, Madame Liu suddenly froze. Mingled among the crowd, Li Che couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he heard the constable's analysis. Sun Qingbiao had indeed died of fatherly love, but it was his, Li Che's, fatherly love. Without further ado, Li Che headed to the practice field to train. The atmosphere at the training field was fiery and enthusiastic. The new woodcarvers recruited by the shop this year had just received the skin refinement cultivation method and were brimming with fighting spirit, carrying stone locks and continuously refining their bodies. Jia Zhuan, with her straight and slender legs, was giving pointers to the newcomers. When she saw Li Che appear, she greeted him with a smile brimming with warmth. Master Li has arrived. Li Che smiled warmly and nodded in response. Wang Zhengpin, drenched in sweat, also stopped his training. Master Li, have you heard? Master Sun's death was terribly gruesome. A villain crushed his entire skeleton and tortured him to a brutal death. In the end, they even cut off his head. It was too dreadful to behold. The corner of Li Che's mouth twitched again. The story had become more exaggerated. Was he really so ferocious? Nevertheless, Li Che joined the conversation with a sigh on his face. While a few elders chatted, the new recruits did not dare to join in. After a while, Li Che began his training. His publicly displayed cultivation level was now at great success in skin refinement, which already made many people envious. Li Che would not skip his daily training, for the Dao Fruit of the dragon Elephant Vajra could mature through diligent practice, making daily training indispensable. However, while he was training, he began to ponder the tendon activation technique and the internal strength method. Just as he was deep in thought, Zhu Beiyu arrived at the practice field. Second shopkeeper. Everyone immediately ceased their movements and greeted him with a fist and palm salute. Zhu Beiyu's face softened slightly. I came to investigate Sun Qingbiao's cause of death in the outer city today. It's also a good opportunity to give you some guidance on your cultivation levels. His gaze fell on Li Che, showing a look of satisfaction. To reach major accomplishment in skin refinement within a year demonstrates excellent body refinement talent. Keep up the hard work and do not slack off. If you have any needs, feel free to mention them. Upon hearing this, Li Che clasped his fist and said, Second shopkeeper, now that I've achieved major accomplishment in skin refinement, may I request a share of the tendon activation technique and the internal strength method? Today, I passed by Master Sun's courtyard and saw his dreadful death, which left me terrified. I've heard that Master Sun was like a mountain of fatherly love, dying tragically to protect his daughter, and I'm scared. Li Che's words were filled with sincerity and worry. Zhu Beiyu fell silent upon hearing this, as he was indeed aware of Li Che's situation. Li Che had joined Zhu Ji for protection against the spirit infant sect, and now this incident had occurred. Indeed, the Zhu's reputation had been somewhat tarnished, a sign of diminishing prestige. However, the rules of the Zhu family could not be broken. Zhu Beiyu shook his head, a look of regret on his face. According to the rules of Zhu Ji, you must reach perfection in skin refinement before we can pass on the tendon activation technique and internal strength method to you. You need a solid foundation to proceed, otherwise, the high-rise is prone to collapse. If we pass it on to you too soon, I'm afraid you might be tempted to practice it prematurely, injuring your body. This is for your own good. Li Che showed a look of regret upon hearing this. Seeing his reaction, Zhu Beiyu hesitated for a moment before a porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. He handed it to Li Che. Here's what we'll do. This bottle contains skin refinement pills, 6 in total. Consider it a reward for achieving major accomplishment in skin refinement. Take 1 pill every 5 days. With your talent, in just over a month, you should be able to achieve perfection in skin refinement. At that time, you can come to me for the tendon activation technique and internal strength method. Li Che felt a bit disappointed, but he accepted the skin refinement pills with a look of joy, already deciding in his heart to visit the marketplace to see if he could purchase an internal strength technique. Old Chen had mentioned that they were not people from the Zhu family, So the meridian opening method and internal strength technique they were qualified to practice were not particularly profound and not much different from the high-quality internal strength techniques available for purchase in the marketplace. Seeing Li Che accept the elixir, a smile appeared on Zhu Bei's rugged face. Li Che, I have a job specially for you. I know your wood carvings are full of meaning. The young master of the Sea family from the inner city has sought me out and wants to commission you to carve a wood carving, with a compensation of 5 gold leaves. Li Che's heart jolted at those words. 5 gold leaves? 500 taels. A wealthy client indeed. But this undoubtedly also implied that the client's request was anything but simple. The wood carving job was bound to be extremely difficult. Li Che, with a solemn expression, clasped his fists and focused his gaze. May I know what the Sea family young master wishes to have carved? Zhu Bei looked at the cautious Li Che and smiled. The 9-headed Guanyin Angry Cry Town Ghost Statue. Chapter 19 Angry Cry Ghost Suppressing the Law of Divinity. 9-headed Guanyin Angry Cry Town Ghost Statue. Zhu Bei spoke solemnly, and as the words fell, the sound of the howling wind and snow seemed to vanish without a trace. Angry Cry Town Ghost. Li Che's expression changed slightly. Nowadays, he was no longer the naive porter who focused solely on moving timber, as he possessed some understanding of the wood carving craft. In this vast city, divided into inner city and outer city, the inner city is bustling like a dream, inhabited by noble families and clans that have flourished here over many lengthy years. It is extremely rich and bustling. These noble families and clans each possess their own cultivation dharma and are rumored to be cultivating the divine method. In fact, each of those families controls a wood carving shop, attracting and nurturing wood carvers because if a wood carving possesses sufficiently profound charm, it can be of great benefit to noble family cultivators who practice the divine methods. One can extract divine cultivation from the wood carvings. This is also why the wood carvings crafted by wood carvers can be sold at high prices. Within the wood carving shops of the inner city sit wood carving masters, whose works, full of spirit, are extremely precious. Each piece is worth 100, if not 1,000, gold. Over the past year, Li Che had heard many such stories from old Chen. Becoming a wood carving master is not easy, for the spirit infused into the wood carvings must reach the level of overflow and take shape. Li Che's Immortal Artisan Dao Fruit had reached LV2, which allowed him to imbue his sculptures with soulful essences, but to reach master level, he still fell short. Perhaps when he reached LV3, he would achieve master standards. The Sea family will provide the statue blueprint, you just need to carve it, Zhu Bei said, his large frame imposing and his voice deep as he looked intently at Li Che. This is a precious opportunity, a result of the reputation you've built from your past carvings. You've been granted this because of the substantial essence in the wood carvings you've created. You don't need to feel too pressured. Even if the carving fails and the essence of the finished wood carving is not rich enough, there's no harm. After all, you've only been a wood carver for a year and there's still room for growth. Treat it as practice, Zhu Bei reassured. The task for 5 gold leaves was one Li Che did not intend to let slip by. I'll give it a try, Li Che said, cupping his fists in thanks. Seeing Li Che accept the task, Zhu Bei's mood improved greatly. He patted Li Che's shoulder and said, the Sea family's young master wants your wood carving, probably for cultivating the divine method. The Sea family's divine method is known as Angry Cry Town Ghost. If you succeed, you will have no worries about food and clothing in the future and might even have the opportunity to break into the master realm. Divinity. Angry Cry Town Ghost. Li Che recalled the discussions he had heard from old Chen. Cultivation methods include body refinement, inner strength, and divinity, with a divine method being the most mysterious, inner strength being precious, and body refinement being relatively more common. The divine method is usually controlled by the noble families and clans of the inner city, completely inaccessible to outsiders. Zhu Bei looked at Li Che and spoke softly. Divine methods are commonly divided into 7 branches: joy, anger, sorrow, thought, grief, fear, and shock. Angry Cry Town Ghost belongs to the divinity of sorrow, a divine method profound and infinite in mystery, but it requires daily accumulation of divinity and isn't easy. Zhu Beiyu did not say much more, giving Li Che a deep look. Your talent in wood carving is exceptional. If you become a wood carving master in the future, it is possible to obtain the divine method from our Zhu family. Therefore, do not slack off. Hearing this, Li Che quickly showed a grateful expression and bowed with his fists. Zhu Beiyu nodded with satisfaction and took out a folded piece of paper from his sleeve. Here is the blueprint for the 9-headed Guanyin Angry Cry Town Ghost statue. The deadline is 1 month. I will come for you after a month. At that time, I will take you to the inner city to trade with that young master of the sea family. Li Che nodded and took the blueprint. After finishing his training, Li Che cleaned up the workshop and left Zhu's wood carving shop. He used the excuse that he was going to buy some yellow wine and sliced cured meat, but in reality, he planned to visit the marketplace in the outer city to see the situation. If he could not obtain the tendon activation technique and internal strength technique from Zhu Beiyu, he would have to find them himself. Fortunately, the tendon activation technique was just a body refinement technique. Although rare, it was not as hard to find as the divine methods. After leaving the wood carving shop, he reached a narrow alley. Upon confirming there was no one around, he activated his dragon Elephant Vajra, growing taller and more imposing. He then took out a wood carving mask, placed it on his face, wrapped himself in a poncho, and disappeared into the long street. The marketplace of Flay City, located in the western part of the outer city, was in a rather dilapidated area with rows of shabby huts and old buildings. It appeared quite wretched. Yet, this was the trading hub for the cultivators of Flay City, most of whom were adventurers from outside the city. They battled demons and braved mysterious temples to acquire cultivation resources. Cultivators would spread out worn cloth on the ground, turning it into a makeshift storefront, and start conducting business with an assortment of strange trinkets on display. As Li Che made his way through the market, his eyes shifted curiously, making his first visit here mainly because he hadn't cultivated before and didn't dare come, fearing he might lose his life for nothing. After browsing various stalls for a while, he finally stopped in front of a vendor who was also wrapped up tightly. A sense of familiarity in their aura gave Li Che a certain degree of comfort. Recently acquired items from the mysterious temple. Would you be interested? The stall owner gave a cursory glance at Li Che, who was wrapped so tightly that not a breeze could pass through, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Mysterious temple. Li Che remained silent. That was an extremely dangerous place outside the city, rumored to be where the heritage of the Spirit Infant sect originated from. The vast Great Vista was so unstable largely due to the mysterious temple that had sprung up like bamboo after rain, and the rampant evil creatures that had escaped from the out-of-control temple. For martial artists in pursuit of cultivation, the suppressed mysterious temple was a place to explore for resources. However, Li Che had little interest in the mysterious temple right now, as he had came to the marketplace seeking a body refinement technique. Does the merchant have any body refinement techniques for sale? Li Che altered his voice slightly as he spoke hoarsely. Body refinement technique? The merchant, sitting cross-legged on the ground, looked up oddly upon hearing this. What level do you seek? Tendon activation technique, Li Che said. Tendon activation technique? The merchant's gaze flickered. I happen to have a middle vehicle body refinement technique that I scrounged up from the mysterious temple to the south of the city, which can cultivate until bone tempering. Would you be interested? Li Che's towering stature was extremely imposing, but the merchant was not intimidated, thinking, what strength could someone who needs to buy a tendon activation technique possess? I only need the tendon activation technique, Li Che responded indifferently. Upon hearing this, the merchant stopped wasting words. He was quite efficient, directly pulling out an old book with a blue cover from his bosom and handing it to Li Che. After flipping through and confirming that it was indeed the middle vehicle tendon activation technique, Li Che was satisfied and closed the book. If you have any internal strength techniques, You can also bring them out for me to have a look, he said. In reality, Li Che did not hold out much hope for an internal strength technique. However, if all else failed, he could go back to Old Chen to buy one. Old Chen had said before that he could sell an internal strength technique to him. Suggests, internal strength techniques are monopolized by the noble families and clans. We small stall merchants could not bear the crime of selling them. If discovered, I would have no way to survive in Flay City. The merchant shook his head. Li Che felt regret in his heart but did not care much. Then this tendon activation technique will do. The merchant raised 5 fingers, 500 taels. Li Che chuckled, slowly standing up tall and sturdy like a mountain. His blood surged, intertwining within him, causing the surrounding air to become static and an extreme sense of oppression, as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, crashing down towards the other person. Did this man think he was a martial artist stuck at skin refinement completion, desperately needing the tendon activation technique, and thus taking advantage of his urgent need? Indeed. He had guessed correctly. 100 taels, that should be enough, Li Che said indifferently. I'm buying it to give to a junior, it doesn't have to be too expensive. The merchant, sensing this imposing manner and having frequented outside the city daringly entering the mysterious temple for loot, naturally had good judgment. This burly man's blood was so vigorous, the oppressive feeling was not inferior to that of a quenched bone warrior, and he had even tainted his hands with human lives. He was decidedly a ferocious man who regarded human lives as grass. An unremarkable handwritten script of the middle vehicle tendon activation technique. Selling it for 100 taels was still a profit. After all, he had copied several volumes at home. Deal. The merchant immediately said earnestly. Li Che, upon hearing this, threw down 100 taels and, taking the tendon activation technique, turned and left, disappearing into the marketplace. The merchant was quick to pull up his fabrics and left the stall too. Having acquired the tendon activation technique, Li Che was in a good mood and could begin opening his sinews tomorrow. After leaving the marketplace, he found a secluded place, shed his cloak, found a place to hide it well, then leisurely went for marinated meat and wine, and also stopped by a pastry shop to buy a box of osmanthus cakes that Zhang Yu liked to eat, before returning to the wood-carving shop. Snowflakes fluttered and danced in the sky. He treaded over the thick snow covering the bluestone pavement. Li Che walked towards his way home. However, his steps gradually came to a halt. Holding the marinated meat, a jar of wine, and the osmanthus cakes, Li Che's brows slowly knit together, staring at the figure standing at the gate of his yard. Wearing a half-smile, standing tall with a side knife, was the Yamen arrest officer Zhao Qian. Chapter 20. If the child doesn't like you, don't force it. In the midst of snow and wind, a figure stood resolute. With a rainbow-like vitality enveloping him from the outside, he was remarkably noticeable amid the vast grayness, carrying a policeman's saber, his gaze extremely sharp yet with a hint of amusement. From afar, he saw Li Che carrying braised pork, a jar of wine, and osmanthus cakes. Li Che paused in his steps. His first thought was, his misdeeds had been exposed. But after careful contemplation, there was no reason for it. He, with the Dao Fruit of Dragon Elephant Vajra, had changed his physical form without leaving any clues. If the crime had not been exposed, then why had the Yemen's arrest officer, after investigating the death of Sun Qingbiao, not left but instead appeared in front of his courtyard? What could he possibly want? For a moment, Li Che couldn't figure out the reason and lost his train of thought. Are you Li Che, Master Li? A hand, rough with calluses from knife training, rested on the cloth-wrapped hilt as Zhao Qian looked at Li Che approaching and asked with a smile. Li Che's hands were full, so he could only symbolically clasp his fist in response. Indeed, it is I. What does the policeman wish to instruct? Zhao Qian watched Li Che and silently appraised him, then imperceptibly shook his head. From the spiritual state and aura that Li Che exuded, his cultivation was just at the great success in skin refinement, nothing more. It was unlikely he was the bone-tempering criminal who had killed Sun Qingbiao with ruthless and decisive means. According to Madame Liu's description, that criminal was nearly 2 meters tall, heavily muscled, and extremely terrifying, a stark contrast to Li Che's physique. However, Zhao Qian didn't come looking for Li Che for that reason. Madame Liu had confessed. Zhao Qian watched Li Che, still maintaining an almost smiling expression. Li Che's heart tightened instantly, realizing what Zhao Qian was referring to. Did you receive a furious spirit infant wood carving 2 days ago? That was placed at your doorstep by the deceased Sun Qingbiao. As a follower of the spirit infant sect, he had targeted your family's spirit infant. Zhao Qian's lips curled into a slight arc, focusing on Li Che. Upon hearing this, Li Che clenched his teeth in anger. I am indeed aware because my daughter's eye was targeted by the spirit infant sect right after she was born, which is why I strove to excel and became a woodcarver at the woodcarving shop and moved into Zhu's courtyard. I thought we could be carefree, and my daughter could grow up safely, but little did I expect, after Zai's 1-year-old birthday feast, the spirit infant sect turned up in our shop again. As Li Che spoke with deep emotion, his face flushed with anger. Master Chen speculated that it was someone from the shop who placed the wood carving and asked Master Chen to help look for it. Eventually, it was confirmed to be the doing of Sun Qingbiao. At this point, Li Che's face exhibited a look of fright. Head Constable Zhao, I did not kill Sun Qingbiao. Zhao Qian had been staring at Li Che, and upon seeing his slightly incoherent speech, raised his hand to gesture. All right, I know it wasn't you. You wouldn't have the capability to kill Sun Qingbiao. Since it involves you, I was just asking as a routine part of the investigation. Zhao Qian turned around at the right moment, looking towards the courtyard. Master Li, won't you invite me in for a sit? Zhao Qian continued with a smile. I've heard about your superb wood carving skills. Perhaps I might request your craftsmanship in the future. Upon hearing this, Li Che hesitated momentarily, his heart reluctant to invite the other inside, but given the officer's direct request, he could only invite him into the courtyard. He opened the courtyard door. Zhangya, looking beautiful, stood under the eaves piled with thick snow, while Zai's stomping in her wooden walker, toddled around the freshly swept courtyard. Upon seeing a government officer entering the courtyard, Zhangya's complexion immediately turned pale. Husband, she hurriedly called out, thinking that Li Che had committed some crime. After putting down the things in his hands, Li Che waved his hand towards Zhangya. This is Head Constable Zhao from Yemen, here to inquire about some matters, nothing serious. Zhangya nodded upon hearing this. Her tense heart somewhat relaxed. Zhao Qian had appeared by Zai's side at some point, smiling amiably. So this is Master Li's daughter. She truly is lively and lovely, as exquisite as carved jade. Upon hearing this, Li Che's heart tightened instantly, and alarm bells went off. Yes, all children are like this. I really like children. May I hold her? Zhao Qian asked gently. The little girl is shy. I'm sorry, Head Constable Zhao. Li Che declined without a second thought. However, Head Constable Zhao, as if he hadn't heard, squatted down and looked at Zai's eye. Zai's eye, can Uncle hold you, alright? Zai's crystal clear large eyes stared at Head Constable Zhao, and the next moment, she started scooting away in her walker, clattering along. Yet, Zhao Qian laughed, his hand already reaching out. Li Che's eyes narrowed. His dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit began to throb slightly in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it, because the hand Zhao Qian extended had been grabbed by another hand, preventing him from holding Zai's eye. Head Constable Zhao, if the girl doesn't want to be held by you, what are you doing? Old Chen, not a tall figure, with a leather wine flask at his waist, had reached out his hand and firmly held Zhao Qian's extended hand. The whirling snowstorm seemed to freeze in that moment, hanging in midair, then silently shredded by a terrifying gale, exploding into a mist of snow. Two conflicting auras clashed fiercely, like giant waves colliding skywards. Zhao Qian slightly turned his head, his gaze shifting to Chen Daobao, who had stopped his motion, the smile on his face gradually fading. "So, it's Master Chen. If the kid doesn't like you, don't force it. Don't leave any traumas on the child." Old Chen spoke indifferently. Grandpa Chen. Hug. Zai's eye, seeing Master Chen, pedaled over to him on her walker, bumping into his legs, and called out in a babyish voice, "Oh my precious baby, Grandpa will hold you, come here." Old Chen looked at Zai's eye, his aged face blooming with a smile like chrysanthemums, and picked Zai up from her walker. Zhao Qian no longer squatted down but stood up, his hand returning to rest on the handle of his knife. "Such a lovely child." Zhao Qian watched as Old Chen walked away with Zai's eye, saying with a smile. Li Chei's heart relaxed slightly as well. "Master Li, Master Chen, I shall leave first." Zhao Qian did not stay longer in the courtyard, waved his hand, and left the courtyard, merging into the blurry snowstorm, disappearing from sight. Old Chen held Zai's eye, gently bouncing her as he played with her, making Zai giggle continuously. While watching Zhao Qian's retreating figure, he slowly relaxed. "Che, don't let people easily enter the courtyard in the future, especially strange guests," Old Chen said gravely. Zai's resistance to Zhao Qian isn't because she's shy. Zai is perceptive, she has the spirit to discern good from evil intent towards her, and this Zhao Qian harbors no good intentions, Old Chen said. Upon hearing this, Li Chei's expression shifted slightly. "He told you that Madame Liu confessed, and it was Sun Qingbiao who placed the spirit infant wood carving in front of your courtyard?" Old Chen looked at Li Chei. Li Chei nodded. Old Chen smiled slightly, his voice a bit cold. "From start to finish, Madame Liu only admitted that they, as a couple, had joined the spirit infant sect, but she never confessed to placing the spirit infant wood carving at your doorstep. Moreover, the spirit infant statue found in Sun Qingbiao's home was a common three-headed six-armed spiritual infant statue, with one eye open and one closed. How then did Zhao Qian know that the one placed in front of your door was the furious spirit infant?" Chapter 21, Zhu plans sinew transforming, Bull Demon sets out. Li Chei's eyes suddenly narrowed as he heard the words. A chill swept through his entire body, starting from his scalp and spreading down his spine to his limbs and bones. This arrest officer from the government office, Zhao Qian, has issues? Li Chei took a deep breath. Old Chen, holding Zai with a grave expression, shook his head. "Of course, we can't exclude the possibility that he got the information from somewhere else, but I feel like there's something off about this Zhao Qian. With his status as an arrest officer, such an obvious flaw isn't likely to be shown so openly. It's more like," Old Chen said, squinting involuntarily, "just like those members of the spirit infant sect who placed the spirit infant statue at your doorstep. It's part of the ritual." Old Chen's words weighed heavily on Li Chei's heart, and a surge of intense killing intent bubbled forth in an instant. According to what Old Chen said, does that mean Zhao Qian might be involved with the spirit infant sect? An arrest officer from the government office could also be involved with the spirit infant sect? Li Chei asked in a grave voice. Upon hearing this, Old Chen burst into laughter. "What you're saying? There are rumors that the Prime Minister of Great Vista now worships the Divine Buddha. Why couldn't an ordinary arrest officer be involved with the spirit infant sect?" After speaking, Old Chen's expression became solemn. "The spirit infant sect originates from the mysterious temple. They possess the divine method, which is a major temptation for many martial artists and cultivators. The waters of the spirit infant sect are much deeper than you can imagine." "Divine method?" Li Chei shuddered upon hearing this. "However, you'll be safer staying at Zhu's wood carving shop. These people wouldn't dare to mess around. I'm living next door, too, and I'll keep an eye out for you at all times." "Spirit baby, ah." Old Chen shook his head, looking at Zai cradled in his arms with a pitying gaze. "Having too much spirit is not a good thing. It's the source of sins and disasters." The wind howled furiously, swirling between heaven and earth. Li Chei stood erect, looking towards Zhao Qian, who had disappeared into the blizzard. The Dao Fruit, dragon Elephant Vajra, within his chest was throbbing vigorously, as if there were dragons chanting and elephants trumpeting. Old Chen, this Zhao Qian. What is his cultivation? Li Che narrowed his eyes and asked. Old Chen, holding Zai's eye, was momentarily stunned. This scene seemed familiar. In the past, Li Che seemed to have asked about Sun Qingbiao's cultivation. However, he didn't question further, for he had witnessed Li Che's cultivation with his own eyes. Zhao Qian, as an arrest officer of the outskirts government office, is not weak in cultivation. He should be in the bone-tempering realm. And as for inner strength, during the brief encounter earlier, it was roughly at the level of the three heavens. In the outer city, he is absolutely considered a top fighter. As for whether he has cultivated the divinity, that I do not know, Old Chen said with a serious and grave complexion. Zhao Qian's cultivation was indeed not weak. If he were to be enhanced by divinity, even Old Chen himself feared he would not be able to defeat him. Li Che nodded slightly and let out a small breath. It seemed that killing Zhao Qian immediately was going to be a bit difficult. Of course, what Old Chen had said before was merely conjecture. So, next, the first thing to do was to find out whether Zhao Qian was indeed related to the spirit infant sect. If related, then he must be killed. Having such a strong figure always coveting his precious daughter's eyes, I was like sitting on pins and needles. Old Chen, didn't you say you have internal strength techniques for sale? Sell me one. In the wood carving shop, within the workshop, Zhu Beiyu had someone move the timber prepared by the Si family's son into his workshop. It was a piece of high-quality Phoebe Nanmu, not young in age. Knowing that Li Che was not highly cultivated and had not developed inner strength, Zhu Beiyu had long arranged for the timber to be dried with inner strength so that Li Che could immediately start carving. Li Che sat in the chair and took out the pattern Zhu Beiyu had given him. It was the nine-headed Guanyin frowning and crying ghost suppressing painting. The intricate pattern was even more complex than he had imagined. A month's time seemed rushed for the task at hand. He closely observed the pattern. Guanyin had 9 heads, and each head depicted a state of sorrowful crying. Although each was different, they all revolved around a theme of grief. The longer he looked, the more Li Che felt his emotions being affected. His nose tingled, and he felt an urge to cry. Astonished, Li Che's eyes contracted sharply. Divinity, divinity. It's indeed eerie and terrifying. As Old Chen described it, the most profound and terrifying divine cultivation. Li Che finally got a taste of it. He patted the large piece of Phoebe Nanmu on the table, touching every part, forming a spatial pattern in his mind, planning out proportions, measurements, angles, and so on. Then, he took the ink brush and began to outline the design on the wood. After the shape was set, it was time to take out the carving knife, focus sharply, calm the heart, and start with the first cut. 3 days later, in a courtyard in the outer city, snowflakes fluttered down from the high sky, but before they could get close to Li Che's body, they were torn into powder by a forceful vigor and blood energy. Li Che maintained a strange posture, his waist twisted nearly 90 degrees, arms crossed, blood chi circulating in a unique pattern. Invisible air currents seemed to roar around his body, rumbling like the tide of a great river. Li Che did not stimulate the dragon Elephant Vajra, entering the state of Vajra transformation. He simply didn't suppress his cultivation, venting the blood chi and strength accumulated in the Dao Fruit. Zhu family's 9-tendon technique. The tendon activation technique that Li Che found in the marketplace. It belonged to the middle vehicle of tendon techniques, slightly better than the lower vehicle common goods that sold for 20 or 30 taels. For example, Zhu Ji's tendon techniques that they could impart to him were generally of this quality. And naturally, Zhu Ji possessed superior tendon techniques of higher quality, which were reserved for their own family members to cultivate and were not to be divulged or leaked. In the marketplace outside, such techniques were practically priceless unless a noble family collapsed and their body refinement techniques leaked out, otherwise, they were not for sale at all. and a superior tendon technique alone would be worth more than 1,000 taels. This was just for tendon techniques. If it were for subsequent methods like bone tempering or blood exchange, their value would be even higher. The main tendons were taut as if they were bowstrings, emitting a buzzing, crackling sound. Below the reddened skin membrane, a large tendon rose up like a coiling dragon, undulating and pulsating, containing surging, powerful strength. Gradually, the body relaxed. He took a deep breath, hot as fire, melting the falling snowflakes. Opened one main meridian. It's just an entry to tendon activation. My strength has grown much more than when I was at the skin refinement phase. A smile formed on Li Chei's lips. His eyes lit up. Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV1, 10%. The prompt appeared. When the tendon activation was successful, the maturity of the Dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit increased by 5% instantly, reaching 10%. That is to say, opening one main meridian resulted in a 5% increase in the maturity of the Dao Fruit. The Zhu family tendon technique required opening 9 meridians in total. When the maturity of the Dao Fruit reached 50%, he would achieve complete tendon activation. Li Chei's eyes sparkled. His mood improved significantly, and as long as he diligently cultivated every day, tempering his body, the maturity of the Dao Fruit would increase by 1%. In other words, if I rigorously cultivate for 40 days, I can achieve complete tendon activation. In order to hide his cultivation, Li Chei deliberately rented a spacious courtyard outside the wood carving shop for his cultivation. After all, with many prying eyes at Zhu Ji's training field, it was not convenient for Li Chei to perform his best. Stimulating the Dao Fruit, blood qi flowed out in an instant, and his skin turned red as his body rose and writhed, his spine roaring like a dragon. Li Chei felt the Vajra transformation after breaking through tendon activation. The strength is even greater, almost double than before. If previously one punch had the power of 1,000 jin, my punch now has approximately 2,000 jin of power. Reaction and speed have both enhanced. Overall it's roughly a twofold improvement. A smile spread across Li Chei's lips. After testing he could finally confirm that the Vajra transformation was related to his own cultivation. The stronger his own cultivation, the greater the enhancement provided by the Dao Fruit. 2,000 jin of power is at the minor accomplishment level in the bone tempering realm. It is said that those with great achievement in bone tempering have 5,000 jin of immense strength, and bone tempering completion allows one to reach 10,000 jin. The burst is incredibly terrifying. Additionally, the sea snake inner strength method I bought from Old Chen has also successfully cultivated a strand of inner strength. With my Dao Fruit Dragon Elephant Vajra, horizontal refinement is unparalleled, and the speed of martial arts cultivation is extremely fast. Li Chei's face brightened with a smile, raising his hand, in his palm a whirling, invisible current like a small snake in a pond holding explosive power. With a clench of his fingers, the surge of energy vanished without a trace. Li Chei's eyes flickered, his burly and robust body cloaked in a loose garment and capped with a wide-brimmed hat. He slapped on the cute cowwood carving mask, and in an instant, his entire demeanor transformed, becoming the ferocious criminal, bull demon, as offered by the bounty at the government office. Violence surged, an extraordinary ferocity emanated. In the snowy night, the bull demon did tread. Chapter 22, Immortal Artisan's Martial Technique, Guanyin Blood Lotus. Since Sun Qingbiao's death, his 4 daughters had been taken away by Steward Sun, while Madame Liu, who had led Sun Qingbiao to join the Spirit Infant sect, lost her unborn child due to the shock and was expelled from Zhu's courtyard by second shopkeeper Zhu Beiyu for joining the sect. Steward Sun then found a place outside for Madame Liu to spend her confinement period. Since Sun Qingbiao's 4 daughters had not joined the Spirit Infant sect, Li Chei had not killed them, but Sun Qingbiao's wife was different. She had willingly joined the sect and even led Sun Qingbiao in a plot to harm Li Chei's daughter, making her the ringleader of the crime. Initially, a witness was needed, thus, Her life was spared to provide testimony. Li Che feared that this woman would continue to lead spirit infant sect followers to endanger Zai Zai in the future. So, indeed, it was time to clean up this mess. Dressed for travel, Li Che plunged into the blizzard and, moments later, arrived south of Flay City. Within a dilapidated courtyard piled high with thick, fluffy snow. In the courtyard, a stove burned fiercely, boiling water bubbling out steam that warmed the house. Li Che, his face covered by a mask and wearing a wide-rimmed hat, clad in black, silently landed inside the courtyard wall, moving as quietly as falling snow, quickly approaching the house. Inside the house, incense sticks were lit, and grey smoke incessantly filled the air. Li Che poked a hole in the window paper and looked inside to see a thin figure kneeling before a 3 heads and 6 arms angry spirit infant statue, ceaselessly kowtowing and wringing her hands. The Holy Spirit teaches, cleanse the worldly dust, reincarnation without worry, achieved by innate wisdom without being taught. Divine above, this humble woman will ensure the spirit baby of the Li family is restored to its position. Please bless this humble woman's child to reincarnate. Madame Liu chanted non-stop, devoutly worshipping. Watching the angry spirit infant statue, the skin under Li Che's cute bull mask twitched, and a hint of a murderous intent slowly emerged in his pupils. Raising his arm, the sleeve crossbow shot out a swiftly arched crossbow arrow. Bang! It directly penetrated the head of the angry spirit infant statue, nailing it to the wall. This noise instantly caught the attention of Madame Liu inside the house. She became frightened, and Li Che, not wanting to waste any more time, fired another arrow from his sleeve crossbow, piercing Madame Liu's throat. Madame Liu's eyes widened, but she turned and stared fixedly in the direction from which the crossbow arrow had shot. Her face showed no fear of death, blood bubbling from her throat, as a mad grin spread across her face. Deputy Incense Master. Please. Li Che remained calm. He expected deception, it was all within his expectations. With a heavy step, the ground shook, and the plentiful snow explosively soared up. Li Che, huge and mountainous like a cannonball, catapulted towards the outside of the courtyard. Bold thief, where do you think you're going? A scream, both mournful and maniacal, abruptly came from outside the courtyard. Li Che glanced under his mask in that direction, seeing a figure leaping forward, dressed in a grey robe, carrying a side knife, wearing a mask of a crying boy, his eyes burning intensely. Besides him was another bulky figure, wearing a girl's mask, carrying a bagua staff, crouching on the courtyard wall, his eyes holding a mocking smile. Intense vitality burst forth, melting the snow, intertwining murderous intents, and the howling wind sounded like the wails of ghosts. Indeed, you intentionally attacked my spirit infant sect follower. Who exactly are you? A cold voice came from the person with the side knife. Li Che stared at the knife bearer, feeling a vague sense of familiarity. He lowered his voice, hoarse and probing, echoing in the courtyard. Zhao Qiang. The courtyard fell silent instantaneously. After a long while, low, deep laughter resounded. Boom! Suddenly, a flash of knife light erupted, and the sharp air swept through the courtyard. Li Che stomped fiercely, like a divine dragon's roar or a giant elephant's bellow. The deep snow underfoot exploded wildly, the flying snow spraying like hidden weapons. The slash of the knife met a thick mound of snow. The knife cut through the snow, its force already halved, and the next moment, he only felt the air emit a low hum, as if something sharp was rapidly slicing through. His eyes under the mask narrowed suddenly. A thread, a silver thread, extremely thin, extremely sharp. As he held his long knife horizontally, he felt a slight force graze the blade, sparking a flurry of sparks. Then, successive sounds of whooshing accompanied by shoo, shoo, shoo noises. 3 arrows, almost simultaneously, whistled toward him. Damn! So tall and large but employing such treacherous and ruthless methods. The deputy incense master with the boy's mask wielded his long sword, the light of the blade swirling around as he stepped back on the snowy ground. After 3 consecutive collisions, He finally managed to block all 3 crossbow arrows, but he hardly had time to catch his breath. Underneath Li Che's cute cow mask, his pupils seemed to ignite with flames as he raised an arm. His muscles tensed as if a strong bow fully drawn. His body shot out like a military crossbow. His nearly 2-meter tall frame brought an extremely intense sense of oppression. His fist flew out like a missile head, blasting the snow in the sky into a foggy mist. It wasn't a martial technique, just a simple yet pure punch. Suddenly, in the blink of an opportunity, he had closed in right in front of the deputy incense master. The blade fiercely swept out, skimming past Li Che's punch, blade energy raging, forcefully withstanding Li Che's punch. However, the force of 2,000 kilograms exploded out, the tearing airflow brutally smashing down, with a booming sound, accompanied by the whining of the collapsed airflow. It mercilessly struck the deputy incense master's boy's mask, causing the mask to explode into pieces and hair to become disheveled. A face that Li Che was all too familiar with suddenly came into view. Zhao Qiang. Li Che coldly observed the face, confirming the identity of this deputy incense master. Indeed, it was the Yemen arrest officer, killing Madame Liu and confirming Zhao Qiang's identity. Today's objectives were all achieved. Act now. Stop watching. Let's kill together this sinister and cunning villain bull demon. Zhao Qiang's face was extremely gloomy, staring fixedly at the cute cow mask, feeling like it was a demon incarnate. Truly a genuine 1,000-kilogram strength bull demon. The figures on the walls of the courtyard also stood up, slowly drawing the Bagua staff from behind, with a strong surge of blood and energy intertwining. This bull demon must be a martial artist with bone-tempering minor accomplishment, comparable to our levels, not to be underestimated. Zhao Qiang said in a cold voice. Hey, he doesn't even know martial techniques. What's there to underestimate? The figure on the high wall with a girl's mask sneered and suddenly leaped down, brandishing the staff with one hand and charging towards Li Che. Li Che frowned, feeling some pressure. It seemed, it was time for a big move. His tiptoes tapped the ground, and Li Che's figure propelled back. His clothes under the robe, however, suddenly swelled up. Bull demon, take my Bagua staff technique. One staff struck heavenward, countless staff shadows intertwining, blurring the vision. With an overwhelming force, the wind spread out, and the flying snow spiraled to the sides. Martial technique. Li Che immediately felt the pressure. He had yet to learn any martial techniques in all his martial arts practice until now. But Li Che did not panic. With a grab and a pull of his fingers, numerous silver spider threads densely spread out, wildly swirling within the entire courtyard. With the skill of an immortal artisan, he countered the martial technique. Li Che raised his hand and then the sleeve crossbow followed, firing rapidly. 3 arrows in succession pinned down the martial artist wielding the Bagua staff, his feet stomping heavily, a springing leap landing him on top of the courtyard wall. Thinking of escaping? Where will you go? Frenzied blood knife. At this point, Zhao Qiang had regained his breath, drew his side knife and burst forth, the blade light swirling, hummed brilliantly, the blood energy violently surging and boiling, also a martial technique, then slashed towards Li Che. Li Che casually glanced at him. With a shake of his hand, a Guanyin blood lotus suddenly emerged in his wide, fan-like palm, the last of his 3 secret mechanisms, and the most powerful one. Crushing the kindly-faced Guanyin wood carving, leaving only the lotus base, it was then lightly tossed out by Li Che. This sinister bull demon has hidden weapons, too? Zhao Qiang was startled, but the long knife in motion was difficult to stop mid-swing. He had to grit his teeth and continue the slash. However, that blood-colored lotus base eerily hovered in midair. Explode. Then, accompanying the bursting light, it started to spin at high speed. With a hissing sound, countless, fine as ox hair wooden needles shot out like rain in the human world, as if Guanyin were shedding tears. Thousands of them burst forth. Chapter 23, The Bull Demon Has an Epiphany. The Spirit Baby's Divinity. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Tiny as ox hair yet extremely sharp wooden needles rained down like a storm, covering the sky. With his long knife stained in blood, Zhao Qiuanqing swung it fiercely at the sight, his hair standing on end and pupil shrinking, forced to whirl his blade to summon a wild gust, blocking the dense barrage of hidden weapons. But there were too many. The blood lotus explosion sent the dense wooden needles piercing through like a torrential downpour, finally penetrating his body. Blood mist billowed, and Zhao Qiuanqing, who had leapt up, now heavily crashed back into the snow-covered courtyard. His pores oozed tiny beads of blood, which quickly dyed a large patch of the white snow red. Ah! Zhao Qiuanqing let out a low roar, his hair and beard bristling. He hurriedly circulated his inner strength to resist the blood flow in his meridians, his face reddening in rage. So sinister, so vicious. What a malicious bull demon! Zhao Qiuanqing's angry shouts persisted. The Bagua staff martial artist wearing a young girl's mask leapt onto the surrounding wall, but such a delay cost him. A glimpse revealed no trace of the bull demon. Already vanished into the blurring wind and snow. Glancing back at the finely pricked holes left by the dense wooden needles in the snow, the Bagua staff martial artist couldn't help shivering. Protect me for a moment. This bull demon is truly vicious. These needles are extremely fine, even the membrane of my body tempering realm couldn't withstand them. They've penetrated my body, and are now following my blood and meridians, aiming to pierce my heart. I need to use my inner strength to protect myself and force these needles out. Gasping heavily, Zhao Qiuanqing immediately sat cross-legged on the snowy ground and said to the Bagua staff martial artist before starting to seriously circulate his inner strength. Searing heat emanated from every inch of his skin, almost the time it took for a cup of tea to brew. Zhao Qiuanqing's body shook violently, and he opened his mouth wide to spit out a large mouthful of coagulated blood. The clotted blood was filled with the dyed wooden needles. How is it? The martial artist holding the Bagua staff looked at Zhao Qiuanqing and asked in a deep voice. It's nothing serious, just some damage to the meridians. I need to recuperate for a while. This bull demon. Truly malicious. Zhao Qiuanqing's face was unpleased. He had set a trap to capture and kill this bull demon, but he had not expected to suffer such a loss. At least he didn't temper those needles with poison, remarked the martial artist with the Bagua staff, glancing over and smiling. Zhao Qiuanqing's mouth twitched, too lazy to respond, but inwardly he felt somewhat relieved. This bull demon, vicious yet not deadly enough. Wearing a bull demon mask, the body tall and burly, and possessing bone-tempering cultivation. Such a conspicuous physique should be impossible to hide in the outer city. Zhao Qiuanqing exhaled. Could it be someone from the inner city? Most likely. The noble families and clans from the inner city have superior legacies. The martial arts they practice are extremely profound, and their diet is rich in nutrients, making them robust with vigorous blood and qi. Look at the Yang family. Every one of them is as robust as a bull. Nearly every grand noble family and clan has such horizontally refined martial artists. Moreover, the strength of that bull demon is even stronger than a warrior with bone-tempering minor accomplishment. It seems the martial arts he practices are exceedingly noteworthy, definitely originating from a noble family. And those wooden needles probably have something to do with the wood carvers under noble families and clans. With such skill, they might well be the work of some wood carving master. The martial artist holding the Bagua staff nodded and commented. The Dharma master has gone to the inner city to deal with those noble families and clans, taking over quite a bit of their interests. These noble families are not vegetarians. It's normal that they would fight back. The Yang family, the Zhu family, the Yin family, or the Si family? Zhao Qiuanqing slowly stood up, meticulously extracting wooden needles as fine as ox hair from the snow. His rough fingers ground the needles, his eyes brimming with intense killing intent. Regardless, this bull demon must be killed sooner or later. Li Che, wearing a broad hat and a loose overcoat, returned to the small courtyard he rented. His body deflated like a punctured balloon, returning to its normal size, escaping from the hands of two quenched bone warriors. Not bad, but I've used up all my trump cards. The sleeve crossbow, 1,000 spider threads, and Guanyin blood lotus. All three mechanisms were fully deployed. TSK, it's a pity that my inner strength isn't fully cultivated yet, otherwise, driven by a powerful inner strength, the eruption of the Guanyin blood lotus could be doubled, and Zhao Qiang would have been heavily injured if not dead. Now, at best, I can only inflict minor and insignificant wounds on him. If I were to temper the wooden needles with poison, the resulting Guanyin blood lotus, once it pricks into the meridians and the poison bursts forth, its lethality would double. Li Che exhaled a breath, his eyes lit up with a sense of enlightenment as his fists and palms met. A tactical error indeed, otherwise, Zhao Qiang would have died this time. Without considering that Bagua staff martial artist, in a one-on-one fight, even if I activate Dragon Elephant Vajra, I am no match for Zhao Qiang. His inner strength has reached the three heavens, which is higher than mine, and he possesses martial techniques. Li Che reviewed the brief exchange he had with Zhao Qiang. Without relying on fairy mechanisms, a prolonged battle would surely end in my defeat and disadvantage. Marital technique. I need to acquire one. I possess the Dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit, which makes my martial arts training exceptionally fast. Cross-training in martial techniques will undoubtedly allow for quicker mastery, perhaps with additional enhancements. Li Che had a plan forming in his mind. Would second shopkeeper teach me martial techniques? Even if he does, it would likely be in the distinct style of Zuji. Looks like I'll have to find one on my own or maybe scour through old Chen's collection. Li Che stretched lazily, his bones making popping sounds. This battle gave him an assessment of Zhao Qiang's strength and some confidence in killing him. He shed his clothes and tidied his attire. Li Che leisurely stepped out, headed to the Western City cured meat shop for a pound of cured beef and half a pound of pig's ears, topped off with a jug of aged yellow wine, and a box of osmanthus cakes before ambling back to Zhu's wood carving shop. Daddy. Just as he pushed open the courtyard door, Zai's eye, with her nose turned red from the cold, falteringly walked towards Li Che across the snow-covered ground. Li Che felt a warm sensation hearing that, put down the cured meat and wine, and immediately picked up the chubby Zai's eye. The little girl, looking adorable with her red lips, instinctively wrapped her small hands around his neck as Li Che lifted her. Daddy. Hug. The little girl was smart. Although just over a year old, she had already shown herself to be extraordinary. She could now walk steadily without the aid of a baby walker. Old Chen sat under the eaves, happily sipping wine from a gourd, and upon seeing Li Che and Zai's affectionate interaction, he couldn't help but sourly curve the corners of his mouth. That little stinky Zai is something else, sensing your return from afar. Truly a spirit baby. Zhang Yu walked out of the house and, seeing Li Che's dropped items, hurried over to pick them up and take them inside. My husband, you brought osmanthus cakes again today. Isn't his a little lavish? Zhang Yu smiled sweetly, their lives having steadily improved since moving to Zuji, giving them much to look forward to. Li Che smiled, my wife, if you want to eat osmanthus cakes, you can have them every day. Their family could indeed afford it now. With Li Che's craftsmanship, the wood carvings he sculpted were highly profitable. Typically, each wood carving session could earn at least 50 taels or more, assuring them a carefree life. Zhang Yu carried the items into the house. Li Che, holding Zai's eye, took a seat beside Old Chen, holding the aged yellow wine. Old Chen, this spirit baby. What's it all about? Li Che asked. The spirit infant sect judged Zai's eye to be a spirit baby. But what exactly does a spirit baby entail? Li Che was still unclear. Old Chen put away his gourd, gestured for Li Che to pour the wine, and only after Li Che filled the cup to the brim did Old Chen show a beaming smile. He sipped the aged yellow wine. Old Chen became serious as he looked at Zai's eye, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. Che, are you familiar with the divine method? A so-called spirit baby is someone born with divinity, an excellent candidate for cultivating the superior divine method. Chapter 24 Another metamorphosis of the Dao Fruit, prototype of divine powers. Tuesday plea for a follow-up read. A top candidate for cultivating divine methods. Li Che's eyes narrowed slightly, but he wasn't too surprised. He had thought about it before. What was so special about the spirit baby that made the spirit infant sect care so much about it? It must also be related to divinity. The methods of the spirit infant sect should be quite vicious and despicable. If Zai Zai falls into their hands, she will be raised until she grows up, and once her divinity is abundant, it will be forcibly extracted. Becoming a raised spirit baby is definitely not a good thing. Old Chen took a sip of his drink and said with a shake of his head and a grave voice, that was certainly not a good thing, and Li Che was aware of that, which was why he had been treading on thin ice since Zai Zai was born. Frowning, Li Che thought about strategies to respond, considering how many years it would take for him to develop the strength to single-handedly destroy the spirit infant sect. He had the Dao Fruit bound with his daughter, and as she grew slowly, she would become stronger. Gently stroking the back of Zai Zai's head, the little girl's naive eyes blinked, sparkling with crystalline innocence. Old Chen let out a breath. Actually, there is a way to deal with the crisis brought by the spirit infant sect. Li Che glanced at Old Chen, a flash of confusion in his eyes, indicating for him to continue. Spirit babies are rare, but not non-existent. The spirit babies born to commoners are pitiful, like lambs, usually unable to grow up and targeted from a young age, not just by the spirit infant sect, but also by other sects that have inherited mysterious temple traditions, all aiming to capture spirit babies. Old Chen's expression grew solemn. But if they can make it to 4 years old, then there's a chance they can survive. Li Che was taken aback. 4 years old. Is there a reason for that? Old Chen smiled and said, nothing special. The imperial court steps in. The imperial court? Li Che's face changed slightly. He had almost forgotten about the imperial court. In Flay City, power was basically divided among the noble families of the inner city, holding the authority. The Yamen, representing the imperial court, was virtually nominal, managing only some civilian disputes. The noble families hardly took it seriously. Old Chen took a sip of his yellow wine, and shook his head. Little Li, don't underestimate the imperial court. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and moreover, the de-aging dynasty isn't dead yet. Although the imperial court is declining, it's still one of the most powerful forces in the world. Even the great divine sects wouldn't dare to ignore it. The main reason is that Flay City is remote. Coupled with the isolation caused by the mysterious temple, it's somewhat out of the imperial court's jurisdiction, but that doesn't mean it's lawless. You see the Yemen's imperial hall appearing nominal today, but would the noble families and clans really dare to ignore it blatantly? The imperial court conducts a selection test every 4 years. If it's a spirit baby containing divinity, they will be recruited and trained by the imperial court. Nowadays, the right to conduct this selection test has been delegated by the Yamen to the noble families of Flay City. Old Chen glanced at Li Che as he said this. Li Che nodded slightly. So you mean to say, as long as Zai Zai safely reaches 4 years old, is selected for her divine talents, enters the Zhu clan for cultivation, and practices the divine methods, she will be protected by the Zhu clan and be safe, right? Exactly. Old Chen smiled. If the imperial court regains control over Flay City, the noble families and clans will still have to return the divinely talented children they've selected back to the imperial court. Li Che frowned. Would the noble families be willing to return them? Old Chen took a sip of his drink. Would the imperial court not understand? So, what do you think is the purpose behind this order? The de-aging dynasty doesn't ignore things, it's just too lazy to intervene. With mysterious temples sprouting like bamboo after a spring rain, almost every city has one or several. If the imperial court were to manage every mysterious temple, how could they manage? Therefore, power is decentralized to the noble families and clans in the major cities, leaving them to deal with the mysterious temples. These selected divine seedlings naturally supplement the talent for noble families. Upon hearing this, Li Che couldn't help but realize. Old Chen narrowed his eyes. Moreover, every 4 years, The divine sect also comes once to screen if there are divine children to take back to their sect for training, which is kind of competing with the imperial court for people. But the divine sect's requirements are even higher, and generally, those who meet the standards are children carefully cultivated by the noble families and clans. Li Che, naturally very clueless about the cultivation forces of this world, now felt a bit clearer after hearing old Chen's explanations. If you can enter the divine sect for cultivation, that would be the best, but the divine sect's requirements for selecting disciples are too high. Old Chen sighed and shook his head, his eyes flashing with a complex look. Li Che sensed there might be a story in his words, poured an extra glass of wine, holding Zai's eye and blinking, his curiosity ablaze. But old Chen just rolled his eyes and kept on drinking, not saying another word. Feeling slightly disappointed, Li Che then asked, "Old Chen, do you have any martial techniques for sale? If yes, could you sell me a few?" Old Chen had just taken a sip of his drink and almost choked. "Do you think martial techniques are as common as cabbages?" "Even several. Strictly speaking, martial techniques are much more precious than the skin grinding technique or the meridian opening method. Although I have a collection of them in my study, it's not extensive." Upon hearing this, Li Che's eyes suddenly lit up, becoming increasingly interested in old Chen's study. Martial techniques are distinctive in style. The techniques of the major noble families and clans naturally cannot be taught openly. If one learns them and uses them, they're in for some serious trouble. Forget it, forget it. What type of martial technique are you looking for?" Old Chen thumped his chest, took a breath, and said irritably, "Any kind will do, as long as I can practice it." "Are you looking to sell?" Li Che, holding Zai's eye, father and daughter both smiled synchronously. Time waits for no one, and seasons flow like a river. 1 month later, Flay City, Spring Breeze Alley. In the closed courtyard, the snow had completely melted away, torrid air currents intertwined like dragons, causing the loquat tree planted in the yard to shake incessantly. Li Che, with his upper body bare, revealed a bronze skin that seemed to boil with surging blood and chi, thundering like the relentless beating of a drum resembling thunder behind clouds. Large tendons like coiling dragons emerged on his body, writhing and taut, like tightly drawn large bows. Boom! His inner strength burst forth, momentarily shrouding the lingering snow in a blur. Gradually reigning in his inner strength and blood chi, Li Che opened his eyes, his gaze cutting through the haze like two sharp blades slicing through dense fog. His body's large tendons gradually relaxed, and his black hair wildly fluttered about. Throwing on a thin shirt, Li Che swung his arms and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. His eyes condensed, and a prompt appeared. Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV1, 50%, twisting his neck, his spine made a straining noise, and a formidable aura flowed. 1 month to open 9 major sinews, Zhu Clan's sinew transforming method at perfection. Not bad, faster than I expected. Indeed, all attributes to my diligence and effort. Raising his hand, inner strength surged wildly. 9 snake-like tendrils of strength coiled outside his palm. Sea snake inner strength also reached the second heaven, barely able to be released externally. Indeed, the Dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit greatly enhances my cultivation in martial arts. The Immortal Artisan augments my wood carving skills, while the Dragon Elephant enhances my martial arts talent. Quite good. I wonder what type of the third Dao Fruit will be, the one associated with Zai Zai turning 2 years old. Li Che couldn't help but look forward to the third Dao Fruit associated with his daughter's 2nd birthday. Furthermore, the middle vehicle martial technique White Tiger Chaotic Wind Fist that I acquired from old Chen has been successfully mastered to the level of a minor accomplishment. This horizontal cultivation martial art is indeed effortless for me to practice. However, one martial technique is indeed too few. After completing the wood carving trade with the young Master C tomorrow and earning some gold leaf, I will make another trip to the marketplace to see if I can acquire another martial technique to increase my offensive capabilities. Wearing a thin shirt, Li Che began practicing his punches directly in the courtyard, his punches roaring like a ferocious tiger stirring up the wind, and the countless snowflakes lifted by his blood chi melted into water upon hitting the ground and then turned back into ice. After completing a set of fist techniques, Li Che was fully satisfied and reined in his strength. The minor accomplishment level of the White Tiger Chaotic Wind Fist, combined with the Vajra transformation, was extremely explosive, but it was not enough. Returning to the inner room, he washed himself with hot water and then bought a box of osmanthus cake, which his wife loved, before returning to the wood carving shop. Donning a leather apron, Li Che sat on a chair, facing the nine-headed Guanyin angry cry ghost suppressing statue meticulously crafted over a month. Picking up his tools, the immortal worker Dao Fruit trembled slightly. He settled his mind, entered into a carving state, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the finishing touches. Within the workshop, only the soft rustling noises remained. Upon completing the final step, a streak of golden light suddenly flashed before Li Che's eyes. The next moment, a prompt appeared. Dao Fruit, Immortal Worker, LV3, 0%, Dao Fruit LV3, Further Transformation, Prototype of Divine Powers Immortal Worker, 1000 Analyzing Hands. Chapter 25 Competing with Heaven and Earth, Seeing the Midwife Again. Please follow. The Dao Fruit had transformed again. He had acquired the prototype of divine powers, Immortal Worker, 1000 Analyzing Hands. This was something Li Che had not anticipated. Pushing the maturity of the Dao Fruit to level 3 had unexpectedly led to this transformation. Prototype of divine powers, Li Che murmured. With a thought, he suddenly looked at his own hands where faint jade-colored smoke seemed to be diffusing from his arms, emerging from his pores, making his fingers and arms appear as pale and smooth as jade. Prototype of divine powers, Immortal Worker, 1000 Analyzing Hands, Siphon Divinity, Essence Cultivation of Divine Powers, Immortal Artisan transforms, Craftsmanship ascends. The introduction emerged before his eyes. Li Che merely glanced at it and felt his mind quake, utterly astonished. Siphon Divinity? Does it mean to absorb divinity? If this prototype of divine powers is applied, can it siphon divinity for one's own use? Divinity. That was a realm he had yet been unable to touch upon. Although his wood carvings were all sent to the inner city for the disciples of noble families and clans to use in their cultivation of divinity, Li Che had never truly come into contact with divinity. Gradually calming down, Li Che exhaled, his eyes glittering. It's a pity I don't yet know the use of divinity. However, absorbing divinity is just one of the effects of 1000 Analyzing Hands. There will be new transformations to come. Li Che steadied his heart and looked at his arms, now misting with golden fog, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Looking at the nine-headed Guanyin angry cry town ghost statue in front of him, Li Che raised his hand, his palm engulfed in thin jade mist, and placed it over the wood carving. In an instant, it seemed as if jade mist turned into streaming light, revealing all the carving techniques and craftsmanship involved in this wood carving before his eyes, which Li Che effortlessly analyzed and mastered. Li Che released his hand, the smile growing even denser between his lips. 1000 Analyzing Hands. Can decipher any craftsmanship. Merely by touching it, one can decipher the essence, as if understanding the principles behind objects, perceiving the true nature, and acquiring the skills. To confirm his guess, he left the workshop and ran to the area outside where the finished statues were placed. Snow was falling thick and fast. A few scattered figures were carefully positioning the finished sculptures. These were all movers from the shop, among whom Li Che had once been included. Master Li. The movers, upon seeing Li Che, all revealed obsequious smiles. Do you need any wood? Just command, and we will carry it inside for you. There's no need for you to come out in this cold. A mover, wiping sweat, hurriedly said with a smile. Li Che, however, waved his hand. No, I'm just looking. Having said that, he walked to a finished sculpture, stretching out his hand to cover it, with misty jade fog diffusing from between his palms. In an instant, everything about this wood carving's techniques and processes were laid out in his mind. Unlike the previous touch of the statue to master the technique once a day limit, now he had no restrictions. Moreover, he grasped the details more delicately and could even innovate, fixing flaws on top of the original skills. Indeed, Li Che lifted his hand, a smile forming in his heart, his confidence surging, giving him even greater assurance in creating the remaining 9 highly complex mechanisms in Ting's mechanism essentials. It's time to find a moment, update the mechanisms, and give Zhao Qiang an even greater surprise. A month's time, Li Che had undergone no small transformation. His cultivation had improved, his Immortal Artisan level had also risen, and he had acquired the prototype of divine powers, 1,000 analyzing hands. It was time to eliminate Zhao Qiang, the potential threat. Otherwise, Li Che always felt like a sword was hanging over his head, making it hard to rest or eat, always fearing Zai might encounter a great disaster at any moment. In the afternoon, Zhu Beiyu arrived as expected, draped in a great cape, his physique more burly than ever. "Master Li, is the wood carving ready?" Zhu Beiyu's voice was rough, his eyes bright with vitality. He entered the wood carving shop straight away to find Li Che. Upon entering the workshop, he saw the wood carving statue quietly placed on the workbench, his eyes lighting up. Good. Excellent. Master Li's craftsmanship has improved again. This Guanyin Angry Cry Town ghost statue truly is superb, full of deep meaning. Zhu Beiyu stared at the Angry Cry Town ghost statue, unable to take his eyes off it. "It's a pity that my cultivation is not the Angry Cry Town ghost, otherwise I definitely wouldn't sell this wood carving to the Sea family. At least, not without asking for more money. Haha," Zhu Beiyu said with a laugh. "If the second shopkeeper needs them, you can place an order with me, a business deal worth 5 gold leaves each time. I'd gladly have more of such deals, then never worry about food and clothing again. Ha, I'll come seeking you when the chance arises, but the wood carvings I need must all be made by a wood carving master. If you want to sell me wood carvings, you need to become a wood carving master." The divine wood carvings perceived by the direct lineage of the Zhu family during their cultivation are all made by masters. That Sima Bai, he's just at a critical breakthrough realm, thus casting a wide net. He's not picky and needs a large quantity of wood carvings. That's why he approached you. Zhu Beiyu explained with a smile. Reluctantly letting go of the sculpture, Zhu Beiyu looked at Li Che with a trace of amazement. "Master Li, your talent for wood carving is truly extraordinary. You have the potential of a master. If you diligently study divinity, you might have a chance to become a wood carving master in the future." Upon hearing this, Li Che asked curiously, "Second shopkeeper, what makes a wood carving master different from a regular wood carver?" Zhu Beiyu, who had high hopes for Li Che, did not withhold information. The two had the movers load the wood carving onto a prepared carriage and Zhu Beiyu pulled Li Che into a luxurious and opulent carriage. Inside the carriage, a furnace was burning, boiling tea. Zhu Beiyu poured a cup for Li Che and explained, "A wood carving master is termed master because the wood carvings they create are fundamentally different from those made by ordinary wood carvers. The difference lies in divinity. The wood carvings made by wood carving masters birth actual divinity, which can be absorbed. Just this alone is the difference between heaven and earth," Zhu Beiyu said softly. Hearing this, Li Che's body trembled slightly. "The wood carvings contain real divinity? It's not hard to understand. You know about spirit infant, right? The infants born from the union of man and woman, blessed by heaven and earth, naturally possess divinity. Similarly, the wood carving masters creating spirit infant wood carvings is like conceiving a child, giving the wood carvings a chance to possess divinity. Although the birthed divinity can't compare to a real spirit infant, it's akin to flaunting skills with heaven and earth, capturing the fleeting divinity of the universe," Zhu Beiyu said with a laugh. "Do wood carving masters also cultivate divinity methods?" Li Che asked. Zhu Beiyu nodded as if it were obvious. Without cultivating the divine method, one would ultimately remain insignificant. Without cultivating divinity, how could one feel understand, or even impart divinity. Perhaps thinking of something, Zhu Beiyu smiled at Li Che. Master Li, don't be in a hurry. The divine method is immensely precious, one of the core secrets of the major noble families and clans. Master Li, although your talent is good now, it still needs to be evaluated. Besides, you are too young, still needing more experience and qualifications. Only then trying to cultivate the divine method might you have a chance to become a wood-carving master. But that's just a chance. The carriage traveled past the bumpy outer city and soon arrived at the majestic walls of the inner city. Since it was a Zhu family carriage, it entered the bustling inner city without even being inspected. This was Li Che's first visit to the inner city, where the buildings were clean and opulent, closely arrayed, with all sorts of prosperous scenes visible just through the window. Compared to the outer city's turbulent, hardship-filled decrepit environment, it was like night and day. The carriage stopped in front of a tavern, which was decorated luxuriously with gilded beams and painted eaves, extremely lavish. Soon, several movers hurried out of the tavern, carefully carrying the wood carving and following behind Zhu Beiyu and Li Che. This Golden Splendor Pavilion is one of the best taverns in the inner city, starting at 100 taels per meal. Sima Bai apparently values you highly and looks forward to your angry Cry-Town ghost, specifically setting a banquet here, Zhu Beiyu said with a smile. The two walked through a beautifully carved corridor. Each piece of wood in the corridor was meticulously carved by wood carvers, extremely beautiful and pleasing to look at. In the distance, there was a pavilion-like structure with curtains hanging on all four sides, swaying with the wind. From afar, Li Che saw the figure in white sitting inside the pavilion, drinking wine. Next to the figure in white stood an old woman, bowing her head and presumably reporting something. Li Che suddenly stopped. He looked at the old woman, and the gentle expression on his face slowly withdrew, until it completely froze. Looking at the old woman's face, which Li Che could dream of, a subtle killing intent spread out from the depths of Li Che's eyes, just because. This old woman was Lei Chunlin, the midwife who had helped deliver Zai Zai and had killed a dozen children during childbirth. Chapter 26, The Eerie Angry Cry. Here comes the Bull Demon King. The cold wind rustled fiercely, swirling with the madness of winter as the snow drifted aimlessly. Snowflakes landing on the dark tiles atop the long corridor emitted a gentle scraping noise. The lifted winter breeze ceaselessly fluttered the white curtains that hung as if suspended in midair above the pavilions. Li Che stopped in his tracks, his facial expression as if frozen by the bitter winter in a flash, eyes locked straight ahead like two unsheathed swords, piercing through the harsh cold and settling on the old woman who was bowing beside the man in white. Lei Chunlin. A deep voice emanated from Li Che's throat. Zhu Beiyu was clearly aware of Li Che's movements and the shift in his emotions, briefly taken aback. What's wrong? Zhu Beiyu frowned and asked. Li Che's thoughts surged and fluctuated. He would not forget that face. Lei Chunlin, the midwife who had delivered Zai's eye, was also a wicked woman who had caused the death of many children she had personally helped to birth. Now, she appeared here, a place Li Che had never imagined she would be. In that moment, Li Che's heart turned exceedingly grim. In his mind, a myriad of thoughts circulated. Lei Chunlin. What was her relationship with young Master Si? It was said that Lei Chunlin was entangled with the spirit infant sect. Could it be that there was also a connection to the Si family? The background of Lei Chunlin appeared to be stronger than he had imagined, which explained why the outer city's bounty notice for her was taken down after a few days, whereas his bull demon warrant was still prominently displayed on the notice board. Encountered an acquaintance, Li Che suppressed his emotions, speaking calmly. Though Zhu Beiyu was burly, his sensitivity to emotions was sharp, and he noticed that Li Che's gaze toward the old woman was unusual. Understand the grudges first and then make plans, Zhu Beiyu said. Li Che nodded, and the two of them stepped into the pavilion box. The servant of the Golden Splendor Pavilion delicately placed the wood carving, covered with black cloth, onto the table that had been prepared in advance within the pavilion. Brother Mabai, the genius wood-carving master from my Zhu family has arrived. Let's see his craftsmanship, Zhu Beiyu declared with a hearty laugh as he stepped into the pavilion. The man in white clothes, sitting on a rosewood taishi chair, suddenly cast his gaze over, and Li Che got a clear view of the man's face. There was a sort of eerie beauty to the handsome features, his eyes carried a melancholic hue, and a tear mole at the corner of an eye. His charm held an immensely infectious sorrow, teetering on the edge of breaking into tears, with a single strand of hair falling across his cheek, gently swaying in the breeze. North Tiger, you've truly done me a great favor. Sima Bai rose to his feet, his voice almost sounding tearful. He fist-bumped Zhu Beiyu, then his gaze fell on Li Che. This must be Master Li. Though you have not entered the inner city, your wood carvings have indeed caused a sensation there. Such profound meaning in your works, it's precious to find below a wood carving master. Sima Bai smiled, but his attempt at smiling was more pain than crying. Li Che nodded slightly, however, his eyes still lingered on Lei Chunlin. At this moment, Lei Chunlin recognized Li Che as well, and her wrinkled, ravine-deep face blossomed into a kind smile, gently looking at Li Che, neither hiding nor evading. Sima Bai noticed Li Che's gaze and continued with his unsightly smile. She's just a servant in the mansion helping with some chores. If she has offended Master Li in any way, please be forgiving. Zhu Beiyu narrowed his eyes, and Li Che understood the subtext in Sima Bai's words. Lei Chunlin was his person. If there was any conflict, bear with it. The implication between the lines suggested that Sima Bai clearly knew what Lei Chunlin was involved in, but his attitude was very insistent on protecting her. Or perhaps it was that Li Che's status was simply not significant enough for Sima Bai to take seriously. Lei Chunlin's smile became increasingly radiant, as if a withered old chrysanthemum was forcefully blooming. The atmosphere in the pavilion seemed to grow a few degrees colder in an instant, as the howling wind swept in. After a short pause, a smirk surfaced on Li Che's chilly face. Perhaps I mistook her for someone else. I thought she was the midwife who delivered my beloved daughter, involved with the spirit infant sect. That midwife has harmed the lives of many newborns, a truly malevolent person, wanted by the government office. How could she possibly appear in young Master C's mansion? It seems I was mistaken, Li Che said. Li Che's words, despite their sarcastic undertone, were taken by Sima Bai as a sign of Li Che's softening stance. Sima Bai's lips curled into an even more unpleasant smile, and with a wave of his hand, Lei Chunlin bowed her head and left. Master Li has given me face, which is truly wonderful. Now let's take a look at Master Li's skill. Sima Bai spoke lightly, effortlessly moving past the topic. Zhu Beiyu remained silent, his expression slightly gloomy, but he felt somewhat disappointed with Li Che. Even though Li Che, despite taking action, would not have been able to touch Lei Chunlin, with him there, he could still have supported Li Che to regain some face. But Li Che opted for a more submissive approach. Although prudent, lacking a bit of reckless abandon, Zhu Beiyu wasn't entirely pleased. But he could understand, after all, he was dealing with the C family. However, Li Che's personality was similar to that of his younger brother Zhu Yu, too gloomy, too capable of enduring in silence, which made him uneasy. Since Li Che had taken the initiative to yield, Zhu Beiyu couldn't be bothered to say more. Sima Bai, on the other hand, walked up to the wood carving, pulled away the black veil, and suddenly the nine-headed Guanyin angry cry town ghost statue came into Sima Bai's view. Sima Bai's breathing suddenly stalled. A look of joy appeared in his eyes as he stared in a daze, and gradually, 2 lines of tears slid down his cheeks. So good, so good. Though lacking divinity, the meaning is profound. The 9 heads of Guanyin, each with a different expression, all embody compassion for the suffering. A single furrowing of the brow is a gesture of pity for all beings, rich in meaning amidst the angry cry. Good, really good. Sima Bai was crying and laughing at the same time, clapping his hands in approval. The next moment, Sima Bai's palms forcefully pressed against the wood carving. He opened his mouth and began to sob uncontrollably. Vague streams of white vapor began to rise from atop the wood carving. Li Che's eyes narrowed, Such eerie circumstances tensed up his mind fiercely. The whole pavilion was enveloped in a unique and strange atmosphere in an instant, as if ghosts were crying, as if women were wailing, as if old men were crying their hearts out. Li Che even felt a lump in his throat and could not help but feel like crying. Zhu Beiyu stepped in front of Li Che and gently patted his shoulder, instantly dispersing the crying emotions within Li Che. Taking a step back, Li Che's gaze flickered with astonishment. Sima Bai is cultivating divinity. You were affected by the spilled divinity. I've suppressed it for you, so it's fine now, Zhu Beiyu said with a smile. Though he wasn't completely satisfied with Li Che's disposition, Zhu Beiyu recognized that Li Che's talent was evident to all and still worth drawing in and befriending. Li Che thanked him with a fist salute. Your cultivation has only just reached skin refinement completion. If you were affected by the angry cry divinity for too long, I'm afraid it would damage your spirit. Take the gold leaf and leave. The carriage is outside, you can go back by yourself. If you want to stroll around the inner city, that's fine too. Just make sure you leave the city before it gets dark, Zhu Beiyu said, chuckling lightly. Li Che received 5 gold leaves, tucked them away carefully, and took his leave with a fist salute. He cast a deep glance at Sima Bai, who was still holding the wood carving and voraciously absorbing from it, as the wood carving seemed to wither like a frost-bitten eggplant, no longer resembling the image of Guanyin. Li Che licked his lips. His hand seemed a bit itchy. He resisted the urge to use his prototypical divine power, 1,000 analyzing hands, to siphon the divinity from Sima Bai. Li Che exited the Golden Splendor Pavilion. Back on the carriage, Li Che sat upright in the luxurious carriage, his fingers gently, rhythmically tapping on the tea table inside, his gaze slightly focused. Old man, stop the carriage for a moment. It's rare for me to come to the inner city, and I plan to buy some osmanthus cakes for my wife. I'll bring back some good food too, just wait for me, Li Che said with a smile. Although the charioteer was from the Zhu family in the inner city, he was quite courteous to Li Che, responding with a smile. Master Li, go ahead, and I'll wait for you here. As long as you leave the inner city before dark, there will be no issue, the charioteer said. Li Che thanked him warmly with a fist salute. The inner city was bustling, with no fewer people or less activity than the outer city. Once he was out of the charioteer's line of sight, Li Che's face instantly turned ice cold. He first went to a silk shop and bought some black cloth, turned it into a loose black robe, bought a bamboo hat, then took out a carving knife and thin wood from his bosom, and with his current skills, he made a cute bull mask in just a few breaths' time. He found an empty alley. Putting on the bamboo hat, he first hid his clothing, then donned the black robe, the bamboo hat, and covered his face with the cute bull mask. In an instant, the shadows cast on the alley walls by the light began to twist violently, wriggle, and elongate. It was as if divine dragons were murmuring and demonic elephants were bellowing. Endurance, stability, yielding. I'm just going to switch posture to kill you. Lei Chunlin, your bull demon master has arrived. Chapter 27, Cautious and Timid, Hellsminotaur. Li Che had never intended to spare Lei Chunlin. It was a rare encounter, and not killing her would leave him restless. He twisted his neck, his back muscles tensing and creaking. With the Zhu clan's 9 sinews, Li Che had opened all 9 major sinews, and now his single cultivation had already reached complete meridian opening, just one step away from bone tempering. In 1 month, Li Che had transformed significantly. Now, having activated the Dragon Elephant Dao Fruit Vajra transformation, he was absolutely confident he could kill Zhao Qiang and his Bagua staff-wielding accomplice. He had planned, after this matter concluded, to go after Zhao Qiang and eliminate this threat. However, he had not expected, during his trip to the inner city, he would encounter Lei Chunlin hiding within the inner city. No wonder Li Che, while masquerading and searching for Lei Chunlin during this period, had been fruitless. He flicked his sleeve. The hidden sleeve crossbow and 1,000 spider threads were already prepared, his eyes under the mask flashing with a cold murderous intent. With a stamp of his foot, his body suddenly shot out of the alley. Dot. Dot. The curtains lightly fluttered, rising and falling as if moving with a person's every breath. Zhu Beiyu sat on the chair, the water in the kettle boiling vigorously, gurgling incessantly, as he busied himself making tea, the rich fragrance unrestrained. Sima Bai stood in front of the nine-headed Guanyin angry Cry-Town ghost statue carved by Li Che. At this moment, this wood carving had long lost its original appearance, looking as if it had suffered the erosion of time and wind, completely altered. If you looked carefully, you could see countless tiny holes underneath the statue, as if corroded and devoured by wood-eating insects, leaving behind remains. After a while, Sima Bai shuddered slightly, stepped back, shed 2 lines of hot tears, seeming to both cry and laugh, and slapped the rotten wood statue. In a flash, the entire statue crashed into debris. Not bad, the taste is really good. Sima Bai extended his tongue and licked his lips. Although it doesn't contain divinity like a master wood carver, or capture the free-floating divinity between heaven and earth, it's already very good. This meaning, if accumulated 3 or 4 more times, could even amount to a strand of divinity, greatly aiding my angry Cry-Town ghost. Sima Bai sat back in the yellow rosewood grandmaster chair, taking the well-brewed premium pure tea. Zhu Beiyu passed to him. Your Zhu Ji has found a treasure, truly a potential master, Sima Bai said somewhat enviously. The rugged face of Zhu Beiyu broke into a smile. It's still early days yet, becoming a wood-carving master isn't that easy, and one must also be loyal. Over the past 200 years, Zhu Ji has trained so many wood-carvers, and only a few have possibly become wood-carving masters. If you don't want him, let him come to the Sea family, Sima Bai suggested with a teasing smile. Was that old crone your Sea family's doing? Seems like she's from Spirit Infant sect. No, you involve yourself with Spirit Infant sect and your Sea family doesn't care? Zhu Beiyu's face tautened as he spoke coolly. Sima Bai put down his teacup. Don't be so resistant to Spirit Infant sect. Not everything from the mysterious temple is evil. The imperial court subdues temples with force. Divine sect destroys mountains and temples. Aren't they all because there are treasures in the mysterious temples? Divinity, divine methods, martial techniques, martial arts, various legacies, all come from the mysterious temples, so why resist? Sima Bai chuckled while sipping his tea. The imperial court wants us to recruit divine spirit children, nurture them, so that we can explore those mysterious temples they can't spare hands to explore. I've heard from a friend in the capital that those great deity court officials of the court are all focusing on exploring the newly emerged 3 Pure Ones mysterious temple outside the capital. If the court is exploring, embracing, and integrating, why should we resist? Sima Bai shook his head. Zhu Beiyu frowned. Mysterious temples are mysterious temples. Spirit Infant sect is Spirit Infant sect. Don't conflate the two. Let's not discuss this. I know my measures. Flay City is governed by us noble families and clans. How can I not take it seriously? Sima Bai waved his hand nonchalantly. Speaking of Li Che, he is quite aware of the times. Very stable. Hearing that Lei Chunlin was targeting his daughter, he could still restrain himself from acting. Truly a small-minded man, Sima Bai remarked. That's being stable. Although he is backed by our Zhu family, he can't be sure that Zhu family would definitely support him. He surely hates Lei Chunlin, but he is rational, knowing that your Xi family covers Lei Chunlin. His own strength isn't strong enough. If a conflict breaks out and can't be resolved, it would look bad for both families, so he can only step back and seek peace, Zhu Beiyu stated calmly. To sum up, this person is stable, cautious, nothing to fear. Golden Splendor Pavilion. Li Che transformed into a shadow and quietly approached. Now that he had activated the dragon Elephant Vajra, his strength was likely enough to exhibit the full extent of bone tempering completion, unlocking 9 major sinews, and the explosive power he could generate was enough to amount to 10,000 caddies. In fact, his power was only at the completion of sinew transforming. The dragon Elephant Vajra allowed him to burst forth with the power that spanned a whole major realm. The major sinews on his back tensed, the kinetic energy dispelling silently onto the ground and lifting the snow without a sound, as Li Che's body glided swiftly. Sticking to the walls, he entered the Golden Splendor Pavilion. Having been here once before made him familiar with the place. The interior of the Golden Splendor Pavilion was vast and broad, resembling the courtyard of a noble family, with intricate alleyways and paths crisscrossing in all directions. There were also guards on patrol, all of whom possessed considerable strength with sinew-transforming cultivation. Li Che concealed himself in the darkness, watching indifferently. Few dared to cause trouble in the Golden Splendor Pavilion due to it being backed by several noble families and clans, and a jointly owned enterprise, so although there was a presence of guards, they seemed somewhat lax. Li Che easily bypassed the defense force, recalling the route that Lei Chunlin had taken after descending the previous time. His body rose and fell, the power exhibited by the complete bone tempering making his speed reach its zenith, so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see his traces. Li Che did not know the relationship between Sima Bai and Lei Chunlin, nor was he aware of any dealings between the Si family and the Spirit Infant sect. What did he care about that? If Lei Chunlin wanted to harm his daughter's Li Che had only one goal in mind: kill her. Within a luxurious courtyard, with rock gardens standing tall and tree shadows blurry, Lei Chunlin had changed into a clean brocade dress, leaning on the railing, looking at one of the Si family's guards stationed in her courtyard, then glanced around the courtyard, her wrinkled old face revealing a trace of a smile. It's truly a pleasure to be in the Golden Splendor Pavilion, the most luxurious and extravagant place in the inner city. I, an old woman, have suffered all my life, but now I can finally live such a life. This is indeed how a life should be lived. Lei Chunlin's smile was as resplendent as blooming old chrysanthemums. The Spirit Infant sect had given her pleasures she had never enjoyed. As long as the Si family agrees to the trade with the Dharma Master, I could become a distinguished guest of the Si family. Basking in endless glory and riches, Lei Chunlin's body quivered slightly with excitement. She led those infants into this world, letting these babies exchange for her wealth and status. That seems fair, right? What a pity. Li Che really is steady, knowing my connection with the Spirit Infant sect, and moved into Zhu's woodcarving shop. Such luck he had, this mere mover actually becoming a woodcarver at Zhuji. Such a pity for that spirit baby, full of divinity. If I could have offered it to the Dharma Master, I might even have received the divine method inheritance from him, becoming a superior being over others. Lei Chunlin clenched her fists, her old eyes bulging round, somewhat reluctant. It doesn't matter, now that I'm connected with the Si family, I'll get my hands on that spirit baby sooner or later. A mere woodcarver at Zhuji's woodcarving shop is nothing but an ant in front of a massive entity like the Si family. Whoosh! The previously calm sky, as if sensing the coldness of the world, dropped a heavy snowfall, the snowflakes, blurring the view. Lei Chunlin rubbed her hands together, exhaling a breath of warm air. This damn weather. She turned around and began to stoke the furnace, adding more coal. Suddenly, her movements stiffened, and her neck awkwardly lifted up. Then, she saw upon a cluster of rock gardens in the courtyard, a towering figure, clad in adlai and wearing a cute cow mask, like a small mountain or a sky-piercing halberd, stood amidst the swirling winds and snow. Eyes blazing, like a yin god from hell, a cow-headed soul snatcher, exuding a cold and overwhelmingly murderous aura, he stared at her. Chapter 28, Dharma Master Spirit Baby, Siphon Divinity. A strong intent to kill, almost tangible, wrapped in the wind and snow, whooshed toward him. Who was this? Lei Chunlin's face suddenly changed, and she had just prepared to add some charcoal when her movements abruptly stopped. The entire courtyard was instantly enveloped in a murderous aura, and countless snowflakes exploded in midair. Li Che stood atop an artificial hill, his eyes indifferent and ruthless beneath his mask. In the courtyard, the guard sent by the Si family to protect Lei Chunlin was originally sitting in the pavilion in the snow, dozing with his eyes closed. The moment he sensed the killing intent released by Li Che, He immediately opened his eyes, shocked, as it seemed unthinkable that someone would dare to commit a murder inside the Golden Splendor Pavilion. With a clench of his fist, he violently drew the long sword from his waist. His body shot forward, facing the wind and snow, and he saw the tall, bear-like figure standing on the artificial hill. That cute bull mask, coupled with overwhelming killing intent, appeared completely eerie. Audacious thief to dare commit murder inside the Golden Splendor Pavilion. This person is a guest of my sea family. Please withdraw. Our family will not pursue this matter further. The guard's body was straight, holding the long sword, his blood and energy intertwined, his large tendons quivering and roaring with a booming sound. He was a guard at the peak of the complete meridian opening. Li Che casually glanced at the guard. Complete meridian opening? With a light tap of his toe, he floated down, landing on the snow in the courtyard, and with every step, his heavy figure left no footprints in the snow. Li Che took a heavy step, his face beneath his hat suddenly raised, his cold eyes fixed on the sword-drawing guard. The guard was startled, his mouth opened to say something, but the fierce gust of air had already fiercely slapped his face. Not half a word could escape, and a tremendous pressure came crashing down. Li Che was too fast. The moment his feet touched the ground, the force erupted, causing the snow around him to bounce up. The pressure from his blood and energy, like a fierce dragon, pressed down fiercely. The guard had just swung out his drawn sword when he saw a fist, like lightning, shooting straight at him. The shoulders wide, the figure gigantic like a mountain, that bull demon, in one punch, the inner strength burst forth, like a snow-white tiger, yet also like a hissing venomous snake. Ding! A crisp sound, the long sword was instantly knocked away. The fierce force, like a whip, lashed and rebounded on the guard's chest, and the guard felt his chest collapse in an instant, his organs ruptured, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Quenched. Bone tempering. The guard's eyes widened, his face suddenly changing. As a guard of the sea family, his skills were not weak, and even facing a true bone tempering, he could hold on for a moment. But he was instantly killed by the bull demon in front of him. Bone tempering completion. With a burst of force, his arm vibrated, and the terrified force instantly caused the guard's tendons and bones to explode, his body flying back. However, Li Che took a step forward, his speed even faster, catching up to the guard, his fingers hooked and tugged. The guard's eyes just tightened, then he saw the many hazy mists of snow in front of him instantly split in two by a sharp aura. A silent tear, the air was ripped apart. Blood sprayed onto the snow, and the guard found his body cut open, lying on the ground, dumbly watching his severed half. His eyes gradually dimmed, losing their luster. Maybe you were just fulfilling your duty to guard, but since you obstructed him, protected her, then you die. Li Che's figure instantly traced a blur, stepping on the snow silently, leaping under the eaves. Everything happened too quickly, from Li Che making his move to the guard being crushed, being cut in two. It was just a matter of a few breaths. Li Che walked as if strolling leisurely, moving from a distance to beneath the eaves. Lei Chunlin had just turned around, intending to flee into the house. Thud thud thud. Two wooden crossbow arrows whistled through the air, instantly piercing through Lei Chunlin's knees, preventing her escape, causing her to fall to the ground as blood pooled around her. You! Ah! You! Lei Chunlin's face was pale, her fear extreme. Although she had joined the Spirit Infant sect, she was only a common old woman, without any cultivation. The oppressive feeling of a mountain-sized figure, wrapped in a violent gust of air, fiercely pounced on her. The pain made Lei Chunlin's head sweat profusely, she couldn't even catch her breath. Spare me. My lord, spare me. I'm just an old woman, nothing but old bones. Lei Chunlin lay on the ground, desperate and miserable. Just moments ago, she had been dreaming of a better life among the elite, only to find herself suddenly facing a bleak fate beyond her control. Life's great ups and downs are all too common. Li Che looked at her indifferently, not a trace of sympathy. Had she ever shown mercy when she killed those children? When she targeted Zai Zai? Had she ever shown mercy? Suddenly, Lei Chunlun's eyes revealed a fierce expression as she pulled out a blood-stained spirit infant wood carving, the size of a palm, and furiously threw it at Li Che. "Dharma Master, protect me!" The wood carving was hurled towards Li Che, not very fast. Li Che could easily dodge it with a slight turn of his body. However, as it floated in midair, the wood carving suddenly seemed to come to life, its eyes snapping open, glaring furiously at Li Che. An extreme rage surged out from Li Che's heart as if an uncontrollable flame was about to completely engulf his mind and burn away his consciousness. Divinity? Li Che was shocked. This wood carving contained divinity and possessed offensive power. Goodness, this Lei Chunlun, to be valued so highly within the spirit infant's act, a mere woman actually harbored such means. Within his chest, the Dao Fruit dragon Elephant Vajra trembled violently, as if a divine dragon was roaring and a demonic elephant was whining. The nameless rage that had arisen in his mind was suddenly scattered into nothingness, everything returning to calm. Li Che's eyes regained their clarity and brightness, and facing the wood carving, he raised his hand. His exposed arm turned into a jade-white color, and a jade-colored mist sprayed out from his pores. The prototype of divine skills. Immortal worker, thousand analyzing hands. Li Che violently grasped the wood carving, absorbing divinity. Li Che felt a surge of heat in his palm as he siphoned all the divinity contained within the spirit infant wood carving. Bang! The wood carving exploded, shattering into countless tiny wooden splinters. Lei Chunlun was frozen in place. This was a life-saving artifact given to her by the Dharma Master, obtained after she had collected so much infant's life blood for the Dharma Master. The Dharma Master said that even a quenched bone warrior could be dealt with by this wood carving. Yet now, the wood carving bestowed by the Dharma Master was literally crushed to pieces. Lei Chunlun was in despair. She wanted to beg for mercy, but Li Che, regaining his senses and fearing she had more tricks up her sleeve, shot 3 rounds from his sleeve crossbow at her head. He shot her through and through. With no time to savor the taste of divinity, Li Che knew he had to escape quickly. Inner city was not like outer city, filled with many strong individuals. Among the warriors of the noble families and clans, there were even terrifyingly strong ones who had overcome the blood exchange barrier or even stepped into the channel opening realm. Of course, the most fearsome were still those cultivators from noble families and clans who had cultivated divinity. He took out a crumpled, long withdrawn wanted poster from the government office, relating to Lei Chunlun. Glancing at Lei Chunlun's dead body, Li Che felt a surge of pent-up frustration explosively released from his chest. The constant anxiety he had felt was finally alleviated somewhat. Although he knew that this incident was not over, killing Lei Chunlun did not mean that Zai Zai was completely safe. The spirit infant sect, the spirit infant master, still loomed like a sharp blade over his head, tormenting him and disrupting his peace. But killing Lei Chunlun at least allowed Li Che to breathe a sigh of relief. Throwing out the wanted poster, Li Che shot a wooden arrow from his sleeve crossbow, pinning the wanted poster next to Lei Chunlun's body. The blood staining the paper seemed to be tinged with Lei Chunlun's sins. White curtains fluttered in the breeze. Just having cultivated divinity, Sima Bai was in an excellent mood, sipping tea and discussing the topic of divinity with Zhu Beiyu, enjoying himself immensely. After chatting with Sima Bai for a while, Zhu Beiyu stood up, ready to say goodbye and leave. Suddenly, a figure swiftly burst in, appearing next to Sima Bai. It was one of Sima Bai's guardians, a strong warrior from the blood exchange realm. At the moment, this warrior had a strange expression, with a furrowed brow, showing hints of peculiarity and anxiety. Sima Bai glanced at him. "What's the matter? Why such urgency? What's the decency in that?" This powerful blood exchange warrior, looking at Sima Bai, spoke in a deep voice. "My lord, Lei Chunlun is dead." Sima Bai, about to sip the tea by his lips, suddenly froze. Chapter 29, Terrifying Trace of Light. Who is the bull demon? Lei Chunlun dead? Sima Bai froze in his movements, the jade green tea in his cup even splashing out a bit. His gaze turned intently to his capable assistant. Lei Chunlun Wasn't she staying inside Golden Splendor Pavilion? How could she die? Moreover, didn't the family send a guard with complete meridian opening to protect her? Even if she faced danger, couldn't he even hold the enemy off for a moment? Sima Bai's expression darkened. Lei Chunlin was the representative of the spirit infant sect who came to discuss matters with him. But now, Lei Chunlin was actually dead. She died right after they had finished their discussion. In the pavilion, the atmosphere turned cold and silent in an instant, somewhat murderous. The wild currents of air and the drifting snowflakes turned incredibly sharp. Zhu Beiyu had been thinking of taking his leave, but now he didn't want to leave. His eyes flickered uncertainly, and his mind was also somewhat shocked and suspicious. Even a bizarre thought began to take root in his head. Li Che had just met with Lei Chunlin, and Lei Chunlin was killed right after turning her head. A coincidence? How could there be such a coincidence? Simo Bai stood up and set his cup down. Old Go, lead the way. Let's go take a look. The blood exchange warrior, goes on, responded by clasping his fists, turning around, and leading the way. Before the incident, Li Che left the Golden Splendor Pavilion and wandered around the thoroughfares of the inner city for a few rounds to make sure no one was following before returning to the alley where he had left his clothes. He stripped off the black clothing, withdrew his vital energy, and returned to his original form before changing into his own clothes. Crushing the wood carving mask into powder, Li Che took a long breath out. The death of Lei Chunlin gave him a sense of relief as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart, but of course, that feeling of relief was soon submerged. Li Che raised his hand, and with a thought, streams of air that resembled little snakes began to swirl rapidly in his jade-white hand. Divinity. The divinity of the spirit infant master, the siphon divinity, hidden within the 1,000 analyzing hands. Just what use could it have? In the urgent situation, Li Che did not spend time researching. After leaving the alley, he found a store to buy a box of osmanthus cakes and then went to a restaurant to pack up the pre-ordered fine wine and dishes before locating the old charioteer who had stopped his horse carriage at the roadside and was smoking a dry pipe. "Old man, I've got the stuff, please take me back to the wood carving shop," Li Che said with a smile, casually handing over a small jar of yellow wine he had packed from the restaurant. Seeing this, the charioteer hurriedly tried to refuse in alarm, but failing to do so, he had no choice but to accept it with a big smile and then swiftly drove the carriage. Accompanied by the sound of horse hoofs on the cobblestone streets, shattering the bitter chill of the drifting snow, moving slowly towards the outer city. In the small courtyard, the white snow was dyed red with blood, the guard's body slashed in two, presenting an extremely desolate sight under the falling snow. The rich scent of blood enveloped the air, extremely pungent. The sound of crunching snow arose as Sima Bai and Zhu Beiyu stepped onto the thick snow and entered the courtyard. Sima Bai, draped in a crane robe, looked at the gruesome sight of the guard's death, his handsome face full of the gloom, crushed and killed, without the strength to fight back. The killer is extremely strong. The guard with complete meridian opening was no match at all and couldn't even send a distress signal. The culprit is surely not just newly into bone tempering, but possibly at bone tempering completion. Sima Bai's eyes were incredibly sharp, and he immediately judged how powerful the enemy facing the guard had been. The wound looks like it was caused by a sharp instrument, but it doesn't seem like it was cut by a sword or any such weapon. The blood exchange warrior, goes on, who had extensive experience, knelt down to examine the corpse and said in a deep voice, "Zhu Beiyu, wrapped in a fox fur cloak, looked at the guard's body and how incredibly smooth and clean the wounds were, his mind stirring slightly. These wounds seemed somewhat familiar. He couldn't help thinking of the way the wood carver, Sun Qingbiao, in his family's outer city's wood carving shop had died. Could it be that the murderer was the same person? Simo Bai stepped past the guard's body and entered the house, where the heat from the burning coal mingled in the room, making the bloody smell even more intense and nauseating. And Lei Chunlin's body, nailed to the wooden floor, was in an exceedingly tragic state. A wanted notice. A tragically disfigured corpse, like a yin god from hell, walking the human world, detaining and judging souls. Zhu Beiyu squinted his eyes, but a subtle look of realization flashed across his rough face, affirming, the murderer who killed Lei Chunlin was also the culprit who killed Sun Qingbiao. The method of killing was the same, the means of execution equally identical, the signature wooden arrow, along with wounds as if cut by fine silk threads, basically confirmed the identity of the killer. The criminal, Bull Demon. Zhu Beiyu exhaled. Just who is it? In the outer city, he could commit a crime inside the heavily guarded wood carving shop. Yet, within the inner city, he could also kill within the Golden Splendor Pavilion, jointly operated by even more strictly guarded families. Outrageous. Yet mysterious. Who indeed was it? Someone from which family? Who is the Bull Demon? It seemed as though Sima Bai heard Zhu Beiyu's murmurs and looked over with cold eyes. Zhu Beiyu then recounted the situation briefly. Quite the Bull Demon, daring to commit a crime within the Golden Splendor Pavilion. Truly reckless, not putting any of us from flying thunder in his eyes. Sima Bai's fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. Coldly and with a full intent to kill, he uttered a sentence. The divine fluctuations in his eyes seemed to ripple outward, moans of ghostly wails lingered endlessly, stirring without cease. Zhu Beiyu glanced at Sima Bai's appearance, and a chill ran slightly through him. This Sima Bai was probably close to divine foundation, even his divinity seemed difficult to control. Along with footsteps, potent vitality wove through the air, with several figures walking in from outside the courtyard, the leader clad in a black and red robe, with a side knife at his waist, eyes sharp and strong. Young Master Zhu, young Master C are both here. The newcomer greeted them with a fist salute, his voice robust and powerful. Turns out it is Hunter Zhang. What an inconvenience to have the esteemed hunter make a trip. Sima Bai's face regained its composure, the anger retracted, and his almost tearful angry cry expression re-emerged. Zhu Beiyu and Sima Bai were both rather polite to the newcomer. After all, this person was Zhang Xiangyang, one of the three great divine catchers of Flay City's Yemen, dispatched by the Imperial Court Office. Not to mention his strong martial artist strength, his divine cultivation was also formidable. Divine catchers were called so because they cultivated divinity, possessing strength far surpassing that of a regular martial artist. Zhang Xiangyang's hand rested on the handle of his side knife as he slowly approached, and upon entering the room, he saw Lei Chunlin's body, as well as the wanted notice. Ah, so the deceased was a wanted criminal. TSK, murders committed, and then notices by Zhongbu. The murderer regards themselves as chivalrous, yet they violate the law with martial force. Zhang Xiangyang said indifferently. Let's confirm the murderer first. Zhang Xiangyang spoke, and the next moment, he took a step forward. Boom. His beard and hair were all tense, his eyes seemed to swirl with gray, which was the divinity he cultivated. Suddenly, the air was filled with a touch of fear. Those were the fears spilled by Lei Chunlin before his death. Zhang Xiangyang captured them all at this moment, reflecting those images in his pupils. A tall and burly figure, over 9 feet tall, wearing a conical hat, clad in black, with strong qi and blood, wearing a bull demon mask. Zhang Xiangyang's eyes lost their gray sheen, focus returning, he stated flatly, the notorious criminal wanted in the outer city, that's what he looks like, described as the bull demon. To commit a crime in the outer city is one thing, but to dare to commit offenses in the inner city, this bull demon must have no small backing. Zhang Xiangyang sneered. Without connections, who would dare to so brazenly commit crimes in the inner city? Those noble families and clans, as well as the black yeomen of the government, were all not to be trifled with. Hunter Zhang's terrifying trace of light divinity is becoming increasingly powerful. To take the first place among the three great divine catchers of flying thunder, it's just a matter of time. With a mix of laughing and crying, Sima Bai applauded. Zhang Xiangyang glanced at Sima Bai, who was struggling to suppress his divinity, and smiled. Young Master C is the one whose divinity is about to break through. and whose divine foundation will soon be established. Congratulations are in order. After the conversation, Zhang Xiangyang turned to the several officers behind him. Let's go back to the Amen, redraft the wanted notice for the bull demon, and raise the bounty on this murderer to 300. Zhang Xiangyang recalled the oppressive image of the bull demon he had seen through Lei Chunlin's fear. Never mind, let's make it 500 taels instead. Chapter 30, Dao Fruit swallows divinity. Zhu Ji's bone-shattering spear. Li Che returned to the wood-carving shop, as the sky had already darkened gradually. During heavy snow, the sky always grows dark a bit earlier. Back at his own small courtyard, the lights were bright, and Zai Zai was playing with Old Chen in the yard. Old Chen was certainly fond of Zai Zai. Whenever they played outside, he would use his inner strength to create a dry and warm area, dispelling the cold of the heavy snow, so the little girl could play joyfully without catching a cold. Back already? How was the scenery in the inner city? Did it open your eyes? Old Chen asked with a smile. The inner city is indeed more prosperous than one can imagine, and is worlds apart from the outer city, incomparable indeed. Li Che nodded, unable to deny the prosperity of the inner city. Old Chen snorted with laughter. Those residing in the inner city are the noble families and clans, and at the very least, smaller families. They're bound to have a better living environment arranged for them. As for the outer city, with its mix of people including refugees from other places, disaster victims, or the locals, all mixed up together, those big shots from the inner city, who cares about your life or death? They can't manage it either. The topic turned heavier, and Li Che, knowing Old Chen had also fled to Flay City in times of disaster, did not continue the conversation. He handed over a jug of fine wine he had brought from the inner city to Old Chen. This is the exquisite wine from the Golden Splendor Pavilion in the inner city. I specially brought a jug for you, and it wasn't cheap. This jug alone cost 5 taels of silver. Old Chen's face opened up with a smile. I knew you were a good lad, you have a conscience. Eagerly cracking open the wax seal on the jug, he took a big gulp as the strong aroma of wine filled the courtyard. With a glug, Old Chen drank a big mouthful, his face flush with color. Ah, refreshing. The wine from the Golden Splendor Pavilion sure has a good taste. Grandpa, Zai Zai wants to drink too. Just as Old Chen had finished his drink, he felt a tug at the hem of his clothes and saw little Zai Zai with her big, innocent eyes looking up at him. Children have strong curiosities and want to taste everything. Li Che laughed out loud, scooped up Zai Zai, and darted back into the house with her. Night fell. Zhang Ye reheated the delicacies Li Che had brought back from the restaurant, and then invited Old Chen to dine with them. The delicious food from the inner city was indeed appetizing, enticing even Old Chen to eat 2 additional bowls of white rice. My dear, we earn 5 gold leaves from this trip. Here, take these 4, and I'll keep 1 for miscellaneous expenses, Li Che said with a smile, taking out the day's earnings from selling the wood carvings and sharing them with his wife. Zhang Ye pursed her lips, her eyes fixed on her husband under the light, her heart trembling slightly. It was full of contentment and happiness. Life was finally getting better. Earning 5 gold leaves in one go was something they'd only dared dream about before. After dinner, they put Zai Zai to bed, the little girl having played all day. At night, when it was quiet all around, the overworked Zhang Ye fell into a deep sleep. Li Che, draped in a thin garment, tucked his wife and daughter's blankets tightly and then slowly walked out of the room, heading to the study. He didn't start studying or making the other mechanisms from Teng's Mechanism Essentials. Instead, he lifted his hand under the oil lamp, and his arm, which looked like jade, suddenly emitted a mist of jade color. In the mist, it seemed as if tiny fire-red snakes were slithering. Had it not been suppressed by the 1,000 analyzing hands, this divinity might have instantly penetrated his mind, eroding his consciousness, driving him into a crazed and angry state, losing all sense of self. Very domineering, very frightening, very peculiar. Li Che's expression became grave. A weight settled on his heart, aware that this was just a wisp of the divinity the spirit infant master left in the wood carving. It gave him a glimpse of the whole picture, and it was impossible to imagine how powerful the spirit infant master himself must be. This was a terrifying blade hanging over his head, one even more daunting than Lei Chunlin, only by becoming stronger and continuously so. Could he protect Zai Zai from the threat of the spirit infant master and the Sea family? Lei Chunlin appeared at the Sea family. Does it suggest that the deaths of those mere one-year-olds are related to the Sea family? Could it be for cultivating divinity? Li Che furrowed his brows, his face extremely serious. This world was much darker and filthier than he had imagined. Taking a deep breath, Li Che calmed down and continued his research. This wrathful divinity, now gathered in my arm, if I were to use the martial technique White Tiger Chaotic Wind Fist, I might be able to harness the power of the divinity for my own use. Li Che's eyes shone with brilliance, as he quickly deduced the uses of this divinity extracted by the thousand analyzing hands. Closing his eyes, he used his mind to feel the divinity within the jade-like thousand analyzing hands. Suddenly, Li Che's eyes snapped open, feeling an intense throbbing within his chest from the Dao Fruit. Dragon Elephant Vajra. In his ears still echoed the chants of dragons and the hissing of elephants. The divinity siphoned by the thousand analyzing hands, like a stream of heat, was entirely drawn out in the beat of the Dao Fruit. Li Che was astounded. Before his eyes, a prompt appeared. Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV1, 60%. Li Che's breath caught, his eyes intense, twinkling with fierce excitement. The Dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit could actually devour divinity to hasten its ripening. Divinity turns out to be such a great tonic. The next day, Li Che went to the zoo's courtyard training ground early in the morning. He was currently displaying a level of cultivation that had officially entered the completion stage of skin refinement and was working hard towards sinew transforming. The training ground was as bustling as ever. After practicing for a while, Zhu Beiyu arrived, stepping through the snow and wind. "Master Li, come with me." Zhu Beiyu's gaze landed on Li Che, he said in a heavy tone, then entered the back room. Li Che understood what Zhu Beiyu was there for, but his expression remained calm. Inside the back room, a charcoal stove burned, boiling water whistled longingly, and tea leaves tumbled in the water. Once the water was ready, the tea was rinsed 3 times, bringing out a strong fragrance. Zhu Beiyu brought his 2 fingers together and pushed a teacup in front of Li Che. "Master Li, Lei Chunlin is dead." Zhu Beiyu sipped his tea while saying this in a low voice. Li Che had just taken a sip of tea when he suddenly looked as if he'd burnt his mouth, getting into a small flurry before his eyes showed a hint of elation. "What, Lei Chunlin is dead? She was still fine yesterday. How did she die?" Zhu Beiyu kept an eye on Li Che and seeing his sincere reaction, furrowed his eyebrows. The death of Sun Qingbiao was related to Li Che, and it was said that it was because of his targeting of Sun's daughter. Lei Chunlin, in fact, died in a manner related to Li Che as well. However, the murderer who killed them both was the mountainous and fierce bull demon. That bull demon could easily kill guards with complete meridian opening, indicating strength at the bone tempering level, clearly not the simple, steady, and honest Li Che in front of him. Li Che lowered his voice, glanced around, and whispered, "Second shopkeeper, could it be young Master C who killed Lei Chunlin? I heard Lei Chunlin committed many evil deeds, killing numerous children just over a year old. This young Master C cultivates angry cry divinity." Zhu Beiyu, "Don't talk nonsense. Don't ever talk about this outside. Sima Bai has no reason to kill Lei Chunlin." Zhu Beiyu was truly at a loss for words. He had intended to probe Li Che, but he did not expect Li Che to directly guess that the Sea family was involved. The Sea family definitely wouldn't do such things, but Zhu Beiyu fell silent. Being diverted by this line of conversation, he felt a chill run down his spine. The Sea family wouldn't, the Zhu family wouldn't, but it couldn't be guaranteed that other noble families and clans wouldn't take action. Zhu Beiyu shook his head, his expression becoming more serious. This matter would have to be discussed with the elders back in the inner city. The main reason Zhu Beiyu had come today was to pass on the sinew transforming technique to Li Che, as his cultivation had broken through to the completion of skin refinement. Thank you, second shopkeeper. Li Che's face showed excitement as he accepted the tendon activation technique and internal strength technique from Zhu Beiyu. Both were of medium-grade rank, not much different from what Li Che had purchased in the marketplace. Old Chen had said that unless one was willing to join the zoos in the inner city, it would be difficult to obtain higher quality martial arts. The unexpected joy came from the fact that, in addition to the sinew transforming technique and internal strength technique, Zhu Beiyu also passed on a martial technique. Zhu family's 8 consecutive bone-shattering spears. It was a spear technique that required the use of a weapon. Of course, if the body was trained to be tough enough, it could also be used with the arms. Li Che cherished it and read it over and over again. Seeing Li Che's happy expression, Zhu Beiyu's face broke into a smile. He patted Li Che on the shoulder, encouraging him to work hard on improving his woodcarving skills in preparation for becoming a woodcarving master. After the second shopkeeper Zhu Beiyu left, Li Che practiced the Zhu family's 8 consecutive bone-shattering spears at the training ground. Owing to the advancement from Dragon Elephant Vajra, his martial understanding had increased somewhat. With just a morning of hard practice, he managed to learn the basics of this medium-grade spear technique. Returning to his workshop, he first took on a wood carving job and then went to the yard to select the timber. Li Che was accustomed to choosing himself the wood that was suitable for his carvings, leaving the actual carrying to the porters. It was how they earned their living, and there was no need for him to take that away from them. The snow fell gently from the sky, fluttering down, as Li Che directed the porters to carry the timber. Preparing to return to the workshop, he saw his uncle Li Liang, dressed in a scholar's robe with a padded jacket over it, hastily coming in under the guidance of a doorkeeper, bowing and scurrying along. "Uncle?" When Li Che saw who it was, he couldn't help but call out. The old scholar looked up sharply, with dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot eyes, looking as though he hovered on the brink of a breakdown. The moment he saw Li Che, the old man's tears fell uncontrollably. "Che, help your uncle, please." Chapter 31 Low-key and sudden kill. The whining wind swirled wildly amid the blizzard. Li Che's heart softened as he saw the old man in front of him, mentally exhausted, with red eyes brimming with tears, and quickly led the great-uncle into the warm workshop. He poured a cup of hot tea for great-uncle Li Liang, and Li Che's expression turned serious. "What happened, great-uncle?" "Take your time and tell me," he said. Li Che asked in a deep voice. The great-uncle's family had raised him and never deceived him. This kindness alone was not something that could be easily repaid. Whenever there was something he could help with, Li Che would certainly not stand idly by. Old scholar trembled all over, with snowflakes stuck on him gradually melting in the warm currents of the workshop, and his frost-red hands holding the cup carrying hot tea seemed to relax a bit. Old scholar heaved a sigh and looked at Li Che with bloodshot eyes. After pondering for a moment, he shakily produced a palm-sized wood carving from his chest. The moment he saw the wood carving, Li Che's eyes sharply narrowed. Spirit infant statue? Li Che was naturally familiar with this type of wood carving. Before moving into the wood carving shop, a spirit infant wood carving had appeared in his family's courtyard, which had made Li Che anxious and forced him to move his family into Zhu's wood carving shop. Li Che took the wood carving from old scholar's hand. It was somewhat different from the one that had been placed at his doorstep. It wasn't a spirit baby with 3 heads and 6 arms, but a normal one with 1 head, 2 arms, and 1 eye open and the other closed. Undeniably, it was still a spirit infant statue. As a wood carver, he was extremely sensitive to the expressions of wood carvings. A matter of priority? Li Che murmured softly. Great-uncle, Chengzhu has also turned 1 year old, hasn't he? Li Che asked with a frown. Great-uncle nodded incessantly. Yes. In 3 days, it will be the planned first birthday celebration. We intended to keep it simple, but now, alas, we dare not. We just dare not anymore. These past few days, your cousin hasn't dared to go to work, just staying at home gripping a firewood knife. Terrified, great-uncle sighed heavily. Great-uncle well understood that if the spirit infant sect truly targeted his grandson Li Chengzu, how could ordinary people like them resist? These days, fear and anxiety completely enveloped them. Thinking of those children who had died tragically, old scholar had been having nightmares night after night. Your cousin and his wife have been too afraid to sleep for 3 straight days. Fearful that the disciples of the spirit infant sect might attack Chengzu while they slept, Li Che gripped the spirit infant wood carving, his eyes slightly hardening. So, great-uncle, you thought maybe your daughter-in-law could bring Chengzu here to take refuge? Zuji still has some deterrent power. Old scholar looked at Li Che as if clinging to his last straw of hope. Don't worry, great-uncle, letting Chengzu stay at my house won't be a problem. My place will be much safer. Li Che naturally had no reason to refuse. The presence of the spirit infant wood carving brought such intense pressure and anxiety that Li Che, having experienced it himself, could understand the fear and despair in great-uncle's heart at this moment. It was a feeling of helplessness. As death drew closer and closer to his grandson, ordinary people facing the spirit infant sect indeed felt powerless, just like lambs waiting for the slaughter. Very well, Ache. Thank you so much, I am grateful. Old scholar was overwhelmingly excited, his expression much relieved. I'll go back and make arrangements now, letting Zhengren and Chunming take Chengzu to your house. Holding the teacup, old scholar was about to walk out of the shop. Li Che quickly called out to him, Great-uncle, please don't. Just have your cousin and his wife stay at home and guard him. Don't go out to avoid any accidents on the road. I'll personally go get them. I've been practicing martial arts recently, it'll be safer. Very well. Great-uncle Li Yang hurriedly nodded. I'll go tell the shopkeeper I'm taking leave and then come over. You go back and stay with your cousin and his wife to look after Chengzu? Li Che said. Great-uncle's face finally showed a hint of joy. Belatedly putting down the cup, he said his goodbyes and rushed into the blizzard, hastily departing. Li Che sat on the chair, fiddling with the palm-sized spirit infant wood carving in his hand, his eyes reflecting a trace of contemplation. Spirit infant sect. What a calamity, Li Che exhaled. However, to him, the spirit infant sect was a colossal entity, especially since it was connected with the noble families of Flay City. Moreover, the government office also has ties with the spirit infant sect. That arrest officer Zhao Qiang is a person from the sect. Li Che did not go to take leave. Being a wood-carving master, he had the privilege of freely entering and exiting the wood-carving shop, as long as he could deliver goods on time. After changing into his martial attire and picking up a thin piece of wood, Li Che put on a bamboo hat and left the wood-carving shop, plunging into the blizzard. Having grown up at great-uncle's house as a child, Li Che naturally knew the way to great-uncle's home. However, Li Che did not immediately head there but chose to play it safe. Could this be a trap set by the spirit infant sect, intentionally luring me there? If something happens to me, and without my identity as a wood carver, living in Zhu's courtyard will become untenable, and Xiaoya and Zai Zai would have to move out. Once they leave Zhu's courtyard, it would be easy for the spirit infant sect to move against Zai Zai, so a widow and orphan could only be left to the slaughter. Li Che pressed down his conical hat, pondering that this might indeed be a possibility. But it was not certain. After all, he had often left Zhu's courtyard these days. If they wanted to take action, they would have done so long ago. There was no need to go the extra mile to trap him. However, I must stay on guard. As Li Che thought, he passed through the long street. When he paused at the notice board where new wanted posters were hung, he saw his identity as the bull demon prominently displayed with a bounty of 500 taels. 500 taels. That's 5 gold leaves, the same price as carving a 9-headed Guanyin statue, Li Che muttered to himself. However, these 500 taels were enough to make many people take risks. It seems I need to keep a lower profile for a while. Li Che smiled, pressed his conical hat down, and headed to the yard he had rented outside, bracing against the howling wind and snow. He took out a black garment that had been soaked in a vat in the courtyard. With his inner strength surging, he shook it vigorously, and the heat steamed up, drying the clothes. This was a highly elastic garment, specially made by him using his skills. The elevation brought by the immortal artisan Dao Fruit was not limited to wood carving alone. He mastered any craft. With this garment, there was no need to worry about bursting his clothes when he activated the Vajra transformation. Familiar with the routine, Li Che put on the cute bull mask, donned his conical hat, and darted out of the courtyard. Flay City, Anping Alley, a courtyard enclosed by earthen walls, the door tightly shut. Inside the house, the old scholar Li Liang was puffing away on his dry tobacco pipe. Li Zengren gripped a firewood knife, his eyes bloodshot, pacing back and forth cautiously, listening to the sounds outside the house. Liu Chunming was holding her son Li Chengzu, her hair somewhat disheveled and unkempt, clearly also neglecting her own appearance. "Dad, hasn't Che come yet? Could he be just fooling you to come back first?" Liu Chunming held the child, with the great aunt leaning in close to her, both of their eyes red, her voice somewhat hoarse. She said, a woman of the household, already on the verge of collapse under the constant possibility of losing her son. "No, Che wouldn't purposely fool me. If he said it's possible, then it must be." Now he is a wood-carving master, with a prestigious identity, just helping us hide out in his yard during this disaster. He wouldn't deceive us. The old scholar puffed on his tobacco pipe, shaking his head. He believed in Li Che and could clearly see his grandnephew's true nature. "Do not talk nonsense. Che will come." Li Zengren also spoke in a deep voice. The room then fell into a deathly silence. Only the heavy breathing could be heard. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from outside the house. The three people inside instantly tensed up. Li Zengren, gripping the firewood knife with sweat on his forehead, walked to the door and peered through the crack, only to see the figure outside. Outside the house, the wind and snow were furious, and the sky was dark. A slender figure, carrying a bagua staff, wearing a child's mask, squatting on the ground with a spirit in fine wood carving, pressing it down on the ground, swaying it left and right, positioning it directly in front of the tightly closed door. The wailing wind blew, sounding like the cries of ghosts. Seemingly aware that Li Zengren was watching through the crack, the figure abruptly raised its face. The child's mask appeared to cry and laugh, its eyes full of mockery. Again, that face like a nightmare. Li Zengren's entire body could not help but shake. His hand gripping the knife trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, Li Zengren, who was looking through the crack, suddenly had his pupils constrict, and he froze on the spot. Because, behind the figure wearing the child's mask, squatting in the snow, there was a figure tall and sturdy like a mountain that appeared almost instantly like a ghost in the wind and snow, dressed in black that clung to the body, perfectly outlining the muscle lines as if carved by a knife. Wearing a conical hat, covered by a cute bull mask, his eyes sparkling sharply, he raised a palm. With a bang, the figure carrying the bagua staff, wearing the child's mask, just reacting, leapt up, only to be smashed sideways by a strike like a giant fan, creating a spray of blood mist. Chapter 32, Slumbering Dragon Elephant, Bull Demon kills the 8 trigrams. As a father, Li Che understood that his own safety was linked to the future of his wife and daughter. Therefore, to play it safe, he disguised himself as the bull demon for the journey. Because of the homemade elastic shirt, he did not initiate the Vajra transformation immediately. His height of 1.90 m was not too conspicuous. When he followed his memory along the familiar road to his uncle's house, from a distance, he saw a familiar bagua staff. The figure squatting on the ground, carrying the bagua staff on his back, was the quenched bone warrior who had attacked him alongside Zhao Qiu and when Li Che had killed Madame Liu. Quenched bone warrior. Coming to do such a thing? Indeed, he came for me. Uncle's family had no one who practiced martial arts. Cousin Li Zengren was just a scholar and powerless as a chicken, let alone deploying a quenched bone warrior. Even mobilizing a muscle and tendon warrior would be an overkill for such a task. Thus, The adversary's intentions were not simple. Plus, with uncle coming over to inform him about the wish to seek refuge in Zhu's courtyard, Li Che was 70% sure that the adversary was targeting him. A 70% likelihood. That's already too high. From the beginning to the end, the Spirit Infant sect has never given up on Zai's eye. Their methods have become more extreme. They want to force my wife and daughter to leave Zhu's courtyard by orchestrating my death. How ruthless. Li Che closed his eyes and then opened them again. Beneath the cute bull mask was nothing but a vast murderous intent. However, the more his killing intent revealed itself, the calmer he became instead. In his chest, the dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit throbbed violently, seeming to condense and swallow all his auras. This was a minor metamorphosis of the dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit after it had devoured 60% of the divinity. Besides releasing the stimulating Vajra transformation, it also completely devoured his blood and breath, hiding his cultivation and aura. Li Che called this slumbering dragon elephant, as if the dragon elephant was in a deep slumber, creating no ripples with its movements. With slumbering dragon elephant concealing his aura, Li Che walked as though blending into the wind and snow, moving silently toward the figure wearing the girl's mask in the courtyard. The wind and snow howled mournfully. The figure squatting on the ground was staring at the door gap with a smile that was not quite a smile, utterly unaware of Li Che's silent approach. By the time he realized something was amiss, Li Che had already appeared behind him, suddenly initiating the Vajra transformation. His body instantly swelled like an inflated balloon, bones clashing with a thunderous roar, and tendons twisting with a twang. Amongst the resounding crashes, he had transformed into a giant cast from fine iron. Thick lifeblood surged like Jiosh, sprawling in every direction, sea snake inner strength, intertwining with his blood, wrapped around one of Li Che's arms. Without uttering a single word of nonsense, Li Che's clenched fist mercilessly smashed down. The terrifying force exploded upon contact with the body of the warrior wearing the girl's mask, ripping flesh asunder, splashing blood everywhere. The bones seemed to cry out under the unbearable load, nearly shattering. The Bagua warrior was dragged for several meters across the snow, with the violent airflow and scattered snow mist slamming him harshly into a dirt wall, causing snow piled on the black tiles to quiver and fall. "Found you." A hoarse voice emanated from the bull demon. Lingering inside and outside the courtyard, Li Zhengren inside the house was terrified, silent as a cicada in winter, a chill enveloping his entire body. The gods were fighting outside, fearing that it might affect them inside the house. Cough, cough. From within the snow pile, the figure staggered to his feet, half his body torn open and soaked in blood, with blood pearls continuously dripping from his hand gripping the Bagua staff. The girl's mask was full of cracks, looking somewhat ferocious. "Bull demon." The Bagua staff warrior coughed up blood, his eyes filled with shock and rage. Li Che looked at him indifferently, not wasting any more words. That one sentence had been enough. To kill. No need for more words. To kill was all that was needed. This Bagua staff warrior was already on Li Che's must-kill list, along with Zhao Qiang and the entire Spirit Infant sect. Now that he had encountered him, wasn't it just perfect timing? He would send him on his way. Twisting his thick neck, the muscles on his back wriggling profoundly, his spine snapped like an angry dragon shooting to the sky. His 9 large tendons like 9 furious pythons were aroused. With one step, the accumulated snow in the courtyard exploded instantaneously. Amid the hazy snow mist, the hulking figure, bursting with vigorous aura, tore through the snow mist and shot in front of the warrior gripping the Bagua staff. Raising his hand, the airflow shattered, his fingers squeezed, and even the air seemed to burst. The clenched fist, crashing downward, like a white tiger in the snow, amidst the chaotic gale, fiercely slamming down a tiger paw. The threat of death instantly enveloped the Bagua staff warrior. He could hardly imagine that in just a month, the murderous bull demon had grown to such an extent, his aura so terrifyingly strong. Bone tempering, perfection. Just a month ago, he was only beginning bone tempering, but now, He had achieved perfection. What kind of monster? But at this moment, he couldn't afford to think too much. With a roar of anger, he mobilized all his strength, ignited his inner strength, and had no choice but to horizontally block with the Bagua staff against the tiger's punch that was as fast as thunder. Boom! The punch from the bull demon, crushing downward, fiercely smashed onto the Bagua staff. The staff instantly bent, letting out a wail. The terrifying force of 10,000 caddies roared out, as if the air itself was shattered in an instant. The snow and fog between the two men dispersed, like ripples spreading across the surface of water. The raised snow, like a curtain rising on a stage. Dark and vigorous hair wildly danced, eyes beneath the mask bright as stars. The Bagua staff warrior could only feel a cold chill, as the terrifying power released onto his arms holding the staff, dispersing his three heavens' inner strength, cracking his hands, bursting his blood vessels, and causing blood to pour down. However, Li Che still seemed at ease, his fingers tightened, and he fiercely smashed down. In a vibration, the Bagua staff bounced out from the warrior's hands, and another punch followed. This punch from Li Che incorporated the Zhu family's 8 consecutive bone-shattering spears technique he had mastered that morning. The punch was like a spear, ripping through turbulent airflow, unleashing a force of 10,000 caddies, heavily smashing into the chest of the Bagua staff warrior. As if a muffled explosion burst the chest cavity of the Bagua staff warrior, the air he had inhaled, and each chest bone shattered under the force of that punch, along with the equally fragmented internal organs and boiling blood, splashing onto the snow curtain that rose high. The body strong as steel muscles and iron bones still radiated scorching heat. Li Che withdrew his fist, his eyes under the mask indifferently swept over the Bagua staff warrior who had lost his life's breath, a quenched bone warrior, just like that, brutally beaten to death by him. With this, another name on the kill list was crossed off. A strong smell of blood spread within the small courtyard as the snow mournfully whistled. The uncle's family inside the house had already been too frightened to breathe heavily, especially Li Zingren, who saw through the door crack how the murderer killed, felt his legs go weak, unable to stand steadily, almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, the terrifying bull demon was not bloodthirsty. His appearance seemed solely for the purpose of killing the spirit infant sect warrior carrying the Bagua staff and wearing a child's mask. Li Zingren, sweating profusely, mustered the courage to look through the door crack again. Outside the house, the snowstorm had calmed. The bull demon was nowhere to be seen, only a blood-stained corpse remained on the ground, the blood painting the spirit infant wood carving eerily red. Li Zingren dared not look any longer, shivering as he returned inside the house. The uncle also dared not smoke anymore. The whole family huddled together, not daring to breathe heavily, very quiet. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from outside. It was the sound of footsteps pressing upon the soft snow. "Uncle, it's me." Hearing the voice in the courtyard, Uncle Li Liang immediately showed joy. "A Che is here." Li Zingren and Liu Chunming also breathed a sigh of relief. The Li Che of today, being a woodcarver at Zhu's wood-carving shop, a person with status, immediately gave them a sense of backbone upon his appearance. After opening the door, Li Che, dressed in black and wearing a broad-brimmed hat, stood solemnly outside. "A Che." Cousin Li Zingren swallowed his saliva and hurriedly started speaking, incoherently describing what had just happened. Li Che's expression drastically changed. The bull demon with a reward of 500 taels from the government office? Quick, pack up, we need to leave immediately. This is not something we can be involved in, let's hurry to Zhu's courtyard for safety. The one who died was a quenched bone warrior, a terrifying warrior who could kill with one punch. How dreadful must the bull demon who killed him be? Let's run. Fear shone in Li Che's eyes as he spoke gravely. Hearing this, Uncle's family immediately panicked. A quenched bone warrior? Isn't that the kind of hero who could leap over walls? Such a character had actually died in their small courtyard. They had to escape. This place was no longer safe. Fortunately, they had already packed their belongings. So, after quickly gathering their things, They followed Li Che and left the blood-stained courtyard. The courtyard emptied, quietening down. The wailing wind and snow furiously swirled between heaven and earth. Rustling snowflakes floated down, landing on the twisted girl's mask in the snow, cracked all over. Speaking melancholy all alone. Chapter 33, Spirit Baby takes to the streets, toasting to acts of chivalry. The wind swept a mournful tune, laden with a harrowing chill. Clothed in black attire, Li Che wore a lie, his expression extraordinarily grave. He was accompanied by his great-uncle's family. Bracing against increasingly ferocious snow and winds, they had no time to panic about the conflict that had just erupted in the courtyard. The family only thought to flee to Zhu's wood-carving shop. Treading on the bluestone street, due to the snowy weather, there were few pedestrians, most of whom hurried along with their heads down. Along the way, everyone remained silent. No one spoke. Suddenly, Li Che halted in his steps. The snow was pushed into a small mound by the abrupt stop of his foot. In the hazy blizzard, trails of smoke lingered. Sounds of clinking, drums, and reed pipes, along with reverent chanting, wove into a bone-chilling, eerie symphony from the other end of the street. The Holy Spirit teaches, cleansing the mundane, rebirth without worries, wisdom untaught and spontaneously attained. The ethereal sound carried through the snow. Topless strongmen wearing child masks carried a shrine. Atop the shrine was a three-headed six-armed spirit baby statue, its three heads displaying anger, sorrow, and laughter. Its eyes lively, as if real eyeballs were embedded. Lined up neatly, there were dozens of participants, members of the sect on a procession. The spirit baby parading down the street. Women with the bodies of graceful young girls wore female child masks, carrying baskets of flowers, scattering petals with the music, competing with the snowstorm. Li Che furrowed his brows, instructing his great-uncle's family behind him not to look too much, and to keep moving forward. However, unlike previous encounters where Li Che and the spirit baby street parade passed by each other without incident, this time was different. Amid the flying snow, these spirit babies noticed his great-uncle's family and saw Li Chengzu in the arms of his aunt Liu Chunming, which seemed to excite them. They danced bizarre steps, wearing child masks, tilting their heads and twisting their bodies, like claw-wielding demons from hell, closing in step by step. A profound sense of oppression filled the space between heaven and earth, enveloping the snowstorm and rushing toward them. Great-uncle Li Yang was sweating profusely, shaking in fear. Cousin Li Zhengren's eyes were wide with fury, clutching a firewood knife. The great-aunt and Aunt Liu Chunming were terrified, having never seen such a spectacle before, almost crying out loud, tightly holding the frightened Li Chengzu in their arms. Li Che took a step forward, his blood surging, skin flushing, displaying the perfection of skin refinement in his cultivation. In broad daylight, what are you trying to do? Kidnap a child? Do you still recognize the imperial court's authority, the law of the land? Li Che bellowed angrily, his voice filled with a powerful qi that somewhat intimidated the members of the sect. But as the sounds of gongs and reed pipes resumed, those masked members of the sect once again closed in, continuously approaching, the eyes beneath the child masks flickering with greedy and sinister light. Li Che clenched his fists, he thought. They were wearing masks. As the members of the sect drew nearer, a unique aura permeated the air, disturbing the mind and affecting emotions. Li Che's heart chilled. Divinity? Not strong, just a trace, but deadly enough for ordinary people. Suddenly, the blizzard exploded, and a figure dashed from afar, crashing down fiercely in front of Li Che and his great-uncle's family like a cannonball. Powerful vital energy surged wildly, inner strength gushing, creating strong winds and waves, scattering the approaching Spirit Baby Street Parade members. I am, third shopkeeper Zhuyu from Zhu's wood-carving shop. Gentlemen, pressing like this in broad daylight is a bit excessive, Flacity. Isn't it the beck and call of the Spirit Infant sect yet? The figure, draped in a fox fur cloak, dressed in white as the driven snow with flowing black hair, spoke indifferently. Li Che was startled, not expecting the arrival to be the long-lost third shopkeeper Zhu Yu, who had disappeared after they left the city to hunt demons, and now appeared in such a circumstance. Zuyu, with vital energy fiery as blood, inner strength raging, stood his ground, the force of his burst fearsome. The spirit baby street parade members dispersed, the fleeting divinity also vanishing with the snow into oblivion. No words were exchanged, no speech was made. The street parade members, carrying the spirit shrine, marching to the beat, scattering petals, with the sound of drums and reed pipes receding, gradually disappeared into the snowstorm. The evil influence seemed to go away with them. The great-uncle's family finally heaved a long sigh of relief. The great-aunt, feeling a sense of survival from a grave danger, couldn't help but sob quietly. Li Che bowed his fists, sincerely saying, "Thank you, third shopkeeper." Zuyu turned around, his appearance more weathered than before, his scholarly handsome face now marked by a scar. He glanced at Li Che, smiling. "I just returned from dealing with the evil from the mysterious temple outside the city, and then I encountered this situation. Seeing it was you, I stepped out." Zu's wood-carving shop still holds some respect for the spirit infant sect. Li Che expressed his thanks once more, and after explaining about his great-uncle's family, Zuyu sighed. The spirit infant sect has become more and more lawless. However, if you wish to destroy them, you must first let them go mad. Eventually, someone will eradicate them. Well then, let your great-uncle's family move into Zu's courtyard, find a secluded residence for them, but they will have to pay rent separately. A woodcarver living in the courtyard need not pay rent, but although the great-uncle's family had Li Che's support, they were not qualified to reside in Zu's courtyard. Zuyu had relaxed the conditions, but the rent could not be waived. "Don't worry. In consideration of you being a talented wood carver, the rent will be cheap." Zuyu smiled. "I won't return to the courtyard with you. I am going to have a look at the crime scene you mentioned. A quenched bone warrior killed while wearing a bull demon mask. That bull demon, interesting indeed." With that brief statement, Zuyu took his leave, stepping out and disappearing into the distance with hands behind his back. Watching Zuyu's retreating figure, Li Che exhaled. Allowing the great-uncle's family to stay in Zu's courtyard should indicate Zuyu's intention to foster goodwill toward him. After all, he had the potential to become a wood-carving master. Courting favor. Quite typical. Anping Alley. In the midst of snow and wind, several figures hurried forward, their robust vitality intermingling in the air. Zuyu, wearing a fox fur cloak, walked with his hands behind his back. More than one figure was already in the courtyard. Zhao Qian, with a side knife strapped to his waist, looked with an ugly expression at the dead Bagua staff martial artist, his knuckles white with tension and veins bulging out, his eyes displaying a mixture of ferocity and fear. Apart from Zhao Qian, there were three other figures. All of them were strong and evidently skilled martial artists. Zuyu recognized them. They managed the properties in the outer city for the noble families and clans of the inner city. Just like Zuyu, they were not favored within their clans, but in the outer city, their status was prestigious. The noble families of the inner city comprised four major families: the Yang family, the Zhu family, the An family, and the Si family. Aside from Zhao Qian, the three present hailed from the Yang family, the An family, and the Si family, respectively. Killed outright by immense strength, a full bone tempering completion's enormous force, combined with the release of a martial technique, crushed his ribcage and all internal organs. Completely overpowered, no chance to resist. Judging by the manner of death, it's impossible to deduce which martial technique the assassin used. This household spared someone alive. If we find and question them, we will know the assassin's appearance. But historically, in the outer city, those capable of killing a bone-tempered individual are most likely that wanted criminal, bull demon, beyond doubt. This bull demon, just after committing a crime in the inner city, killing a disciple valued by the Dharma master of the spirit infant sect, is now here in the outer city, having killed a deputy incense master in the bone-tempering realm of the spirit infant sect. Truly audacious. The person in charge from C family in the outer city looked at Zuyu and smiled. Third Master Zhu, interested in joining forces to capture this bull demon? Liuxian, your C family mingles with the spirit infant sect. Unlike my Zhu family, this bull demon evidently targets the spirit infant sect, and the people he kills are those villains from the sect who harm innocent children. In my eyes, his acts are righteous. He has done what we dare not do. I would rather applaud him. If anything, I wish to drink with him, calling him a hero. Why would we capture him? Zuyu glanced coldly at Liuxian from the C family and scoffed. Liuxian's face instantly darkened. Zuyu glanced over the corpse of the Bagua staff martial artist, riddled with cracks and smashed by brute force, his eyes narrowing with a flicker of suspicion. Then he turned and left. Zhao Qiang, with his head lowered, dared not speak further. These scions of the noble families, although not valued by the inner city and distant from the center of power, were nonetheless descendants of major families. He, Zhao Qiang, had no right to boast in their presence. Moreover, it was because Zhao Qiang was currently extremely anxious. He had once hunted the bull demon alongside the Bagua staff martial artist, and now, the Bagua staff had been retaliated against and killed. The next one, would it be him? This bull demon criminal. In just 1 month, advanced from the initial stage of bone tempering to bone tempering completion, powerful enough to kill the Bagua staff with sheer force. Horrible, terribly horrible. The more he thought about it, the more terror he felt. Zhao Qiang's forehead was covered in fine sweat, his back drenched in nervous perspiration. What should he do? Chapter 34, Daughter Age 2, Dao Fruit, Pure Heart. Li Che returned to Zhu's courtyard with his uncle's family, making do in their own courtyard for 1 night before seeking out Steward Sun the next day. Thanks to Zuyu's promise, Steward Sun did not make things difficult, although his attitude towards Li Che had cooled considerably since the loss of his son. Upon reflection, it was Sun Qingbiao who had initially intended to sacrifice Zai Zai in order to have a son. The fault lay with his son, not with Li Che's family, who were meant to be the victims. After successfully resolving his uncle's housing issue, Li Che breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling the oppressive feeling brought about by the followers of the spiritual infant sect parading on the street, Li Che could not help but frown slightly. The entire spirit infant sect. None of them seemed to be good people at first glance, a disaster waiting to happen. Inside the workshop, Li Che put down a carving knife in his hand, his black hair dusted with wood shavings, and gazed at the snowflakes drifting in the courtyard, mentally adding the entire spirit infant sect to his little notebook marked for death. Of course, at the very top was the spirit infant master, marked with a circle for special attention. Days went by, one after another. Ever since the reward for the bull demon was increased to 500 taels, Li Che had remained low-key and had not taken action again, except for once when he assisted his uncle's family. Of course, during this time, he had also looked for the arrest officer Zhao Qiang, sadly to no avail. Zhao Qiang seemed to sense that Li Che was out to kill him and became cautious and sleazy. He never appeared alone, always accompanied by several arrest officers even when he went out, and he didn't return home at night, hiding who knows where. Li Che, unable to find the right opportunity, chose to give up. Perhaps due to the death of the bone-tempering realm martial artist wielding the Bagua staff, Feeli Outer City seemed to be at peace for a while, but slowly, news of children being harmed began to spread again. Where there are people, evil will never cease. Time slipped through the fingers like sand, marking the turning of spring to summer. Before he knew it, half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Zhu's wood carving shop. Li Che took a deep breath, blew the dust off the wood carving, and amidst the flurry, a 9 suns embracing lotus statue vividly appeared before him. Grandpa Chen had also carved a 9 suns embracing lotus wood carving before, but now, the one Li Che carved seemed even more vivid and imbued with a unique essence, as if the 9 children carved into it had came to life, frolicking and romping as if right next to one's ear. This was due to the enhanced essence brought about by the upgrade of the Immortal Artisan Dao Fruit to LV3. Ache, your craftsmanship has greatly improved. In next month's assessment, you are likely to be ranked as a 4-knife wood carver. Zuyu, dressed in a silk white robe, leaned against the doorframe with a jar of wine, and said with a gentle smile, "A 4-knife wood carver can move freely between the inner city and the outer city. Ache. Have you ever thought about moving your family into the inner city?" Zuyu asked. Upon hearing this, Li Che thought of the numerous masters in the inner city and heard that the true foundation of the powerful within the spirit infant sect was within the inner city. Moving there involved too much risk. Just as old Chin had said, although the living conditions in the outer city were somewhat poor, being far from the center of turbulence and devoid of so much strife made it a happier and more comfortable place to live. Seeing that Li Che had not responded for a long time, Zuyu waved his hand. "Never mind, let's not talk about this. If you were to move into the inner city, it would be more troublesome to find you for a drink. Being part of the family but not favored, and having lost the chance to compete for the position of family head, staying in the outer city was equivalent to being exiled." He was too lazy to return to the inner city. Since Zuyu's return from eradicating evil in the mysterious temple in the outer city, he seemed to have taken a liking to Li Che, often seeking him out for drinks. At first, it might have been with thoughts of currying favor, but as time went on, he truly began to consider Li Che a friend. His visits to Li Che's courtyard for meals became increasingly familiar. After finishing work, Li Che returned to the courtyard with Zuyu. The loquat tree in the courtyard was thriving, full of lush greenery. Little Zai Zai was underneath the loquat tree, clutching a wooden stick, laughing merrily. In just 1.5 years, Zai Zai was lively and clever, incredibly intelligent, seeming as energetic as a 3-year-old child, brimming with energy, bouncing around, the distinctiveness of the spirit baby becoming ever more apparent. "Daddy." Upon seeing Li Che's return, Zai Zai's chubby little face quivered, and she scurried over barefoot, full of delight. She hastily stopped in front of Li Che and Zuyu, her hair tied up in a top knot nearly hitting Li Che's thigh. "Daddy. Did you bring me candied hawthorns to eat? Where are they?" Zai Zai batted her large eyes, already searching. However, after not finding them, she suddenly seemed deflated, like a balloon losing air, her puffed-up chest sagging. Li Che laughed and picked up the disappointed Zai's eye, saying innocently, "That was something Daddy promised you the day before yesterday." "Didn't I bring you candied haw yesterday?" "You must be mistaken." Zai Zai looked puzzled for a moment, tilting her head. "Is that so? I've already forgotten what yesterday's candied haws tasted like." After saying this, she even stuck out her tongue to lick her lips. Zuyu couldn't help but chuckle. "Uncle will hold you." "Your daddy didn't buy any, but your Uncle Zuyu did." As if by magic, Zuyu really produced a candied haw, and Zai Zai cheered instantly. Old Chen pulled up a bamboo chair and sat under the loquat tree to enjoy the cool air. Seeing this, he couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. "Third shopkeeper, don't spoil little Stinky Zai too much. Candied hawthorns every day will ruin her teeth." Hearing this, Zai Zai immediately became displeased, pouting her lips. "Stinky Grandpa Chen, I'm not little Stinky Zai, I am Nuanxi, Li Nuanxi." Her muttering carried a faint hint of childishness. This made everyone present struggle to hold back their laughter. Zhangya had just finished her work in the kitchen and began to prepare the meal. The freeloading Zuyu and old Chen, along with Li Che's family, spread a table out in the courtyard on a summer evening and started to dine. Zuyu enjoyed this atmosphere immensely. Living alone in the outer city, he would eat by himself, but now, he cherished the lively and comfortable environment. Taking a bite of a pig head's meat, Zuyu looked at Li Che and said, "Che, lately, the spirit infant sect has been making more and more moves. Within the inner city, the spirit infant sect collaborated with the Sea family and reached into the spirit infant children of the other 3 families, thus falling out with the other 3 major families. Several in the bone-tempering realm have died. The Sea family is struggling to bear this wrath." The instigator, Sea Mabai, was driven out of the inner city, and the power of the spirit infant sect in the inner city has been wiped clean, with most retreating to the outer city. Zhu Yu said in a heavy voice. Li Che sipped his wine. If the three big families in the inner city have fallen out with the spirit infant sect, why didn't they completely eradicate the sect's power? Why not kill them off entirely? Old Chen sneered coldly. This spirit infant sect originated from the mysterious temple outside the city. How could it be so easy to clean up? Those high-ranking followers of the spirit infant sect usually wear masks and hide their identities. Their power comes from complex sources. So how can it be completely eradicated? It's possible that the upper echelons of the three big families, or even the high ranks of the Yamen, might have powerful members of the spirit infant sect. Old Chen seemed accustomed to such matters, his words carrying a mix of coldness and sorrow. If this matter of the spirit infant sect isn't handled well, Flay City will eventually be doomed. After those words, the dinner table fell silent. Zhu Yu's eyebrows furrowed and then relaxed. He looked at Old Chen, wanting to say more but stopping himself. Old Chen gulped down a bowl of wine and slammed the bowl on the table. The third shopkeeper knows about my origins. I originally came from the refugees of Zaoyuan City in the north. How Zaoyuan City ended up, I will never forget in this lifetime. Zhu Yu sighed, not saying much more, just looking at Li Che. During this time, look after Zai's eye, don't let her run around. After the matter of the spirit infant sect is over, or maybe after next year's spirit child selection, I'll arrange for her to enter the Divine Cultivation Institute established by the major clans of Flay City. That way, her safety will be somewhat guaranteed. However, I've also received news. The Divine Sect will dispatch experts to take on disciples next year. Sadly, Zai is a bit young. I don't know whether she'll catch the eyes of the Divine Sect's disciples. I will see how things go at that time. If she can join the Divine Sect, Zai won't have to worry about the threat from the Spirit Infant Sect anymore. In front of such a colossus as the Divine Sect, the Spirit Infant Sect is pitifully weak. Therefore, it's likely that the Spirit Infant Sect will go on a rampage before the arrival of the Divine Sect's disciples. Li Che nodded, filled his own cup, and then offered a bowl to Zhu Yu. The matter concerning Zai, I'll have to trouble you, old Zhu. Zhu Yu rolled his eyes but raised his bowl in response. Don't mention it. Zai and I are close. Li Che was very receptive to Zhu Yu's advice and did not wander around with Zai. He also specifically noticed that the outer city had indeed become much more chaotic. The activities of the Spirit Infant Sect's followers became more frequent, and even outside Zhu's wood carving shop late at night, martial artists would often lurk and covet incessantly. However, the guard squad organized by Zhu Yu with numerous martial wood carvers enhanced patrolling, and after Zhu Yu personally killed an intruder who had achieved completion in transformed sinews, the Spirit Infant Sect started to restrain themselves a bit. Yet, the activities of the Spirit Infant Sect were still intense elsewhere. Over half a year, Feeli Outer City fell into a chorus of mournful cries. Many parents who had lost their children lodged complaints with the Yamen. The arrest officers from the Yamen organized patrols, but to little effect. The evil followers of the Spirit Infant Sect seemed to always get wind of the officers' movements ahead of time. In such chaos, half a year passed by. But far from improving, the turmoil only became worse. Cold winds blew, and early winter quietly arrived. Another half-year slipped away unnoticed. Zai turned 2 years old. Outer City, Tingyu Alley. Inside a rented courtyard of Li Che's. Li Che sat cross-legged, and the snowflakes falling from the sky, when nearing him, were met by a surge of inner strength reminiscent of a Geosh serpent, violently exploding into a mist of snow upon ejection. Slowly opening his eyes, the strength receded inward, all converging into the Dao Fruit of the dragon Elephant Vajra. Sea Snake inner strength has reached the 3 heavens. This inner strength technique has reached its limit. To make a breakthrough to the 4th layer of inner strength, I need to get my hands on a superior internal strength technique. Li Che exhaled, the breath rushing out of his mouth like a sharp arrow. Suddenly, The Dao Fruits of Immortal Artisan and Dragon Elephant Vajra in his chest began to flutter slightly. Familiar scenes appeared before him. On the vast hearth, a towering treasure tree rose into the clouds, its numerous leaves shimmering as they fluttered. On the tree, a multicolored fruit slowly formed, gleaming brightly, reflecting the various stages of Zai's growth over the past year. With his black hair cascading over his shoulders, Li Chei's eyes gleamed brightly. Another year of anticipation finally blossomed at this moment. 2 years old, Zai's third Dao fruit had arrived. Your daughter is 2 years old, safe and sound, without illness or disaster. You have obtained a Dao fruit, pure heart. Chapter 35. Divinity speaks, like the body, nurturing nature untainted. In the courtyard, the briskly cold snowflakes silently fell, quietly laying a pristine white coat upon the earth. Li Chei's lips slightly curled up with a trace of a smile, his mind sinking inward. There, he saw another Dao fruit, colored like a rainbow glazed over, hanging from the Dao tree that rises out of the vast land. The third Dao fruit. After Immortal Artisan and Dragon Elephant Vajra, this was the third one. Immortal Artisan improved Li Chei's skills, and Dragon Elephant Vajra enhanced his horizontal refinement strength, making his physique unparalleled and his martial talent soar. Despite this, Li Chei was still unable to deduce what the third Dao fruit might be. He felt the anticipation and excitement of opening a mystery box. Pure heart, Dao fruit, the mind is pristine, like a body, untainted by dust, cultivating the nature without blemish. With the fluctuations of his mind, the hints and introduction regarding pure heart emerged before his eyes. The mind is pristine, as if a body, untainted by dust, cultivating the nature without blemish. Li Chei muttered the introduction, his breath gradually quickening. Cultivating nature. Cultivating divinity? Cultivation in this realm is divided into 3 types: body refinement, inner strength, and divinity. Divinity is the most difficult, but also the most mysterious and powerful. To cultivate divinity, apart from needing a divine cultivation method, one also needs to train both the body and inner strength to a powerful degree. In short, body refinement and inner strength are but preparations for cultivating divinity. Li Chei once curiously inquired with Zuyu about the content of divine cultivation, and Zuyu did not conceal it. Body refinement must reach the blood exchange level. Only at the blood exchange realm can one stimulate the organs with blood to absorb and store divinity. And inner strength needs to reach the 3 heavens level to cultivate divinity. What is divinity? All things under the heavens possess spirit, but humans alone have divine charm, which is divinity. Absorbing and training divinity, transcending the mundane world, is the very source of humanity's primacy. Zuyu introduced to Li Chei. Human divinity can be divided into the 7 emotions and 6 desires: joy, anger, sorrow, thought, grief, fear, shock. Each of the 7 emotions is a major category of divinity. The 6 desires can be distinguished as well, but the 7 emotions divinity is more communal. Each major category of divinity can be further divided into branches, each of which is a possible foundation for crafting the divine base. For example, the Sea family's angry cry town ghost divine base belongs to the divinity of sorrow. Similarly, the terrifying trace of light divine base of divine catcher Zhang Xiang Yang in the inner city Amen belongs to the divinity of fear branch. A breeze stirred, ushering the chill of winter cold. Li Chei felt the recently obtained Dao fruit pure heart, and with the stimulation, his 6 senses seemed to grow sharper, able to catch the divinity that freely roamed between heaven and earth. In his eyes, many divinities glowed faintly, like fireflies in the night sky, fluttering ceaselessly, gradually accumulating around him, and diffusing into his body. Finally, it accumulated within the pure heart. Can the Dao fruit pure heart let me cultivate divinity? Li Chei was pleasantly surprised. Zuyu had said that divine cultivators with their combat strength far surpass those who had cultivated body and inner strength. If they managed to forge a divine base, it would be extremely terrifying. Unless facing grandmasters of channel opening, other warriors would easily be crushed. Divine methods are incredibly precious, the foundation of an entire lineage. Even Zuji would rarely impart a divine method to outsiders, and even if one became a woodcarving master, what one would get was merely the lower divine method. Zuyu had educated me on the realms of divine cultivation. The first realm is nurturing nature. A minor accomplishment in nurturing nature is not weaker than blood exchange, and with nurturing nature to perfection, one can even fight a meridian martial artist. The second realm is divine base, forging the root of divinity, shedding worldly nature, and even a meridian martial artist can be suppressed. Li Che took a deep breath, recalling the information about divinity that Zuyu had mentioned. Name: Li Che. Bonds: Li Nuangxi, daughter. Dao Fruits: Immortal Artisan, LV3, 5%, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV1, 70%, Pure Heart, LV1, 0%, Prototype of Divine Skills, Immortal Worker, 1000 Analyzing Hands. Before his eyes, the panel popped up. This past year, since Dao Fruit Immortal Worker reached LV3, its progress had become increasingly slow. Of course, it was also because Li Che had devoted more time to the martial path. However, the main reason was the extreme difficulty of the mechanisms Li Che intended to create. Teng's mechanism essentials detailed 12 mechanisms, 3 of which were relatively basic, and Li Che had already completed them. The remaining 9 all involved qi and blood as well as inner strength, and even touched upon divinity. Therefore, the difficulty skyrocketed. Fortunate to have the assistance of the LV3 Immortal Worker Dao Fruit and coupled with the collection of materials, after a year, Li Che finally succeeded in creating the 7th-ranked mechanism in Teng's Mechanism Essentials. Woodraven, ranked 7th in Teng's Mechanism Essentials, was a mechanical beast painstakingly crafted by Li Che. As for his physical cultivation, the martial talent elevated by the Dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit enabled Li Che's own cultivation to advance from complete meridian opening successfully into bone tempering. The bone tempering realm required a painstaking effort, which aside from daily practice and endurance, also needed plenty of dietary supplements. Li Che's bone tempering method was scavenged from the marketplace, called the 18 Tiger Bone Refining Method, which cost him 800 taels, also sold by the merchant who sold him the Zhu family's 9-tendon technique. Regrettably, the merchant didn't have the ability to obtain a superior internal strength technique. He rose amidst the snowstorm, all his bones crackling loudly, reminiscent of firecrackers exploding, throwing a punch that thrust forward like a spear, appearing to split the very air. The martial technique White Tiger Chaotic Wind Fist had already been mastered by Li Che to a master level, just half a step away from reaching the transformation realm. Any martial technique can be divided, according to the level of mastery, into beginner, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, master, and transformation realm. Once the transformation realm is achieved, it can even draw on the divinity between heaven and earth, greatly enhancing the power of the martial technique. Bone tempering great achievement, master-level boxing technique, and master-level bone-shattering spear. Now, even without invoking Dragon Elephant Vajra transformation, my cultivation in Fili Outer City belongs to the top tier. A smile appeared at the corner of Li Che's lips. But that was only in Fili Outer City. In the Outer City, a quenched bone warrior could strut proudly, however, in the inner city. Not to mention the juniors of the major noble families who were nurtured with dietary supplements from a young age and cultivated with superior methods. Whether in body refinement or inner strength, they were far superior to outer city martial artists. After all, it was only in the blood exchange realm that divinity could be nurtured, and one could become a divine cultivator of the nature nurturing realm. If I were to invoke Vajra transformation, I wonder if I could crush a blood exchange warrior? Li Che pondered, as he had never clashed with one and wasn't quite sure how strong a blood exchange warrior was. The immense burst of physical strength brought about by the Vajra transformation should be able to reach the level of one force breaks 10,000 laws. It's a pity that the enhancement from Dragon Elephant Vajra is too slow. To reach LV2, Perhaps my own martial cultivation needs to break through to the blood exchange level. After toying around with the Zhu family's 8 consecutive bone-shattering spears in the courtyard for a while longer, Li Che sat down cross-legged, calming his mind, ready to start exploring the effects of the Dao Fruit Pure Heart. He sat on the ground, letting the falling snow accumulate on him without moving. His spirit sank, immersing into the pulsating Dao Fruit Pure Heart. It was as if another heart had emerged within his body, its faint thumping connecting to the divinity between heaven and earth. A quarter, 2 quarters, 3/4 of an hour. Li Che's mind became crystal clear, akin to an old monk deep in meditation. Snow had piled up thickly around his body. An hour later, Li Che finally opened his eyes, a faint white light flickering from the depths of his eyes. Dao Fruit, Pure Heart, LV1, 1%. Although he had no divine method and had not practiced a divine cultivation method, Pure Heart could help him absorb the divinity of heaven and earth, somewhat serving as a divine cultivation method. The divinity I've cultivated is pure and spotless, flawless and unblemished, not belonging to any lineage of divine methods. Li Che's brow furrowed involuntarily. So this. How should it be categorized in the future? What kind of divine foundation should I forge? Suddenly, Li Che seemed to think of something, his eyes flickering slightly. With every beat of his heart, ambition surged wildly. Chapter 36, Observation Skill. The Immortal Divine Foundation. Virgin snow fluttered down as cranes descended, while the piercing wind howled into his sleeves. At Dingyu Alley, no sound of rain was heard, only the whispers of falling snow, frail and delicate. Li Che's gaze was intense, his heart pounding like a drum. He raised his hand, and the divinity accumulated by the pure heart began to emanate a hazy white glow in his palm, vague and diffuse, twisting the wind and snow. Joy, anger, worry, thought, sorrow, fear, shock. These are the 7 emotions divinity. The divine method originates from these emotions, branching out from the broad categories into specific streams, and thus forging the divine foundation. So the immaculate and flawless divinity gathered by the pure heart. How do I forge a divine foundation with it? Unblemished and spotless, like a blank slate, is it possible to paint upon it, to potentially evolve any divine foundation? Or could it even forge not just a singular divinity divine foundation, but rather a multiple divinities divine foundation? As the thought emerged, his ambition flared like wildfire, sweeping through him in an instant. But all of this was merely speculation on Li Che's part. As to how it all worked, Li Che, with only a vague understanding of divinity, couldn't figure it out. Once stumped, Li Che simply stopped thinking about it. After all, he had not yet formally dealt with divine method. When the opportunity arose later, he would slowly analyze it, or perhaps attempt to devise a method to forge a pure divine foundation. Of course, it was challenging, but no matter how difficult, it was better than having no way to forge a divine foundation at all. Upon this realization, Li Che's mood immediately lightened to nurturing nature with a pure heart. This is what I need to focus on right now. Li Che stood up, his blood circulating powerfully, like the roar of an angry dragon, melting the snowflakes into steaming vapor. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his mind raced. That's right. The dragon Elephant Vajra can siphon divinity to accelerate progress. Can the divinity gathered by the pure heart be used to replenish the dragon Elephant Vajra, a mutual aid between Dao Fruits? While the idea seemed promising, using the divinity nurtured by the pure heart to enhance dragon Elephant Vajra would likely slow the nurturing process. It might be a loss rather than a gain. So, giving it a boost during a breakthrough realm would make sense, but ordinarily, I should simply rely on the innate talent granted by the dragon Elephant Vajra and patiently refine it over time. If I can forge a divine foundation, I'll be among the top powerhouses in all of Flay City, both the inner and outer city. Forging the divine foundation is crucial, because Zhu Yu once told him something that Li Che would never forget. The divine foundation is the beginning of immortality. As he stretched lazily, his bones clashing, Li Che felt extremely content. Once he left his courtyard, he He wandered down the long street, planning to get some aged yellow wine and sliced marinated meat to enjoy with his drink in the evening. With old Chen and Zuyu coming over every day for food and drink, Li Che naturally had to prepare some appetizers. High in the sky, the clouds and snow drifted aimlessly. Feeli outer city. A modest carriage rattled through the wind and snow, making its way into the city. Old man, we've arrived at Flay City. The charioteer stopped the carriage along the road, rubbed his hands, and called into the carriage. The curtains parted, and two figures stepped out. An old man, his face deeply creased like the bark of a centuries-old tree, wore a thick padded jacket and two long eyebrows that drooped down. Beside the elderly man was a child of about 5 or 6, clever and mischievous, with tunica braids tied up. The old man fished out several great scenic copper coins from his sleeve pocket and handed them to the charioteer. The charioteer weighed them, glanced at the child next to the old man, and cautioned, "Old man, you better take good care of this child." In Flay City, it's easy to lose a kid. Upon hearing this, the old man smiled and returned the bow with his fists clasped. The charioteer said no more and drove the carriage away. "Master, by coming to Flay City a year early, are we not breaking the rules?" The child looked up and asked the elder with confusion. The elder stroked his beard and shook his head gently. "Rules? Great Vista is declining. What rules are there to speak of now? Besides, on our journey here, I observed the divinity of the mysterious temple outside Flay City growing increasingly intense, and monsters are rampant. I fear that by next year, we might not even be able to enter the city." The child was startled. "Ah, is it really that exaggerated?" Although Flay City is small, it houses many noble families and clans, and there are quite a few divine base cultivators. To fall within a year, that's a bit exaggerated, right? The elder glanced at the child. "Lu Qi, do you think your master would deceive you? This mysterious temple outside the city, seen with our sex observation skill, should be a 10 capitals mysterious temple, and in another year, it can advance to 9 luminaries level. With the strength of the divine cultivators in Flay City, they can still handle a 10 capitals level mysterious temple for now, but once it advances to the 9 luminaries level, only the divine base cultivators and the innate meridian martial artists might escape, but those below the divine base, none will be able to flee." The child, Lu Qi, gasped for air. This Flay City, with its scarce divinity and meager population, how could the mysterious temple advance to the 9 luminaries? The elder stroked his beard. "A temple, it's only about offering and sacrifice. Some offer life, nature, and soul in sacrifice. Naturally, the mysterious temple will advance. We've come early to find a spirit child and take them back to the sect. Let's not cause any more trouble." The old man advised the child. "Teacher, are we just going to stand by and do nothing?" Lu Kai tilted his head and asked, "At the very least, shouldn't we warn the strong ones in the city?" The old man affectionately ruffled Lu Kai's head. "It's not as simple as you think. Besides, although I descend the mountain on orders, to bypass the watchful eyes of the Dajing Temple Bureau, I've left most of my divinity on the mountain, slipping away in secret. I can still cope with a 10 capitals mysterious temple outbreak, but once the temple god of the 9 luminaries emerges, this old bag of bones won't be enough to fight. By then, if contaminated by the temple god divinity, it would ruin one's path to divinity. Great Vista is not even taking care of itself. What is there for us to do? Most likely, we'll announce our identity before the disaster strikes and lead the innocent civilians out of the city to escape." The elder patted the child Lu Kai on the head. "All right, be quiet. Let your master use the observation skill to see how many divine spirit children are left in this Flay City." The old man held Lu Kai's hand, raised his hand and pinched a snowflake, gently drawing it in front of his eyes. After blinking again, his pupils seemed to harbor a golden wheel, with circles nestled within circles. He looked towards the sky and saw 4 huge divine millstones suspended in the air, shrouded between heaven and earth. Angry Cry Town Ghost, terrifying trace of light. Xuanzi Liu sword, Wrathful Maitreya. The small Flay city has quite a few cultivators who have cast their divine foundation, with a variety of divine foundation styles. The elder smiled lightly and scrutinized carefully. All these were ordinary divine foundations, but those who could cast a divine foundation were already quite distinguished. After all, many divine cultivators, despite nurturing their divinity like a pond, could never take the crucial step, or were ravaged by divinity mentally, spiraling into complete madness, and fell to divinity backlash. Divine base cultivators are already not weak. Don't think that they're only a hair's breadth away from divinity. Sometimes, that hair's breadth is an insurmountable gap. The circles of the golden wheel in the elder's eyes, one after another. He looked towards the inner city and nodded slightly. The noble families and clans have still managed to save quite a few spirit children. It's a pity that their divinity seems scarce. Then, with the golden wheel spinning, his gaze fell on the outer city, towards Zhu's wood carving shop, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Under his observation skill, it seemed as though there were flames reaching for the sky, fiercely burning and dyeing half the sky red. Such fierce wrath divinity. To possess such divinity, and for the noble families and clans to have not taken in this spirit child? Strange indeed. The elder was astounded. He stroked his beard and calculated, only 2 years old. Well, that explains it. It seems this descent from the mountain reveals a great discovery. The elder stroked his beard and smiled. Just as he was about to dissipate the golden wheel in his pupils and release the observation skill, he paused. Looking at the street before him, he saw the carefree young man humming a song with a jar of wine and a piece of braised meat in hand. And the young man's body radiated a bright white and splendid, pure and immaculate divinity glow. Chapter 37, The Godly Essence Sculpture, Spirit Child as the Guide. Li Che hummed a tune, feeling extremely cheerful, and deliberately went to a pork shop in the west of the city to specifically get 2 pounds of pig's head meat, planning to have a good drink with old Zhu and old Chen in the evening. Having just obtained the 3rd Dao Fruit, his capital for settling down and establishing himself in this world had increased somewhat, naturally putting him in a very good mood. The long street was fluttering with snow. Since Zai Zai's birthday was in the cold winter, every time Zai Zai's birthday approached, there would be heavy snow accompanying it. The piercing cold cut to the bone, but now Li Che, having achieved bone-tempering great achievement, with vigorous chi and blood, was of course unafraid of the cold. Suddenly, Li Che's scalp tingled slightly, and the Dao Fruit of pure heart inside his chest thumped. Li Che paused mid-step, frowning. It was a feeling of being watched. The face beneath the hat suddenly lifted, and looking up, he saw an old man leading a child with Niza braids, staring blankly at him from the distant snowy street. Li Che immediately felt somewhat puzzled. With so many people coming and going on this street, why was the old man solely fixated on him? Surely he wasn't coveting the pig's head meat he was holding? Li Che also looked back, only to see that the old man leading the child with Niza braids had shifted his gaze away. Feeling that something was odd, Li Che instantly became vigilant. However, Li Che was just on guard, as they passed by each other, and not until they were far apart did the old man make any move. Only then did Li Che relax, feeling that he was being overly cautious, and nearly noted the old man down in his little book. Master, what's up? Lu Kai noticed something was off with his master and couldn't help but ask. The old man closed his eyes, dispelling the observation skill, and shook his head, feeling extremely regretful and heartbroken. What a pity. Really such a pity. Immaculate and pure, clear as water, like a blank sheet of paper. To think there exists such pure newborn divinity between heaven and earth. Such divinity is highly malleable, but it's such a pity. It resides in a young man, and he's merely a muscle and tendon warrior whose age is far too advanced. A spiritual child in his 20s. Strange. Spirit infant children cultivate their divinity differently from ordinary martial artists. They are born with divinity, so they start nurturing nature right from the beginning, fostering their own divinity, and by adulthood, they usually reach the stage of nurture nature like a lamp, possibly striking the divine foundation before 30, and hopeful of condensing the divine minister within 60 years. The old man shook his head, having seen pure white divinity in Li Che through the observation skill. He truly was tempted for a moment. Unfortunately, the divinity resided not in a tender child but in a rough man. The age is a bit too much, and he's currently only at sinew transforming in his martial cultivation, far from blood exchange. Before 30. To forge a divine foundation, it's a bit difficult. Such divinity, wasted. After returning to Zhu's wood carving shop, Li Che still had the old man on his mind. It was very strange, and subtly, it brought him a strong sense of crisis. The warning of the Dao fruit must have its reasons. Fortunately, throughout his life, Li Che had always valued peace in dealing with others and hadn't run into any mess. Flay City is becoming more and more chaotic. Various powers, all sorts of strong individuals, are emerging one after another. Li Che shook his head. Back in the courtyard, Zai Zai was nurturing her divinity under the guidance of Zhu Yu. Zai Zai is a spirit child, full of divinity, learning to cultivate early to lay a solid foundation, which is beneficial for her future. For divine cultivators, age milestones are crucial. Zhu Yu, dressed in white with a sword at his waist, smiled when he saw Li Che return. By the way, Che, the shop has formed a security team, all composed of wood carvers, and you need to take part in the patrols. I've scheduled shifts for every wood carver, separating yours from Old Chen's, so that Zai Zai's safety can be ensured. If Old Chen and Li Che were both away at the same time, then Zai Zai's safety would be unsecured. Zhu Yu had made the arrangements with this in mind. As night fell, Zhu Yu walked shoulder to shoulder with Li Che along the snow-covered alley, patrolling Zhu's courtyard, protecting and securing the safety of the families of the many wood carvers living within. Li Che carried a long spear on his back. The martial technique he openly cultivated was the Zhu family's 8 consecutive bone-shattering spears. Now he modestly displayed his cultivation, complete meridian opening and the spear technique at major accomplishment, earning him the title of genius within Zhuji. Cultivating martial arts for 2 years, from skin refinement to complete meridian opening, was naturally quite impressive. A couple of days ago, the inner city Yang family's courtyard set in the outer city wood carving shop was breached by the fiends of the spirit infant sect. Zhu Yu's hand rested on his sword's hilt, staring into the dark sky, speaking in a somber tone. Li Che's heart tensed, as this was news to him. Fiends of the spirit infant sect. So rampant? Li Che said solemnly. The spirit infant sect has many strong members. Since being expelled from the inner city, they've settled in the outer city. Now they're targeting the spirit infant children of various families in the outer city. Several wood carvers died in the Yang family courtyard, and one of the spirit infant children was abducted. Zhu Yu clenched his fist tightly, his veins popping. Because there's news of a divine sect cultivator descending down the mountain towards Flay City. The spirit infant sect must act before the divine sect cultivator steps into Flay City, otherwise the truly promising seedlings will undoubtedly be taken away by the divine sect cultivators. Hence, these days, the spirit infant sect has gone completely mad. Doesn't the Zhu family of the inner city send strong people to sit in the outer city? Li Che frowned and couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Zhu Yu fell silent. Zhu family of the inner city. It's not a big problem, we can hold them off ourselves, Zhu Yu said with a forced smile. But in his face, Li Che saw a trace of sorrow and helplessness. Inner City of Thunder, Golden Splendor Pavilion. A breeze swept through the hall, causing the curtains to billow. A figure, bowed in posture, moved respectfully down the corridor and, after a short moment, arrived at a hanging pavilion within the Golden Splendor Pavilion. In the center of the pavilion, a stove boiled water. Simo Bai sat in a chair with a beautiful woman by his side, lightly made up and extremely beautiful, elegantly brewing tea, showcasing her tea art. Young master, Zhao Qiang has arrived. A deep voice came from outside the door. Following this, Zhao Qian entered the pavilion in casual dress, with a side knife at his waist. "Young Master C, may I know why you have summoned me?" Zhao Qian said with a subservient smile, his expression somewhat humble. Although he was a government officer of the imperial court, he was merely an arrest officer from the outer city and naturally did not possess much confidence when facing a direct lineage son of the powerful C family. "I hear you've fought the bull demon and lived to tell the tale." Simo Bai sipped the tea prepared by the beautiful tea artist without even glancing at Zhao Qian below, and said indifferently. At those words, Zhao Qian was momentarily stunned. He had not expected Sima Bai to summon him to discuss such a topic. His complexion changed slightly, for his encounter with the bull demon occurred when he approached the demon as a deputy incense master of the spirit infant sect, alongside a Bagua staff martial artist. Sima Bai knew of his identity. Zhao Qian was startled, and his skin twitched. "Relax, your identity has not been a secret for a long time. And not just you. I am well aware of the identities of quite a few members within the Spirit Infant sect." Sima Bai finished his tea, toying with the jade teacup, his face a blend of a smirk and a sneer. "I have a cooperation with your Dharma Master, to whom I have shown sincerity, and naturally, your Dharma Master will also offer sincerity in return." The Dharma Master agreed to create a second-tier godly essence sculpture for me, but it requires a spirit child as a catalyst. Zhao Qian's face showed difficulty. "Does the young Master C wish for me to find another spirit child in the outer city to bring to you?" "But young Master C, in the past 2 years the outer city has nearly run out of spirit infant children, and those remaining kids possess poor divinity, utterly ordinary. Useless. Just a while ago, even that spirit child from the Yang family courtyard was taken away. So, finding another spirit child will take some time, or even wait until a new batch of babies are born to be sure." Zhao Qian let out a sigh. "Simo Bai, isn't there a superior grade spirit child inside Zhu's wood carving shop?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian immediately thought of Li Che and recalled that a disciple had died in the wood carving shop because of that superior grade spirit child who made the Dharma Master descend to 3 heads and 6 arms angry spirit infant statue. "Are you referring to the daughter of the wood carver Li Che from Zuji?" Zhao Qian ventured. Sima Bai fiddled with the teacup, his demeanor indifferent and cold. "Are there any other superior grade spirit children?" Zhao Qian's skin twitched, to not hide it from young Master C. "I suspect that the criminal bull demon might be related to Zuji." Simo Bai waved his hand dismissively. "No need to say, I know what you are afraid of. For this year, you've stayed out of sight, never traveling alone, all to avoid the bull demon, right? Back then, you used the widow of Sun Qingbiao as bait, luring the bull demon in for the kill, which you consider as having fought with him. After the death of the Bagua staff holder, you got scared." Zhao Qian wasn't embarrassed. "What's there to be ashamed of if it's for survival? Consider that Bagua staff holder. Does he have any pride left now? Instead, all is lost." This bull demon, based on his several interventions, seems to harbor grudges against the spirit infant sect, and furthermore, there appeared to be some connections with Zuji. It seems likely that the bull demon originates from Zuji. Sima Bai leaned back in the Taishi chair made of pear wood, his long fingers tapping lightly on the table. "I am also very curious. Just who from Zuji is this bull demon, able to move freely in and out of inner and outer cities, and possessing a bone-tempering completion cultivation? Who could it be?" "It can't be Zuhali, nor Zubeu. And it's even less likely to be the 3rd Zhu brother. No matter who it is, just eliminate him." "That will do." Sima Bai's eyes gleamed with a mix of sobbing and smiling, as he turned his gaze toward Zhao Qian. "You handle this job for me, and I'll take care of the bull demon for you. Since the bull demon is so keen on killing you, let him come for you." Zhao Qian's face darkened instantly, his heart quite tempted. If the bull demon could indeed be dealt with, he really could live without always looking over his shoulder. The bull demon must die. Without that, he could not rest easy. The death of the Bagua staff holder was vivid in his mind, like a nightmare. Zhao Qian's eyes flickered. But still, there was trepidation in his heart. After all, what Sima Bai called taking care of the bull demon was dam fishing, using him as bait. No, fishing for a bull. He had avoided trouble for so long. In the end, he feared if the bull isn't caught, he, the bait, might get eaten first. Chapter 38, Not Seeking Justice. Bull demon reappears. Vast snow falls, drifting through the sky, freezing 3 feet deep. The heavy, pristine snow blanketed the entire street of the outer city, yet the desperate citizens still braved the snowstorm to work and set up stalls, all to earn more cast copper coins to buy firewood and survive this deadly winter. Li Che, intending to head to the small courtyard he rented in Tingyu Alley for cultivation, dressed in cotton clothes and donning a hat, walked along the long street, where he saw many households hanging white silk and heard the sounds of crying drifting out amidst the snowstorm. These were families who had lost their children, and in recent months, the activities of the spirit infant sect had become increasingly frequent. After being driven to the outer city, they were like starving wolves entering a flock of sheep, not at all restrained but, on the contrary, becoming even more rampant. Even the large courtyards set up in the outer city by prominent inner-city families like the Yang family were raided for spirit children. It could be said that the entire city's atmosphere had become increasingly bizarre and oppressive. Although Flay City had the government office, the arrest officer of the outskirts government office, Zhao Qian, was a follower of the spirit infant sect. How could ordinary citizens resist? And who could stand up for their justice? No one. The major families of the inner city had only expelled the spirit infant sect and seemed not to dare to completely offend them to death. Mainly because the spirit infant sect was deeply entrenched and even involved with the mysterious temple, perhaps even with some weighty figures within Flay City. According to Old Zhu, the spirit infant sect has even reached out to the spirit children of the noble families and clans of the inner city. That's the very foundation of these families and clans. Yet those noble families and clans only expelled the spirit infant sect and did not fully go to war. Clearly fearing something, as his feet sank into the snow, Li Che saw a woman, frozen stiff, numbingly burning paper money at her doorway. On the long street, members of the spirit infant sect passed by shouting slogans in groups, their faces filled with fanaticism and excitement, forming a stark contrast with the numb and despairing woman. This damned era, this damned spirit infant sect. My son, oh, my son. The woman numbly stared at the departing adherents, suddenly began to wail, her tears flowing freely, her voice mournful. Li Che stood still, coldly watching the fervent adherents trample the long street as they passed. He slowly closed his eyes. He could not help but think if he had not obtained the Dao Fruit, whether he would now be as numb and powerless as this woman. Upon reflection, it felt a bit empathetic. This era did not have anyone to stand up for their justice. None. Li Che opened his eyes. He too could not. Because he had a family, a lively and adorable daughter, and he had to consider more things. Unknown to him, Li Che walked back to the small courtyard in Tingyu Alley. This was the place he rented in the outer city. In the courtyard amidst the swirling snow, he moved a bamboo chair to sit down, took out a thin wooden board from his bosom, and drew a carving knife he carried with him. Calmly, very diligently and focused, he began to carve. As the carving knife scraped the wooden surface, the rustling sound of falling wood chips mingled with the sound of the wind and snow flying. A cute bull mask took shape. Since Zai Zai was born in the year of the cow, Li Che had gotten used to wearing a cute bull mask. He placed the cute bull mask over his face. Li Che raised his head, and beneath the mask, his eyes flashed with coldness and recklessness. The things Li Che dared not do, the bull demon could. The things Li Che could not do, the bull demon could. The recklessness Li Che dared not pursue, the bull demon, too, could. The followers of the spirit infant sect. They were already on my list. Then let's begin settling accounts. The bull demon muttered. The entire city was made too oppressive by the spirit infant sect. Your grandpa bull demon is coming. to relieve some pressure, not seeking justice, only seeking unrestraint. Inner City of Thunder, Golden Splendor Pavilion. Curtains fluttered. Inside the suspended pavilion, with the charcoal stove glowing red, the temperature inside was kept comfortably warm. Simobai sipped tea, facing several figures wearing children's masks across him, and though the charcoal stove tried hard to warm the surroundings, the ice-cold and solemn atmosphere still made it chilling. That bull demon, we did not seek trouble with him. Yet he has begun to act again. In this past half-month, he has frequently taken action, killing several of our spirit infant sect members in the city who were searching for children. Twisting their heads, cutting off their hands, nailing the bodies to the wall with his signature crossbow arrows. His methods are extremely vicious. Is this his way of dispensing justice? Pretending to be a heroic bull demon, ridiculous to the extreme. In this era, those who dare to play the hero all meet a bad end. A girl's mask with a smiling face emitted a cold voice, as harsh as a scraping knife across a white wall. Sima looked at the masks hiding the various demons and deities and couldn't help but sigh softly. Don't worry, this bull demon is bound to die. I asked the four of you to come because this matter still requires your assistance. As he finished speaking, Sima gestured toward one side. His assistant, the blood exchange warrior Gozan, immediately lowered his body and approached. Go, let Zhao Qiang make his move. My godly essence sculpture lacks only that one upper-class spiritual child. We can't delay any longer. Tingyu Alley, within a small courtyard. The bull demon, having just killed a disciple of the spirit infant sect, returned using the slumbering dragon elephant to conceal his breath. After cleaning up, Li Che sat cross-legged and began his daily divine cultivation. The pure heart Dao fruit pulsated slightly and, in a heartbeat, contracted and expanded like a heart, attracting the immaculate divinity of the universe like sprites, converging it into a delicate stream that flowed into his body, gathered in the pure heart. Dao fruit, pure heart, LV1, 3%. Li Che opened his eyes, furrowing his brows, and slowly exhaled. Although the pure heart Dao fruit can draw in the divinity from nature, ultimately, due to the lack of a divine method, my efficiency in drawing divinity is extremely low. Till now, I have only just pushed the maturity of the Dao fruit to 3%. And the speed is getting slower. I really need to get a divine method to study. Li Che pondered. This thought had lingered in his mind for a long time and was now growing stronger. Unfortunately, divine methods are not available in the marketplace. There's no channel for them. Even in the noble families and clans of the inner city, such divine methods are treasured secrets. Even becoming a woodcarving master recognized by the noble families and clans only grants the lowest divine methods after passing various trust assessments. So, if I want to acquire a divine method, I still need to figure out a way with the noble families and clans. Setting aside the divine method, Li Che's eyes grew sharp. Dao fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV1, 90%. Li Che watched in astonishment as the Dragon Elephant Vajra Dao fruit in front of him climbed from an original maturity of 70% to 90% in just half a month. Combat. Killing. Can also enhance the maturity, Li Che murmured. In the half-month since the bull demon re-emerged, Li Che, wielding the capabilities of the slumbering dragon elephant and Vajra transformation, had killed many vicious members of the spirit infant sect. Most battles were overwhelmingly one-sided, with bone-tempering realm villains falling in just a few rounds against him. Unexpectedly, these victories had accelerated the maturity of his Dao fruit. Li Che couldn't help but feel some anticipation, and with the increase in the Dao fruit's maturity, Li Che's bone-tempering cultivation had also officially reached completion. Bone-tempering complete. External practices now lack a blood exchange method. Moreover, having reached the three heavens in internal strength for quite a while now, without a superior internal strength technique, breaking through to the fourfold heaven is difficult. Divine methods, blood exchange methods, superior internal strength techniques. Alas, where should I even begin looking for these? Li Che rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache as the main woodcarver at Zhuji's woodcarving shop. His personal wealth was extremely substantial, but having money doesn't mean getting everything you want. He cleaned up a bit. Li Che, braving the snow, headed towards Zhuji's woodcarving shop. His mind was preoccupied with how to acquire divine methods and blood exchange methods. Walking along, just as he reached the entrance of Zhuji's woodcarving shop, Li Che felt something was amiss. At the door stood two groups of officers in red and black uniforms, with side knives hanging at their waists. And from within the wood-carving shop, the arrest officer Zhao Qiang, who was listed in Li Che's notebook, was escorting someone out of the shop. Watching the figure being escorted by Zhao Qiang, Li Che's face immediately darkened. Old Chen, Chapter 39, Sinister Open Conspiracy, revealing cultivation. Old Chen, Li Che's expression instantly darkened. During this period of living together, not only did Zai Zai particularly like Old Chen, but even Li Che and his wife Zhangya had came to regard this lonely old man as part of their family. Li Che's gaze shifted to Zhao Qiang. Sensing Li Che's intense stare, Zhao Qiang, who was escorting Chen Daobao, paused his movement, squinted his eyes, and looked back. Li Che? It turns out to be Master Li. Long time no see. Zhao Qiang saw Li Che but gave a superficial smile. Originally, when Sun Qingbiao died, Zhao Qiang was in charge of the investigation but ended up implicating Li Che under the guise of an investigation. It was more of a threat and an attempt to ascertain Zai Zai's spirit child abilities. Zhao Qiang felt it was a pity that since the confirmation of Li Nuangxi's spirit child abilities, he had not yet found an opportunity to act. Additionally, after being injured by the bull demon and needing time to heal, and then the incident where the bull demon killed the Bagua staff wielder. Frightened, Zhao Qiang dared not stir up trouble easily anymore and had been merely surviving, hence, he found even less opportunity to act. This time, if not for Sima Bai's urgent pushing, Zhao Qiang would have preferred to continue laying low, especially since the bull demon was not yet dead. Head Constable Zhao, may I know what crime Master Chen has committed? Li Che asked in a grave voice. The case of Sun Qingbiao. Sun Qingbiao's father Sun Lianfu has reported again, claiming that Chen Daobao killed his son Sun Qingbiao and also his wife, Madame Liu. This matter has reached the government office, and I have been reassigned to take over the case. To arrest Chen Daobao. Zhao Qiang stared at Li Che with a smirk on his face. Your daughter has been doing quite well this year, hasn't she? Zhao Qiang said with a meaningful tone. Upon hearing this, Li Che's eyes slightly narrowed as he suppressed the urge to kill. He disregarded the provocative tone in Zhao Qiang's words and said solemnly, wasn't it said that the bull demon was responsible for the initial case? Zhao Qiang shook his head. Sun Lianfu has reported the case again, and now with the ruthless bull demon terrorizing the city and brutally murdering people, the lord of the city needs a major case to appease the public. He has personally intervened and even issued an order for me to arrest and examine Chen Daobao. If he is indeed wronged, the lord of the city will surely see to it that the truth is clarified. Master Li, rest assured, Master Chen, being a highly respected woodcarver of Zhu's courtyard, won't be harmed by the government office. Once the investigation is clear, he will naturally be released. However, Chen Master still needs to go through Flay prison. Master Chen is very strong, Zhao is aware, and if he resists, he will be put on the government office's wanted list. At that point, it will be the divine catcher of the inner city who acts, not this old Zhao. Zhao Qiang said indifferently. Chen Daobao's expression slightly darkened as he shook his head at Li Che, who still wanted to say something. The divine catcher of the inner city. That was a real divine cultivator, and dealing with such a person could be very troublesome. Che, take good care of Zai Zai. Old Chen whispered to Li Che. Zhao Qiang took away Old Chen. In front of the wood carving shop, silence fell. Li Che took a deep breath, already understanding that the spirit infant sect had finally started to make a move against Zhu's courtyard of the outer city. Or rather, they had set their sights on Zai Zai. The spirit child, Zhu Yu, had once said that Zai Zai's divinity was extremely rich, among the top grade of spirit children, a huge temptation for the spirit infant sect. Perhaps they would take a big risk. Is Zhao Qian taking away old Chen first because he's been living in my house, protecting Zai Zai, and Zhao Qian feels it's better to take him away before acting? Indeed, that was a clear conclusion to any discerning guy. Old Chen's body refinement ability was in the blood exchange realm. After all, he had trained for decades, and as a senior woodcarver of Zuji, Zhu's courtyard naturally provided the blood exchange method. As for inner strength, old Chen had even touched the threshold of the fourfold heaven. Among Zuji's woodcarving masters, old Chen was the strongest, and even placed in the inner city, he was considered formidable. With such a strong protector, it wasn't easy to take Zai Zai away, and Zhao Qian naturally had to reassign him. However, because old Chen was strong, Li Che was not worried about his safety. What about the third shopkeeper? Li Che fixed his gaze on Steward Sunday. Zhao Qian mentioned that Steward Sun Lianfu was the one who reported the case. Since Steward Sun had not spoken up to deny it, it evidently was true, even if not. The silent Steward Sun must be involved with Zhao Qian. Steward Sun did not respond to Li Che's question, kept his head down, and didn't even make eye contact. The third shopkeeper was called away by the second shopkeeper early this morning and returned to the inner city. The tall and martially spirited Zhuan explained to Li Che. The second shopkeeper, Zhu Beiyu. Li Che frowned. Could it be such a coincidence? No sooner had the third shopkeeper Zhu Yu left than Zhao Qian showed up at the door to take away old Chen. Could it be that Zhu Beiyu was also mingling with the likes of Zhao Qian? Steward Sun. How could you accuse Master Chen? The case of Sun Qingbiao was already closed, wasn't it? It was said to have been done by the bull demon. Zhuan was quite upset and sternly questioned Steward Sunday. Before my son died, Chen Dabao inspected him. Steward Sun raised his head, his old face slightly trembling, after he inspected him. My son died. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? My son's death must be related to Chen Dabao. What bull demon, what nonsense hero. Might even just be a disguise used by Chen Dabao. Steward Sun coldly spoke, and even the words between his teeth were chilling. Steward Sun, the bull demon hero, hates evil fiercely. The spirit infant sect has turned Flay City upside down, causing countless families to hang white cloths and burn white paper in mourning. Yet, it was only the bull demon who stood up, targeting only the evildoers of the spirit infant sect to kill. Such a heroic figure, and you have the nerve to insult him? Your son Sun Qingbiao joined the spirit infant sect, wanting to exchange someone else's daughter for his own son. Such a malicious person deserves more than death. Zhuan crossed her arms and spoke coldly. Besides, your framing is too obvious. What kind of physique does the bull demon have? And what kind of body does old Chen have? How could you even connect these two? Why don't you say that Master Li is the bull demon? Zhuan was clearly annoyed with the double-dealing Steward Sunday. Li Che was startled, thinking he had been exposed. Miss Zhao. Those words shouldn't be said lightly. Seeing Li Che startled, Zhuan quickly explained, it's just an example, Master Li. Don't be nervous, you've only practiced martial arts for a short time. There's a world of difference between you and the bull demon. I understand. Li Che, you understand nothing. Suddenly, outside Zuji's wood carving shop, the noisy crowd fell silent, and in the blur of the snowstorm, Zhao Qian, dressed in a black and red uniform, returned. His rugged hand rested on the handle of his long knife, standing upright amidst the snowstorm. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Qian's gaze was fixed on Li Che. Master Li, Steward Sun said. You asked Chen Dabao to investigate Sun Qingbiao, so? Does Sun Qingbiao's death also have something to do with you? The returning Zhao Qian stared at Li Che, speaking ominously. Perhaps Master Li would care to come along with me? As soon as the words were spoken, they were like a bombshell. In front of Zhu's wood carving shop, the atmosphere suddenly exploded. boiling over. Many were both shocked and angry, and the clear-sighted could see that Zhao Qian was clearly causing trouble on purpose. Steward Sun's expression flickered and turned dark, yet he said not a word. Zhao Qian's look was even fiercely fixed on Li Che, his knife partially unsheathed at his waist, his body's qi and blood in turmoil, like a venomous snake or python. Li Che, let me ask you, at the time of Sun Qingbiao's death, where were you? What were you doing? You were. Bang. Before his interrogation laced with inner strength was even complete, his voice boomed like thunder. But the knife light had already enveloped the sky, tearing through the heavy snow, like a net from heaven and earth, roaring towards Li Che. Intending to overpower Li Che, leaving him unable to respond and forced to surrender. The aura of bone tempering great achievement was brutal and frenzied, his qi and blood surging, accompanied by dazzling knife light, made the atmosphere in front of Zuji's wood-carving shop oppressive. Zhao Qian not only wanted to take Chen Dabao, but also to take him, Li Che, leaving only Zhangya and Zai's Ai, the powerless mother and daughter, in Zhu's courtyard. When the time came, the evildoers of the spirit infant sect would easily be able to kidnap Zai's Ai. A blatant scheme, a malicious scheme conducted under the rules of the Amen. Such filthy tactics. Watching as the cascade of knife light burst forth before him, the knife light entering within 3 feet of his body, Li Che's eyes flickered with ferocity. His face flushed red, as if venting the anger suppressed under Zhao Qian's pressure of qi and blood. Then, Li Che gripped his hand, his fingers like hooks shredding through the air, pulling trails of qi, as his clenched arm stiffened like a spear. He stepped forward, bent his body, threw a punch, using his fist as a spear. The major accomplishment. Zhu family's 8 consecutive bone-shattering spears. His muscles and bones resonated together, bones cracking audibly. It was almost like a flash of lightning and thunder in an instant. Zhao Qian's knife and Li Che's punch collided several times, exchanging bursts of qi strength and qi and blood, revealing the trembling of his knife blade. The qi stirred, and the snowflakes floating in the air couldn't fall, as if repelled by a powerful force, exploding into a hazy mist of snow around them. Zhao Qian, holding his continuously trembling knife, floated backward. Li Che's face turned red, and he stepped back several steps, causing the ground to burst with flying snow. In front of the wood-carving shop, the hot qi and blood still seething. But the crowd had already been silenced by the thunderous collision between Li Che and Zhao Qian. Left speechless, Zhao Qian grasped the long knife, his black hair billowing, his eyes filled with shock as he gazed at Li Che, a mix of absurdity and disbelief in his look. You actually. Bone tempering. Chapter 40, Clan Juniors, can also be killed. Please follow. The clanging of metal, a constant hum. It was a reflection of the shock in Zhao Qian's heart at this moment. Because of the spirit child, Zhao Qian had carefully reviewed Li Che's information, a child who lost his parents at a young age, raised by his uncle. Before the birth of his daughter Li Nuangxi, he was nothing but a hard-working laborer at Zhu's wood-carving shop, a basic hired hand lacking in strength. Not to mention martial cultivation, he didn't even know the simplest farming techniques. Yet, in just over 2 years, this laborer had undergone bone tempering. Only 2 years of martial practice, and already stepping into bone tempering. What kind of martial talent is this? To think that the skin refinement and sinew transforming phases were extremely time-consuming. It took Zhao Qian a whole 8 years to progress from skin refinement to bone tempering. I really didn't expect it. Bone tempering initiation, just 2 years, and you, a mere laborer, have truly made a name for yourself. Zhao Qian squinted his eyes, gripping his long blade with a slightly murderous intent. After all, he had set his sights on Li Che's daughter, but with Li Che's high martial talent, there was no guarantee he wouldn't come back for revenge, becoming a huge problem. And the people around the wood-carving shop were dumbfounded. Zhao Zhuan and Wang Zhengpin, who also learned the skin refinement technique from Zhu North Tiger, along with Li Che, appeared quite stupefied. Li Che, had undergone bone tempering. How could it be so fast? Everyone started martial practice at the same time, and those two were still struggling in the skin refinement phase, having just barely reached skin refinement completion, without even starting on sinew transforming. Yet Li Che had already undergone bone tempering. Once he became a quenched bone warrior, he would be a respectable figure even in the outer city. Li Che's expression was cold. When he had achieved complete meridian opening, Zhu Yu had passed on the bone tempering method of Zhu Ji. Now, displaying his bone tempering cultivation was not without reason. Head Constable Zhao, thank you for your leniency. You are merely suspicious, and you have no right to imprison me, do you? You said that the lord of the city issued a writ of arrest for Master Chen. Does that writ also mention arresting me? Sun Qingbiao coveted my daughter, and my family is the victim. Surely the victim is not to be blamed, right? Li Che flexed his arms, with blood surging throughout his body, and spoke in a deep voice. Zhao Qian narrowed his eyes, filled with murderous intent. With his broad blade humming incessantly, he tapped his fingers against the edge of the blade. The silvery reflection of the blade mirrored his stern visage. How dare you, a lowly commoner, question the government's actions? If I insist on taking you to Fleet Prison, what can you do about it? There was a coldness spread across the rugged face of Zhao Qian. He was afraid of death, and therefore, he must kill Li Che. Even if Li Che was the popular woodcarver of Zhu's woodcarving shop, a seedling of a woodcarving master. So what? In Zhao Qian's eyes, Li Che, with his fame and reputation, needed to die even more. If he didn't stop Li Che now, the day would come when he, Zhao Qian, would have to die. With Zhu Yu not here, Hu and Zhu Ji can support you. Even if they inquire about it later, Zhu Ji wouldn't dare to touch me. My uncle is Zhao Xuanhai, the divine catcher of the inner city. The killing intent on Zhao Qian gradually built up like a wild whirlwind, and his blade technique, which had reached a major accomplishment, already showed signs of developed blade momentum. Once he reached the transformation realm, the formed blade intent would allow him to resist a divine cultivator. To some extent, the grim killing intent swirled with the wind and snow. In front of the wood carving shop, many masters hesitated whether to intervene and help Li Che, but involving themselves with Zhao Qian, who was like a rabid dog, was obviously not a good idea. Faced with trouble, most people chose to protect themselves wisely. Li Che's eyes narrowed as murderous intent surged with a hint of surprise. Zhao Qian had a divine catcher as an uncle? This was something he had not known before. Divine catcher. The divine cultivator from the Black Yamen of the inner city. He was a true divine cultivator. Li Che's heart grew slightly somber. As the saying goes, to destroy the grass, one must eliminate the roots. But if he killed Zhao Qian, this root would be too thick to remove. Faced with Zhao Qian's aggressively murderous intent, Li Che contemplated how to respond. In the distance, there was a sound of breaking through the air as a figure sped over rapidly. The wind and snow ripped apart like a torn curtain. Zhao Qian frowned, looking toward the swiftly approaching figure of Zhu Yu, his eyes flashing with surprise. This Zhu Yu, wasn't he supposed to be held up in the inner city? Clearly, Zhao Qian had underestimated the importance of Li Che and Zhu Yu's heart. As soon as his plan began, Zhu Yu received the message and directly rushed back from the inner city. As a direct member of the Zhu family, his presence meant that Zhao Qian understood he couldn't kill Li Che today. Sheathing his sword, Zhao Qian took one last deep look at Li Che and made a swift retreat, not waiting for Zhu Yu to arrive and confront him. Li Che kept his gaze fixed on the retreating figure of Zhao Qian. Zhu Yu landed, stirring up a storm of snow, the cold wind howling, his expression extremely grim. Was old Chen taken away? Zhao Qian still wants to take you away? Zhu Yu's hand turned into a fist, veins popping out. Sima Bai has gone too far. So blatant. Li Che was taken aback. Sima Bai, the spirit infant sect attacked the Divine Cultivation Institute of Zhu Ji, intent on plundering the spirit children and spirit babies. I was urgently called back to guard the inner city. I can no longer stay in the outer city during this time. Zhu Yu looked at Li Che with a serious expression. The Spirit Infant sect wouldn't dare to touch the Divine Cultivation Institute. It's the root of the noble families and clans of divine cultivators in Flay City, but we must not be unguarded, so this is an overt scheme. I must return. Zhao Qian taking old Chen away at this time. I suspect the goal of the Spirit Infant sect is Zai Zai's spirit child grade is too high. Simo Bai wants to forge a divine foundation. He needs a catalyst, the catalyst of an upper-class spirit child. Zhu Yu's voice was very cold, yet also full of helplessness. The actions of Si family like this, joining with the Spirit Infant sect, aren't the other major families in the inner city taking care of it? Li Che's eyelids drooped as he lightly stroked the veins that had sprung up on his fists. After all, Sima Bai is a direct descendant of the Si family, and he is seen as a likely candidate for forging a divine foundation. The Si family will definitely protect him firmly. Without evidence, the other families can't say much. After all, that old grandee of the Si family in the divine base realm is still alive. Zhu Yu exhaled deeply. Although Sima Bai is considered a divine base seed, it's extremely difficult for him to forge a divine foundation. Hopes are slim. That's why he joined forces with the Spirit Infant sect, hoping to break through with the help of the Spirit Infant Master's Godly Essence sculpture. Godly Essence sculpture. It requires the essence of a spirit child as a catalyst. So, as Zhu Yu said this, Li Che basically understood. So it turned out that was the collaboration Lei Chunlin discussed with Sima Bai back then, which means, at that time, Sima Bai had already set his sights on Zai Zai. Sima Bai. Li Che narrowed his eyes. A scion of the noble families, not easy to kill, a divine cultivator at the cultivation peak. Facing him now, even if Li Che activated the dragon Elephant Vajra, would he be able to kill him? Seems difficult, but not impossible to kill. Scions of noble families can also be killed. You don't need to worry about old Chen, he'll be fine. Zhao Qian wouldn't dare to harm him, the goal was merely to divert him away. Tonight, you should stay in the courtyard and make sure Zai Zai is safe. Don't go anywhere. If something isn't right, take Zai Zai and run away. Focus on evading and dragging out time. I can return tomorrow, just make it until dawn, and I'll rush back immediately. I've mentioned your situation to my family, it's a pity. My words carry little weight, otherwise Zuji should have arranged for a blood exchange warrior to come and ensure your and Zai Zai's safety. Zhu Yu gave a self-deprecating smile. Being out of favor is just that sorrowful. Zhu Yu had already made Li Che's excellence clear, but it was still undervalued. Li Che, on the contrary, ended up comforting Zhu Yu. Without further words, Zhu Yu patted Li Che on the shoulder, then said a few words of request to the few masters in the wood-carving shop before turning and quickly leaving for the inner city. Li Che also didn't say much, bidding farewell to those in the wood-carving shop who were still astonished at his martial cultivation. He turned and returned to Zuji's courtyard, to the yard. The gate of the courtyard was tightly closed. Zhangya was holding Zai Zai in the house, her complexion slightly pale. As soon as Li Che returned, Zhangya instantly felt reassured. Husband, Uncle Chen was taken away, is he okay? Now that her main support had returned, Zhangya became less strong, starting to panic. Li Che took Zai Zai from her arms. The little girl was deep in sleep, drooling, seemingly dreaming about the taste of candied haws. It's okay, old Chen will be fine, it's just a small problem. Wife, come here, I'm going to teach you something. Li Che held Zai Zai in one arm and took Zhangya's hand with the other. They went to the study, where Li Che opened a box and took out a palm-sized black Nanmu wooden bird. This is the mechanism I've made, Wood Raven. It's a bit powerful, and in case of danger, it can protect you and Zai Zai. I'll show you how to operate it. Li Che instructed Zhangya on how to operate the Wood Raven. Zhangya listened intently and quickly memorized it. Be careful, it must not be exposed to open flame. Li Che cautioned. Zhangya nodded continuously, carefully storing away the Wood Raven. Soon after, she looked at Li Che with curiosity. "Husband, you said this little wooden bird's power is a bit strong, so how strong is it?" The wood raven, ranked 8th among hidden weapons in the Tang's mechanism essentials, had been further modified by Li Che using the talent of the Immortal Artisan's Dao Fruit. Li Che pondered for a moment, then considering his own strength, he carefully provided an answer. "The power, if operated properly, its power is roughly like a martial artist such as Old Chen. If not careful, it can knock someone half to death." Chapter 41, To kill them all is the best protection. The snowflakes fluttered in the wind, the night deep and thick, almost too dense to dissipate. In the alley, it was even 3 degrees darker. An old man led a boy with an Aza-style top knot through the snow, standing silently and watching the brightly lit Zuji's wood carving shop. "Master, the spirit infant sect seems to have set their sights on the spiritual child you're fond of. Should we make a move?" The spirit infant sect has colluded with the government of Flay City, and all the masters in the shop have been dispatched elsewhere. The shop has fallen into vulnerability, and likely they'll act tonight. Lu Kai furrowed his brows, small in stature but mature beyond his years. The old man shook his head. "Let's wait and see for now. If I can avoid acting, I will." "I also want to see who exactly is in Flay City, preparing to worship the mysterious temple, and who has become a lapdog of the temple god. What if something happens to that spiritual child?" "Master, didn't you say that child is a rare supreme spiritual child?" Lu Kai asked, tilting his head in confusion. The old man smiled and glanced at Lu Kai's large head. "When push comes to shove, you'll step in. How about giving you a chance to play the hero saving the beauty?" "How does that sound?" Lu Kai rolled his eyes grandly. "A 2-year-old girl is also considered a beauty? At 2, what's there to see?" The old man stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes profound. "What I didn't expect was that the 20-something-year-old spiritual child was the father of the supreme spiritual child. With such pure and flawless divinity, it's normal for him to have a supreme spiritual child." "Someone's coming." The smile slipped off the old man's face, and gripping Lu Kai's hand, they seemed to completely blend into the darkness. Dot. Dot. A gust of wind fiercely tore through the cold air, shredding the falling snowflakes to pieces. Several ghostly figures stood on top of a roof, braving the whistling cold wind, accompanied by uncanny laughter resembling the wails of ghosts. These figures were cloaked in black robes, wearing masks of children with various expressions: crying faces, smiling faces, ugly faces, angry faces, and so on. A total of 5 figures, some holding broadswords, others gripping spears, wielding hammers, and so forth. The swirling aura of blood seemed almost enough to melt away the falling snow. Zuyu was called back to the inner city, and Chen Daobao, the only blood exchange warrior in Zhu's wood carving shop, was imprisoned. "Tonight is our only chance. By tomorrow Zuyu will return, and Chen Daobao can no longer be kept in confinement. To take away that spiritual child, success is the only option tonight. Also, using me as bait, you all better be careful. I must be rescued quickly." As the words fell, the figures cried, laughed, and roared uncannily, exhibiting their martial arts, their bodies lightly leaping and somersaulting over the high walls of Zuji's courtyard. Dot. Dot. The yard was utterly silent. A lamp burned inside the house, its flickering flame casting the silhouettes of 2 figures on the paper window. Inside the house, Zhangya's face was slightly pale, and she cradled the sleeping Zai Zai. A woman's intuition, along with her husband Li Che's unusual behavior, made her realize that tonight might be dangerous. She looked into the distance, where a lifelike wood carving sat upright on a chair. The wood carving resembled her husband Li Che by about 70 or 80%, but it was unfinished and rough around the edges. Yet, through the flicker of candlelight, it cast a shadow nearly identical to Li Che on the paper window. It gave the cozy illusion that both husband and wife were inside the house. At first, Zhangya didn't understand why Li Che had to do this. Why couldn't he just stay inside and protect them? That would have been perfectly fine, wouldn't it? But when Li Che took out a thin wooden board, sat in the chair, and slowly carved a cute bull mask with his knife, covering his face with it, Zhangya was completely stunned. She covered her mouth, staring at her utterly unrecognizable husband, her eyes brimming with unparalleled astonishment. Bull demon? Zhangya asked softly. The bull demon was a name known to everyone in Flay City. Who hadn't heard of him? Known for specifically hunting the followers of the spirit infant sect that targeted children, even though his warrant hung on the announcement boards year-round. Yet he had become a hero in the hearts of the people of Flay City. And now, that hero was her husband. Zhangya's husband? No. That's not right, husband. The bull demon's build is far too different from yours. Zhangya shook her head, softly speaking. This was the first time Li Che revealed his identity, letting his wife know who he was, and she would be the first to learn of his identity as the bull demon. Without further words, Li Che silently activated the dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit. In an instant, countless muscles coiled like fearsome dragons, twisting and growing rapidly, stretching him taller until he loomed like a small mountain, his intimidating and domineering presence filling the room. In Zhangya's stunned gaze, Li Che immediately reverted to his normal size. Wife, I won't let anyone harm you or our daughter, so you must also trust your husband, Li Che said, caressing Zhangya's face and tucking her stray hair behind her ear, speaking softly. Zhangya came out of her stupor, overcome with emotions, her mind buzzing. Her husband could grow so large. Was this what a quenched bone warrior could do? But she had never heard of a quenched bone warrior who could change their size. The obedient Zhangya didn't ask further, understanding that this must be her husband's secret. She didn't need to know too much, just to trust and believe. After all, there should be some secrets kept within a marriage. As for Li Che's identity as the bull demon, as for those who died at the hands of the bull demon, Zhangya didn't care. All she cared about was her own husband. However, Zhangya felt somewhat perplexed. It seemed like she had no more secrets left to hide from her husband. Remember the way I taught you to activate the wood raven? Li Che ruffled Zhangya's hair and kissed her forehead, reminding her. Zhangya nodded solemnly. Li Che then glanced at the sleeping Zai Zai. With his wife and child close, all he wished for was to live a peaceful life with his family in this world. But if anyone dared to touch his daughter, he would kill them. Li Che activated the slumbering dragon elephant ability of the dragon elephant Dao Fruit, completely concealing his vitality, essence, chi, and spirit, as if they were erased from the world. The effect of breath concealment was excellent. He vanished into the dark alley surrounding Zoo's courtyard, donned a wide-brimmed hat, covered his face with a cute bull mask, and on the night of swirling snow, turned into the bull demon. Zhao Qiang, openly executing his ploys during the day, posturing ostentatiously, exceedingly arrogant. This doesn't quite fit with the pathetic style he's hidden in for a year. Li Che contemplated, but his heart was already somewhat clear. Zhao Qiang knew that the bull demon was looking for him, yet he still brazenly made such a move, as if he was fishing Zhao Qiang as bait. To fish for me? The handiwork of the spirit infant sect? Tonight's overt plot is a scheme that kills two birds with one stone. Aiming to capture Zai Zai and planning to eliminate the bull demon. The alley was quiet. After a long while, there was a soft exhale, brimming with a chilling murderous intent. Hey, how greedy! Li Che looked up at the darkened sky, his eyes bright and piercing. No matter what conspiracies and tricks you have, I want to protect my wife and child. Killing you all, that is the best protection. The night was dark as pitch, fire was born of ghosts, the cold brought the frosty calls of geese. The temperatures tonight rose slightly, the snow from the heavens turned into rain, trickling down endlessly in the dark. Every raindrop was piercingly cold to the bone. Zhao Qiang, with a long knife at his waist, his wanton and jet-black hair hanging loose, wore a mask of a smiling child. His toes touched upon the thick snow on the ground, shattering the rain and snow falling from the firmament. floating over like a specter. He landed outside the courtyard wall of Feng Che's small yard. Having visited Li Che before, he easily found the yard once again. Underneath the child mask, Zhao Qian's eyes bore little emotion, gazing indifferently at the brightly lit house inside, watching the reflection of two figures cast upon the paper window. What a cozy family. Pity, they birthed a spirit child. Talent is a blessing, and also a disaster. Zhao Qian drew his gleaming long knife, the blade quivering with a tremble, emitting a long wail. The world was eerily silent. Inside Zhu's wood carving shop, there was no movement at all, although the old masters had been advised and asked for help by Zhu Yu. Ultimately, for the sake of their self-preservation, they still did not take action. Even though they knew that someone would attack Li Che's courtyard tonight and try to take away Zai Zai, Zhao Qian grasped his knife with one hand, scanning the surrounding area. With the snow and rain intermingling, there was simply no one stopping him. Underneath the mask, his face formed a cold smile. Human nature. In this world, those who dare to be heroes are, after all, few in number. Except for you. Boom. Atop Zhao Qian's knife edge, a crimson vitality resembling flowing fire suddenly erupted, fiercely slashing behind him. The bloody saber light shattered the swirling wind and snow, the split air currents cascading down from both sides. Bull demon. A fearful yet explosive roar came from the depths of Zhao Qian's throat. Behind him, a hulking figure appeared like a ghost. Cloaked in black, underneath the wide-brimmed hat, the cute cow mask was like a soul-hooking messenger from hell, its pair of cold, murderous eyes fixed on him. Without a word of nonsense or idle talk, the bull demon's palm, large as a fan, rose up, his fingers like hooks, violently clenching. Below the skin, every pore burst forth with boiling vitality, intertwining like blood pythons around the hefty arm. White tiger. Turbulent wind. A punch. From above downward, a lofty strike. With a thunderous impact, it crashed down. The light from Zhao Qian's backward slash was instantly shattered by the brute and domineering force. The punch's power was far from exhausted, its residual force continuing to discharge. Zhao Qian countered with his long knife, yet the fine iron blade instantly bent under the blow. Fist force, unfamiliar as if carrying a tiger's roar, pierced through the blade, remorselessly striking his chest with crushing force. To shatter his chest, Zhao Qian's mask of the male child burst apart at once, revealing his face contorted with terror, his eyeballs nearly popping out. His legs knelt heavily on the ground, the green bricks beneath shattered, the snow above them exploding upwards in a tall curtain. Crisp and clear, whether the sound of bones cracking or snow falling, the echo was unceasing. Blood exchange, indeed, being used as bait, is to be eaten, after all. Chapter 42, 4 Blood Exchanges. Lone hero. Zhao Qian had no desire to be any kind of bait. The risk was too great, and when it came to fishing, how could you fish without the bait being eaten? Even a single bite of the bait would cause severe damage. Blood exchange. You are actually a blood exchange. Under the fierce punch of the bull demon, the mask on the boy shattered into pieces, flying in all directions. Zhao Qian's face turned bright red, like a wooden post being hammered into the ground by the bull demon's punch, his knees kneeling on the ground, already shattered kneecaps and crisscrossed ligaments exploding, and his chest oozed fresh blood, shards of the broken fine iron long knife embedded in his sunken chest cavity, flesh rotted and organs and rib bones nearly visible. In one move, just one move only, the bull demon had grown stronger. The first time they met, the bull demon had barely entered bone tempering and had to flee to save his life when faced with his combined attack with the Bagua staff. The second time, although not seen, the Bagua staff had already been beaten to death, confirming that the bull demon's strength had reached bone tempering completion. And now, the bull demon had undergone blood exchange. Every increase in strength was a leap. The 8-year gate of bone tempering. Many martial artists needed at least 8 years to undergo bone tempering to qualify for blood exchange, and just moving from bone tempering completion to blood exchange was dubbed 1,000 days blood exchange. requiring a full 3 years. Even the most talented couldn't possibly achieve such a terrifying leap within a year. Who are you really? Who are you? Zhao Qiuan spat blood continuously, staring deathly at that cute cow mask. The cuter the mask, the colder his heart became. Unrecognizable, completely unrecognizable. If he were truly a martial artist from Flay City, such rapid progress could not have been concealed. It would have stirred the entire city already. Even the noble families and clans would go mad for it. But there wasn't. In the entire Flay City, there was no information about this person. Li Che looked indifferently at Zhao Qiuan, without a response. His cold eyes were like frosty blades in winter. That arm which had crushed Zhao Qiuan's chest suddenly pulled out, causing the blood to spray wildly, ready to pound down again. With the terrifying strength of a blood exchange warrior, another punch, and Zhao Qiuan believed he would certainly die. The fish has been hooked. Save me! Zhao Qiuan roared, his breath like thunder, as if trying to expel all the breath he could muster in his life. The sound exploded like thunder all around. Underneath the mask, Li Che's eyes remained unmoved. Sure enough, Zhao Qiuan was just bait, a bait to lure him into the trap, and what Sima Bai combined with the spirit infant sect really wanted to eliminate was him. The bull demon in Flay City, under the control of the spirit infant sect, seeking a breath of boundless freedom. After Zhao Qiuan shouted, he used all his strength to fall into the snow, rolled over, and tried to escape. He was afraid. The unmoved eyes of the bull demon terrified Zhao Qiuan. He knew. The bull demon had long known this was a fishing encirclement aimed at him, but he still wanted to devour him. The bait. Damn it! Zhao Qiuan had misjudged the bull demon's determination to kill him. How could it be so intense? What kind of grudge? What kind of hatred? Just because he had once jointly bullied him with the Bagua staff at Madame Liu's small courtyard? You, bull demon, did not even suffer any injuries then. How could you hold such a grudge? Such a massive huge body, yet such a petty heart. Li Che looked indifferently as Zhao Qiuan tumbled into the snow. His blood-stained hands shooting up suddenly, his fingers hooking as if a chalk screeching harshly on a blackboard exploded like thunder. In the night, nearly untraceable silver threads suddenly snapped taut. With a flicker, the airflow burst, and the howls were like ghosts wailing. Sputter. On the ground, hot blood instantly sprayed 3 feet high. Zhao Qiuan's head and neck were torn apart. The eyes on his head still flickered with shock and confusion. Why? Even in death, Zhao Qiuan felt endless resentment and fury. In that moment, Zhao Qiuan hated only Sima Bai. He had lived cautiously for so long. Why had he been forced to deliver himself to death? You, Sima Bai, acting like a fishing man, but using Zhao Qiuan's life as bait. Hate. Silent threads flowed, stained with round blood beads. In a flicker, the blood beads exploded into a mist of blood. 1,000 spider threads. Around the burly bull demon, countless silver threads interwove like electricity, whipping the air, tearing the drifting snowflakes. His spine was erect, roaring like a dragon, his chi and blood spewing out from his pores like jiaolong, coiling around his body. Underneath the mask, his eyes were as still as water. There, 3 figures wearing various expressions of children's masks stood on the rooftop, with the rain and snow slanting down, making the air swirl with intense solemnity. And farther away, a cold figure not wearing a mask held a fine iron great bow, elaborately engraved and extremely exquisite, his eyes cold and sharp, tilting his head, watching the burly figure of the bull demon. The next moment, the great bow was pulled full circle, the bowstring quivered, and his chi and blood rose into the night sky like a jiaolong. His might soared sky high. This person, Li Che recognized him. He was Sima Bai's assistant whom Li Che had seen before when he first met Sima Bai at the Golden Splendor Pavilion. Sima Bai's capable assistant, the blood exchange warrior goes on. 4 of them. Indeed, 4 blood exchange warriors. Such a formation, how important it must be. Goes on. Standing afar drawing his bow, was even a blood exchange perfected warrior. Mere drawing of the bowstring made the air feel as if it had stagnated, bringing Li Che a chilling sense of alarm. as if a ferocious beast in the wild had targeted him. Zhao Qiuangsong was simply insignificant compared to these four. Sima Bai really thinks highly of me. Li Qian narrowed his eyes, facing the four blood exchangers without fear, but rather with a kind of different excitement. Inside his chest, the dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit was pulsating wildly, like stirred emotions. It seemed to also crave such a battle. The next moment, he stomped heavily. The mud mixed with white snow blasted up and then fell like a curtain. The dragon Elephant Vajra throbbed, activated to its utmost by him. Now, his own cultivation having achieved bone tempering completion and under Vajra transformation, he was capable of unleashing the power of blood exchange perfection through horizontal refinement. His spine bulged, with 9 large tendons roaring like 9 angry jiaolongs, protecting the dragon-like spine. His entire skeleton under the tiger bone tempering method, like a ferocious tiger's ribs, bursting with boundless strength. The battlefield can't be here. Behind him was his own courtyard. Zhangya was still holding Zai Zai inside. If they were affected by the battle, those remotely pointed arrows from the blood exchange perfected warrior, like a sweeping machine gun, too dangerous. Li Che confirmed in his mind. His figure immediately shot out, darting towards another direction of Zhu's courtyard. Want to leave? Killed Zhao Qiuangsong, ate the bait. And still want to leave? 3 spirit infant sect blood exchange warriors issued a sound that was part crying and part laughing, part angry and part sad, echoing between the courtyard walls. In Zhu's courtyard, from house to house where lanterns were extinguished, many woodcarvers secretly watched but dared not intervene. Entering a battle of blood exchange warriors meant certain death. With the power bursting out from unparalleled horizontal refinement, Li Che's speed erupted to the extreme, his feet heavily powered, crushing the rain and snow, bursting the air. A few leaps, and he was already far away. But the few blood exchange warriors were also extraordinary, quickly catching up with the bull demon. With Zhao Qiuangsong dead, they must slaughter the bull demon and bring his head in exchange, otherwise they would face the wrath of a divine catcher. The pitch-dark night, with rain and snow swirling, deep and hard to see any light. Yet there were 5 masses of qi and blood, like 5 blood-colored lanterns, blazing and racing through the dark night sky. In the narrow lanes of Zhu's courtyard, a chase ensued. The situation completely spiraled out of control. Outside Zhu's wood-carving shop, in the dark alley soaked with rain, coldly drizzling down to the human world, the old man's ears twitched, listening to the chaotic sounds drifting with the wind from inside Zhu's wood-carving shop, a flicker of unusual color flashing across his eyes. Bull demon, the lone hero of this city? Interesting. The old man chuckled, revealing his yellow teeth. At the other end of the long street, the sound of wind and snow was suddenly overtaken by footsteps tapping on the bluestone ground, the friction of shoe soles against the brick, stepping lightly but sounding like bells and drums. The old man's brow furrowed in displeasure. He gently patted Lu Qi, who had his Niza braids tied up and was staring wide-eyed like brass bells in the dark alley. Chapter 43, 4 Imperial's Fury. Bull demon has backing. Thud, thud. The muffled footsteps, like bells and drums, approached from afar. The thick snow on the ground, mixed with rainwater, stirred up ripples of snowflakes that tumbled like shaking a quilt, spreading outward from the distance and landing on the bluestone steps in front of Zuji's wood-carving shop, exploding like a wave of snow. Wave after wave, as if each step taken would stir up such ripples. The sobbing cries echoed continuously, traveling from one end of the long street to the other. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened, and the sobbing ghosts wailed out, roaming the human world at night. In the alleyway, the old man, listening to the footsteps approaching, felt the intense divinity mixed within the steps and gently patted the child, Lu Qi, beside him. Go, foolish child. A fight among martial artists shouldn't involve a divine cultivator. That would be too much, the old man said softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's eyes showed no hint of fear, but rather seemed to ignite like a blazing fire. Master, Leave it to me. Consider it a surprise for that not yet accepted little junior sister of ours." Lu Kai twisted his mouth and tilted his head, revealing a brilliant smile. The next moment, he surprisingly pulled out a thumb-sized wood carving from his bosom. The carving, though small, depicted a vivid sculpture of a child holding a red tasseled spear, with a bun tied up and dressed in a red bellyband, surrounded by red silk. Clearly, it was the work of a master. His eyes wide, fierce, and imperious, Lu Kai placed the thumb-sized wood carving against his forehead, and instantly, specks of light particles floated out from the wood carving, containing the divinity embedded within. All of it was absorbed into Lu Kai's forehead, as the wood carving turned into dust and sand slipping through Lu Kai's plump palms. A red dot appeared on Lu Kai's forehead, his eyes blazing, and his anger flared like fire. "My not yet accepted little junior sister is going to suffer a tragic death. Ah, I'm so angry." "Prince, aid me," Lu Kai roared, his anger billowing, his eyes ablaze, and his aura climbing higher and higher. The old man smiled, flicked his finger, and instantly red silk fluttered out, wrapping around Lu Kai. Lu Kai's face was completely obscured by the overspilling fiery divinity. His body enveloped in swirling snow and wind, red silk encircling him. He seemed as though he was standing atop a tornado, his presence terrifying. The old man stroked his beard and nodded slightly. "Wrath divinity, wrathful third prince, ... The winter rain, mixed with snowflakes, pattered down, falling from the high skies onto the oil paper umbrella, coated with tung oil. They bounced like marbles non-stop. Under the umbrella, a man in white, surpassing the whiteness of snow, with a handsome yet eerily beautiful face, his eyes full of melancholy and a tear mole by the corner of his eye, seemed to be ready to express endless sorrow. His hair slightly fluttering, revealing Sima Bai's tearful face. With one hand holding the umbrella, he walked leisurely towards Zuji's wood-carving shop. Regardless of how tragic and urgent the situation inside the wood-carving shop might be, whether it was Zhao Qiuanshen being beheaded by the bull demon or the four blood exchange warriors struggling with the bull demon, desperately chasing after him, none of it made his rhythmic footsteps show any sign of panic. "Zhao Qiuanshen is dead." With his lips pursed, the vivid tear mole seemed to spill over with a richer sorrow, and his tearful voice carried a tone of grief. "What a pity. He's dead. I'm so scared that Zhao Xuanhai will come after me." "Divine catcher, oh, the one who killed me. I'm so scared, so sad." Ooh. Sima Bai was engulfed in sorrow, which was part of cultivating divinity, 7 emotions divinity. Using emotions as a basis to stir divinity. Preparing and aligning emotions before a fight could make the divinity more active and strengthen his combat power. Emotional preparation is a mandatory course for every divine cultivator. Below his tearful state of grief, his eyes were clear and sharp. Sima Bai looked towards Zuji's wood-carving shop on that snowy night, his sadness tinged with a grim outlook, as the bull demon appeared. The fact that Zhao Qiuanshen blatantly took Shen Daobao away in broad daylight and then caused a commotion outside Zuji's wood-carving shop had indeed incited the bull demon's assault. But even Sima Bai underestimated how quickly the bull demon's capabilities had increased. The information transmitted back from the angry Cry-Town ghost divinity he had left on Zhao Qiuanshen let him know that the bull demon had already undergone blood exchange. So fast. This bull demon. Who exactly is he? Sima Bai was indeed curious, but scour his guts out as he might, there was no one in his mind who matched the bull demon, neither as a martial artist nor as a divine cultivator. This city doesn't need a hero. Tonight, let me offer a passage for this solitary hero. Sima Bai held the oil paper umbrella, from which raindrops slid off the rim like the tears he shed in sorrow. Yet, the thought of having to kill the bull demon hero excited Sima Bai's heart uncontrollably, and he could hardly control his sorrow, unable to resist a curling smile or a desire to laugh. Like crying and laughing at once, his whimper was like a ghost's. Suddenly, Sima Bai's raised foot stomped down fiercely. In a thud of dull sound, the accumulated snow rose like a quilt lifted by a wave, crashing toward the distance, a stiff neck, toughly lifted, bore a woeful expression as rigid as the wood carving, completely frozen. The snow turned into a tidal wave pushing forward, melting in the process into river headwaters, as if an intense fire source in front was melting the ice and snow of the entire street. Yet above the wave, a child, eyes aflame, face blurred, surrounded by red silk swirling like dragons, with black hair waving wildly like water weeds. Chubby from overnutrition, his fingers clenched into a fist, he stared in anger. The intense divinity, blooming wildly like a red lotus. Sima Bai's sorrowful face, thick with unremitting sorrow, stared at the child like a red lotus, hair standing on end. Such divinity. Wrath divinity. 4 imperial levels. Prince of Rage. The entire street. Under high temperatures, rain and snow melted, and the rain falling from the sky turned into a torrential downpour, pattering against the umbrella, soaking the originally graceful Sima Bai, with rain dripping down from the hair on his forehead. Sima Bai's complexion turned an abnormal flush of red. He coughed violently, the sorrow in his eyes scattering into a streak of fear. 4 imperial levels. Impossible. How could Flay City have a divine foundation of the 4 imperial levels? How could it be? This bull demon has a backer. The blood energy roared like a furious python, rain falling on his robust body, instantly evaporated. Li Che, wearing the cute bull mask, felt the raindrops on his bamboo hat, slightly puzzled as to how the snow had all turned into rain. However, he could not afford to ponder the changes in the weather as 4 fiery auras incessantly closed in, forcing him into an encircled trap. His foot stomped heavily, cracking the blue bricks on the ground, the cracks expanding like a spider web. Li Che paused, his colossal, demon-like figure under the mask remained indifferent. Here, now secluded near Zuji's wood-carving shop, was far from his home territory, a fictive situation crafted by the 4 blood exchange warriors, leaving him with no hope of escape, cornered into a dead end. Li Che did not retreat further. 3 blood exchange experts from the Spirit Infant sect lined up in front, blocking his 3 directions. They wore child masks, some crying, some laughing, some angry. And further away, like a sharp spear thrusting from the rooftop, blood exchange goes on under Sima Bai's command, nocked an arrow, coldly watching him, rainwater melding into a thread along his chin. No matter how heavy the rain poured, it could not cause a slight waver in his aimed arrow. Run, bull demon, keep running. Swallowed the bait. No, the bull bait. Still want to run? Where would you find such a good deal? The 3 blood exchange experts from the Spirit Infant sect glared at Li Che with sinister gaze from behind their masks. No way out, surrender. Let us take a good look at what kind of hero's face lies beneath that bull demon mask, said a blood exchange warrior wearing a mask of a crying girl with a cold sneer. Li Che, wearing his bamboo hat, his elastic shirt thoroughly soaked by the rain, impeccably outlined his muscular, robust physique. He lowered his head. A dead end? No way out? Indeed, the situation at this moment indeed had him cornered into a dead end. Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV1, 90%. The prompt of Dao Fruit appeared before his eyes. Just a little bit more. But, it was close. Li Che abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit, a fearsome intent to kill, no longer hidden. This moment, after traversing this world, the uncertainty, the anxiety harbored within his heart, upon witnessing the rampant brutality of the Spirit Infant sect, the fury, the killing intent, all needed no concealment. It was all to be completely vented. In this battle, I will annihilate you all. Chapter 44, Breath Concealment, Hidden Weapons, Poison Tempering. What kind of hero are you? The rain plummeting from the high sky became torrential, turning into a roaring deluge like the thunderstorms of midsummer in the midst of winter. The night grew ever deeper. Raindrops struck the bamboo hats, splashing up hazy mists of water, making the powerful blood and chi of the confronting martial artists seem slightly chilled. Li Che's eyes were fierce and ruthless, as if the savagery accumulated over 2 lifetimes was fully ignited at this moment. He tilted his head back, looking up at the dark sky, as transparent raindrops fell and misted upon the cute bull mask, blurring his vision. The environment was harsh, but for Li Che, it was the perfect opportunity provided by heaven and earth. The cold rainwater was most likely to erode vigor. The pitch-dark night was most suitable for concealing one's form. Combined, it was the ideal time to conceal one's breath and strike from the shadows. Attack. In the rainy night, 3 masked blood exchange experts from the Spirit Infant sect roared and moved in an instant. The exploding blood and chi sent shockwaves roaring. 3 blood-colored figures burst through the rain, kicking up ghostly whitewater mists and taking heavy steps to encircle their target, fast as 3 bolts of lightning, rushing at the imposing bull demon. 9 muscles on the bull demon's back tremored, unleashing an overwhelming force as he took a forceful step back, the sheer vigor blasting a 10-foot-high wall of transparent water from the ground. His bulging back slammed fiercely into the brick wall of the alley behind him. The wall collapsed instantly, with violent dust rolling up, mixing with the rain into an obscure chaos. Upon their swift arrival, the attackers instantly lost sight of their target. The eyes of the 3 experts from the Spirit Infant sect narrowed behind their masks, exchanging glances. In their perception, they could no longer sense the blood and chi of the bull demon. Gone? Impossible. A blood exchange warrior's blood and chi are so strong, like a blazing fire in the night. How could it just vanish? Find him. As blood exchange warriors with rich combat experience, they immediately decided to act simultaneously. The 3 formerly unified figures shot apart, leaping over the high walls to seek the bull demon with a broader view. Such a massive frame couldn't possibly be hidden, even on a rainy night. However, upon reaching the top of the walls, their focused search still failed to locate the bull demon. The colossal figure of the bull demon, as if it had dissolved into the rain, had evaporated from the human world. Damn it, he's so tricky. No trace. Formidable blood and chi swept all around, pushing back the rain and pressing down the dust, but still without a single trace, leaving only shattered bricks and stones on the ground. Where the hell did he go? Gozan's eyesight was excellent, even the torrential rain of the night couldn't impair his vision, and he managed to catch the sight of countless bricks shattering and dust rising when a high wall was broken. A figure like a specter, silent and stealthy, darted out. In the blink of an eye, the boisterous blood exchange level blood and chi were all drawn back into the body. From explosive to restrained, the transformation happened in the span of a single breath. What kind of bizarre technique was this? A martial artist cannot possibly have such a method. Even with the most superior breath-concealing martial arts, it is impossible to achieve such a degree of control. Gozan's scalp tingled slightly, his suspicions and uncertainties surged, his heart thudded, pounding in his ears, even drowning out the sound of the heavy rain lashing the human world. He's come for me. His target is me. Gozan narrowed his eyes but did not feel afraid. It was understandable. A divine marksman lurking in the shadows posed a grave threat to any martial artist, making it impossible to fight with peace of mind. So, in combat, the first to be killed is the marksman, a common sense in battles. But how dare you? Gozan sneered inwardly, as blood surged into his eyes, activating a pupil's skill martial technique. His eyes were like an eagle's, and even in the torrential downpour, everything was as clear as day, captured in full view. He saw the bull demon rapidly advancing along the wall in the rainy night, controlling his power, barely causing a splash in the water. There, Gozan let out a fierce shriek. The tranquility of the rainy night was instantly shattered, and in the distance, 3 blood exchange experts from the Spirit Infant sect immediately reacted and turned their heads to look over. Gozan's eyes were brimming with killing intent. Since Sima Bai had tasked him with killing the bull demon, he naturally exerted all his efforts. His fingers hooked like talons, guiding the fine iron feather arrow that he was holding to pivot in an instant. The fine iron great bow creaked as he pulled, drawing it to a full crescent. The bowstring vibrated, and in a flash, The arrow burst out like a comet. Boom! The twang of the bowstring releasing was like thunder from a clear sky, yet the arrow shot forth without a sound. The air itself rippled subtly, silently slicing through the cold droplets of water falling from on high. Even the trajectory of the arrow was not the slightest bit deviated by the resistance of the rain. The archery displayed by this arrow was incredibly sophisticated, both timing and angle were nigh on perfect. Li Che, impassive, looked up, his eyes under the broad hat cold and emotionless. This arrow could be called perfect, but it was not perfect. As Li Che ran, his sleeves billowed, flinging his arms out, and suddenly, spikes from his sleeve crossbow accompanied by a buzz of splitting air, were successively shot out. Sleeve crossbow, fling shot. The wooden arrows from his sleeve crossbow, fired while running, deflected the exquisitely shot arrow from the blood exchange perfected warrior, causing its path to divert. The wooden arrows exploded, shattering into a shower of splinters. But Li Che buried his head and charged forward, not caring for the incoming arrows that hit the high wall, blasting huge holes like a bombardment. Having reached level 3 in the Immortal Artisan's Dao Fruit, Li Che's grasp and control of the sleeve crossbow had reached an extremely profound level. If one were to categorize it by proficiency in martial techniques, it would belong to the master level, just one step away from the realm of transformation. Crossbow arrow? In the distance, standing atop a rooftop, Gozan, who had the bull demon's position tightly locked, had a momentary flicker in his gaze. Crossbow arrows, that stuff has none of the soul of archery. As a divine marksman, Gozan had dedicated nearly 3 decades to the meticulous practice of archery, deeply fascinated by the bow. Compared to the soulless crossbow arrows, he held a certain disdain. His fingers hooked like claws as he reached into the quiver at his waist and drew out 3 feathered arrows, lifting his chin as rainwater trickled down from it. He drew the bow to a full crescent, 3 arrows released in quick succession. This time, they weren't silent. The 3 arrows cut through the air, shattering the raindrops and pulling along a drawn-out whistling sound. However, under the shadow of the dark high wall, the bull demon simply kept swinging his sleeve crossbow without expression, launching one wooden crossbow arrow after another with a whistling sound. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 arrows hit nothing but air. How was this possible? His archery, which he prided himself on, was being suppressed by crossbow arrows. Gozan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Unnoticed by him, during the exchange of shots, the bull demon had already closed in on him, to a mere 10 jong away. 10 jong. Neither far nor near, but for a blood exchange warrior, a full burst of power could close the distance quickly. For an archer with a frail body, having the enemy within 10 jong was extremely dangerous. Bang! He stomped down hard, and the ripples of his blood exchange perfection spread out as he began to leap from rooftop to rooftop, continuing to shoot arrows while leaping. But soon, he was alarmed to find that when he reached for his quiver, it was empty. His bow had no more arrows. The bull demon evidently realized this too, as his speed abruptly increased. His robust vital energy, unmasked, erupted with a roar. As he exploded with power to the extreme, he flicked his sleeve and sent a series of crossbow arrows flying in rapid succession, igniting a puffing dance of raindrops. Gozan clenched his teeth, a cold light flickering in his eyes. No longer retreating, he remembered he was not just an archer but also a blood exchange perfected warrior. Although his close combat skills were not as good as other blood exchange perfected warriors, he drew a shining long knife from his waist, the vital energy climbing upon it as he charged, not retreating but advancing towards the bull demon. But as long as they restrained the bull demon, 3 blood exchange warriors from the spirit infant sect would converge to strike. Together, the 4 of them would fight. The bull demon would certainly die. Li Che watched Gozan, who was rushing back against the tide. It seemed hardly unexpected. He didn't activate the Dao Fruit of the dragon Elephant Vajra. Instead, inside his chest, the Dao Fruit of the Immortal Artisan throbbed and hummed as if invisible fingers had suddenly clenched it hard. He stomped hard, shattering the floor tiles, causing countless puddles to splash forward, forming an umbrella-like curtain of rain. There were mechanisms emerging in both of Li Chei's hands. In his left hand, the Guanyin blood lotus; in his right, the wood raven. Li Chei abruptly twisted the mechanism where the wood raven's eyes were, causing the flint within to strike sparks furiously, which then ignited the fuse inside. The wood raven seemed to light up its eyes instantly, with golden light and fire sparking within the carved pupils. In a moment, a powerful propulsion force burst forth. The sound rupture tore through heaven and earth, resembling the roar of a rocket launch. Beep! The wood raven, like a blundering bird charging with its spines, struck Gozan with the ultimate speed as he charged back. Gozan was extremely alert, yet he had never seen such a wooden bird before. The speed was so fast, there was no avoiding it. The reflexes of a blood exchange warrior allowed him to draw his knife in a swift counterattack. At the moment of slashing the wood raven, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of imminent danger. Just as the wooden bird shattered in an instant, a terrifying explosive force combined with the impact seemed to have been accumulating for a long time, erupting suddenly like a hidden piece of art. It enveloped him in an instant. Boom! Fireworks blazed, gunpowder smoke billowed, and the shockwave that tripped through the rain spread ripple-like, ravaging all around. In the distance, 3 charging blood exchange experts from the Spirit Infant sect stopped dead in their tracks. Li Chei stood his ground, with the mechanical Guanyin blood lotus in his left hand, calmly watching the scene unfold exactly as expected. Beneath the cute bull mask covering his face, his eyes shone brightly. Playing with arrows. Where's the fun in that compared to blowing things up? But it wasn't enough. His body swayed, instantly cutting through the wind and rain. He charged towards Gozan, who had been blasted to a pulp, only half alive and roaring in anger. With a fierce motion, he flung the Guanyin blood lotus from his left hand. The Guanyin blood lotus exploded in midair, spinning at high speed, and countless poison-tempered wooden needles, fine as cow hair, melded into the torrential rain, pouring down on Gozan, whose skin was torn open and defenses greatly reduced. Gozan, drenched in blood and slightly dazed from the explosion, surging with vital energy, swung his long knife, shattering countless wooden needles. However, inevitably, a few slipped through and stuck into the ragged flesh of his skin. Instantly, a numbing sensation rushed through his bloodstream, spreading throughout his body, breath-concealing hidden weapons. And they're even poisoned. You're a vicious bull demon. And yet, you dare call yourself a hero? Gozan's entire body went cold. Between heaven and earth, a silver thread was pulled taut, wrapping around Gozan's neck, as the hulking figure of the bull demon was already standing behind the poisoned Gozan. I am a demon who seeks only to revel, never a hero. Li Chei spoke calmly. The next moment, he yanked hard with both hands. The 1,000 spider threads suddenly tightened. Behind him, a massive head soared into the sky, bringing with it a geyser of blood shooting up to 10 feet high. Chapter 45, Angry Vajra. Resenting the heavens and earth for lack of a handle. The massive head shot up toward the sky, black hair wet from the rain twirling rapidly, splashing water around. Those furious eyes remained open, unable to close. As a blood exchange perfected warrior, Gozan, despite his advanced age and weakening vitality, which left him with little hope to step into the Meridian Connection realm, had never imagined he would die this way. Earlier, when engaged in the crossbow arrow exchange with the bull demon, he had thought it would be a contest between machinery and the divine archer, fighting until the last arrow was spent. But he never expected the bull demon to show absolutely no sense of martial honor. The sudden eruption of that terrifying hidden weapon was too much for even him, a blood exchange perfected warrior, to withstand at close range. The boiling explosion had almost cost him half his life. The searing flames at high temperature scorching his entire body, instantly burning his skin as it evaporated the water on him. The shock wave from the explosion, as it penetrated his body, damaged his untempered internal organs, dealing him a heavy blow. The end hadn't yet come before the poisoned needles. The sequence of hidden weapon and poison attacks was too seamless. All Gozan could do, filled with reluctance, was fall into the bull demon's linked attacks, ultimately having his head severed by a thin, sharp blade. The cold corpse lay on the ground, his severed neck spurting blood until there was none left to spurt. Gozan was as dead as one could be, even with strong chi and blood. A blood exchange warrior was after all mortal. Decapitation meant certain death. Li Che, his sturdy body surrounded by wild silver strands, looked at the fallen blood exchange warrior with a complex gaze. His heart surged with many emotions, and he became even more wary. In such chaotic times, even the strongest of warriors could meet their end. When fighting others, one must consider much more, guarding against all manner of dark and despicable maneuvers. In the brutal fights between warriors, Li Che came to a deep realization: only I can be underhanded and low, you cannot be underhanded and low to me. Was the true path to victory. The rain in the sky seemed to turn cold again, starting to solidify into frost and snow. Perhaps the source of the intense heat in the city had stopped its vehement release of light and warmth. The rain gathered and solidified into snowflakes, drifting down endlessly. It's as if they perfectly preserved the intense bloody smell of a blood exchange perfected warrior, almost enough to make one retch. In a corner of Zoo's courtyard, there was a deathly silence, with only the rustling sound of snow hitting the ground remaining. The three blood exchange experts from the Spirit Infant sect halted their steps, their pupils dilating beneath their masks as they stared at the dead Gozan. In just a short while, in the blink of an eye, Gozan was dead. It was too fast. It was too cruel. A chill rose in their hearts as they never imagined that this so-called hero, the bull demon, notorious throughout Flay City, would actually be such a malicious villain. Hidden weapons, poison tempering, sneak attacks. His methods were endless. How could he be considered a hero? Gozan is dead too. This will be difficult to explain to Sima Bai. The three experts from the Spirit Infant sect felt their temples bulge, their minds nearly exploding. Zhao Qian was used as bait and completely devoured, and in front of them, the divine archer Gozan had his head cut off by the bull demon. Behind both men stood divine cultivators. Attack! We must kill the bull demon. With furious shouts, the three experts from the Spirit Infant sect commanded, defend against his hidden weapons, get close to fight him, be careful of his poison, and his strange firebird. Gozan's death was not due to a lack of strength, but entirely because he was craftily murdered by the bull demon. If it were a direct confrontation, how could the bull demon, with just one blood exchange, stand against their three blood exchanges? Bang! The water on the ground, which had frozen due to the drop in temperature, suddenly exploded. The three furious blood exchange warriors from the Spirit Infant sect charged, one with a spear, one with a sword, and one with a chained sword, swinging and slashing, their edges singing through the air. Their speed increased as they locked off all of the bull demon's escape routes, not giving him a chance to hide his tracks. But at this very moment, having killed Gozan, Li Che could only feel the Dao Fruit, the dragon Elephant Vajra, in his chest pounding relentlessly, like a heart beating violently after intense exertion. With each beat, it was as though the sound of drums and bells exploded in his ears. Before him, the vast earth's ancient trees rose up, their leaves trembling violently, as if making waves of sound. Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV1, 98%. Li Che was startled. Indeed, it's still not enough. Those breakthroughs on the brink of death are all lies from novels. He sighed inwardly. Killing Zhajuan and another blood exchange perfected warrior had still not been enough to push the maturation of the Dragon Elephant Vajra to LV2. It's truly disappointing, but not a big problem. Li Che had been prepared for failure all along. With a thought, another Dao Fruit, pure heart, started to tremble. It was as if an invisible hand had fiercely grasped and then suddenly contracted and spurted out a rich divinity, devoured by the Dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit. Thereafter, the final push was completed. Boom! Li Che, wearing a conical hat and quietly standing beside Gozan's corpse, only felt a roaring sound by his ear. It was as if inside his flesh and blood body, Something terrifying had broken its bindings and thrown off its shackles. A scorching heat abruptly surged from the surface of his skin. Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV2, 0%, crack crack crack. Upon activation, in an instant, it was as if the shackles on his physical body had violently snapped, and scalding, boiling strength erupted instantly from the 9 bulging sinews on his back, from his bones cast like those of a tiger, from his spine resembling a roaring dragon reaching towards the sky. His body, which had reached a height of 1.90 m, was growing even taller. His muscles twisted like dough, and the elastic shirt, stretched to its limit, burst into pieces, revealing a perfect musculature densely textured like coiled dragons underneath. With the slightest movement, countless muscle fibers could be pulled, resembling an exquisitely precise machine. 2 meters, 2 meters 10, 2 meters 20. The second stage of the Vajra transformation made Li Che's body grow taller once again, infinite strength spreading from his muscles and bones, as if pushing all his previous processes of skin refinement, sinew transforming, and bone tempering to perfection. The perfect body sculpted within each inch of muscle. Terrifying dragon elephant power was nurtured, and Li Che only felt an overwhelming fury bursting from his mind, which, although filled with anger, did not affect his thinking, immersing him in an extreme calm. Underneath the cute bull mask, his eyes were filled with fury. This feeling, is it divinity? This state shall be called angry Vajra, then, Li Che murmured. From Vajra transformation to angry Vajra, a leap of evolution on the horizontal refinement level. Li Che only felt that, at this moment, he had neither the sky to hold him nor the earth to support him. Wind and snow were fierce, bitterly cold and sharp as knives. 3 blood exchange warrior experts from the spirit infant sect were encircling, intent on trapping the bull demon and killing him together. Upon seeing the bull demon standing motionless beside Gozan's body, they could not help but rejoice, thinking the bull demon had exhausted himself killing Gozan. They thought to seize this rare opportunity to kill this malicious villain. But as they watched the bull demon's flesh swell, his lower abdomen, chest, and shoulders bulging, muscles coiling like dough and dragons climbing, sinews throbbing wildly like enraged pythons, fear flashed in all 3 warriors' eyes. The oppressive feeling of their chi and blood, like great river waves crashing over them, scalding hot, coupled with a terrifying force similar to furious divinity that shook their consciousness. What is this? The 3 blood exchange warriors were utterly horrified, and at that moment, the bull demon finally lifted his head, and underneath the cute bull mask, a pair of angry eyes shone like lamps in the dark night, dazzling as the sun. Like a demon, like a god. Biting her teeth against the wind and snow, Zhajuan approached stealthily. The bull demon. Her hero, she found out tonight. It was a trap set by the spirit infant sect specifically for the hero bull demon. As the bull demon clashed with the experts of the spirit infant sect, the chi and blood that scattered made it impossible for her to even get close. But now, the chi and blood had finally converged. Admiration for the hero made Zhajuan unable to hold back any longer, as she gathered her courage to approach the battlefield. Her heart was inexplicably sad. The encirclement of 4 blood exchange warriors, the hero bull demon was probably about to die tragically, wasn't he? All she could do was collect the body of the bull demon. Suddenly, the raging wind and snow were pushed aside, and in a secluded corner of Zoo's courtyard, countless bricks shattered, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading everywhere. Zhajuan, with her long legs, staggered into the snowy scene, rooted to the spot in shock at the sight of the devastated battlefield. There was no corpse of the bull demon to be found. There was only the decapitated body of Gozan and 3 bursts of explosion on the snowy ground, the blood-drenched blossoms splattered with scattered flesh. Chapter 46, 6 Transfers Blood Exchange. Angry cry 100 ghosts wind thunder arrows. Snowflakes fluttered down heavily, rendering the air once again cold and silent. Li Che, having used the slumbering dragon elephant technique to hide his presence within the darkness, looked indifferently at Zhajuan, who had burst out onto the scene, shocked and speechless. This woman, who had started learning martial arts at the same time as him, had only achieved skin refinement completion. Now, Li Che could take down 100 Zhaoxuans with just one hand, without any difficulty. She posed no threat at all, yet she had the audacity to bravely come to the battlefield of blood exchange warriors, even if it was after the battle. The risk remained high. After confirming that Zhaoxuan had came to collect the corpses of the heroes rather than being a rearguard of the spirit infant sect, Li Che shook his sleeves, releasing the sleeve crossbow that could explode Zhaoxuan's head at any moment, and silently withdrew, dispersing the active power brought about by the dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit. A powerful sense of fatigue and weakness surged through him immediately. It was as if all his essence, chi, and spirit had been squeezed dry. The second stage of Angry Vajra brought too significant an improvement, a leap in horizontal refinement unparalleled, more like a metamorphosis of life. The effect was excellent and the burst of power was strong. But, conversely, the consumption was just as great. At this moment, Li Che felt his vital energy somewhat depleted, his legs a bit weak after blasting to death the 3 blood exchange experts from the spirit infant sect with a burst of thunderous force. However, now that his own body refinement had also reached bone tempering completion, his recovery was very strong. By the time he darted back to his own courtyard, his legs were no longer weak. Using the slumbering dragon elephant to conceal his aura, he circled his own courtyard 3 times, ensuring there were no hidden disciples of the spirit infant sect, before darting back inside like a ghost. Stripping off his blood-soaked clothes, removing his mask, Li Che exhaled a cloudy breath, and directly darted into his own woodshed. He dumped out the filthy items wrapped in the clothing of a smashed blood exchange warrior from the spirit infant sect. These were his loot from searching the corpses after the battle. Li Che's heart rarely became excited. He rubbed his hands subconsciously. Friends who often kill should know how good a habit searching corpses is for those who roam the martial world. This was his first time searching corpses. He had actually forgotten such an important matter in his previous killings. Still lacking experience in the martial world. Too young. Too young. Li Che shook his head. The spoils from searching the corpses were not much. A few bottles and jars, 2 small booklets, and he also found a wood carving of a 3-headed 6-armed angry spirit baby the size of a thumb on a blood exchange warrior from the spirit infant sect. Li Che, with emotions stirring, began to inventory his gains. 18 gold leaves, plus 3 silver notes, each with a face value of 500 taels. This haul is like striking it rich, fitting for blood exchange warriors. Truly wealthy. Li Che's eyes shone brightly. Even though he was now a genius woodcarver at Zuji's woodcarving shop, obtaining so much wealth at once still thrilled him to the core. Silver notes are harder to deal with, but there are plenty in the marketplace willing to take them, albeit at a discount. Beyond that, there were various bottles and jars, which Li Che glanced at. Many were medicinal treatments for injuries and for nourishing the vital energy and blood. One particular porcelain bottle contained a pungent, round elixir exuding a strong, acrid scent of blood. Li Che puzzled over it for a long while, clueless. He sniffed once and felt his blood and chi roil within. This was found on Gozan's body. It must not be an ordinary elixir. I'll have to ask around the marketplace when I get a chance. Li Che put away the elixir and finally turned his gaze to the 2 booklets, his heart already beating with anticipation. Picking up the first booklet, it was one found on a blood exchange warrior from the spirit infant sect. Opening the first page, 6 bold characters jumped out at him. 6 shifts blood exchange method. This was a blood exchange method, and it was not the common low tier 3 moves blood exchange method. The 6 shifts blood exchange belonged to the mid-tier blood exchange method. To exchange blood, one's blood and chi must shift 9 times, turning blood into mercury and marrow into stone, to achieve perfection. It resolves my pressing problem. If only it were a divine method. But divine methods are precious and not easy to acquire. With this blood exchange method, I can start aiming for blood exchange. Li Che was not too disappointed. After all, his publicly recognized level of cultivation was just entering bone tempering. If he wanted to ask Zhu Ji for a blood exchange method, it wouldn't be possible until he had reached bone tempering completion. By normal standards, that would take about 2 or 3 years. 2 to 3 years from the start of bone tempering to reaching completion. Combining the persona of a genius martial artist, it was still reasonable. His gaze shifted to the booklet found on Gozan's body. After flipping the page, Li Che's eyes suddenly narrowed. It's not divine method, nor blood exchange method, but a martial art. And not an ordinary martial art. Indeed, a divine martial art. Angry cry hundreds of ghosts wind thunder arrows. Outside Zhu's wood carving shop, on the bluestone street, exceedingly dry, even somewhat scorching, it emitted a faint heat, evaporating the snowflakes falling from the sky before they could touch the ground, just like a branding iron on bricks and stones. Several figures floated down, all wearing wooden child masks and standing with hands behind their backs, landing on the rooftops beside the long street. Ha ha ha, Prince of Rage, a divine foundation technique of the Four Imperials level, unexpectedly appeared in Flay City. Is this an opportunity for our sect? Ha ha ha, the Dharma Master also cultivates Wrath Divinity, and since this child has not yet built his divine foundation, if he could be devoured by the Dharma Master, the Dharma Master might just have a chance to advance further, to manifest the Divine Minister's aspect of three-headed six-armed angry spirit child. A figure wearing a smiling child mask, his tone full of laughter, could barely contain himself. However, tonight's bull-catching plan is a complete failure. Sima Bai has also been severely wounded. The 9 luminaries level angry cry-town ghost-faced Prince of Rage, and got thrashed soundly. Ha ha ha. Too miserable. If not for the C family's old man with the divine foundation stepping in, Sima Bai would have been skinned and deboned. Ha ha ha. As allies, I should feel sympathy and sorrow for Sima Bai, but why do I feel like laughing? I can't hold it back. Ha ha ha. The others beneath the masks watched sternly, not bothering with the figure who could not stop laughing. Bull Demon. Someone's backing him. No wonder he emerged in Flay City out of the blue and disrupted the great plans of our sect. It seems that behind every so-called hero, there are dark forces manipulating. Their voices were grave, as the Bull Demon was untouchable, and the mysterious backer who could display the Prince of Rage was even more intimidating and unsettling. But the figure with the smiling child mask burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Why do you care so much? Isn't the Bull Demon trying to be a hero? Someone propping up a hero is just to steady the public's heart, offer a psychological support, not wishing for the citizens of Flay City to collapse so easily. And ruining a hero. That's the easiest. Although the Prince of Rage is not weak, he has yet to build his divine foundation. What's there to fear? Once the Bull Demon is disgraced, and the public loses their so-called hero to lean on, ha ha ha, the people behind him will have to use more means to remedy the situation, and the one who intervenes more is bound to surface eventually. After summarizing his gains and hiding the dirty items, Li Che returned to the courtyard from the firewood room. He rubbed his body with the icy snowballs to get rid of the smell of blood before stepping into the house. Inside the house, the lights were bright. His wife, Zhang clutched the wood raven nervously, remembering the mechanism's operation method that Li Che taught her. When she saw that the person who had returned was her own husband, her tense emotions finally relaxed. She quickly took 3 steps into, reached Li Che's side, circled around him carefully to see that Li Che was without any injury, then breathed a sigh of relief, and then threw herself into Li Che's arms, tightly wrapping around his waist, as if to vent all the unease and nervousness she felt throughout the night. It's all right now. Li Che gently patted his wife's tender shoulders, feeling her slightly trembling body, speaking calmly to comfort her. Zhang Ye nodded softly. The couple embraced silently like this, with Zai Zai lying arrogantly on the bed, kicking off the blankets and sleeping soundly, looking very much like a gift. The heat from the charcoal stove in the room dissipated the severe cold, making the atmosphere extremely warm. After a long time, Li Che felt the darling in his embrace move, and saw Zhang Ye lifting her pretty face, her eyes filled with resolve. "Husband, I want to practice martial arts." Chapter 47, Wishing Peace to the Family. Sima Bai severely injured. Inside the house, the lamp burned quietly, occasionally making slight crackling sounds. Li Che held his wife Zhang Ye in his arms and, listening to her firm words, he was slightly stunned. After a moment of contemplation, Li Che smiled warmly and rubbed his wife's head. "If you want to practice, then practice. I'll teach you." Zhang Ye tilted her fair chin, pursed her lips, and said in a low voice, "Zai Zai and you both practice martial arts. It is said that martial artists have long life force and live much longer than ordinary people." Li Che was taken aback, his gaze growing even gentler. He understood the worries of his wife. It was precisely because she cared that she had these concerns. Li Che was confident that he would certainly reach great heights in the future, and Zai Zai's talent was extraordinary, her future boundless. For his wife Zhang Ye to keep up with them, that would be somewhat difficult. However, I now have the Dao Fruit. Gradually, I should be able to find a way. Li Che chuckled and gently stroked his wife's black hair. He lowered his head to look at his wife and said softly, "Zhao Ye, don't worry, our family will be fine, safe and sound for a long time." A warm bed with a wife and children. He only wished for a peaceful family in this lifetime. The night deepened. After the tumult of the night ceased, all that was left was an eerie silence, like the calm of death. Zhang Ye, yearning to practice martial arts, soon fell into a deep sleep, exhausted from the bone examination by Li Che. Li Che, however, was as energetic as a tiger, truly full of vigor. Even after a fierce battle tonight, it hadn't affected him much at all. He took out the thumb-sized 3 heads and 6 arms angry Ling infant statue and, under the light of the oil lamp, squinted at it for a moment. In the next instant, his palm burst into a thick jade-white mist, with his whole hand turning as if it were made of glazed crystal. Prototype of divine powers, Immortal Artisan, 1,000 analyzing hands. In a flash, Li Che felt the wrath divinity raging within the spirit infant statue being crazily drawn out by his palm. In just a breath or two, the spirit infant statue turned to ashes. The reddish threads flowed within his arms, and as Li Che sensed the power of the divinity, his expression became slightly serious. "I wonder what sort of divinity this is among those of wrath divinity. It must have been left by a divine cultivator of the spirit infant sect, intended as a killing move for those blood exchange warriors. Pity it was never used before I smashed it. This divinity, it has fallen into my lap." Li Che's 1,000 analyzing hands soon faded, sealing the divinity within. "The divine martial art I acquired is Angry Cry 100 Ghosts Wind Thunder Arrows, which should be a divine martial technique of the Sea family. I wonder if I can use this divinity to activate and execute it? Most likely not, as the divinity drawn from the spirit infant wood carving is that of wrath divinity, quite unrelated to the divinity of sorrow." Li Che slightly furrowed his brows. When it came to divinity, he knew too little. Since he didn't understand it, he no longer wasted his thoughts pondering blindly. He just planned to practice Angry Cry 100 Ghosts Wind Thunder Arrows when he had time. This was both an art of archery and a divine martial technique. Gozan obviously had not attained divinity, unable to execute it, otherwise tonight's battle would have been even tougher. With a thought, Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV2, 5%. Dao Fruit, Pure Heart, LV1, 1%. Having killed 4 blood exchange members of Spirit Infant Sect, for the LV2 Dragon Elephant Vajra it has only increased maturity by 5%. Truly a bit too little. Additionally, the divinity accumulated in Pure Heart has been consumed by 2%. Now only 1% maturity remains. Back to square one overnight. This is the drawback of not having a divine method. A divine method? Ah! Amid the flickering light of the lamp, Li Che's desire for a divine method grew even more intense. The next day, after a night of heavy snowfall, It abruptly stopped. A peaceful night transformed Zhu's wood carving shop into a bustling scene. Many people crowded outside Li Che's yard, looking at the unharmed family and the frozen stiff body of Zhao Qiuanqing in the snow outside the courtyard. Each face showed an expression of astonishment. The commotion last night. Life force was surging, burning like fierce fire. Many blood exchange warriors took action, yet Master Li's family miraculously remained unharmed? What's it to you? Are you hoping something bad happened to Master Li's family? This is what they call a lucky man will always be safe. The spirit infant sect has truly become more rampant, even daring to blatantly catch a child from our Zuji. This Zhao Qiuanqing, head constable Zhao, is actually a member of the spirit infant sect. Quite a few wood carving masters stepped out of their houses and gathered in Li Che's yard, chattering incessantly. Li Che's expression was gentle. Though these wood carvers had not lifted a finger last night, it was understandable. After all, not everyone dares to play the hero. Even if these old masters were to take action against blood exchange warriors from the spirit infant sect, they would only meet their death. Fear was understandable. In the distance, a figure in white clothes swiftly approached, his life force intertwining and stirring up the snow on the ground, soon arriving in front of the courtyard. It was Zhu Yu, returning from the inner city. Is everything okay? Zhu Yu came up to Li Che and his family. Li Che shook his head. Last night, there was a great battle outside. I didn't dare show my face and stayed indoors with my wife and daughter. This morning, we came out to find Zhao Qiuanqing's corpse. Upon seeing Zai Zai in her jacket, the solemn killing intent on Zhu Yu's face instantly melted away, and he picked up Zai's eye. As long as you're all fine. Come here, Zai's eye. Let Uncle Zhu hold you. Last night's event, your family was merely the bait. The real target was to lure out the bull demon that has stirred up Flay City. Zhao Qiuanqing was the bait, and now it seems the bait's been completely devoured. In another corner of the yard, there's another corpse and scattered flesh everywhere. That bull demon, truly fierce, taking on 4 by himself, killing all opponents, and escaping unscathed. Someone who didn't know better would think that the bull demon has reached the channel opening realm. That blood exchange of the spirit infant sect was too tragic. Blown to pieces, leaving only chunks of flesh all over the ground. The remaining corpse belongs to an underling of Sima Bai. The Si family will surely have to give us an explanation for this incident. Trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. That describes Sima Bai perfectly. Zhu Yu began to sneer. Last night, Sima Bai set out and seems to have encountered the mysterious powerhouse behind the bull demon. Nearly had his divinity shattered. Now he's seriously injured, and it will probably take a year or 2 to heal his divinity. For old Chen, I've sent someone to take care of it. He should be released this afternoon. For speaking with Li Che for a while, Zhu Yu excused himself and left as he had many things to handle. For the ordinary citizens, last night's event didn't make much difference, but for the noble families of the inner city, it was extraordinary. Whether it's the bull demon who can kill those in the blood exchange realm, or the divine cultivator known as the Prince of Rage who beat Simo Bai nearly to death, they both greatly affected all the powers involved. Li Che held Zai Zai and watched Zhu Yu disappear into the snowstorm, squinting slightly. His palm gently stroked Zai Zai's back, tickling the little girl, causing her to wriggle around. But in reality, Li Che was using the divinity he had accumulated with his pure heart to comb through Zai Zai's body, ensuring she was free from sickness and disaster. The divinity of pure heart, spotless and pure white without the profound emotional influence of the other 7 emotions divinity, was extremely suitable for essence cultivation. Li Che also picked up from Zhu Yu's words that last night's events were far from simple. Did Sima Bai plan to make a move himself last night? Yet he was obstructed by a divine cultivator and beaten to near death. Misjudged that there was someone behind the bull demon? Li Che's gaze flickered, a tinge of relief mixed with fear settling in his heart. If Sima Bai had personally taken action, facing a divine cultivator, Li Che's heart lacked confidence. Fortunately, someone intervened, but whether there was someone behind the bull demon, He knew best. The bull demon was nothing but a loner, who was helping me. Li Che felt a slight puzzlement but did not dwell on it too much, because that was not the focus of his concern. The priority was, he had received a very important piece of information from Zhu Yu. Looking at the falling snow that filled the sky, Li Che's eyes became contemplative. Sima Bai. Seriously injured. Chapter 48, Body Blood Tears. Wrathful Maitreya. Sima Bai is gravely injured, Li Che murmured, his heart stirring with a rare opportunity. If he could find and eliminate Sima Bai, who was so fixated on using Zai Zai as a spirit child catalyst, it would bring him peace. One could say that the relationship between Li Che and Sima Bai was one of life and death enmity. If Li Che found an opportunity to take down Sima Bai, he certainly wouldn't show any mercy. Divine Cultivator. I've heard that only channel-opening martial artists can contend with them. Now that I've activated the second state of Dragon Elephant Vajra, I wonder if I could fight him. Otherwise, could a barrage of 100 wood ravens possibly bombard him to death? However, the main thing about divine cultivators is their cunning methods. The reason channel-opening martial artists can contend with them is their thorough qi and blood circulation and unwavering will, sealing away the six senses to avoid the influence of divinity. Li Che shook his head slightly. Killing Sima Bai would be very difficult. This was a direct descendant of the Si family, one of Flay City's noble families. He had impressive cultivation, and even with severe injuries, the security around him was top-notch. Moreover, to kill Sima Bai, one would have to infiltrate the Si family's inner workings. It's too dangerous. Inside the inner city, there's an old master Si who has established a divine foundation. I'm afraid it would be a one-way trip. He suppressed the eager emotions swirling within him. A divine base cultivator. He couldn't afford to provoke such a being now. They were existence on a whole different level. Li Che was not in a hurry. Zhu Yu said that Sima Bai had nearly had his divinity shattered and would need at least a year or two to recuperate. During that time, while improving his own strength, there would be chances to seize the right moment. Now that Li Che had acquired the blood exchange method, if he could truly step into the realm of blood exchange, the odds would be even greater. After a night of turmoil, Zhu's wood carving shop resumed its usual, orderly routine. The wood carvers started to take on commissions again, bustling about as they transported timber and finished wood carvings to earn their hard-earned money. As usual, Li Che was carving wood, practicing martial arts, and secretly studying how to create complex mechanisms. Of course, Li Che also fulfilled his promise, finishing work early every day to teach Zhongya martial arts in the courtyard. Old Chen had returned, and for someone seasoned in the martial world like him, a trip to the dungeon wasn't anything rare. It left no psychological shadows. Light snowflakes gently drifted down. Li Che had gone to the outer city to get some braised beef and brought back a jug of old rice wine. In the courtyard, Old Chen sat on a wicker chair, watching Zai Zai awkwardly holding a horse stance, and couldn't help but grin, showing his yellow teeth. Little stinky Zai, keep your back straight, arms straight, get your horse stance right. Old Chen lifted the gourd's lid and took a swig of wine. Wrapped in a red jacket, Zai Zai's little face was red from the cold. She turned to Li Che, who had just returned, seeking justice. Daddy, Grandpa Chen is calling me Little Stinky Zai. I'm not Little Stinky Zai, I'm Zai Zai, Li Nuangxi. The little girl even pouted after saying so. Her spirited manner was in full display. Li Che rubbed her head. Then you just have to become strong, and next time Grandpa Chen calls you Little Stinky Zai, you can fight back. Upon hearing this, Zai Zai's big eyes twinkled as she nodded vigorously. Daddy is right. Then, with puffed cheeks, Zai Zai took an even more serious stance in her horse stance. Li Che sat next to Old Chen, and the two of them drank while watching Zai Zai practice the horse stance. She truly is an upper-class spiritual child, full of vitality. Born with divinity, her talent in martial arts is also above average. If it weren't for her being too young to undergo skin refinement, she might be able to succeed by the age of 3. Unfortunately, Old Chen, don't possess a method to cultivate divinity, so I can't help little stinkies I cultivate divinity ahead of time." Old Chen expressed his regret, his eyes softening as he watched Zai Zai's reddened little face. "This vitality can be a blessing or a curse. If it weren't for you, lad, moving into the wood carving shop early, Zai Zai might have already been victimized by the Spirit Infant sect." Now not only the Spirit Infant sect but also Sima have set their sights on Zai Zai. In such times, it's hard to survive. With a gulp of wine, Old Chen uttered a sigh of emotion. Li Che remained silent. "The world is hard to live in. As parents, we can only do our utmost to protect our daughter. If anyone tries to harm her, even at the cost of our lives, we must take a piece out of them." Li Che added a piece of beef to his mouth and chewed slowly as he spoke. 2 fleeting months passed in a hurry. Tingyu Alley, the small courtyard. Heavy rain poured down, casting a hazy veil between heaven and earth. Raindrops hit the black tiles, creating a rhythmic pitter-patter sound. Inside the house, Li Che was slowly maneuvering his blood and qi, with the thunderous sound of rushing water reverberating powerfully as if tides were crashing over his tempered sinews and bones. Blood and qi 2 moves, initial stage of the blood change. Li Che stood up from inside the house, his well-built upper body bare and emitting waves of steam. He clenched his fists and swung fiercely, causing the air to burst with a whooshing boom. The explosive power was indeed much stronger than that of bone tempering. 2 months have passed since stepping into the blood exchange realm. I have gone from 1 to 2 moves of blood maneuvering, completing 1 blood move per month. To reach 6 moves perfection only takes half a year. Li Che's eyes sparkled, but he felt slightly regretful. The blood exchange method he had acquired was limited to just 6 moves. The middle vehicle blood exchange method, perfected after 6 moves, was what goes on. The man he had killed had accomplished, a martial artist who had mastered the 6 moves blood exchange method to perfection. If it were the 9 moves superior blood exchange method, 9 blood moves would be required, with the blood as heavy as mercury and containing even more immense energy, thus enhancing one's strength, speed, and physical toughness to an even higher level. Fortunately, I learned from Old Chen that once the blood exchange technique is perfected, it's possible to switch, building on the original 6 moves to continue and complete the 9 blood moves of the superior blood exchange method. So, if I have the chance, I must get a superior blood exchange dharma. Li Che stretched lazily, his entire body creaking with the 9 robust muscles on his back vibrating, filled with formidable power. After wiping off his training sweat with a clean towel, Li Che donned his outer garments and sat down in a chair, taking out Teng's mechanism essentials. As he looked at those increasingly absurd and strange mechanisms, Li Che was somewhat at a loss for words. Among the 12 recorded mechanisms, Wood Raven comes in at 8th. Going further up, they become even more ludicrous and peculiar, with only theoretical possibilities of creation. However, the mechanism ranked 7th, Body Blood Tears, seems worth a try. Body Blood Tears, as per the introduction, requires an extremely ingenious technique, time-consuming and laborious, yet its lethality is truly formidable. Both ruthless and powerful. Li Che was very interested. Tang family mechanism. Who knows where Old Chen got this book from? If not for possessing the Immortal Artisan Dao Fruit, Li Che wouldn't even understand it at all. After closing the book, Li Che rested with his eyes closed. In front of his eyes, details slowly emerged. Name, Li Che. Bonds, Li Nuangxi. Daughter, Dao Fruit, Immortal Artisan, LV3, 9%, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV2, 15%, Pure Heart, LV1, 5%, Prototype of Divine Powers, Immortal Worker, 1000 Analyzing Hands. Over the course of 2 months, aside from the Dragon Elephant Dao Fruit, which improved due to the blood change breakthrough, the other increases were not significant. The growth of Pure Heart was still slow, although Li Che captured and absorbed the free divinity between heaven and earth every day. since he was also using divinity to comb through Zai's body daily, only barely managing to push it to 5% maturity in 2 months. Persistence is key in cultivation, a heavy responsibility with a long path. Li Che was far from discouraged. However, the lack of a way to acquire divine methods did give him some headaches. After tidying up, Li Che ended his daily cultivation, changed into clean clothes, and, with an oil paper umbrella in hand, went to pack some food and wine from a restaurant. He then headed towards Zhu's wood carving shop. Yet, upon arriving at the entrance of the wood carving shop, he sensed that something was off about the atmosphere of the place. The temperature inside the shop seemed to have risen considerably. Li Che passed through the entryway and entered the shop. There, in front of his workshop, stood a Nanmu chair. Sitting astride it in a wide stance was a burly figure clad in black and red official robes. Noticing Li Che's return, the officer's eyes shifted slightly. Glancing over, Li Che felt as if his eyes were scorched, an endless fury boiling within them as he saw an image of the wrathful Maitreya glaring down upon the human world from behind the figure. "I am Zhao Xuanhai, Master Li, it's a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 49, City Lord's Conscription. Divine Catcher smells good. Please follow. Zhao Xuanhai. Li Che felt the hairs on his body stand on end, sensing that the wind and rain around him had vanished, replaced by scorching, searing heat, as if a colossal furious Buddha statue loomed from above. If he looked into its eyes for too long, his mind would sway and sweat would drench his back. Closing his eyes, he deliberately cut off his line of sight, and when Li Che opened them once again, he had become much calmer. Zhao Xuanhai, sitting in front of the workshop, also stood up. His towering figure, resembling a bear, was nearly 2 meters in height, with tightly coiled whiskers and dense muscles. Li Che put down what he was holding in his hands and greeted with a fist and palm salute. The humble Li Che, a 4-knife wood carver from Zhu's wood carving shop, meets the policeman. Zhao Xuanhai, Zhao Qian's cousin, one of the 3 divine catchers of the inner city. He was a divine cultivator. Why had Zhao Xuanhai come here? Was it to seek vengeance for Zhao Qian? But that should have been directed at the bull demon, not him. Li Che? Li Che was somewhat puzzled. Master Li, there's no need to be nervous. I am here primarily for 2 matters. Zhao Xuanhai, with his imposing build, said indifferently with his hands behind his back. In Flay City, each of the 3 divine catchers was a first-class expert, extremely powerful, so naturally, Li Che was not willing to fall out with him face to face. In the distance, footsteps hurried along. 3 figures walked in from outside the door. Li Che looked over, startled because the 3 shopkeepers from Zhuji's outer city wood carving shop had already arrived together. The head shopkeeper, Zhu Heli, the second shopkeeper, Zhu Beiyu, and the third shopkeeper, Zhu Yu. The 3 sons of the Zhu family had all arrived at the same time. Even the seldom seen and elusive head shopkeeper, Zhu Heli, appeared. In the many years that Li Che had been at Zhu's wood carving shop, he had seen Zhu Heli only a handful of times. This was the first time since he became a wood carver. Zhu Heli had a handsome appearance and a straight frame, with eyes that seemed to glitter and a precious sword with a tassel hanging from his waist. He looked reserved, but at any moment, he could burst forth like a drawn divine blade, revealing his sharpness. A divine cultivator. Zhu Heli was also one. In fact, Zhu Beiyu and Zhu Yu were both divine cultivators too, just that their divine cultivation was not high and their divinity had not been fully revealed, unlike Zhu Heli and Zhao Xuanhai, who merely by standing there, could continuously express their divine power, stirring the soul. The first realm of divine cultivation was nurturing nature, and even within it, there were levels of proficiency. Seeing the 3 shopkeepers present together, Li Che let out a slight sigh of relief, knowing he should be safe now. What kind of storm has brought God Catcher Zhao to our modest shop? Zhu Heli asked with a bow and a slight smile toward Zhao Xuanhai. Ha ha ha. I am here solely to seek Master Li for 2 matters. The first matter, I heard that Master Li is a talented wood carver from Zhuji, so I have a good task I wish to seek Master Li's assistance with. Zhao Xuanhai laughed. It seems young Master Zhu isn't far from forming his divine foundation. Among the 3 young masters of Flay, perhaps young Master Hilly will be the first to achieve it. Zhao Xuanhai looked at Zhu Hilly, squinting his eyes. The divine foundation is hard to forge. What seems like an inch may actually be 1,000 feet. It's not that easy. God Catcher Zhao, you flatter me too much. Without any change in expression, Zhu Hilly replied, Master Li is not yet a wood-carving master. With God Catcher Zhao's status, you should be looking for a wood-carving master. Zhao Xuanhai waved his hand. This task does not require a wood-carving master. Strictly speaking, this is more like a conscription. Conscription? As soon as these words came out, everyone was taken aback. Li Chei's eyebrows furrowed involuntarily. Conscription. That involved higher-level figures. Indeed, it's a verbal conscription from the lord of the city, calling upon skilled masters from the major wood-carving shops of the noble families to complete a task together, with generous wages. In total, 10 days of work, amounting to 10 gold leaf. 10 gold leaf? 1,000 taels? Everyone was shocked at heart. May I ask, what is the task? Zhu Yu actively inquired on behalf of Li Chei. Zhao Xuanhai glanced at the Zhu family's 3rd son and said indifferently, I can't disclose the details, but it's essentially carving some wood carvings for the city lord. It's not a difficult task, nor does it require the spiritual lessons of a wood-carving master's work. It's just that the city lord needs a large quantity without compromising quality, which is why we need the skilled hands of the wood-carving shops. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hilly frowned. Had Zhao Xuanhai come solely for this matter? He had thought it was because of the death of Zhao Qianqi. If not for the fact that Li Chei was a talented wood carver in the shop with the potential to become a wood-carving master, Zhu Hilly wouldn't even have bothered to respond to Zhu Yu's plea to come here. Hearing this, Zhu Hilly turned to Li Chei and asked, Master Li, are you willing to take on this task? Li Chei saluted sincerely. To the head shopkeeper, my response is no. To work for the city lord? This definitely isn't any ordinary job. Though 1,000 taels were tempting, for the newly rich Li Chei, it was still something he could resist. Unwilling? Zhu Hilly was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Li Chei to turn down this 1,000-tael job so decisively, especially since it was for the city lord's official family. Zhao Xuanhai was also speechless. When he visited other shops, those wood carvers were very enthusiastic about carving for the city lord, as it gave them a connection to the city lord's mansion, and a favor to be remembered. But he had never thought Li Chei's attitude would be completely different from the others. Master Li, it's an order from the city lord. And the wages are extremely generous. Zhao Xuanhai furrowed his brows. Divine Catcher Zhao, as you said, it's just a verbal order from the lord of the city and can be refused. Since Master Li is unwilling to take the job, let another master from the shop go. It'll be considered that Zhu Ji's wood carving shop has produced someone for the task, Zhu Hilly said. Zhao Xuanhai gave Li Chei a deep look. Rumors had it that the genius wood carver of Zhu Ji's was extremely cautious, timid and fearful. But now it seemed Sima Bai's assessment was very fair. Forget it then. Since Master Li is unwilling, let's leave it at that. As Zhao Xuanhai finished his words, his arm suddenly lifted, and, like lightning, he disappeared from his spot, abrupt like the roaring winds and thunder. He reappeared beside Li Chei, his fingers hooked, and he fiercely pinched Li Chei's right shoulder. In Zhao Xuanhai's eyes, a fire-like divinity seemed to ignite, as if he was a Buddha with hair flying and his head thrown back in a roar. A surge of divine power flowed from Zhao Xuanhai's palm into Li Chei's body and swiftly circulated within. The incident occurred too fast. Zhu Hilly's eyes narrowed, and the sword hanging at his waist, with its tassel trailing, unsheathed with a clang, its sword light densely interwoven throughout the entire workshop. Ha ha ha! The Xuanzi Liu sword of the Zhu family truly lives up to its name, incredibly sharp indeed. The moment Zhu Hilly drew his sword, Zhao Xuanhai had already let go of Li Chei's shoulder with the swiftness of a startled swan and retreated back to his original spot. Zhu Hilly, holding his sword, his eyes sharp as lightning, asked, Divine Catcher Zhao, What's the meaning of this? Zhao Xuanhai smiled and said, I've heard that Master Li is a martial arts prodigy. In just 2 years of training, he has entered the bone tempering stage. Out of curiosity, I decided to verify it. Right after, Zhao Xuanhai waved his hand. Since Master Li is unwilling to take the job, I shall take my leave. It's a pity. Such great skill Master Li has, yet he refuses to accept such rich rewards for free. I will take my leave now. After speaking, Zhao Xuanhai turned and headed towards the exit of the wood carving shop. He put on his hat, didn't bother with an umbrella, and directly stepped into the wind and rain. As soon as Zhao Xuanhai left Zhuji's wood carving shop, his eyebrows squeezed together tightly. It's not him. Some left-path martial arts can constrict the blood flow and conceal one's skills, exploding with power when necessary. The bull demon has made several moves, all related to this Li Che, Sun Qingbiao, Lei Chunlin, and my good-for-nothing cousin Zhao Qianqi. They all have their eyes on Li Che's spirit child daughter. I initially thought Li Che was playing the pig to eat the tiger, but now it seems. Is Li Che really a pig? Standing amidst the wind and rain, Zhao Xuanhai's burly frame rose imposing like a bear, permitting the rain to pummel his body and sketching out a hazy mist around him. He turned his head for one last glance at Zhuji's wood carving shop. Bull demon. Does it really have anything to do with Zhuji? Hey. Not important. Zhao Xuanhai smiled faintly, and continued to walk into the rain. However, after a few steps, his eyebrows knitted together. Strange. Just by circulating inside Li Che's body, why is my divinity consumed so much? As if something took a big bite out of it. Inside Zhuji's wood carving shop, Li Che, who had just refused Zhao Xuanhai's offer, returned to his own workshop, feeling the burning heat in his arm, like an angry snake writhing with fury and divine power. He rubbed his fingers together and could not help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth into a small smile. Divine catcher, how delicious. Chapter 50, Divinity devouring each other. Zai stop hater. Monday, seeking follow-up reads. Zhu's wood carving shop. The charcoal stove radiated intense heat, boiling the water within and causing it to roll turbulently. A few verdant tea leaves were sprinkled on top, and a rich fragrance of tea immediately diffused. Zhuhili sat in the seat of honor, carefully applying sword oil to maintain his treasured blade. His sword required meticulous care after each unsheathing. Zhu Beiyu and Zhu Yu sat in lower seats, waiting for Zhuhili to finish maintaining his sword. The room was extremely quiet. Zhuhili was the eldest son of Zhuji's current generation, and together with Sima Bai of the Si family and Enru Osu of the En family, he was renowned as one of the 3 young masters of Flay. His divine cultivation was far superior to that of Zhu Yu and Zhu Beiyu. A moment later, accompanied by the gentle sound of the sword returning to its scabbard, Zhuhili completed the maintenance. He turned to Zhu Yu. Little brother, next time don't disturb me with such matters until they're clear. Just this once, not to be repeated. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yu stood up and bowed respectfully. I understand, brother. This Li Che entered bone tempering 2 years ago, and his martial talent is indeed good. After he undergoes blood exchange, he might have a chance to cultivate the divine methods, but it's uncertain what his divine talent will be. His daughter is an upper-class spiritual child, so Li Che's divine talent should not be too poor. Although he has been delayed, with further cultivation, he should have a chance to nurture his nature to the lamp stage. As for the stages of creek and river after nurture nature like a lamp, there's hardly any hope. Zhuhili spoke indifferently. It's a pity that Li Che is of timid character, lacking courage and ambition. Even if he were to master the divine methods, it would be difficult for him to become a valuable assistant to our Zhuji. Let it be. After his blood exchange, grant him a lower vehicle divine method. Having said that, Zhuhili turned to Zhu Yu. Little brother, do you have any objections? Zhu Yu, with his head lowered, showed no joy or sorrow on his face, and spoke softly. I trust elder brother's judgment. Zhu Beiyu finally spoke, his eyebrows furrowed. Elder brother, why is Zhao Xuanhai issuing these oral conscriptions from the city lord? conscripting skilled woodcarvers and willing to pay such generous wages? What is his purpose? Could it endanger the lives of these wood-carving masters? Stroking the hilt of his sword, Zuhili gazed out at the heavy rain through the window, as if he thought of something, and smiled faintly. Most likely not. These wood-carving masters come from various families, and although the city lord is an official appointed by the imperial court, now that the Great Vista has lost its control over the regions, Flay City is still under the dominion of our noble families and clans. If he were to harm these wood-carving masters, would the noble families of Flay City just let it go? Therefore, Li Che is being too cautious. This conscription does indeed offer him wealth. 10 gold leaves, even if it's for him, with a good job, would take half a year, wouldn't it? Zhu Beiyu nodded and his lips curled at the corners. His own assessment of Li Che was not much different. Zuhili tapped the table lightly and spoke indifferently. As for the city lord's mansion's purpose, I have a rough guess, which can be considered an unforeseen windfall from this trip. I plan to return and report to the old master. Suddenly, Zuhili looked towards Zhu Yu. Oh, little brother, Li Che's daughter has excellent divine talent, and the outer city is being troubled by the spirit infant sect, which is very unsafe. To prevent this spiritual child from coming to harm, tell Li Che to send his daughter to our Zhuji's Divine Cultivation Institute. Zhu Yu's cheeks lifted slightly as he looked at Zuhili. Elder brother, what if Master Li is unwilling? Zuhili lightly tapped his finger on the hilt of the sword, and suddenly a bright sword's hum illuminated the entire warm room. If he is unwilling, it means he has not considered integrating with our Zhuji. That divine method can be withheld from him. When the spirit infant sex power truly runs rampant in the outer city, the safety of his daughter, he can only pray for his own fortune. Hearing this, Zhu Yu remained silent, and slowly lowered his head. Within the workshop, Li Che sat upright on a chair. His emotions surged as he felt the freshly harvested strand of wrath divinity. But soon, he was taken aback. His eyebrows tightened slightly, because the wrath divinity extracted from the wood carving, which he obtained 2 months ago after killing a blood exchange expert from the spirit infant sect, was being bit by bit consumed by Zhao Xuanhai's divinity. It was somewhat akin to merging together. Merging. Consuming? Is this a characteristic of divinity, or perhaps are the two divinities of the same origin? Upon this thought, Li Che's breath halted. If they share the same origin, doesn't that mean that one of the 3 great divine catchers of Flay City, the powerful divine cultivator, is also a formidable figure of the spirit infant sect? Upon this thought, Li Che was terrified to the core. Thinking back on how the government office withdrew the warrant for Lei Chunlin in just a few days before, and now that Zhao Qiunkang was revealed to be a member of the spirit infant sect, Li Che had thought Zhao Qiunkang was an isolated case, but now it seemed that the vast government office of Flay City might be deeply entangled with the spirit infant sect. If even the top expert and divine catcher inside the Yamen was involved with the spirit infant sect, what about the city lord who was said to have forged a divine foundation? If that's really the case, a strong sense of urgency suddenly enveloped him. If the government office was truly in league with the spirit infant sect, considering their desire for spirit children, wouldn't Zai Zai be in great danger? When the spirit infant sect reached the point of desperation, Zhu's wood carving shop might not be able to protect Zai Zai. Moreover, it wasn't even certain if Zhu's wood carving shop was willing to protect her. The sense of urgency made the hair on Li Che's body stand on end as he murmured while looking at his palm, "I am still not strong enough." The next day, a rare sunny day, the warm sun of winter was most comforting. Li Che and Old Chen were in the courtyard, accompanying Zai Zai as she practiced her horse stance. Old Chen kept teasing her, calling her little stinky Zai, making the little girl's face turn red in annoyance. It was unclear where the girl got such a fiery temper. As Li Che and Old Chen were drinking tea and admiring the winter plum blossoms, waiting for the sun to climb a little higher, he planned to make a trip to Tingyu Alley. Over the past 2 months, he had also visited the marketplace several times, asking that familiar stall owner to look out for divine methods and superior internal strength techniques. Regrettably, he came back with no news each time. After finishing a bowl of tea and chewing on the tea leaves, Li Che was about to leave when he encountered Zhu Yu, who looked upset. Zhu Yu went over what Zhu Hili had said the day before. "So you mean, if I don't send Zai Zai to the Divine Cultivation Institute in the inner city, after my blood exchange, Zhu Ji won't easily pass on the divine method to me?" Li Che frowned. Old Chen sat in the wicker chair and chuckled. "This is the typical conduct of noble families and clans. Little Zhu, your elder brother is much more ruthless than you. You're too kind, too gentle. In this world, people like you tend to suffer." Your second brother, Zhu Beiyu, may seem honest, but in reality, he's also cunning and ruthless. Zhu Yu was silent, just looking at Li Che. "I've obtained a companion cultivation qualification for you. You can escort Zai Zai in and out of the inner city every day, and then I'll personally make sure she's safe in the Divine Cultivation Institute." Frankly speaking, the Divine Cultivation Institute is indeed much safer than the outer city. Li Che fell into thought. Zhu Yu did not interrupt Li Che's contemplation. However, Li Che did not ponder for long and soon made a decision. "Go. Send Zai Zai there." Zhu Yu had already secured excellent conditions for both him and Zai Zai. He couldn't possibly keep Zai Zai confined to the courtyard all her life. She eventually needed to go out and face the world. Moreover, once Zai Zai joined the Divine Cultivation Institute, she would be able to start nurturing her divinity quickly and lay a solid foundation for her divine cultivation. Of course, beyond that, there was another very important reason. Being able to freely enter and exit the inner city every day gave Li Che the chance to get close to Sima Bai, who was hiding in the inner city, and to twist off the head of this top hater of Zai Zai.